Finish him. The roar in the arena nearly lifted the stone roof. Two bare-chested gladiators with knotted muzzles faced each other on the yellow sand holding sharp blades while deep crimson blood had already soaked the sand beneath their feet. The audience stands were in an uproar. Commoners craned their necks shouting hoarsely for the gladiator they had bet on. Only in the center of the presidential platform a pale-faced boy with an indifferent expression stood out from the surrounding frenzy. In his eyes this was nothing but a cliché of blood and poison, utterly tedious. He was not a native of this world but a traveler from another realm. In his past life he died of depression due to inability to afford medical fees. In this life this body was also congenitally weak. Walking a few steps left him panting like a fragile porcelain doll. Just as he thought he would repeat the same fate, a line of text suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, Wu Daojin Jie Tu. Above the scroll the large characters were clear. Below the Bagua diagram slowly rotated. The panel displayed simulated martial arts zero eagle claw technique. The origin of the eagle claw technique came from a pair of winged eagle spirit claws he found in his father's study. As he played with the pair of low-grade beast materials, the Bagua diagram in his sea of consciousness suddenly accelerated. The claws turned to ash in his hand and the martial art was revealed. Facing his father's question, he only said he sold it to a passing caravan, which did not arouse suspicion. Remos, who do you think will win? Beside him a middle-aged man in a crimson-purple robe, Earl Kuntang Kersayan of the Empire, turned and asked. Not sure. Remos withdrew his gaze, his eyes clear but sickly. But will you fulfill what you promised me today, father? Kuntang frowned slightly, then agreed. Remos, however, was puzzled. In the original owner's memories his birth mother was only a low-rank maid, yet he with his sickly body was particularly favored, while his half-brother, the eldest son, was already a retainer. His half-sister practiced magic and the rest of the siblings were mediocre. Could his deceased mother have been a hidden sorceress who secretly cast a spell? At this moment the match in the arena was decided. The loser's severed arm gushed blood. Just as the victor was about to strike the final blow, Kuntang raised his hand to silence the crowd. This brave warrior with a severed arm must not die for now. Amidst the boos of the whole audience, Kuntang announced that in 3 days there would be a 3 versus 3 duel with Viscount Gaiwusi with a bet of 100 gold coins. The arena was originally a tool for noble games. Although commoners could watch for free, their meager incomes would eventually flow back into Kuntang's pockets through nearby gambling in taverns. As for the gladiators of colonial origin without extraordinary talent or noble patronage, they would never rise. In the original owner's memory only a fierce man named Luo Mang had once fought his way out bloodily. This farce should end. Remos rubbed his temples and gestured for a maidservant to help him stand. He was eager to leave this noisy place and verify the secret of the operation of the Wu Daojin Jie Tu, whether it required blood sacrifice to activate or there was another way. The one-armed gladiator lay on the cold wooden plank, blood gushing from the severed wound staining the surface beneath him a dark crimson. His body convulsed uncontrollably from the excruciating pain, his breathing becoming rapid and faint, each inhalation accompanied by heart-wrenching agony. His parched lips moved slightly, craving a single drop of water to moisten his dry throat, but his wish remained unfulfilled. Remos. Are you going to finish him off now? Quentin Carlsane's face showed worry as he looked at his frail son. Though I don't understand why you suddenly want to personally execute the defeated, I must tell you, standing upright in the arena and completing the verdict is the proper conduct of a man. Oh. My dear father. Remos took a small knife from his bosom, wiping it shiny with his lapel, muttering nonchalantly, what can I do if I can't beat him? I want to be honorable too. Just as he leaned down to act, the gladiator lying on the board suddenly moved. It was not resistance nor fear. He spoke weakly, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Is what you said true? After I die, will you keep your promise and give my wife 3 gold coins? A faint smile curled at the corner of Ramos's mouth, a hint of inscrutable meaning in his expression. How should I know? As a loser you have no right to negotiate. He paused, his tone indifferent. We have already granted you the grace of extending your life, sparing you from dying on the battlefield. Is that not merciful enough? You. The gladiator's breathing suddenly quickened, whether from the agony of the severed arm or Ramos's frigid words. Old Quentin interjected at the right moment. Enough. You must trust the nobility's honor. I promise 3 gold coins and I will not shortchange a single one. He then turned to Remos, a hint of admonishment in his tone. Remos, you are too ignorant of the rules. You deprived him of the dignity of dying on the battlefield, so compensation is only right. Remos remained expressionless, but inwardly he was already at the peak of impatience. Fine, father. He aimed the polished short blade at the gladiator on the board. Any last words? He asked flatly. The gladiator, pale-faced, shook his head. Just as long as you keep your word. This time Remos did not indulge in the morbid amusement of tormenting a dying man. He simply nodded slightly. Then the short blade in his hand plunged fiercely into the gladiator's carotid artery. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The gladiator's eyes instantly glazed over, his body convulsing violently as memories flashed before his eyes like a lantern show. He had once been nothing but a gambler, losing everything and being sold to the arena. He knew this was his only path. Though hope was slim, what if? If he could survive, he swore he would live a good life with his wife. The excruciating pain yanked him back to reality. His blurry eyes looked toward the youth who had taken his life and he twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. He had thought he would die on the battlefield only to be finished off by a sickly boy. His gaze slowly shifted to the ceiling, his lips trembling, murmuring something as if in a final prayer. Remos pulled out the short blade. Warm blood splattered onto his face, trickling down his cheek to the corner of his mouth. He extended his tongue and licked it. It was salty. Almost at the same instant he closed his eyes, sinking all his mind into the sea of consciousness, sensing the change in his external cheat. In his mind the 8 trigram disc was spinning wildly. The wheel of fate has begun to turn. Remos felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. The diagram of true martial arts simulation. Points 3 Eagle claw art. The corner of his mouth almost split to his ears. This cheat indeed required life and the carcasses of exotic beasts to activate. "Are you all right, son?" Quentin patted Remos on the shoulder, interrupting his excitement. He had just seen an eerie smile on his son's face, a morbid kind of pleasure. Remos slowly turned around, revealing his white teeth, smiling warmly and obediently. "It's nothing, father." Seeing this, Quentin became even more concerned. "Are you really all right?" "I'm fine, father." Remos reassured his father, then said, "Well, I'm a bit tired. I'd like to go back to my room and rest. Good night, father." With that he placed his left hand on his right shoulder and bowed slightly. "Tonight I will pray to the gods for your safety." Quentin nodded, watching his son walk past him, his gaze falling on the thin silhouette. In the flickering candlelight, Ramos's shadow was cast on the wall. The human figure was thin, but the shadow appeared unusually tall and mighty. Quentin opened his mouth, wanting to call out to his son to tell him to rest, to say, "May the gods bless you too," but in the end he didn't speak. If only Remos were stronger. Quentin sighed inwardly. Then he instructed a servant to dispose of the body and added, "Oh, call cost to come. Help me prepare the offerings. I want to say a prayer tonight. I want to say a prayer tonight." After Remos ordered the servants to prepare the food, he gestured for them to leave, forbidding them from disturbing him without his command. For he feared that activating the golden finger might cause some strange phenomena. Soon he prepared the hourglass, then blew out the candle on the table, plunging the entire room into darkness. Remos slowly closed his eyes and lay down on the bed. In his consciousness everything was still the same. Martial truth diagram. Simulation. Points 3. Eagle claw technique. Add points. Remos murmured in his heart. Then his consciousness sank into another world. That world was a vast expanse of white, where a strange figure with no facial features, half black and half white, stood at the center of a Bagua diagram. Remos, on the other hand, stood at the periphery of the Bagua diagram. From the perspective of an observer, and his mental body could not take a single step forward. Remos was not flustered. Instead he watched with keen interest the black and white strange figure standing on the Bagua diagram, his eyes brimming with curiosity. As the Bagua diagram beneath his feet began to rotate, the black and white strange figure quickly adjusted his stance like an eagle poised to strike. He began to slowly move his body and then assumed the starting stance of the eagle claw technique, his hands slightly curved like eagle talons. The movements were fluid and powerful, his arms tracing arcs in the air as if grasping at something. Soon the black and white figure's body rose and fell with the changes in motion, exhibiting immense strength and flexibility. During the training process, Remos felt that although the black and white figure had no facial features, he could sense his deep and even breathing. Interesting. What exactly does this golden finger intend to do? In his consciousness, Remos's lips curled slightly upward. "Master, you called for me." The speaker was a tall black man, the scar on his chest ferocious, as if proclaiming that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Cao Sight. You are the only one I can speak to here." Coenting appeared extremely desolate at this moment, carefully arranging the offerings. Cao Sight was about to step forward to help but was stopped by Coenting's raised hand. "Don't do that. I'm afraid the gods will sense my lack of sincerity." Cao Sight stood by quietly, waiting for Coenting to arrange the offerings. "Cao Sight, do you remember over a decade ago? She had just arrived here." Cao Sight simply replied, "As per protocol, I remember." Coenting had recounted this matter many times, but since he was the master, Cao Sight never spoke much. And precisely because he didn't talk much, he became a good listener. On that night over a decade ago she arrived here drenched. When Coenting began recounting the past, his eyes brightened a little. "In that instant I was captivated by her wheat-colored skin, her body without an ounce of flab. I could tell from her brown eyes that she had killed before." Saying this, he paused in his actions and turned to look at Cao Sight. "You know, I detest those frail, pale-skinned women in the Empire, so at that moment she was very attractive to me." Then he changed the subject. "But that is not the point. The point is that for the first time in my life I experienced resistance from a slave. Originally I thought I would feel anger at having my authority challenged, but it was not so. When her palm struck my face, I suddenly felt an inexplicable pleasure. This was a feeling I had never experienced. Cao Sai thought to himself, if not for the Empire's laws there would probably be a lot of people who would want to hit you. Of course this was his inner thought, he would not voice it. Coenting's love story had already begun, so Cao Sai would just keep silent for now. After he was nearly done he would finally say, Master. Is it worth it for you to do this? Coenting continued speaking to himself, I wanted to have a deeper connection with her, but all I got was that look of death-defying determination. Naturally I wouldn't let her die so easily. But fortunately later someone sent her younger brother from her tribe here. This time I finally caught her weakness. So I began to threaten her. Later her brother was the first to walk out of this arena, and within this arena aside from me he was the one who lived the longest. Cao Sai hurriedly said. Coenting nodded and then continued, I don't blame you, Cao Sai. In the days that followed I was very happy. I knew she didn't love me, but we still had a child. Unfortunately, although this child's features resemble hers, her skin tone does not, instead it is as pale as mine no matter how much she tans. She is also not as healthy as her mother but rather somewhat like me. But in recent years she has improved a lot. Cao Sai quickly echoed yes. Remos at least is no longer addicted to women. In recent years he has truly helped you manage the arena well. Speaking of Remos, Coenting revealed a gratified smile. Yes. Remos has really grown up. If not for the issue of status I would have liked to take him to live in the imperial capital. Having said that, Coenting strode toward a circle inscribed with mysterious runes, his eyes filled with piety and anticipation. Cao Sai knew it was time to say comforting words. He quickly said, Master, is it worth it for you to do this? For so many years the gods have never responded to you. Coenting made a shushing gesture. Mortals must not discuss the gods. A mysterious aura pervaded around the circle and the candles flickered with faint light. He closed his eyes, slowly knelt down, pressed his palms together and began to pray. His lips moved slightly, emitting a low and sincere voice. He poured out his wish to the gods. O gods, please listen to the prayer of your follower. I hope that tonight I may meet my beloved in my dreams. He grew more and more agitated, his body trembling continuously, and finally cried out, Resurrect. My beloved. Suddenly a cold wind blew and the candle flames were instantly extinguished, plunging the hall into pitch darkness. And in the darkness a pair of eagle-like eyes slowly opened. They were sharp and cold eyes exuding a chilling aura. Ha! Remos slowly exhaled in the darkness, feeling his body improving remarkably like never before. He lit a candle and looked at the muscles on his forearm, thinking to himself, it seems this golden finger has no side effects, no hunger, no dizziness, no sign of his body being unable to sustain it. His gaze shifted to the hourglass beside him. Only a tiny amount of sand had fallen, yet Remos felt as if he had been practicing the eagle claw technique for 3 years. He slowly stood up, every move and stance vividly etched in his mind. He finally understood the function of this golden finger. So it strengthens by sacrifice, using the corpses of monsters to deduce martial arts and then using human lives to refine the skills back to oneself. Remos stroked his chin. Does this mean the appearance of this golden finger intends for me to reshape this world? Or perhaps to destroy it? Then he let out a laugh. Ha, interesting. Time flowed like water and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Compared to before, Remos was no longer the pale-faced youth, instead a trace of color had returned to his cheeks. Coenting seemed to notice the change in Remos and asked with concern, Son. Costner mentioned you've been exercising these past 2 days. Remos nodded. I don't know why, but the block that used to hinder my thoughts cleared after I killed that man. A healthy body means everything is good. Coenting harbored no suspicion. He believed that his sincere prayers had moved the gods. Though he hadn't been able to meet his beloved in dreams, his son's improved health was perhaps a compensation the gods granted to their faithful follower. Let love exist in another form. Hey! Coenting! Have you prepared the gold coin? Said a bald fat pig. Oh! Guy Wuxi, you seem quite confident in your gladiators. Coenting made a gesture of cupping his ear and whispered to Guy Wuxi, do you hear that? The islanders are cheering for my warriors. Tear them apart. Tear them apart. Guy Wuxi couldn't help but snicker. Ha! A bunch of fools. If shouting worked, why bother competing? Why not just bring a crowd up here and see who can yell the loudest? With that, Guy Wuxi's eyes drifted to the maidservant beside him. How about this tonight we play a game, see who can make them scream the loudest? Coenting gave a cold laugh. With your short and feeble thing. The old lady next door's leather shoes are more useful than you. Guy Wuxi was not offended by the taunt. After all, he would be collecting 100 gold coins soon. The iron gate creaked open. The first to appear were Guy Wuxi's 3 champions, dark-skinned, tall and burly. They roared at the audience. Roar! The audience quickly responded with jeers. Boo! Then the iron gate on the opposite side opened and Coenting's gladiators entered.
Compared to the opponents, Coenting's gladiators were much shorter and smaller. However, the cheers from the audience were louder than those for Guy Wuxi. Among them, a lean-muscled youth in the center held a short sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. He did not look at the opponents first. Instead, he glanced sidelong at the nobles on the central dais. He swore bitterly in his heart that one day he would cut off the heads of those aristocrats. Bin. Watch your eyes. If you're caught, even if you survive today, Costner might give you a flogging. A curly-haired uncle beside him reminded the youth. I know. Bin turned his gaze to the opponents. Judging by size, their side didn't have much of a chance. The curly-haired uncle stepped closer to the youth and said, I'll use the net to hold them down, you wait for the right moment. Then he looked at the dark-skinned lad who had come out with them. Hey you. If you want to survive, listen to my orders. Use that trident of yours to stab straight into their rear ends. Amidst the roar of the crowd, the gladiators under Viscount Guy Wuxi charged first. 3 dark-skinned giants, one wielding an axe, one a flail, and one a steel trident. But Coenting's gladiators were no pushovers either. They charged forward with the crowd's cheers. The fully wound flail flew toward Bin with lethal threat. However, Bin was not intimidated by the sudden attack. His body reacted instantly, dodging sideways with cat-like agility, easily evading the flail. Then the curly-haired uncle seized the moment and cast his net toward the flail-wielding giant, trying to restrict his movement. He shouted, Hey! Dark lad! Now! He's caught in the net. Hearing this, the dark lad immediately charged with his trident at the netted giant. At that moment, another giant with a steel trident tried to intercept. But Bin was quick-witted. He rolled and used his shield to block the attack, successfully buying the dark lad a little time. The dark lad stepped on Bin's back, using the momentum to launch forward. The steel trident gleamed with a cold light as he aimed a fatal strike at the big man. Swish! Blood rained down, splattering into the air. The dark lad was cut in half midair by the axe-wielding giant. Ah! The dark lad let out a piercing scream, but it was drowned out by the crowd's roar. Yes! Guy Wuxi excitedly slapped the armrest of his chair. The cheers in the arena grew even more intense. Bin had no time to look at his bisected comrade. Using agile footwork, he circumvented the trident-wielding giant and rolled again to reach the giant, who was nearly free of the net. He swiftly drove the short sword into the giant's jaw, thrusting upward through the skull. Warm blood splashed across Bin's face, but it could not warm the coldness in his eyes. Ah! The other giant wielding the axe roared and charged at Bin. Bin used his shield to block the blow. But the difference in strength was too great. Even with the shield, Bin's body took a massive impact. Using the force, he rolled twice on the ground to dissipate the energy. Seeing the situation turn dire, the curly-haired uncle rushed to where his fallen comrade's trident lay and quickly picked it up, ready for a second round of combat. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Unlike before, Remos no longer harbored that playful attitude. Instead, he observed the arena with intense focus. He realized that with his 3 years of training in the eagle claw technique and his current physical condition, if he were to enter the arena, he would be unable to face anyone in single combat. The only thing he could do was stall and maneuver against them, looking for an opportunity. But could he really win? He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, since he already had his golden finger, he couldn't stay on this wretched island forever. It seemed he still needed to find opportunities to kill people so he could earn simulation points. If he could keep adding points with the eagle claw technique, eventually accumulate tens of thousands of years of power. If that were the case, he wouldn't fear anyone who had gained supernatural abilities, would he? Meanwhile, the curly-haired uncle in the arena had already lost an arm. He knew that even after leaving the arena he wouldn't live long. Bin's shield had long been lost. His left hand was useless while his right hand gripped a short sword tightly. The opponent wasn't faring any better. The curly-haired brute had traded one arm for a life. Now it was 2 against 1. Kid! You holding up? The curly-haired brute said, leaning close to Bin. Bin panted heavily. I feel like I've run out of strength. Hold on. The other side isn't doing well either. Look for an opportunity. Hearing the curly-haired brute's encouragement, Bin looked toward the central stands. Behind Remos, he saw the girl he had been longing for. The girl also noticed Bin but didn't dare to make any moves. She simply nodded at him. Bin gripped his short sword tighter. This time he would survive. Careful. He's coming. The curly-haired brute warned. Roar. The beast wielding a sharp axe charged at the two. Though the brute had only one hand left, he gripped his steel trident tightly and charged at the dark-skinned man. The trident was a bit long, but it still pierced the dark-skinned brute's belly and the axe fell with it. The curly-haired man retreated, but it was too late. A deep wound soon appeared on his chest. Seeing this, Bin seized the opportunity, slid on his knees and slashed the short sword at the dark-skinned brute's knee. The brute cried out in pain. With one leg already severed, his balance failed him and he fell to the ground. Then grasped the chance, spun around, and before the brute could recover delivered a fatal strike. In an instant blood splattered everywhere and the head rolled across the ground. And the dark-skinned brute's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground, the surrounding soil stained crimson with blood. From the stands a loud cheer erupted once again. Yay! Well done, kid. Ignoring the crowd's cheers, he quickly made his way to the curly-haired brute. Supporting the back of his head with one hand, "Uncle. You." The curly-haired brute panted weakly. More than his physical pain, he worried about the young man beside him. But his eyelids kept drooping as if unwilling to let him say a proper goodbye to this youth. "Child. I." Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit drew blood from the uncle's lips. "Uncle. It won't be. Everything will be all right. The gods will protect you," he quickly said. Human joys and sorrows are not shared, just like the two completely different expressions on Ben and Quentin's faces. The moment he saw the victory in the arena, Quentin jumped up excitedly. "Ha ha. Gaius. 100 gold coins. Are you ready? I don't offer credit here, you know." Seeing Quentin's eyes full of smugness, Gaius slammed his fist against the armrest of his seat, cursing loudly. "Damn it. A bunch of fools grown so big yet slaughtered like pigs." Quentin raised an eyebrow. "Old friend, why so hot-tempered? What's wrong? Can't afford to lose." Hearing the fierce cheers from the arena crowd in Quentin's sarcastic tone, Gaius found it utterly grating. He gritted his teeth and said slowly, word by word, "Don't worry. I am not short of that much money." Then he turned his back on Quentin and walked away. Watching Gaius depart, Quentin could no longer contain his laughter. He reached out and put his arm around Remos's shoulder. "Come on, son, we should go check on the wounded. We've lost 2 more now. It seems we need to replenish our numbers. When I leave this place, I'll count on you to work hard." Remos nodded expressionlessly in response. A valiant warrior lay motionless upon cold wooden planks, his left arm severed, blood gushed ceaselessly from the wound. An elderly hunched physician approached Quentin with slow unsteady steps and shook his head gravely. "Is there truly no hope?" Quentin asked, gazing at the dying curly-haired man, his expression tinged with regret. The old physician sighed deeply and replied with reverence, "My lord, I have done all that I could." No sooner had the words left his lips. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through the chamber. Unseen until that moment, Remos had slipped silently between them and now stood beside the bleeding gladiator. With chilling precision he twisted the man's neck, snapping it clean. "Remos. What have you done?" Quentin's face contorted in shock. Is this still a child? Just days ago he labored for breath while walking, yet now he breaks a man's neck as though snapping dry twigs. Could divine blessing be real? Remos closed his eyes. Wu Daojin Jie 2. Simulation points 2. Eagle Claw Technique, 3 years cultivation. A surge of quiet elation stirred within him, yet his face remained veiled in sorrow. "Father. He has done more than enough. It is time he rested. Though I am no noble by birth, guided by compassion, I could not bear to watch him suffer further with such grievous wounds. After all, he bled for our honor." Quentin paused, bewildered. Though this act bore the mark of mercy, an unsettling dissonance coiled in his chest. Even if the man somehow survived, he would never endure the coming trials. The grueling training demanded wholeness. A single limb lost renders him unfit. To miss training is to court death, and at best he might only shield his comrades with his body, taking blades meant for others. Remos stepped forward calmly before Quentin. "You are a great nobleman, your hands should remain unstained by such blood. Should tongues wag, let them speak of me alone, not of you." Quentin nodded slowly, as if seeing Remos anew. "Remos, you have truly come of age. You think not only for yourself but for the family's name. I was right about you. How dearly I wish I could grant you noble rank, but imperial law binds my hands, for now. As your father, I feel deep shame in this failure." "It matters not," Remos waved dismissively, his voice steady. "I acted so that when you stand for senator no one dares whisper against you." Then Remos bowed deeply. "It grows late, father. You should rest." "Ah, yes. Good night, Remos." Quentin watched Remos recede into shadow, then turned back to the corpse lying stark upon the plank. His mind still reeled. How could Remos snap a man's neck so cleanly, so utterly without hesitation? A soft breeze sighed through the chamber. Cold prickled Quentin's skin, gooseflesh rose along his arms. He turned away from that dim hollow room and took the oil lamp from its stand as he left. His thoughts drifted toward which maid might warm his bed tonight and perhaps grant him sweet dreams. The fallen warrior on the plank was already forgotten. "Bin. Wake up. Bin. He gasped awake.
Then jolted upright, his first sight a young woman with sun-kissed skin, her chestnut hair spilling loosely over her shoulders. Her fitted tunic accentuated every curve of her lithe, powerful frame, her wide brown eyes and high proud nose lent her beauty a wild, untamed grace. His voice rasped, "Zivia. What brings you here? How fares the curly-haired man?"
Zivia's gaze dimmed.
"The physician said he is dead." Hearing this, Bin slowly shut his eyes. He had known it, such wounds rarely spared life twice.
Even survival would only delay the inevitable. "This is your master's gift, he commends your valor in the arena."
Zivia placed wine and mutton pie before him. "I saw you trembling just now, did you dream something terrible?" Meeting her question, Bin opened his eyes slowly and spoke, voice low and measured. "I dreamed of my tribe.
Our faith lies in the harpy goddess.
In the dream I prayed she would take me. And it seemed she heard me. She descended from the heavens and bore me aloft into the sky." With that, Bin rose, and by the feeble glow of the prison's oil lamp studied Zivia's face, its fierce radiant beauty held in stillness. For a breathless moment their eyes locked.
Under Bin's unwavering gaze, Zivia felt warmth bloom suddenly in her ears. Glancing warily around, she whispered, "Stop staring, eat quickly. Eyes are watching." But Bin replied unrushed, "Do you know,
Zivia, our tribe's shaman says the harpy goddess is our sacred totem.
She embodies strength and courage, and those she chooses must face trials of immense gravity." Zivia nodded softly.
"Yes, I will stand with you through every trial."
Then abruptly a discordant voice shattered the silence. "Bin. If you won't eat the mutton pie, then I will.
Or else when Coster comes sniffing the sour stench in the air, you'll earn a few lashes." Bin turned to see a youth in the adjacent cell, nearly his own age, and hastily tore the pie in half, tossing one portion across the gap.
"Archie, if you want it, ask.
But the wine stays mine." He split his half again and offered the smaller piece to Zivia, voice gentle, "Eat something too." Zivia hesitated, about to refuse, when Bin smiled, "I wish to watch you eat.
Coster won't trouble me tonight."
At last she nodded, and carefully, tenderly broke the morsel Bin had given her into tiny pieces, placing each slowly upon her tongue, savoring every bite. The seagull's cries were crystal clear and melodious, and the sea breeze gently caressed the cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Around Quentin, besides a retinue of servants and Ramos, there was also a young girl.
Quentin instructed Ramos. "Now I place this small island under your management. If you have any problems you may ask Cost, also take good care of your sister."
Ramos turned his head to look at the young girl beside him.
She was about 5 feet 5 inches tall.
Although her face was somewhat freckled, her overall appearance exuded a spirited and dashing aura. She wore 2 small braids, a pair of cowhide boots on her feet, and a short knife at her waist. Perhaps she was dreaming of being an adventurer.
"Wendy,
you must listen to your brother, and if he encounters any problems you need to think of ways to help.
Don't keep fantasizing about being some hero who saves the world."
Quentin's tone made Wendy's brows knit tightly, but she still acquiesced in her voice, "Yes, father." Quentin was fairly satisfied with his daughter's attitude, so he continued to Ramos, "During my absence, besides managing the island, there are 2 more things you need to do."
"Yes, father, please speak," Ramos said.
"In a few days General Ross will come to this island with his wife and friends for a visit.
You must entertain them well. Also, a batch of slaves will arrive in the next couple of days. I have left the gold coins in my room. You and Cost will select the gladiators suitable for combat. We don't need female slaves. Only those who can fight, understand?" Quentin patted Ramos on the shoulder, a gesture of trust. Ramos nodded in agreement. "I understand."
"Good." After giving his instructions, Quentin turned and boarded the ship as he was returning to the Empire. This small island was merely a place for him to rest and generate some wealth. Only the heart of the Empire was where Quentin Carson truly belonged. Watching the receding ship, Ramos felt a myriad of emotions. If he had been born into a poor family, after figuring out the function of the golden finger in his mind, he would have fled without hesitation at the first opportunity.
As for Quentin,
he was nothing more than an old geezer who would eventually drop gold coins.
If he didn't drop gold, Ramos wouldn't even spare him a glance.
But for now he still had to complete the tasks Quentin had assigned, not only manage the island and entertain General Ross and his companions, but also select suitable slaves to train into new gladiators. He would slowly develop while lying low on this island. At least he had to improve his eagle claw technique first.
"Brother, I heard you've been feeling much better lately." Ramos was pulled back to reality by Wendy's question. "What's wrong?"
Wendy shook her head.
"Just curious." Then she began to look at Ramos with a haughty air. "Although you are my brother, I still have to say this, what is it?" Ramos asked curiously. "We are both illegitimate children. Under father's arrangement we can enjoy a carefree life, but we have no status." "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Wendy." Ramos interrupted his sister's rambling. Wendy said seriously, neither you nor I have a surname, just like the slaves you speak of. I hope you will treat them kindly, instead of treating them as tools. This world should be equal for everyone.
Hearing Wendy's words, Ramos was visibly stunned.
Equality for everyone.
Why didn't she join the rebel army with such a grand ideal? Why was she telling him all this?
It wasn't as if he was a rebel.
But then came the real point, and Ramos finally understood why Wendy had said so much.
I think you know Sister Zuia, right?
She is now serving by my side. I hope you won't set your sights on her. Originally Ramos hadn't even noticed this, or rather hadn't harbored such thoughts. All he wanted was to collect martial arts techniques and keep leveling up. But now with his sister saying that, wouldn't it be a shame not to stir up some trouble after such a reminder?
Ramos looked at Wendy with a teasing glint. According to you. You want me to stay away from you, I suppose.
Suddenly caught under Ramos's gaze, Wendy felt as if she had been fixated by a venomous snake, trembling and stepping back a few paces. This brother was no longer the same as before. He had become strange and unfamiliar to her. In her memory, the former brother was lecherous and weak, but now he carried a dark and brooding aura, like a venomous snake in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment.
Ramos said nothing more and walked straight ahead.
As for what his sister thought, that was her own affair.
As long as she didn't interfere with him, everything else was irrelevant.
After all, in the original owner's memory they had gone years without speaking. And in his current memory, someone who hadn't exchanged a word for years and couldn't provide any benefit to him
was no different from a dead person to him. How are these slaves?
Look at that tall one, he's a Slav, exceptionally fierce in battle.
A greasy slave trader introduced them one by one to Remos. Remos asked, how many gold coins?
The slave trader rubbed his hands together.
How about 5 gold coins? Cow sight, what do you think? Remos inquired of the black instructor standing nearby. Cow sight shook his head. Little master, I think 3 gold coins are enough.
We only need 5 who are capable of fighting.
The slave trader, upon hearing this, promptly interjected, no please. Look at this quality, they can take on 3 opponents in the arena without issue. And we also have female slaves.
This time Remos shook his head.
Not needed.
We only need gladiators fit for training.
3 gold coins per person. No, no, no. That won't do, the slave trader exclaimed. We'll buy 5. Remos drove a hard bargain. Give us a discount, there will be more opportunities for future cooperation. After a heated argument, they finally settled on 4 gold coins for 5 Slavs, with a female slave thrown in as a bonus.
Watching the slave trader beam with joy, Remos couldn't tell if he had gotten a good deal or been cheated. Still, the female slave was rather dark-skinned.
Remos casually remarked, cow sight, the female slave is yours to keep.
After all, you share the same skin color.
No, little master. I love my wife even though she has passed away. You can keep her for cleaning duties. Cow sight declined Remos' kind offer. Remos did not insist.
In this world few were as loyal to love as cow sight, unlike those gladiators who upon winning a little money would immediately demand women. Generally speaking, the more lecherous they were, the sooner they perished. If every gladiator were like cow sight, abstaining from both alcohol and women, they would likely become the next war god of the arena.
Then you handle the training and arrangements. I don't want to be bothered with these matters.
Remos directly instructed cow sight to deal with the follow-up work.
It wasn't that he didn't want to manage, he simply didn't know how. At present Remos only wanted an excuse to kill someone and accumulate points.
But if he acted recklessly without a proper reason, his father far away in the empire would surely learn of his deeds.
While he might not lose his wealth and status, his future days would certainly be difficult.
He still had a long time to stay on this island surrounded by sea. He gazed at the text behind the illustration of the true martial Tao.
Simulated Martial Arts 0. Eagle Claw Technique, 5 years of cultivation.
He sighed and shook his head slightly. At this moment he needed a troublemaker to increase his simulation points.
Unfortunately, the new batch of slaves today was very well behaved.
The clanking of iron chains brought a hint of life to the quiet prison, heralding the arrival of new guests. Hearing the sound, Shiweya, who had been whispering with Bin in the cell, immediately stood up. When she saw cow sight leading 5 savages, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Cow sight cast an icy glance at Shiweya but said nothing. Instead he first locked the 5 Slavs separately into individual cells. Then turning to Shiweya he demanded, "What are you doing here?" Shiweya replied with her head bowed, "Miss Wendy sent me to bring food for everyone. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Wendy." Shiweya dared not look cow sight in the eye, fearing he might see through something.
Hoof. Cow sight snorted coldly, then bent down to pick up a book. Then what about this book, he asked Shiweya. You're not going to tell me that Miss Wendy gave it to you, are you? Shiweya's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Because they don't know the Imperial script. Miss Wendy told me to read them the stories from the book. Calcite flipped through a few pages. Not bad, he said with a hint of approval. A story about a brave ranger rescuing a noble lady from a monster. This is indeed Miss Wendy's book. Calcite wore an inexplicable smile, but his tone turned cold again. So what's this all about? Miss Wendy told you to tell them stories to ease their boredom. That's not nearly as practical as finding them a woman. What do you say, Shiweya? Ooh. The Slavs locked in the cells, perhaps catching sight of Shiweya's excellent figure, began to hoot, incessantly interrupting the conversation between the two. Calcite's face hardened. He lashed his whip sharply. Even though it didn't hit anyone, it cracked with a crisp sound. Slap. Silence. You savages, you can't even speak the Imperial language and you dare to howl like that. Calcite roared. The prison instantly fell silent. You pack of good-for-nothings. Calcite swept his gaze across them. Whether you're truly playing dumb or not, if you don't want to die, you'd better learn the Imperial language within this time. Otherwise the whip will be the only tool of communication between us. Having spoken, Calcite turned to leave. You should leave too, Shiweya. Don't stay here too long. If the little master finds out, you'll be in trouble. Watching Calcite's retreating figure, Shiweya breathed a sigh of relief. She whispered, Bin, hold on. I'll find a way to come see you. Then she leaned close to Bin's ear and said cautiously, the rebel army is coming soon. When they do, I'll run away with you far from here. With that, she hurriedly left the prison. After her silhouette completely disappeared, Bin glared at the Slavs who had been staring at Shiweya without blinking. Whether they understood him or not, he snarled viciously, if you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs when I get the chance. Though the Slavs didn't understand, they could sense the hostility in the young man's tone and began to curse at Bin in a torrent of gibberish. Then one of the taller Slavs stepped forward. I understand the Imperial language and I can speak it. She's not your woman, what's the harm in a few glances? If it comes to a fight, I'll hang you stark naked on the wall and make you watch as I hold your beloved woman in my arms. He flashed his white teeth with a grin. In the neighboring cell, Chi, upon hearing his friend so humiliated, immediately stood up and said to the Slavs, you can try it. When the time comes, Bin and I will gouge out the eyes of your remaining brothers and clansmen right before your eyes, one by one. The quarrel in the prison might have escaped Calcite's notice. He simply picked up the book Shiweya had left behind and returned to his room, slowly opening it. When did you develop such a refined taste, Calcite? Since when have you taken an interest in reading? Remos had appeared behind Calcite without warning, startling the ever-vigilant guard. He quickly rose, a note of apology in his voice. Oh. Little master, forgive me for not noticing your arrival. Remos patted Calcite on the shoulder, gesturing for him to sit, then settled himself across from him. With casual ease he picked up the very book Calcite had been reading. Flipping through a few pages he chuckled. Ha! The plot is quite engaging. What a pity. No matter how thrilling, in the end it's nothing but a story. Isn't that right, Calcite? Calcite, uncertain of Remos' meaning, could only murmur in agreement. This is Miss Wendy's book. But she gave it to a slave. How intriguing. Remos did not dwell on the book's origin. Instead he asked earnestly, Calcite. When my father resided here, I felt awkward asking. Now I have a few questions for you. Little master, please speak. Remos gathered his thoughts. Calcite, have you ever been to the Empire? Calcite replied, no. I was brought here from another small island by the master, more precisely he rescued me from the arena. How many other islands like ours are there around the Empire? Remos pressed on. Calcite answered, many, I think. Most are estates privately held by nobles. Beyond that I don't know. The only thing I do know is that in the Empire, buying and selling slaves requires paying a slave tax. From these exchanges, Remos grasped the general situation. Many people spend their entire lives on these small islands, almost never setting foot on the Empire's soil. Remos raised a single finger. Then. Calcite, have you ever seen a transcendent? Those who wield powers beyond mortal reach. Calcite shook his head. Never. Such people never come to barren places like ours. Remos nodded, having obtained his answer, and rose to leave. Just as he was about to step through the doorway, Calcite called out, I've heard that those people are often in the northern part of the Empire, and beyond the northern region lies a mist. Rumor has it that crossing that mist leads to a new world, and that our place is merely a tiny corner of this world. No one cares. He added, I learned this from the master's conversations with other nobles. Hearing Calcite's words, Remos said nothing, he merely nodded to indicate he understood. After all, Calcite himself could never leave this place. How wonderful the outside world must be. I long to escape. I've grown up and never even been to the Empire. Wendy lay sprawled on her bed, which was covered with a soft cushion, reading a book by the dim light of an oil lamp, her small feet swinging idly back and forth. Sylvia, standing nearby, smiled and said, "The world described in books is indeed magnificent. I wonder if there will ever be a chance to see the outside world." As she spoke, a look of longing filled Sylvia's eyes. "Sylvia, do you think the rebels will ever come to our island?" Caught off guard by Wendy's sudden question, Sylvia quickly moved closer and made a hushing gesture. "You mustn't say such things. Even if you are a noble." At the word noble, Wendy let out a bitter laugh. "Ha! I am no noble. As far as I know, the true nobles are only my elder brother, my second sister, and my father. I am but an illegitimate child, not even permitted to set foot in the Empire." Hearing Wendy's self-deprecating words, Sylvia quickly said, "Not at all. I feel you are a true noble, miss. You possess an innate aristocratic grace." At Sylvia's praise, a rare smile touched Wendy's lips. "You are so kind, Sylvia. If you were born in the Empire, you would be the most perfect noble lady." "You flatter me, miss." "Sylvia, are you still a Vestal Virgin of Sveta?" Wendy asked. "Of course. Thanks to your protection and the blessing of the goddess Sveta, I have yet to have any contact with a man." Sylvia looked at Wendy with gratitude. Because of Miss Wendy's protection, she had so far escaped the notice of the old lecher and remained untouched by the nobles who visited for pleasure. Wendy turned over and sat up. "Of course. According to the stories, a beauty like you was bound to be rescued by a brave warrior who will take you away from here." Hearing this, Sylvia thought of Ben. Perhaps he was not tall, but he gave off a unique sense of security. If the rebels ever reached this island, whether Ben chose to join them or flee with her to a village, she would gladly stay by his side. "What's wrong, Sylvia? From the look on your face, have you found someone you like?" Wendy caught the blush on Sylvia's cheeks in the dim light. "Miss Wendy, don't tease me." Sylvia lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. If he is on this island, I can even help you meet him. Even if he is a gladiator." Wendy let out a meaningful smile. "General Ross, thank you for taking the time to visit this island. Though it lacks the splendor of the Empire, it possesses its own unique charm." Remos, uttering flattering words, discreetly appraised the group that had just landed. 2 women and 1 man with Imperial soldiers trailing behind them. These were precisely the guests his father had instructed him to treat with utmost care, which explained Ramos's unusually restrained demeanor. Ross replied with indifference. General Ross was not particularly tall, but the muscles and scars on his arms proclaimed his past exploits. Even during this moment of respite, he and his men remained clad in leather armor. Those with a keen sense of smell might even detect a faint lingering scent of blood. "Darling, why must you always wear such a stern expression? Today is a rare day of leisure." The speaker was a woman who had her arm linked with General Ross. She was dressed in a long white robe with a delicate face and a charming smile. Every gesture she made exuded an enchanting, captivating allure. The woman seemed to sense Ramos's gaze. She turned her head gently, gave him a radiant smile, and a hint of ambiguous light flickered in her eyes. "You must be Remos. What a handsome young man. Old Quentin has told me about you." Her voice was melodious and flowing, as pleasant as a nightingale's song. As she spoke, she took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am General Ross's wife. My name is Elysia, and the one behind me is Gaia, my dear sister." "Hello, Remos." A girl with a very cute appearance behind Elysia nodded at Remos. General Ross frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he did not lose his temper. "Enough, Elysia. Let us go rest first," he said in a low voice. "Remos, lead the way." Faced with Ross's cold tone, Elysia was unperturbed, chuckling. "Ross, why must you always be so serious? It's rare to have such an interesting and handsome young man as our host. Isn't that much better than looking at old Quentin's wrinkled face?" As she spoke, she moved closer to Remos, and a faint subtle fragrance drifted into his nostrils. "I truly wonder how that old scoundrel Quentin managed to father such a handsome son." General Ross snorted coldly. Remos, however, remained unmoved. Instead, he made a gesture of invitation and began to lead the way for General Ross. Along the way, Remos observed Ross cautiously. He could sense that this general was not the easiest person to get along with. His arrogant expression seemed to say, "Merely deigning to visit your humble island and allowing you to host me is the greatest honor of your life. After all, I am the one who condescended from the Empire to visit you country folk." Yet even if Ross was unbearably haughty, Remos did not take offense. After all, he possessed a golden finger. He believed that given enough time, anything he found detestable would crumble to dust before his eyes. So he still devoted himself wholeheartedly to explaining the local scenery to General Ross. "So Quentin even built a palace here. He certainly knows how to enjoy life." Elysia and Ross arrived at the lodging place. She looked around like a child, her eyes full of curiosity. Ross however was full of disdain. You call this a palace? It's far inferior to the Empire. But the old fellow does know how to enjoy himself. At least there's a tavern, a gambling house and a brothel in town. Come on, accompany me for a stroll, Ross. Elysia said coquettishly. Ross rubbed his temples. Listen, I'm really irritable right now. I never wanted to come to this place in the first place. I only came to check for any traces of the rebel army. If you want to explore, go find that pretty boy outside and ask him to accompany you too. I need some quiet now. Having said that, he took out a map and began studying it. Faced with Ross's romantic indifference, Elysia said petulantly, they're just a bunch of rats hiding underground. The Empire has great mages at its command, they won't be making trouble for long. Ross turned around, took Elysia's fair hands in his and said with deep affection, oh my dear, if we can't even handle such trivial matters, then what use are we? Moreover, this is a military achievement. If I want to enter the political center of the Empire, this achievement is far too important to me. Once the matter is resolved, I'll accompany you every day, alright? Elysia smiled, of course I can. It's just that I haven't seen you rest for a long time. I only want you to relax a little. At least the rebel army won't attack here, right? With those rusty swords of theirs, can they stand against the Imperial army? As long as you understand me. Still, I'll spend these few days with you, but I have to take care of a few things first. Although General Ross was not very willing, he still showed great patience toward his wife. Be good, let that pretty boy outside take you and your sister out to play, alright? Elysia finally nodded in agreement and stopped pestering her husband. After all, the reason she had come here to play in the first place was because of her husband's work. But it was only after much coaxing and wheedling that she had convinced her husband to bring her here. She didn't want to be like a caged canary locked up in the Imperial Palace every day. Alright then, I'll have Remos take us to see the arena here. Elysia replied with a smile, and before leaving she planted a kiss on her husband's cheek. Ross watched his wife's retreating figure, then touched his own cheek. The impatience in his heart had mostly dissipated. Crack! As the whip lashed out, Coster roared, are you all starved? I train you so you might live a little longer. And yet you dare treat this with contempt. Coster swept his gaze across the arena, surveying the listless gladiators, disappointment heavy in his chest. He knew that without immediate intervention their lives would be measured in days, not years. Though escape from this place seemed nearly impossible, it was not wholly beyond hope. Perhaps rebel forces truly will march here by next spring. Might that be their sole chance to break free? Listen. Coster raised his voice. From this moment onward, training intensity doubles. Any who slack off again will face execution here before they ever step into the arena. Above the stands, Illyria and her sister watched the bare-chested gladiators. Whoa! Look at that one's pectorals, they're enormous. Illyria whispered excitedly to Gaia, recounting every detail she saw. Gaia smiled faintly, revealing gleaming white teeth. I'm not fond of brutes, I prefer that lean youth over there. His abs are exquisite. Is that so? Illyria replied with a mysterious smile, then drifted beside Remos and murmured softly, could you gather them for me? Of course, my lady. Remos clapped sharply and bellowed, hear me. Cease training, now form a single line. At Remos's command the gladiators exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to respond. Crack! The whip cracked again and Coster thundered, what are you waiting for? Do you not understand your master's words? You swine! Obedient at last, the gladiators swiftly lined up, puzzled as to what the figure on the dais intended. All they knew was that two stunning women now stood beside him. Illyria leaned close to Remos and whispered into his ear, could you ask them to remove their trousers? Remos nodded, clapped once more and shouted, off with your trousers, now. Then glared upward at the three figures on the dais, seething with humiliation. He could not fathom why as a captive he must endure such degradation. Seeing Ben Falteraci nudged him sharply with his elbow and whispered urgently, move, what are you doing? Or you'll feel the lash. Out of the corner of his eye Ben caught sight of Coster, and without further hesitation stripped off his trousers along with the rest. Bathed in blazing sunlight and glistening sweat, their muscles stood out with stark definition, especially those chiseled pectorals and abdominal ridges. Illyria and Gaia clapped hands over their mouths, barely suppressing laughter. They leaned closer together, eyes darting back and forth. I think that hirsute brute has something special, look at that serpent-like virility. Compared to your lean favorite he holds undeniable advantage. Gaia wrinkled her nose in distaste. Ugh, so much hair. Doesn't it prick the skin? Though honestly that man's almost as thick as a donkey. Remos, overhearing their whispers, stepped forward to introduce that massive Slav as newly arrived, along with several others like him. They're said to possess exceptional combat prowess, so we brought them in for trial training. Illyria moistened her lips and clicked her tongue appreciatively. Looks formidable indeed. Remos chuckled, ha. Shall I summon him up if my lady approves? Illyria shook her head. No, better not. My husband would surely castrate him. Then with a sudden shift in tone of pity. Were my husband absent, I'd have him serve as my personal footstool, a living ladder beneath my feet.
A sly glint flickered in Gaia's eyes, her voice softened, honeyed and sweet. I agree, he'd make an excellent mount. Imagine riding him through the streets on all fours, how many would envy such spectacle?
Remos observed quietly from the side.
Ignoring her words, the girl's soft, slightly rounded cheeks dimpled faintly with a gentle smile, and her prominent canine teeth would in another world have drawn countless admirers.
Yet here this was a merciless realm. Illyria studied the gladiators below, and mischief stirred within her. She drew near Remos and murmured, "Let us field 3 imperial soldiers, and you supply 3 gladiators."
"Whom?"
"My lady wishes to open the arena." "A 3-on-3 match?" Remos asked cautiously. Illyria grinned yes.
"But let it be lethal, surely guests arriving from afar deserve a true blood spectacle."
"Only life and death combat commands true attention."
Illyria gazed expectantly at Remos.
Old Quentin would never consent unless she offered a mountain of gold as wager. Clearly she had none. As for Ross,
he never gambled and cared little for slaughter.
His mind was fixed solely on ascending to the Empire's innermost circle. Illyria's proposal left Remos uneasy.
Every day of training consumed coin, and losses meant blame from that old tyrant.
True welcoming distinguished guests warranted performance, but mere sparring not slaughter. Yet now the guests demanded death.
Remos hesitated, "But, my lady, how can our gladiators possibly match imperial soldiers? Wouldn't this simply send them to their graves? And even if I agreed, would General Ross risk his men's lives on a wager?" Illyria turned, placing a delicate hand upon Remos's chest, her voice a silken whisper. "What if I stake a wager myself?" "But my lady, I possess no worthy stake," Remos replied. "You yourself declared these men cannot defeat imperial soldiers. So your wager is their lives, nothing more." She paused, then added, "But my wager is a beast hide. Have you ever seen a magical beast?"
A beast hide. Remos's eyes flickered. Was this the very relic he'd long coveted, the fragment of a magical creature?
Could his inner golden finger dissect it into martial arts knowledge? Sensing his interest, Illyria pressed on. "This is a private wager, just between us.
Pick any 3 gladiators.
If they best 3 imperial soldiers, the hide is yours. If they lose, it costs only 3 lives.
Agreed Remos. I wish to see, though Ross refuses to wager gold on the arena. He despises gamblers. Remos's gaze sharpened.
I've truly never seen a magical beast. Might my lady grant me this glimpse?
Of course.
Illyria beckoned Remos with a curl of her finger and led him toward a carriage overflowing with opulent goods. After rummaging briefly, she withdrew a black pelt and handed it to him. "This is the hide of the iron bristle boar. Its coat is harder than steel, impervious to common blades. Prime material for armor." Remos accepted the pelt and examined it closely, waiting for the subtle tremor of his inner golden finger.
A quiet thrill surged within him. Martial truth diagram. Simulation points 0. Eagle claw technique, 5 years cultivation. Scanning. Special item detected. Decompose for technique derivation. YN. No.
Reluctantly Remos returned the iron bristle boar hide to Illyria, his expression unreadable. "I confess, I've never laid eyes upon a magical beast. Nor do I know the true value of this artifact, but I find it deeply intriguing.
Yet there is one question I must ask my lady." "Go on."
Remos paused thoughtfully.
"If this boar's hide resists ordinary blades, how does one fashion it into armor?" Illyria laughed lightly. "How naive you are. To ask such a childish question."
Seeing Remos's confusion, Illyria explained, "Hunting a magical beast is no trivial feat.
To slay one like this requires either a mage or extraordinary means.
However, coating a weapon in enchanted reagent allows even ordinary folk to own such creatures."
Remos knew far too little of this world, and old Quentin refused to speak of it.
His former self recalled only feasting, revelry, and indulgence.
As for books here,
forget it. Most were propaganda saturated with noble-centric dogma clearly designed to indoctrinate.
"My lady, I was born and raised on this island. I've never set foot upon imperial soil. Might you tell me of the world beyond?" Meeting Remos's earnest gaze, Illyria nodded.
"Certainly, but didn't old Quentin ever speak of the outer world?"
Remos shook his head. "No, he insisted this island fulfilled all my needs." Illyria nodded in agreement. "Indeed.
As a bastard, your official standing ranks just above slaves, and in the Empire you'd hold less legitimacy than commoners.
Here at least you wield authority."
"But should an imperial noble discover a bastard on mainland soil, he'd likely be exiled to remote islands to battle pirates, or sent north as a night watcher."
"Night watcher."
Remos seized the term. Surely such a title implied great power. "You truly know nothing," Illyria murmured, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Agree to open the arena, and I'll reveal the world beyond. The wager remains unchanged."
I seek no dull dance, only bloodshed. Remos nodded assent, not merely for the iron bristle boar hide but because his hunger to understand this world burned fiercely. He'd once considered idling away his days here, a pleasant enough existence save for the island's boundaries. Before he lacked autonomy, but now with his father gone to the Empire he ruled this island alone. Yet he possessed a golden finger, perhaps immortality awaited him. Endless leisure inevitably grows hollow. To do nothing would render his transmigration meaningless. Well. Have you decided? Illyria watched Remos' amusement dancing in her eyes. After weighing risk and reward, Remos gave a firm nod, agreed. After all, 3 lives lost was within his budget. And old Quentin wouldn't return anytime soon. Now his priority was victory, to claim Illyria's beast hide. Should he fail he'd still gain tales of the outer world, and perhaps a sea chart, just in case. The chronicles trace back 12 million years recounting how the lands across the sea were once known as the Yalan continent, divided among 7 sovereign nations. Though these kingdoms frequently warred amongst themselves, they were compelled to unite against the encroaching tide of demonic beasts. Yet even their combined might proved insufficient to repel the relentless assaults. Listening to Elygia's account, Remus furrowed his brow. If that is so, should not humanity have long perished? Elygia twirled a strand of hair about her shoulder, her voice leisurely drifting through the air. In those days humanity retreated step by step, for the hearts of men proved fickle and unpredictable. Yet then emerged the first transcendent among us, the great Archmage Anger. He first unified the 7 nations and bestowed upon them the name of Thexilian Empire. Under his leadership humanity achieved its first victory. From that moment onward he began selecting individuals blessed with extraordinary gifts, nurturing them to become companions akin to himself. Yet prolonged warfare sapped humanity's will to preserve their lineage. Thus, Anger erected a vast magical formation in the northern reaches of the Empire, which later generations would come to know as the Misty Deep Forest. Whether human or demonic beast, once they crossed its threshold without guidance or special means, they would be lost forever within its confines. To safeguard humanity's remaining spark, Anger led his cultivated transcendence into the Misty Deep Forest, establishing a magical academy within its depths. Henceforth any gifted souls within the Empire would be escorted by designated guards to the forest, where they would join the Academy's ranks. Together they would stand against the demonic beasts that threatened to overrun the Empire. Hearing this, Remus began to grasp the magnitude of the Empire beyond the sea, yet a question formed on his lips. I have heard mention of the Night's Watch. How formidable are they? Furthermore, who currently sits upon the imperial throne? Elygia patiently unraveled each question for Remus. The Night's Watch are those who guard the Empire's northern frontier beyond the Misty Deep Forest. As I mentioned, the forest cannot entirely bar the demonic beast's advance, which is precisely why the Watch exists. Ordinary folk stand no chance against such horrors. Should anything befall a watchman, survival is but a slim hope. Are they all merely ordinary men? Certainly. Yet they are not entirely without recourse. It is said they wield specially forged weapons or consume peculiar elixirs and blood. Elygia cast a loaded glance at Remus. Those watchmen are either condemned criminals, bastards like yourself, or gladiators enslaved to their fate. No wonder your father has always opposed your journey to the Empire. In truth, most noble bastards like you are destined to languish on islands such as this. And the Empire seas hold many such islands, my dear. Remus cursed under his breath. What a wretched world he had stumbled into. He was little better than a slave, merely one rung above them. Then who rules Thexilian Empire now? Remus asked, his voice heavy with gravity. Elygia shook her head. That remains unknown. Since Anger departed with his transcendence, the once unified 7 kingdoms have fractured back into 7 territories, each held by a great house: the Nikdep family, the Aerdalakesixi family, the Muradun family, the Phyland family, the Isicolid family, the Lethean family, and the Cassine family. Elygia deliberately emphasized the name Cassine when she spoke it. The 7 houses rotate every 7 years, and currently it is the Phyland family who hold sway. But every cycle brings its own drama within the house, a matter of course, for it is simply a question of who among the Phyland shall claim the Iron Throne. Consider your own father. Has he not already journeyed to the Empire to throw his lot in with one faction? Remus had more questions, but Elygia cut him off. How about we open the arena in 3 days? We have another group arriving later. More people? Remus asked, mildly surprised. Elygia shot him a playful wink. There will be many lovely noble ladies coming. Why don't you see if any catch your eye? With your striking looks you might just find some fleeting romance. Really? But I think none of them could match your beauty, my lady. Like spring waters reflecting pear blossoms at first sight. Remus's flippant words did not anger Elygia. Instead, they drew a laugh from behind her hand. Remus, you are quite entertaining. I find myself growing fond of you. Elygia's laughter was beautiful, a hint of cunning dancing in her eyes. The moon was dim, the stars were sparse, and the entire land seemed to have fallen into slumber. Yet from the quiet arena the occasional sounds of drinking and revelry echoed through the night sky. At that moment Wendy stealthily led Ziwia deep into the dungeon. It was where the gladiators rested. Miss Wendy. Isn't this improper? Ziwia hesitated. I think. If your brother finds out, will you be punished? Wendy replied nonchalantly, he's still entertaining those nobles. And besides, I don't have such a wicked brother. Our relationship is merely that of fellow bastards. As for Kaost, he's probably still praying over there. Wendy then took Ziwia's hand. Though we are mistress and servant in name, I have always regarded you as a sister. You need not be so formal with me. I understand, Ziwia said gratefully. As the iron door of the dungeon was pulled open by the guard, Ziwia saw the imprisoned Bin once more and hurried forward. Bin. Have you eaten? Ziwia asked with concern. Look. I brought you lamb pies and some books. Aki from the neighboring cell teased Bin. Your wife has come to see you. Bin stopped his prayer, glared at the grinning Aki and said, don't talk nonsense. Hello there. Bin, I brought Ziwia to see you. She said she wanted to meet you. Wendy also quietly peeked out from behind Ziwia. Bin quickly stood up. Miss Wendy. Wendy fanned the air with her hand, grimacing. The smell here is too strong. You men don't care about hygiene and it's hard for me to breathe. I'll wait for you at the entrance, Ziwia. With that, Wendy turned and left, not looking back at the men locked in the cells. Many of them were only slightly older than her. If they had been from well-off families, they would likely be enjoying themselves now. At the very least, they could farm and marry a wife. Ziwia handed the wrapped lamb pies to Bin and casually flipped open the books she had brought. Bin, you know, Miss Wendy is truly a good person. She brought me all these books. Yes, Miss Wendy has always been kind to others. A gentle smile crossed Bin's young face. Too bad I can't read. Otherwise I'd love to read books during these boring hours. That's all right, I'll read them to you. Ziwia opened the book and began to read. Today's story is about the gods. She read with vivid expression and the gladiators locked in the cells pricked up their ears to listen. It wasn't that the story itself was captivating, but it was better than the occasional jeers. When Ziwia finished, Bin suddenly asked Ziwia, do you believe in the gods? Ziwia pondered for a moment, then replied him. I don't know if gods truly exist, but I believe that everyone has their own faith in their heart, just as you like to place your spiritual trust in the totems of your tribe. Suddenly a low voice rang out, what are you doing? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was Limosu, reeking of alcohol. Perhaps the dim firelight in the dungeon made his sharply defined face look particularly gloomy. Ziwia knelt on the ground, not daring to lift her head, and whispered, Master. Wendy followed closely behind. She didn't understand why Limosu, who had been drinking with the nobles just moments ago, would suddenly come to the dungeon. Limosu said nothing but walked straight up to them, bent down and picked up the book from the ground. He flipped through it casually. What's this? A eulogy to the nobles or a hymn to the gods? Wendy said nervously, Brother, how could you? You mean to say I should be up there drinking and having fun, so why would I suddenly come here? Limosu cut off Wendy's words and retorted, and why are you here? If I gave you the keys, would you let them out for some fresh air? Wendy bit her lip, unable to utter a word. This was the nobles' backyard. Apart from the visiting nobles and their father, no one here could defy Limosu. Limosu also knew that this half-sister was inherently kind to the bone, but what did that have to do with him? However, the old man did seem to favor this sister. If it had been any other sibling on the island, Limosu wouldn't have minded having the guards teach them a lesson. After a moment of silence, Limosu spoke slowly. 3 days from now I will open the arena. I need to name 3 brave men. If you survive, I'll give you 10 silver coins each. You can then choose a woman, buy some wine and roasted meat, or save it as ransom money. Maybe if you save enough you'll be free. Each person had a different value. Some were ransomed for 5 gold coins, some for 10, and 10 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. Setting aside whether they could save enough money, even if they did and bought their freedom, who knew what accidents might await them outside? Seeing no response, Limosu said, then I'll start naming. He knew he couldn't push them too hard. There was a difference between not fearing death and not wanting to die. Limosu scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on 3 men, Benaki and the Slav who looked like a bear. He pointed at the Slav and said, Sorry, I forgot your name, you're new here. We don't use names here, we go by animal names. The stronger the man, the fiercer the animal name. Limosu waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. A name is just a label. Now tell me, what animal are you? If you survive, maybe I'll invite you for a drink. They call me Mao Xiong. Limosu nodded. Fine. Mao Xiong, I'll remember you now. I hope you survive. Limosu's reasoning was that these 3 had the best chance of winning, especially the young man named Bin, who could be called the ace of the arena. If they lost, the loss would be huge. If they won, that would be best, because he desperately wanted that piece of hide from Elixia. If it weren't for that hide, Limosu might have just picked 3 worthless men to fill the slots. Good, it's settled. You three, Limosa said with satisfaction. Prepare yourselves well. I hope you survive. After deciding on the candidates, Limosa glanced at the kneeling Ziwia and barked, "Aren't you going to escort Miss Wendy back? What are you doing here?" At Limosa's command, Wendy breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he didn't care about such things. Ziwia quickly took Wendy's hand and hurried away from the stinking dungeon. But just as they reached the entrance, Limosa called them back. "Take your story with you." He also warned Wendy, "I don't know what you came here to do and I don't want to know. But remember one thing, on this island everything is under my control. Now everything on this island is under my command." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Formerly that old man had always sat at the center of the dais presiding over the arena's affairs. But now Remos occupied that very seat. He raised his hand to greet the simulated spectators in the stands, then formally introduced the two opposing factions. One comprised Imperial soldiers, the other elite gladiators handpicked from the arena. This spectacle was enough to drive gamblers into a frenzy. Regardless of who won or lost, the gambling house would collect its commission without fail. Before the match began, Remos closed his eyes and carefully sensed the power surging within him. Like a pauper suddenly endowed with modest wealth, repeatedly checking his balance with quiet exhilaration. The Martial Dao True Compendium. Simulated points 0. Eagle Claw Technique, 20 years of cultivation. These 20 years of cultivated strength swelled Remos's confidence. His finger bones thickened noticeably, a mere squeeze could shatter stone. This not only enhanced his physical prowess but also granted him deeper insight into martial cultivation. Even if an opponent lunged forward with a sword, Remos's muscles would react instinctively, dismembering the attacker's entire arm before the blade reached him. This boon owed much to the island's warm-hearted residents. 2 days earlier, after Alicia brought a wave of visitors to the island, Remos decided to venture out with Coster to gather provisions. Why go with Coster alone, without guards? Because he sought opportunities to earn simulated points. After all, one could not kill without cause, not while still living among these people. Clad in black cloaks, their true faces hidden beneath deep hoods, Remos and Coster moved unseen. No one dared provoke them. Heavy leather pouches hung at their waists, he knew well, the town's rampant thieves and bandits. It was only a matter of time before someone chose unwisely. 3 drunken brothers stumbled right into their path, slurring demands for money and drawing daggers. Yet how could they possibly stand against Coster? In 3 swift moves the trio crumpled to the ground. Ignoring their pleas, Remos drew his sword and drove it once into each brother's throat. Each yielded 5 simulated points, 15 in total. Combined with the 5 points earned earlier from 2 near-death gladiators, the sum amounted precisely to 20 years of cultivation. Through these 3 lives, Remos deduced a crucial truth about his divine ability. The more vibrant the life force of the slain, the greater the simulated points harvested. Word spread quickly, the crowd swelled by the moment. Remos lowered his hood, revealing his face to the onlookers, then declared with righteous indignation. "Lately lawlessness has gripped our island, our guard patrols have grown lax. For your safety I ventured forth with the captain of the guard to purge unstable elements." Whispers rippled through the throng. "About time. Thieves and robbers run wild, what are those guards even doing? Remos is truly admirable. Admirable. He merely acts for the noble's sake. How could he let noble ladies witness such ugliness? Who would dare visit this place again? Mind your tongue, you haven't even earned the right to set foot on Imperial soil, yet you dare criticize." At least Remos stepped forward. If Quentin were in charge, he'd ignore every outrage unless harm befell the nobility himself. Would noble sons and daughters ever suffer harm here? They're never unguarded, this is all theater for the aristocrats. Opinions divided, yet no one spoke of the 3 corpses lying motionless upon the earth. Meanwhile, Remos noticed something curiously intriguing. Among the crowd stood a familiar figure, glancing furtively before vanishing in haste. Some believed themselves clever, thinking hoods conceal identity. Remos swiftly dispersed the crowd and followed that familiar silhouette in secret. "Sivia, you should not have come here." A silver-haired elder spoke gravely. "It is too late. We must relay the message, rebellion forces must not approach. General Ross will remain here for several days." Sivia handed the elder a parchment scroll. "Deliver this to the rebels without fail. Once General Ross departs, I shall return with further intelligence. Let them launch a direct assault." Sivia turned to leave. "Wait, Sivia." The elder tossed her a dagger. "Take it. May fortune favor you. Preserve yourself above all, if danger arises I shall secure your escape." Sivia tucked the exquisitely crafted dagger into her robes. "My infiltration proves my resolve. My life holds little weight when duty calls. I shall await them here, thank you." Emerging from the doorway, Sivia scanned the streets, confirmed no suspicious figures, and slipped into a narrow alley. Suddenly, a powerful hand seized Sivia. Her heart leapt, she reached for her blade, then froze at a voice she knew well. Where did you just go? A low voice murmured beside her ear. Sivia loosened her grip on the hilt and bowed her head meekly. Lady Wendy sent me to retrieve a dagger. Oh. Which dagger? Show me. Sivia promptly handed Remos the finely wrought blade. He held it aloft studying its gleam in the sunlight, then returned it silently. Read too many tales. This dagger must be worth a fortune. Pity, once she leaves the island pirates will claim her life before she sets foot ashore. Isn't that right, Sivia? She kept her gaze downcast, silent. Remos gently brushed his fingers across her cheek, then lightly pinched her chin. Important guests are present, I cannot afford your indiscretion. It would be a shame to see such beauty vanish needlessly. Return now. Do not wander this town idly, I've just apprehended several thieves with Coster. Sivia nodded and hurried away. A sharp cry pierced the air. Remos looked up to see an eagle soaring high above. Remos! Remos! Whom? Alicia's call snapped Remos back to reality. What were you thinking? Begin already, the warm-up shouldn't take this long. Imperial soldiers stand ready, Alicia said, her tone edged with impatience. Ross replied arrogantly, perhaps he hesitates, grieving the loss of his carefully groomed fighters soon to be parted from their bodies. As he spoke he took Alicia's hand. My dear, though I know not what wager you struck to open this arena, I shall overlook it, for victory is assured. Remos shuddered inwardly, what absurd foolish words. You fool! What on earth are you doing here? Mao Xiong stared in bewilderment at Bin, who knelt upon the ground sketching in the sand, a woman's upper torso, her arms replaced by wings, her lower body ending in a pair of razor-sharp talons. Bin remained silent, still kneeling, palms pressed together, murmuring incantations beneath his breath. Yet Aki could bear it no longer, the crude manner in which this Mao Xiong spoke grated upon his nerves. What business is it of yours? This is faith. Do savages like you even possess such a thing? Faith. Mao Xiong burst into laughter twice, then added with theatrical disbelief, heavens above. We don't even know if we'll survive this battle. Look, before the gates have even opened I can already see the Empire's soldiers from afar, clad in leather armor. Just look at us, 3 men armed with nothing but short swords, bare-chested, pitted against Imperial soldiers wearing leather armor, wielding long spears, and shields, mind you. Mao Xiong threw his arms wide in exasperation. Look at this madman. Instead of planning our next move he prays. Then, mimicking Bin's posture, he clasped his hands and intoned mockingly, O Divine One! Save me! Shred our foes with those fearsome talons, and carry your faithful away from this accursed island. Enough! Aki reached for his short sword beside him. Do you truly believe I won't sever your head before the fight even begins? Mao Xiong wrapped his arms around himself in exaggerated terror. How frightfully afraid I am. What do you think you're doing? A guard barked from behind, eyes blazing. No sudden movements, understood. If you wish to die, perish in the arena, not here. The guard's warning silenced their pointless quarrel. By then Bin had finished his prayer. Slowly he opened his eyes and rose. So what if they wear leather armor? Their necks are no harder than any other man's, I'll cleave one clean off with a single stroke. Mao Xiong merely smiled, saying nothing. Then the iron gate groaned open, and blinding sunlight flooded in, momentarily dazzling all three. Before them stood Imperial soldiers brandishing long spears, proudly displaying their weapons toward the roaring crowd in the stands. And opposite them, the 3 combatants. A chorus of jeers erupted from the audience. Aki drew a deep breath. While the soldiers still preened before the crowd, he tightened his grip on his short sword and charged. Bin and Mao Xiong exchanged a glance, then followed hard on his heels. But the Imperial soldiers were no mere fodder, they thrust forward with their spears. Aki twisted aside with feline grace, then slashed, severing one spear cleanly in 2. Mao Xiong roared, a guttural earth-shaking bellow, and barreled into a soldier rushing to reinforce his comrades, shattering their formation in an instant. Meanwhile Bin moved like a phantom, slipping between blows, seizing his moment. With surgical precision he slit a soldier's throat. Warm blood arced onto the sun-baked sand, and the stands exploded in thunderous frenzied cheers. When the first soldier crumpled, General Luo Si's languid expression vanished. He slammed his fist onto the armrest of his chair, snarling, fool. Incompetent buffoon. Leather armor, helmet, spear, shield, and yet one falls. Compared to Luo Si's fury, Remos was only faintly surprised, initially expecting a grim, costly victory with 2 dead. Yet his fighters performed beyond expectation, though even that surprise lasted but a heartbeat. For already in his mind he was calculating, could his eagle claw technique, refined over 20 years, overpower 6 rigorously trained soldiers on the arena floor. Drawing upon both martial insight and physical prowess, he concluded, based on the feedback from his golden finger, that he could slay only 4. He lacked the power to rend an opponent apart instantly, instead he'd need to outmaneuver and eliminate them one by one. Clearly further cultivation was required. Remos sighed inwardly. The arena combat raged on.
Two surviving soldiers now stood back to back, dazed, disoriented. Who would have imagined these fighters would charge without hesitation? They hadn't even been granted time to form ranks, nor had they anticipated such speed, such uncanny agility, or such raw overwhelming strength in that giant.
The remaining two soldiers hesitated, eyes sharp with wariness. Mao Xiong, Bin and Aki held their ground, exchanging silent knowing glances. Bin struck first, feinting left toward one soldier who instinctively raised his shield. In that split second Aki lunged right, fierce and unrelenting. The two soldiers recoiled in alarm, only to be hurled backward by Mao Xiong's colossal force. Simultaneously Bin pivoted sharply, circled behind the other soldier, and swept his blade across the man's back, drawing blood. The wounded soldier cried out in agony. His comrade faltered, exposing his throat, and Mao Xiong drove his sword straight through it. Now only one soldier remained, staring in horror as his comrades fell in rapid succession. Before he could turn, Aki struck from behind, shearing off his head in a single brutal arc. General Luo Si's face turned livid. Fuck. A pack of imbeciles. A faint smile curved Remos' lips. This battle had been won more easily than expected, the map and that beast hide were now assured. Yet he said nothing, merely watched Luo Si's darkening skull. His objectives were secured. Soon he would acquire new cultivation techniques. And perhaps procure some simulation points to refine his abilities further. Great. We made it. Back in the cell, Aki leaned against the wall, letting out a deep breath. Aki. You're a tough fighter. Bin praised Aki, then asked, if we could leave this place, where would you want to go, Aki? Aki thought for a moment. If I can raise enough money to buy my freedom, I'd like to become a wandering bard. Preferably getting an imperial identity, if not it's fine. Then I'd live on the sea, visiting every island to witness different landscapes. Meet different people. Aki replied with a smile, then added, of course if I really can leave I won't forget you, Bin. Because if I get the chance I'd love to visit your hometown. Alright. If we can leave I'll take you to my hometown. As Bin finished speaking, a flicker of sorrow surged in his eyes. He murmured softly, if there's still anyone left in my family. Aki seemed to realize he had said too much and quickly fell silent, almost forgetting that Bin had been sold here as a prisoner of war. What are you two chatting about? A voice broke the silence of the cell. It was easy to tell from the tone that the speaker was in high spirits today. Remos clapped his hands. All right. You three performed well today. So I've decided to reward all the warriors with a drink. A beast-like roar of cheers erupted from the cell. And your gold coins. With that, Remos handed each of today's warriors a gold coin. As for how they would spend them, that was their business. The moment Mao Xiong got his coin, he bellowed, tonight I want a woman. Remos simply held up 5 fingers. 5 silver coins. Mao Xiong was dissatisfied with the price. Fuck. That's too expensive. Just one night. And an ordinary laborer earns only 2 or 3 gold coins a year. And I want to treat my other brothers. Remos shrugged. You get what you pay for. You have 3 brothers, 1 gold coin of yours is only worth 10 silver coins. Seeing Mao Xiong's crude demeanor, Remos figured this boor couldn't appreciate fine goods, so he said, there's also the 2 coin kind. Want that? Mao Xiong replied without hesitation, include my brothers. 3 of them. So 1 gold coin was returned to Remos, who in turn gave Mao Xiong 3 silver coins back, with 1 silver coin set aside for the girls' travel expenses. Because those girls don't work here. What about you two? Remos turned to Bin and Aki. Both shook their heads, indicating that wine was enough. A faint smile curled on Remos' lips. Saving up to leave this place, huh? I'd advise you to enjoy life while you can. What a pity if you die one day and leave the money unspent. But I do hope you can leave here soon and pursue the life you love. With that, Remos stopped talking and turned to leave, instructing the slaves at the door to serve them wine. A sight. Go find some girls on the street, not too pretty, find some older ones. Kaosite's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. He hesitated, then said, but 2 silver coins can already find some pretty young girls on the street. Remos slapped Kaosite on the chest. What do you know? I'm just asking you to find some slightly older ones, that only costs 1 silver coin. Anyway, those 3 big idiots might die in the arena any day. No need to waste too much money. Kaosite acknowledged and hurried off into the streets to find suitable girls. Before long, 3 women with weathered faces but still kind eyes were brought to the cell. Mao Xiong and his 2 companions grinned, their eyes filled with simple anticipation. Bin and Aki silently watched everything from the opposite cell. Mao Xiong chugged a mouthful of wine and grinned. Hey! You two over there, what are you looking at? You can watch if you want, you're still young. Soon rustling sounds drifted from the dim cell. OMG. Oh yet. Bin and Aki glanced over, then leaned back against the cold wall. Though separated by a barrier, they could still feel each other's presence. Aki, how many gold coins do you have to buy your freedom? Ben asked curiously. Aki sighed softly. Alas, my ransom is 12 gold coins and I only have 5 now. You have 5 gold coins. Ben looked at Aki in surprise. Yeah, I've only fought twice. I earned 2 gold coins, but Miss Wendy secretly gave me 3. Ben pondered for a moment. Why did she give you gold coins? Aki revealed a mysterious smile. Hey, don't ask too many questions. Don't mess around. Even if she's a noble's illegitimate daughter, she's still not someone like us can dream of. Ben said in a low voice. Ah. Never let Remos know about this. Don't mention it again from now on. Seeing Ben's expression, Aki sighed again. Alas. I know. That's why I've been keeping my distance, right? Alright, let's drop it. Why did you ask about the gold coins? Don't tell me you want to borrow some for someone's ransom. Ben took a sip of wine. Don't talk nonsense. That's money you earned with your life. How could I borrow it? I've only fought 2 matches too, so I just have 2 gold coins. You're playing dumb with me. What's this about life? Do you think I'm afraid of death? Ben knew what Aki meant, but he would never borrow money from Aki. That was money earned with his life. No one can guarantee they'll survive the next match intact. If you lose an arm or a leg, forget it. Chased by death, they can only rush through one fight after another. And it's not wise to ransom Shiwaya now. Without a male escort, once she leaves this island, if she's caught by other villains or slavers, surviving would be lucky. Moreover, he suspected Shiwaya had another identity. From her eyes he could tell, the female slaves sold here were always timid, afraid to speak. Shiwaya seemed the same on the surface, but her eyes betrayed her. He didn't see the word fear in her gaze. Buddy, what are you thinking about? Aki interrupted Ben's wandering thoughts. Ben shook his head and replied with a smile, nothing. I just want to finish my fights quickly and raise enough ransom to leave here. Alright. Sleep early, buddy. We have training tomorrow. Aki shrugged nonchalantly, spread some straw on the floor and fell asleep. Watching his sleeping friend, Ben still leaned against the cold wall, staring blankly at the dancing flame of the oil lamp, like a graceful dancer swaying. Do you still have the heart to dance? General Ross bristled with fury as he watched Alicia, her sisters, and the invited nobles feasting and reveling. Yet when confronted directly by General Ross, Alicia did not grow angry. Instead, she glided gracefully before him and spoke tenderly, my dearest. Why such fiery wrath? My wrath. General Ross let out a derisive snort. I came here in search of the rebels, yet found none. Instead, your frivolity cost me 3 soldiers. 3 lives are but trifles. When skill fails, no lament is warranted, Alicia murmured, her fingers tracing his chest. Surely their deaths weigh less than your wife's joy. Gazing upon his gentle wife, General Ross's tone softened. No, not at all. Yet I never imagined imperial soldiers would fall so easily to mere gladiators. You must remember, they are all slaves and gladiators. A rabble, nothing more. What cause for concern? Alicia wrapped her arms around his nape. Come, let us share a cup of wine. We'll linger 2 more days before returning. Then I shall ask my father for his support, and soon perhaps you shall sit among the Empire's senators. At the word senator, Ross's mood visibly brightened. He drew Alicia close, his arm encircling her waist. Oh my love, I am not truly angry. Merely vexed by the incompetence of my men. Alicia leaned in, her warm breath brushing his ear, her voice hushed and intimate. Tonight you shall be rewarded. But first, will you join my friends for a toast? Of course. Ross agreed instantly, his arm still possessively draped around her waist as he turned toward the nobles dancing and singing. With a slight bow he offered his apology. My apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, I confess I was disheartened today by my soldier's failure, and thus my spirits were low. If I disturbed your merriment, allow me, Ross, to offer my sincere regrets. With that he raised his goblet and drained it in one swift motion, whereupon thunderous applause and cheers erupted around him. Meanwhile Remos sat apart sipping wine in silence, observing the nobles' games from afar, unmoved, unimpressed, waiting only for Alicia to fulfill her promise. After 3 rounds of wine, Alicia whispered 2 words into Ross's ear, then strode purposefully toward Remos, who stood quietly at a distance. Remos noticed her approach, but sensed something unsettling in General Ross's gaze fixed upon him. Come, Alicia beckoned, curling a finger. This is your reward, she said, handing him a black lacquered box. Remos betrayed no delight, only a quiet remark, your husband watches me with ill will. Will he harm me? Alicia lifted a slender finger to half cover her rosy lips, her laughter muffled like silver bells caught in silk. What a witty little thing you are, what's wrong? Are you afraid of him? I am no little thing, Remos replied, arching a brow. Far from it. Would you care to see for yourself? I dislike being called my lady. I am older than you, perhaps you should address me as elder sister. Ignoring her teasing, Remos opened the box. Besides the beast's pelt, there's a map inside, isn't there?
Indeed, Alicia replied, her eyes holding a knowing depth.
Is this not far more pleasant than feasting and revelry? To enter the Empire you'll need both gold and a plausible pretext, otherwise the guards will never grant you audience with Lord Quinton.
Remos merely nodded at her veiled counsel.
Thank you. I won't keep you from your festivities any longer. Return quickly, I fear your husband suspects something improper between us.
He left her with nothing but his retreating back. Watching him go, Alicia moistened her lips with her tongue and murmured, "The air has grown dry lately, my lips feel parched." Back in his private quarters, Remos immediately opened the black box and carefully withdrew the furred pelt, ignoring entirely the golden-fingered prompt echoing in his mind. First he ran his fingers gently across its surface, each coarse hair pricked like a needle, stiff and sharp. Only after smoothing them flat did he press his palm firmly over the pelt and whisper, "Decompose." As the Bagua diagram spun wildly within his consciousness, the pelt dissolved slowly into fine dust.
Wu Daojin Jia 2. Simulation points 0. Eagle Claw Technique 20 years cultivation. Iron Shirt Technique 0. Iron Shirt Technique.
Remos stroked his chin thoughtfully.
So this is a hardening art, though whether these techniques possess upper limits remains unknown. Tomorrow I shall test myself in the underground arena. That may yield additional simulation points.
Yet given Remos's nature, he would always prioritize offense first.
Defense can wait. There's no urgency now.
Then he unfolded the map, studying its contours. When the moment ripened, he intended to sacrifice this island itself. Even if he later faced beings beyond mortal reckoning, at least he would dare to strike. Let this island's life serve as my welcome gift to this world. Had anyone been present, they would have seen, beneath the faint flicker of candlelight, Remos's face twisted with an eerie, unnerving calm.
You're heading to the underground arena. Coster stared at Remos in disbelief.
May I speak freely, young master?
This is no trivial matter, it's a death trap. Moreover, your face is known across this island, no one will let you step into the ring. Once masked, who would recognize me?
Remos turned calmly and said, "Father entrusted you with managing the arena, not ruling it.
You will simply escort me there."
A slave obeys his master's command.
Coster dropped to one knee. Forgive me, young master, I cannot comply. How could Coster dare lead Remos into the underground arena?
Those fighters are desperate mercenaries driven solely by gold, not to mention the risk Remos might not merely die, he could be crippled beyond recovery. Even if Remos were but a bastard son. Remos drew the short sword from Coster's belt and pressed its cold tip against his throat.
If you wish no one to perish without cause, you will take me there.
Should I fall, then let Wendy assume control of this island?
At Remos' threat, Coster's expression twisted in profound anguish. Remos meant to stir chaos, and Coster was utterly powerless to stop him.
Moments later, Remos followed behind Coster, draped entirely in a black robe, save for a gleaming golden mask covering his face, and beneath the robe his body tightly bound in bandages.
Coster attempted once more to dissuade him. "Young master, are you truly resolved? At least observe first, learn the rules." Remos, trailing silently behind, only nodded, his lips sealed in silence.
The moment they crossed the threshold of the underground arena, a pungent acrid stench assaulted their senses, so sharp it forced their eyes shut. First Coster and Remos ascended to the second tier, where an elderly man with snow-white hair awaited them. The elder spoke first.
Coster, you've been absent for ages. Didn't Quinton depart for the Empire?
So, your arena's running short on fighters now.
Have you come to buy? Hans, you've certainly carved out a thriving empire here. Not only do you run an arena, you deal in weapons too. Coster replied flatly. Hans shrugged indifferently. Don't blame me, I pay Quinton my dues. Your arena moves far too slowly.
The common folk need livelihood and diversion. Running an underground arena hardly constitutes a grave offense. At least the Carthane family operates brothels and gambling dens across the island, reaping steady income. I only shutter my doors when your arena opens. Enough talk, we're here to fight.
You. Hans looked genuinely startled.
I wouldn't dare accept your wager. You, a veteran who clawed your way out of the pits, coming here would be nothing short of bullying.
Not me. Coster stepped aside. He fights.
Hans studied the golden-masked man before him with keen interest.
Newcomer. Testing your mettle. Though, shall we add stakes to the bout?
Coster produced 2 gold coins, exactly as Remos had instructed. Too many might deter acceptance, too few would offend Remos' pride.
2 was perfect. Old friend, you never cease to astonish me. 2 gold coins.
Here we wager in silver and copper, yet you produce gold outright. Hans scrutinized the golden-masked figure intently, something familiar stirred within him yet remained just beyond recall.
Finally he accepted the coins. Very well. But a match is already underway, observe first.
The rules need no explanation, do they?
Hans led them directly to the viewing gallery. Who'll fight next? That remains uncertain.
If your fighter faces a true master caster, you'll lose both your gold and a life.
Still, as an old friend, I'll guide you decide whether to enter the ring. Below the second-tier gallery.
Men roared with raw gravel-throated cries shouting the names of their bet-upon gladiators, women joined them piercing the air with shrill fervent cheers for their favored warriors. Watching two black men, bare-chested wielding mismatched weapons hack and bludgeon each other bare-handed, Remos behind his mask furrowed his brow faintly.
He murmured low to Coster, so intense even in broad daylight.
I assume such spectacles unfolded only after dusk.
Coster answered quietly, does this place even distinguish day from night? The bout ended with one man's skull shattered, reduced to pulp beneath a hammer's brutal blow.
In that instant joy and despair collided, winners exulted, losers despaired.
Yet the vanquished fared little better, missing an ear and an eye. He could only retreat, to rest, unable to compete again.
All the while Remos observed the duel closely, no artistry, no finesse, only brute force, weapon and flesh locked in savage blood-soaked exchange.
Survival hinged on endurance alone. Were Remos himself to enter the ring, he'd dispatch two such foes unarmed effortlessly.
20 years of relentless combat coupled with extraordinary physical prowess granted by his unique advantage meant that once he seized an opponent's throat he could crush it instantly. Even without a chokehold, a single grip would tear away flesh, no exaggeration. He'd tested it on corpses, though he couldn't rip a body in half. Tearing off a chunk of muscle remained well within his capacity. As Remos drifted into memory, a black man clad in priestly robes emerged from the crowd.
Raising his arms high, he bellowed victory declared.
Now, the cannibal enters. Who among you brave souls dares challenge him?
Remos stiffened inwardly. Whom? Supernatural beings here. If so, I'll need a pretext, kill a few innocents first, then return. Roar. Roar. Roar.
When the bare-chested obese white man strode forth, Remos realized he'd overthought it.
Just a towering pale-skinned bloated pig, pretending to be a cannibal. Such a grandiose name. Is this a jest?
The black priest continued, the cannibal needs no introduction, does he? He devours the hearts of every fallen foe. Yet the crowd, men and women alike, showed no fear. Instead they shrieked with exhilaration, chanting the monster's epithet.
Cannibal. Cannibal.
The so-called cannibal reveled in their frenzy, scanning the stand, savoring every expression of adulation.
Even Remos, standing atop the platform, could barely stomach the spectacle. What charade is this?
Just as Remos prepared to confront the cannibal, Hans leaned toward Coster and asked, well,
I advise against this match.
Your companion's frame bears no resemblance to the cannibal's, and weapons are drawn at random. Should he draw a club or staff, all is lost? Remos whispered directly into Coster's ear, asked the old man, does he dare accept 5 gold coins?
Coster immediately turned to Hans, what odds would you offer?
5 gold coins, if I wager on the youth beside you.
Hans chuckled. That slender frame, wearing a mask. Trying to bluff me.
Then he declared 3-to-1 odds, threefold return on his wager.
5 gold coins, I'll take them.
Worth it. 15 gold coins and simulation points for a single bout.
Remos calculated swiftly and answered Hans not with words but with decisive action.
A burly white man roared incessantly at the crowd, yet instead of inspiring fear his bellow only heightened their fervor. Suddenly, the crowd parted violently. A man clad in bandages and wearing a golden mask stepped forth, confronting the ogre head-on. A black man raised his arms high and shouted, it seems a true warrior has stepped forward. No more words, place your bets now. As he finished speaking, a woman leaned close to whisper urgently into his ear.
Moments later he announced odds are 3-to-1.
Gamblers' eyes blazed with feverish greed, they were ready to stake every coin they owned, for this was fortune handed freely.
The ogre.
A human gladiator undefeated in 5 consecutive matches within this arena, his brutality required no explanation. Once betting concluded, both combatants proceeded to draw weapons. Remos drew poorly, only a plain wooden staff. The ogre by contrast drew a heavy warhammer, sparking renewed frenzy among the spectators who now confidently anticipated covering tonight's drinking expenses. Smash him.
The crowd chanted in unison.
The ogre responded with a guttural roar, courteous even in his savagery, while Remos watched them with the detached disdain of one observing clowns.
Remos discarded his staff outright and rasped, voice raw and commanding, begin. No speeches.
The ogre stared startled, then sneered, boy.
There is no surrender here.
But since you've cast aside your weapon, I'll spare your skull, this time. With that he lunged forward like a battering ram, swinging the hammer straight toward Remos's crown.
Remos sidestepped effortlessly.
Yet the ogre's colossal frame, thrown off balance by momentum, careened wildly into the stands. Several burly men rushed forward, hoisting the ogre back onto his feet before shoving him once more into the arena, prompting an immediate wave of derisive boos from the crowd.
TCH. TCH.
The jeers stung the ogre's pride.
This time he resolved to sweep horizontally with his hammer, convinced in his arrogance that sheer size disparity and his opponent's weaponless folly guaranteed victory. He must rely on speed alone, no real skill. This match is already won. Closing in again, he swung the hammer sideways in a brutal arc toward Remos's head, unaware that such crude motion struck Remos as laughably inept. Not a trace of technique. The gulf between trained mastery and raw muscle was absolute. Remos dropped low. Momentum carried the ogre forward, exposing the soft fleshy bulge at his flank. Without hesitation, Remos's left hand snapped into a claw, fingers sinking deep into the yielding fat, then stepping forward he pivoted sharply, wrenching flesh and bone alike. A blood-curdling shriek tore through the arena. The ogre collapsed to his knees, face crimson with agony, one side of his abdomen grotesquely hollowed, a raw ragged wound weeping crimson gore. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Remos flung the morsel, flop. A chunk of bloody flesh striking the sand. He advanced slowly, deliberately. But the ogre surged up violently, hurling his hammer with desperate force, only for Remos to seize it midair, gripping it motionless in one ironclad hand. Silence fell like a shroud. Remos tightened his grip and with a single contemptuous toss sent the hammer clattering lifelessly onto the blood-soaked sand. Remos regarded the writhing ogre, his expression behind the golden mask utterly indifferent. Gently, almost tenderly, he cradled the ogre's face in both hands, leaving the stricken giant helpless, paralyzed by pain and shock. Then before the stunned crowd, the golden masked man pressed both thumbs deep into the ogre's eye sockets, firm, inexorable, deliberate. Aff! Another scream pierced the air, then Remos peeled back the ruined flesh like citrus rind, tearing with brutal precision. Crack! What remained lay still upon the sand, a headless, unrecognizable corpse, its blood seeping into the dark crimson grit. Two hulking attendants swiftly dragged the carcass away. Remos swept his gaze across the arena, then spread his arms wide. His voice, hoarse yet resonant, cut through the hush. Who else? A thunderous roar erupted, pure primal adulation. High above in the second-tier viewing box, Hans's face turned ashen, not merely from losing 15 gold coins but from the bitter sting of backing the wrong contender. Those coins had been earmarked for the rebel uprising. Their loss ignited a cold, simmering fury, and with a subtle, venomous glance he signaled one of his underlings. From the cheering throng, a broad-shouldered man with a cropped buzzcut strode forward. "I'll take him." Remos merely offered a curt, open-palm gesture, "By all means." "Weapon draw." Remos declined outright. His opponent drew a pair of iron claws. "Claws now." Beneath the golden mask, Remos's eyes gleamed with icy mockery. This man possessed rudimentary skill, enough to feint evade and seek openings, but little more. Yet he too fell in an instant. Remos seized his wrist in one hand while 3 fingers of the other plunged into his throat, then wrenched sideways with wet, tearing force. Shhhhk. Warm blood sprayed across the golden mask, catching the dim light like molten rubies. Simulation .6. The duel lasted less than 10 seconds. 2 at once, Remos declared, shaking blood from his fingers. No takers. Again the crowd parted, 2 massive figures emerged. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, for Remos dispatching ordinary men was no more difficult than slaughtering chickens. In the end he slaughtered 20 fighters from this underground arena. Though fatigue crept in after 2 stronger opponents, and though no challenger dared step forward to dethrone today's sovereign, his dominance stood unchallenged. Only then did Remos depart, reluctantly, as if leaving behind a stage where his legend had just been forged. Remos was exceptionally delighted upon returning to his residence. A small slaughter had revealed a problem: everyone provided different simulation points. The stronger the combatant, the more simulation points they offered. In one encounter he eliminated 20 people and obtained a total of 128 simulation points. Among them 8 people contributed 48 points, 10 people contributed 70 points, and the last 2 contributed 10 points. He just wondered how many points this technique could be upgraded to. If it could be infinitely upgraded, would he eventually be able to erase the entire world with a single claw? With anticipation, Remos silently opened his golden finger and murmured, "Add points." He wanted to go all in and see the result. The black and white figure in his mind appeared again. Remos stood outside the Bagua diagram, silently watching the figure dance with its hands forming claws. He was mesmerized, as if the small black and white figure was another self in the mirror. In this world of only black and white, Remos didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that at the final moment the black and white figure transformed into a monster. It was still half black and half white, faceless. From the upper body it appeared to be a human female without hands, only a pair of wings. The lower body consisted of bent legs and the feet were a pair of claws. It lunged at Remos, who instinctively raised his hands to block. But the next moment Remos, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. If anyone observed closely, they would notice that Remos' brown pupils now had a golden ring. Remos exhaled. In that black and white world it felt like a long time had passed, yet also like a brief dream. He looked dazedly at the hourglass beside him and found that the time was the same as when he had added 10 years of cultivation, just the blink of an eye.
He examined his body. It was more muscular than before, but there was no other difference. Only the insights in his mind had increased. A primitive killing technique had become more refined.
Suddenly with a thought, Remos's forearm, which was normal-sized, bulged with muscles.
Veins like centipedes covered the forearm, which was now larger than his upper arm. The veins extended to his hands and his fingers began to grow yellow sharp claws. Remos gently scraped the table beside him and a deep mark appeared on the surface. He felt no resistance, as if he had merely scratched the air.
Have I become a monster?
Remos muttered to himself, looking at the hideous forearm. Then with a flick of his hand the muscles instantly returned to normal size and the sharp claws vanished. He also noticed that his hands looked much more refined than before and his eyes seemed able to see far distances.
Martial Tao True Solution Diagram. Simulation points 48.
Eagle Claw Art 100 years of cultivation.
Iron Clothes Art 0.
It seems that one technique only requires 100 years of cultivation.
Remos pondered the panel, then added the remaining points to Iron Clothes Art, wanting to see the effect of this new technique.
Again the familiar black and white world.
The previous monster had long disappeared and the half-black half-white humanoid figure stood in the center of the Bagua diagram. Remos, like a spectator, stood on the outer circle watching its performance. This time the black and white figure's movements were slow and steady. It sat cross-legged with hands pressed together.
It had no face, yet Remos felt as if it were breathing. After an unknown time the black and white figure began to assume a horse stance and repeatedly slapped its body. Each slap produced a sound like the war drums of ancient battles.
Moreover, it seemed quite rhythmic.
As the sound lingered in his mind, Remos's eyelids grew heavy in the black and white world. Until his eyes completely closed, the scene suddenly changed and he was back in the familiar room. He slowly stood up, feeling a resilient power hidden beneath his skin. He reached out and pinched the corner of the table. With little effort the corner crumbled into powder.
It felt like squeezing tofu.
Had his strength also increased? Remos curled his lips slightly and decided to test the defensive ability of Iron Clothes Art. Then he took a dagger and slowly applied pressure to his own thigh. As the force increased, Remos only saw a slight indentation in his skin and the pain felt like an ant bite.
With a snap the dagger broke in two. But he wasn't satisfied.
He focused his energy and took the broken dagger, then stabbed it fiercely into his thigh. A clang was heard and the broken dagger became curled.
Remos tossed the dagger aside in boredom and sighed silently.
20 years of cultivation had made killing these people as easy as slaughtering a chicken that couldn't run.
And now I. Martial Tao True Solution Diagram. Simulation points 0.
Eagle Claw Art 100 years of cultivation.
Iron Clothes Art 48 years of cultivation. If I ever clash with the supernatural beings of this world, I wonder how many simulation points they will provide.
Thinking of this, Remos's eyes began to gleam with anticipation. I am also eagerly awaiting the arrival of the rebel army, you know, Sylvia. Hans said with a haggard look. Originally I didn't want you to come, but something happened that I must tell you. I want the rebel army to arrive sooner. Ross hasn't left, so it's impossible to send a letter to the rebel army now.
And what happened here? I feel the place is much quieter than usual. Sylvia asked curiously.
Hans then recounted the entire matter from beginning to end. After hearing the whole story, Sylvia nodded. You mean Kost brought a masked man, and not only did he win your gold coins, but he also killed all the candidates you had prepared for the rebel army.
Sylvia, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my emotions get the better of me. Hans asked gravely, who is the one with the golden mask? Killing a man with bare hands is no easy feat.
Sylvia's mind flashed through the faces in the cell. By Bill, she first thought of Ben, but even Ben couldn't kill a man with his bare hands, let alone crack open his skull.
I don't know. Sylvia shook her head.
I'll go check the cell tonight. No newcomers have joined recently. Perhaps Kost brought an outsider here.
It's getting late. I must leave.
I can't stay away from that place for too long.
Sylvia gave a slight bow.
Watching Sylvia's retreating figure, Hans poured himself a glass of wine and sat at the counter with a look of regret. Under the dim light of the oil lamp his face grew increasingly somber. But he was not the only one with a dark expression. On the other side, Ross also stared grimly at the young man who was shirtless with shackles on his feet and an iron chain around his neck held by a soldier.
Because of you we lost 3 Imperial soldiers. Who do you think you are?
How can your life compare to that of an Imperial soldier? Ben did not reply, still looking at Ross with a calm expression, even as several soldiers armed with spears stood around.
Ha!
Ross took the wine handed over by a slave beside him.
I'm not a bad person, of course.
If you are willing to fight for the Empire and join my command,
perhaps I can give you a way out. I will redeem you. How about it? But Ben's next words completely enraged Ross. No need.
I will not fight for the Empire.
With my own hands I can earn enough to redeem myself. Bang. Ross angrily threw the silver cup in his hand to the ground. FK. Watch your tone. You are just a slave. I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Faced with Ross's fury, Ben merely smiled and said nothing. Ross, humiliated and furious, ordered the soldiers beat him severely until he begs for mercy. General Ross, what are you doing? A cold voice suddenly rang out, making everyone stop. A young man in a white robe slowly walked into the arena. This is my man. He at least shed blood for the arena. You are just a guest. Remos. Even your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that. How dare you? Remos walked slowly in front of Ross. Me. Even if my father were here, he wouldn't attack a gladiator here out of personal vendetta, would he? Are you a sore loser? If you open the arena, there's nothing to say. Gold coins, if you pay them you can fight him to the death. After all, we need to make money. Ross took a deep breath. Fine. I'll pay the gold. Open the arena. I want to watch your men fight each other to the death. Is that acceptable? Of course. Remos nodded. But who do you want to watch? Each person has a different price. The one right in front of us plus that other young fellow. The one from the 3-on-3 match that day. I want those two young men to fight. Ross's tone was firm and certain. All right. But it will cost 30 gold coins. Hearing this, Ross nearly jumped up and cursed. 30 gold coins. Remos, why don't you just rob me? The worthless lives of these men are worth at most 5 gold coins. Remos said in a low voice, but we also spent money to buy and train them. 30 gold coins made Ross hesitate. It wasn't that he didn't have the money. But it wasn't worth it. Yet looking at the chained youth, a nameless rage burned in his heart. A man of his noble status had extended an olive branch to this prisoner, yet why did he refuse? Isn't the Empire good enough? He had already been troubled enough coming here, finding no trace of the rebel army, and instead having to deal with his willful, unreasonable wife who treated it like a vacation. Did she think this was child's play? But considering her father's support, Ross decided to swallow his pride. However, the main issue was that he hadn't found the target, and his wife's playful antics had cost the Empire 3 soldiers. This was unacceptable to him. If the chained youth had accepted his recruitment, perhaps he wouldn't be so angry. A prisoner daring to look down on the Empire, it was like trampling on a man's faith. Fine. 30 gold coins, is it? I agree. Ross gritted his teeth. Watching the performance here tonight, no problem. Of course. Remos spread his hands. As long as the general is happy. But the gold must be paid first, 30 coins. 30 gold coins might be a trifle for guests from the Empire, but for the lower classes they are life itself. They could even buy many lives. When those delicate fair hands received the gold coins, the evening's arena combat had already been prepared, and it was to be held in the banquet hall. Night fell swiftly, darkness shrouding the earth, yet it failed to visit the oil lamps within the large private residence. In the center of the banquet hall an open space was cleared, surrounded by fully armed soldiers forming a circle. The nobles stood on the second floor holding wineglasses and whispering among themselves, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. The originally bright lights flickered now and then due to the wind. 2 figures chained slowly entered the center of the arena. They were Ben and Achi. The two stared at each other without a word. With a clang their shackles were unlocked, and with another clang 2 short swords were thrown at their feet. All right. Let's begin, folks. Luosi held a wineglass, one arm around his lady's waist, looking down at the two with a relaxed expression. 2 men, 2 short swords, they could not escape the circle of soldiers. They exchanged a glance, and without further words. Achi was the first to pick up his sword, lunging at Ben with a swift step. But Ben unhurriedly sidestepped, picking up his own sword in the same motion. Achi's strike missed, he turned and thrust again. Ben blocked with the flat of his blade, the 2 swords clashing with a crisp sound. At that moment the nobles on the stands burst into cheers. The two exchanged blows, and the nobles, their blood boiling, shouted encouragement loudly. But in the eyes of Remos, who stood on the second floor, these movements were like 2 children waving branches. It was clear they were not truly fighting for their lives. A smirk involuntarily curled at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, interesting. They won't strike to kill, but how long can they drag this out? Not only Remos noticed the problem, General Luosi also watched the two below with a mocking expression. Stalling for time. Then it could only mean both would die in the end. In his eyes the stalling was merely buying more time for the nobles' entertainment. But the audience knew and the performers knew that if they prolonged it both would die. Ben gritted his teeth and intensified his attacks. Achi defended while searching for an opening. Suddenly he saw that Ben's lower body was unsteady, so he kicked at Ben's leg.
then stumbled and Achi took the chance to point his sword tip at Bin's throat. Just as everyone thought Achi was about to win, his sword suddenly fell from his hand. Seeing this, Bin instinctively spun into a kneeling turn, his blade pressing against Achi's throat. The nobles on the second floor cheered even louder. Only Achi whispered, "What are you doing? Hurry up and do it." Bin's hand trembled. Achi whispered again, "If possible, I'd like you to tell Miss Wendy thank you for the stories and dinner she brought tonight." With that, Achi gently patted Bin's forearm, signaling him to act quickly. Finally, Bin hardened his heart and slit Achi's throat with his sword. Facing Achi, who was still convulsing on the ground, Bin delivered a final strike. Achi stopped twitching, lying quietly on the ground. Bin stood up expressionlessly. All he heard were laughter and cheers, but his mind was a blank. Until he was bound in chains and dragged into the cell. Soon soldiers would drag away the corpse on the ground and servants would begin cleaning the blood from the floor. Meanwhile, the nobles on the second floor continued drinking and eating. It was not until the nobles embracing each other gradually dispersed that Remos decided to leave. After all, as the nominal host, he had to show some respect to the guests. Just as he was about to go take a bath, he turned his head and saw Wendy leaning against the doorframe. She had tied her long hair with a golden silk ribbon, wearing a short top and a long skirt, no longer in her ranger's attire. Wendy stood with her arms crossed, her face full of sorrow, as if the wind here was a bit cold. Wendy looked up, tears welling in her eyes. "I know about your arrangement today. Achi didn't have to die. According to the rules, as long as the host here doesn't accept the gold coins, Luosi cannot force the duel to start." Remos approached, looking at his half-sister. Looking closely, she really was a little beauty. And then, if I had refused Luosi, what benefit would I have gained? Wendy was stumped, not knowing how to answer for a moment. After a long silence, she finally said, "You could have saved a life. But they were going to die sooner or later, weren't they? It's just a matter of time." Remos's reply was so blunt, but it grated on Wendy's ears. "Remos, you've changed." When Wendy said this, Remos was taken aback. She continued sobbing, "You used to be mischievous, but you never took a life. And you were afraid of blood. But in the past 3 years you've changed so much." Remos said nothing but slowly walked to the wall where a short sword hung. He carefully took it down and, holding the hilt, placed it in Wendy's hand. "Since you love to fight for justice so much, prove it with your own actions. General Luosi is probably drunk tonight. You can take advantage of the guard's laxness, quietly pick up the sword and go up." "I won't say anything." Before leaving, Remos said to Wendy, "Oh, and if you get the chance, you should leave this island." Wendy held the sword, her hand trembling slightly. She watched Remos's retreating figure, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. In the end, she let go and the sword clattered to the ground. She had once dreamed of being a righteous ranger, but in the end she crouched down like a little girl, hugging her knees and crying. The bathwater was warm, soothing enough to cleanse blood from the skin and melt away exhaustion. Though designed for 30, the bathhouse stood empty save for Remos alone. As Remos sat with eyes closed in quiet repose, his body's primal instincts flared, a presence approached. He snapped his eyes open, steam parted before his keen gaze, and a faint furrow appeared between his brows. "Gaia?" he asked, voice calm and measured. The young woman said nothing. She shed her garments and stepped into the pool, walking straight to Remos before settling beside him in silence. "Don't you find it lonely bathing alone?" Gaia asked. Remos felt a flicker of surprise. She had been here for days, yet spoken scarcely a word to him. Why seek him out now, so suddenly? So intimately? Was there some hidden design? Yet such thoughts hardly startled him upon arriving in this world. He'd even mistaken it for 73 BCE. Only later did he learn of mages and realized he stood merely in some forgotten corner of this realm. "Lady Gaia," he said quietly, "what meaning lies in your solitary visit at this late hour? Doesn't wine before bathing make you dizzy?" Remos asked. Gaia simply leaned her head against his shoulder and whispered, "I'm not drunk. Just restless tonight." Though puzzled, Remos remained composed, his hand settled lightly on her shoulder. "Lady Gaia, what is it you wish to speak of coming to me so late?" If she could be so effortlessly familiar, there was no reason he should remain distant. Yet beneath his stillness lingered vigilance. These noble women from the Empire were seldom kind. Still, he feared nothing. He bore a divine advantage, and if treachery arose, he would seize the moment to end her. Gaia burst into soft, lilting laughter. "Besides wanting to talk tonight, I also came to urge you to leave this place." Remos stared astonished. "Why?" Gaia spoke slowly. "The rebel forces are elusive. Many assume they're mere slave armies, but nobles too have slipped among their ranks." Remos shrugged indifferently. "And you? In such turbulent times, how dare noble daughters wander freely as if on holiday? Are you unafraid of death?" he added. Gaia scoffed. "Do they truly believe they can face the imperial legions in open battle? They're nothing but rats scurrying beneath the earth." The bathwater shimmered with warmth. Gaia's cheeks flushed rose-pink. Remos abandoned meditation, playfully twirling a lock of her hair around his forefinger.
So lady, having come to me like this, beyond urging my departure, what else do you wish to say?
Their proximity brought his warm breath brushing softly against her ear.
Gaia turned fully, straddling his lap, and pressed her lips to his ear. Lady Alicia told me such acts bring great joy. I've never tried. So tonight I wish to try. Oh. Why? She gave his shoulder a gentle nudge. Must there always be a why? From the moment I saw you, I knew you suited me perfectly.
In the Empire suitors abound, but few ever stir my interest.
Do you dislike me? She teased, grinning. Yet I see your body has already answered me.
Though taken aback, Remos quickly steadied himself. He had witnessed far stranger things.
A fleeting affair, nothing more. What of it?
A wry smile curved his lips.
Your candor, Lady Gaia, leaves me momentarily disarmed.
Gaia wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes bright and gleaming. Remos slid his hands to her waist and drew her close, claiming her lips with his own. After a brief tender kiss, he gazed at her blushing face.
Lady Gaia, if you regret this tomorrow, what then? She huffed. Regret what? Surely this is only natural.
Remos mused inwardly whether she harbored ulterior motives or not. He refused to reject this unexpected tenderness offered so freely. He leaned in once more, whispering against her ear, "Then let us savor this night's delight to its fullest extent."
Gaia nestled closer, shy yet expectant, wondering if Lady Alicia's words were true, that this act might indeed bring such bliss.
By the immutable law of balance, where laughter rings, sorrow must echo elsewhere. Then crouched in his cell, face buried in trembling hands, grief tearing through him. He had imagined death, for himself, for Archie. But never had he conceived that a comrade, a brother in arms, would fall by his own sword in such cruel theatrical fashion. Across the corridor the bear watched it all unfold.
2 entered, only 1 returned, surely staged for noble entertainment.
He knew such spectacles well.
Some patrons relished watching kin turn blade upon kin.
Having endured many such trials, he bore them with stoic detachment, unlike Ben, whose anguish spilled raw and unguarded. He called out, voice rough but steady, "Hey boy.
Some truths cannot be undone, no use weeping here. And whether you'll live to see dawn remains uncertain."
Ben remained silent, head bowed. He knew the bear spoke truth, yet his heart refused to accept it. Seeing the youth's silence, the bear lowered his voice. "When the Imperial troops depart, shall we rise up together?" At those words something shifted in Ben's eyes. Rise.
Did he hate the nobles? Yes, without question. But how? How could one fight back?
To trade lives for the amusement of those perched high above, he could not accept that this world was built on such cruelty. Noting the young man's stirring resolve, the bear leaned closer, voice barely a murmur. "Life grants no inherent hierarchy, no soul stands higher than another. We bide our time, strike when opportunity arises, then flee this island, join the rebels.
To linger here is slow death.
Better to fight and win or fall trying."
Then clenched his fists. "Let me think."
His words sounded hesitant, but the bear already knew his answer. The sea breeze, carrying the unique scent of the ocean, swept across the deck. Gia stood at the bow with her arms crossed, letting the wind freely tousle her hair.
Suddenly Alicia embraced Gia from behind, exclaiming, "Haha! Got you!"
Gia let out a startled cry, but upon recognizing the familiar voice she playfully slapped Alicia's hands.
"Ouch! You scared me to death. What are you doing? Where did you go last night? When we returned at noon I noticed you seemed reluctant to leave that young man."
Alicia whispered near Gia's ear. "Is it?"
Gia waved her hand dismissively. "Come on. It's nothing." "How did it feel?"
Seeing her best friend's mischievous grin, Gia recalled the previous night scene, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured it was okay.
"It wasn't as pleasant as you said. You don't understand. It's different after a few more times." Alicia continued her teasing.
After all, in this world it was nothing unusual. Many noble women were sent away through family alliances. If not for any unexpected turn, Gia's fate would likely be the same. Thus the moment they set foot on the island, Alicia began persuading Gia to take the initiative when she found someone she liked.
"What if you end up marrying some old geezer? What a loss. Why not find someone you like and give it a try first? As for the rest, we'll deal with it later."
After all, Gia was at an age yearning for love, but she had never met anyone she truly fancied. When she first arrived on the island, she was instantly captivated by Remos, an indescribable feeling. Perhaps this was what they called love at first sight. With her best friend's encouragement and the thought of being married off to an old man for the sake of family interests, the mere idea was terrifying. Wouldn't it be better to date a handsome young man first? That way I won't have any regrets later.
Alicia, will I really be forced to marry someone I don't love for the family?
Worry clouded Gia's face. Alicia patted her back reassuringly. Who knows what the future holds?
At least you're with someone you like now, right? With that Alicia paused, even if it's only for a short time. Hearing Alicia's comfort, Gia didn't feel like talking. Her best friend had at least married a decent man, General Luosi, though he rose to power through his wife, which Gia somewhat despised. But what if she ended up marrying an old man? In comparison, her best friend's life would be far better than hers. The ship grew smaller and smaller until it became a mere dot on the horizon. Remos withdrew his gaze as the speck vanished from sight. He took out the papyrus from his pocket on which was written, "Dear Remos, this letter is short because we only spent one night together, but it was filled with cheers, passion and warmth. If you ever come to the Empire, I hope you will visit me at the Ferrant family. Gia Ferrant." Remos, holding the papyrus between two fingers, gave it a gentle flick and the paper disintegrated into fragments, drifting with the wind toward the departing ship. But Remos had already made up his mind. Go find that woman. What's so special about her? No way. He had planned everything. Once his ship was built, he would gradually convert the island's residents into simulation points to bolster his strength. Then he would head straight to the Empire, hoping to gather more martial arts simulation points and remnants of magical beasts to deduce martial arts. Finally, he would cross the perilous northern frontier to see if gods truly existed in this world. If gods existed, why couldn't he become one? And if he became a god, perhaps he could achieve immortality. With his mind set, he didn't linger for a moment and returned directly to the castle for a good rest. Tomorrow he would send a few people to meet the gods, thereby increasing his martial arts simulation points. In the dark dungeon during the Gladiator's exercise time, Sylvia secretly arranged to meet Bin through and D. Bin, listen to me. Tell Ma Xiong to hold off for a few days, okay? Seeing Sylvia's anxious look, Bin frowned in confusion. Who are you waiting for? Sylvia whispered cautiously, the rebel army. Soon we will leave this place and eliminate those who serve the Empire here. I also plan to find a chance to talk to Chaosite. I hope you can put in a good word too. The guards on this island are not weak, but they are no match for the rebel army. Hearing Sylvia's confident words, Ben decided to follow her plan. After all, a day or two wouldn't make a difference. Just train normally these days then. No one will open the arena for now. Rest and conserve your strength. Soon we will leave this place. With that, Sylvia hurriedly left the dungeon. Little did she know, as she exited the dungeon, Chaosite, who had been hiding in the shadows, caught sight of her. Young master, the islanders have been falling prey to unidentified beasts lately. Should we send someone to track the beast's traces? Cost inquired cautiously, but was met with a frigid retort. Beast attacks. Then tell them to be careful. Just stay inside at night. But... Cost hesitated, words failing him. After all, since Quentin had departed, shouldn't Remos, as the acting master of the island, be protecting the lives and property of the residents? Otherwise, once passing merchants find nothing to trade, they'll deem this place worthless. And the arena's revenue will dwindle. But he let it go. After all, this wasn't his domain. He had offered his council, his duty was merely to train the gladiators. Even if the old master returned someday, he would have his words ready. What? Is there something else? Remos asked, noticing Cost lingering. There is indeed one more thing. Cost wanted to mention that he had seen Ziwia frequenting the dungeon lately, hoping to alert Remos. But he was cut off by Remos' impatient tone. Enough. If there's nothing important, go rest. Don't bother me. It's only a few deaths. As long as no one dies here, it's fine. Yes, young master. Cost bowed and slowly retreated. When no one was around, Remos opened the panel visible only to himself. Wu Daojin Jie 2 simulation points 152. Eagle Claw Technique 100 years of mastery. Iron Cloth Art 48 years of mastery. Add points. Again the familiar Bagua diagram and the same black and white figure performing its deductions. As time passed, the figure behind transformed into a pig covered in spikes. The pig let out a roar and charged straight at Remos, who stood on the outer ring of the Bagua. The moment it rammed, Remos' eyes snapped open. His muscles bulged slightly, his skin coated with a layer of black ink. He pressed the small knife he carried with all his might against his own thigh. A clang rang out. A faint spark flashed across Remos' skin. When he dispelled the power, the layer of black ink that had covered his skin merged into his flesh. Remos picked up the small knife, now snapped in two, looked at his thigh and nodded with satisfaction. For further experimentation, he swelled his forearm, his hands rapidly expanding, claws sprouting from his nails, and finally covered both arms in a layer of black ink. I feel terrifyingly strong, he murmured. A moment later he returned to his normal form with exactly 100 simulation points remaining. The beast attacks Cost had mentioned, the beast was none other than Remos himself. Why did he hunt the islanders instead of the slaves or gladiators in his castle? One could say Remos had thought it through. Just as when dining he would first eat the dishes set out before touching the food in his own bowl. Nor could he slaughter all the islanders. They were people, they would run and hide. Given the current situation, it was like a tiger preying on sheep. Could the tiger catch all the sheep? Clearly impossible. For now Remos could only tear a commoner's body apart with his bare hands as easily as shredding chicken, and possessed a physique that ordinary blades could not pierce, nothing more. If he could fly or teleport, Remos would have stopped pretending and simply gone all out. Since he could no longer improve the two techniques and had no spare manuals, he had to let it be for now, waiting for the right moment to hunt more and accumulate simulation points for future needs. The army has departed. What are your plans now? Sivia asked the elderly man before her. Seizing the opportunity during procurement, she had secretly contacted Hans, leader of the rebellion. The old man's cloudy eyes flickered with momentary clarity. Perhaps the wine from last night still clouded his senses and age had made him drowsy. Your covert work has been arduous. Facing the elder, still reeking of alcohol, Sivia replied resolutely, it is time to release the hawk, summon the rebels to liberate these slaves and tear open the island's festering sin. Hans nodded. By the way, what did Koster say? Did you hint at anything? No need, Sivia declared firmly. If he so adores nobility, let him be buried alongside them. But, they're not nobles, only bastards born to noble blood, Hans corrected. Sivia shook her head. No. They are nobles, merely distinguished by surname or its absence. There is no difference whatsoever. Seeing Sivia's unwavering conviction, Hans fell silent. Then released the hawk. May Jupiter's bird watch over us. Hans closed his eyes. As Sivia turned to leave, he murmured a final warning. Wild beasts have been sighted on the island lately. Stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. Remain close to the young mistress. She is kind. Whom? Night deepened. Sivia, leveraging Wendy's modest authority, slipped into the prison, where she found Ben gaunt and haggard, fresh whip marks crisscrossing his body. Her heart ached. She approached slowly. Ben sensed her presence and lifted his gaze only briefly before lowering his head again. I know Arch's death struck you deeply. Come here, let me speak with you. At her words, Ben shifted his weary frame, dragging himself toward the wall to listen. Sivia leaned close to his ear and whispered, I've sent word to the rebels. They'll arrive soon. Do not act rashly, tell the others. Soon we shall both escape this place, and wherever you go I will follow. Ben gave only the faintest nod, his eyes gleamed with glacial fury. With the nobles and soldiers gone, the island's nominal master must die. He would sever Remos's head and hang it upon the wall. The recent humiliations had long since ignited a wildfire within him. Was survival truly so difficult? Why must one be born only to endure degradation? Sivia. The young mistress calls for you. Koster appeared beside the cell without warning. His emotionless voice jolted Ben back to awareness, and he cast a worried glance toward Sivia. Sivia signaled silently that all was well, that she would handle it, and left with Koster. Remos's chamber mirrored his father's in opulence. At least the murals depicted not only fierce gladiators but also scenes too indecent to name. He stood with his back to the door until Koster brought Sivia inside. Wendy seems remarkably fond of you, always summoning you to deliver food. Why do you persistently ignore my commands? Sivia remained silent. Koster stepped forward to explain, rations for the soldiers have grown unreliable. Knowing how occupied the young master has been lately, I asked Miss Wendy to arrange an additional meal. Sivia blinked in quiet surprise. She hadn't expected Koster to defend her, or Wendy. After the elder lord's passing, Remos ruled this island unchallenged. Enough. I'll pursue no further inquiry. Koster, you may retire. A strange unease stirred in Remos's chest, a suspicion that they concealed something. Yet that very uncertainty stoked his curiosity. Before departing, he'd enjoy watching their little drama unfold. Of course. But not too long, while the island still breathes. Once its pulse fades, I shall depart for the Empire. Koster bowed and withdrew, leaving Sivia alone with Remos. She understood instantly he intended to claim her tonight. She had no recourse, and no dagger concealed upon her person. Tonight is ill-suited for action. I must endure a little longer. After all, this was hardly Remos's first cruel game with her. Just as Remos turned, Wendy's voice rang out, Sivia. You've been gone quite some time. There's something I need you to do. What is it? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Remos's tone sharpened with irritation. Or have we run out of slaves? I wish her to accompany me tonight. She stays here. Wendy, are there not other slaves you could summon? Why must it be her? Sivia was given to me by my father, as my personal attendant. She has no business entering your chamber. Remos refrained from quarreling with a child, but Wendy's remark wounded his pride. Since when had he lost dominion over even his own slaves? Has she grown brazen, emboldened by old Quentin's fleeting favor? Though he disdained speaking to one already marked for death, a warning remained imperative. Remos strode toward Wendy. Though she barely reached his chest, her gaze met his, those wild, arrogant eyes, and she instinctively retreated several steps. Everything on this island answers to me. My displeasure can end any life. When I am pleased they are human, when I am not they are beasts. Do you understand?
His icy words froze the air like ice, clamping down upon Wendy's throat with invisible iron claws. She nearly retorted, but gazing into Remos's eyes she lowered her head instead.
Remos paid no mind to Wendy's thoughts. Turning, he draped an arm possessively over Sylvia's shoulders, unbothered by Wendy's presence. It mattered not.
This world is rotten beyond repair, governed only by blood and violence. The eagle circled in the sky a few times, its sharp cry as if to tell people that something major was about to happen.
In an instant the eagle dove down like an arrow from a bowstring.
It landed steadily on the forearm of a burly man. The man unfolded the yellow letter and read it carefully, then turned to the crowd behind him and said, "Sylvia and Hans have sent word. The Imperial Army and nobles are not on the island, only some guards. I think we should set out." Among the rebels were men and women, short swords at their waists gleaming coldly, quivers on their backs filled with sharp arrows. A curly-haired youth stepped forward facing the burly man and asked the question he had long harbored. "Recton,
we've already liberated the slaves on several islands. After this island is finished, should we march against the Empire? I've heard there are mages in the Empire. Can we succeed?" Facing the curly-haired youth's question, Recton let out a cold laugh. "Ha! We must believe in Roman.
If our sacrifice can awaken those numb people, then it is worth it."
"What? Are you afraid?" Recton's piercing gaze fixed on the youth. "If you're afraid, I'll allow you to leave." "Afraid?"
The curly-haired youth spat on the ground. "If everyone is afraid, then who in this world will come to rescue these poor souls? When Roman rescued me from the slave master back then, I had already decided to become someone like him."
"Good." Recton suddenly drew his short sword, pointing toward the other side of the sea. "I can no longer bear to see others suffering there. Roman is already waiting for us in the Empire.
I hope that soon we will be able to destroy the Iron Throne.
All for freedom."
Recton's voice rang out like a bell as he raised his arm and shouted. After that brief moment of reflection, it was the curly-haired youth who spoke first. He also drew his short sword in response to Recton. "For freedom.
Everything is for freedom."
The crowd behind them began to follow Recton and the youth's example, drawing their short swords from their waists and shouting loudly, "For freedom." The shouts rose like surging waves, one wave after another. Even as sweat slid down their cheeks, no one wiped it away. Recton looked at his passionate comrades, then raised his short sword high and swept it forcefully. "Set sail.
Depart." "Where are you going, Miss Wendy?" Sylvia called out to Wendy, initially thinking she was going to confront Remus again.
But Wendy's next words put her much more at ease.
"Of course I'm going to find the healer to treat you. You're covered in bruises and swellings." "Never mind. No need to trouble the old healer."
"But..." Wendy wanted to say something else, but tears fell involuntarily.
"Sylvia. You say I'm particularly useless. Last night I wanted to help you, but for some reason I was so afraid of Remus." Sylvia gently patted Wendy's back. "It's okay. Everything will pass. Besides, Remus hasn't done this kind of thing for the first time.
Compared to me, at least I'm much better off than the other female slaves. I still have Miss Wendy taking care of me.
Others probably aren't as lucky as me. If only I were really a ranger from the books."
Wendy tilted her head, occasionally wiping the tear tracks from her face with her hand.
"I can definitely help many people. Last night I heard your painful cries, but I could only hide behind the door and tremble."
Hearing this, Sylvia felt as if an iron nail had pierced her heart. Wendy was always like this, loving to help many people and also loved reading books, always thinking that one day she could truly punish evil and promote good.
"Miss Wendy." Sylvia gently embraced Wendy in her arms.
"When the time comes and we have the chance to leave this place, I believe you will definitely become the kind of person from those stories, severing the claws of evil dragons and rescuing those who suffer and endure hardship." Inside the training ground, Remos leisurely leaned back in his chair, watching the gladiators train below with utter boredom. The scorching sun had baked the sand into a fiery red. The gladiators swung their wooden swords. Suddenly Causite let out a sharp reprimand, interrupting their training. "Worthless. You can't even learn to block. In the arena your head would have been severed from your body long ago." Watching Causite train with an air of authority, Remos occasionally had a maid place peeled fruit into his mouth. In this era of scarce entertainment, his daily routine consisted of either watching gladiator training or amusing himself with the slave girls. Although he was eager to collect the remains of those monsters, he had no opportunity, for he had yet to see a living monster. He could only sneak out of the settlement when boredom became unbearable at night and practice his skills on some random people. His simulation points had already reached 158, if he wanted he could likely break 300 soon. However, he had caused quite a stir recently, so he needed to keep a low profile for now. Because most of the townspeople no longer went out at night, instead they huddled together in small groups, ready to gather immediately if anything happened, to avoid being ambushed by monsters.
However, the wealthier residents had secretly begun to move elsewhere. Of course they couldn't go to the Empire, they could only wait for a passing merchant ship to take them to another island to continue their lives. As for those without gold coins, they had to stay obediently on the island. Late at night, aside from praying to the gods for protection and begging the death god not to visit, all they could do was huddle together for warmth. Even under the blazing sun, the town on the island was still shrouded in a deathly atmosphere. Perhaps because he had been sitting too long, Remos felt a bit bored. He stood up and clapped his hands, and all eyes were immediately drawn to the sound. All right. Cao Si Te. Stop the training. That's enough for today. Since they are so careless, if they die in the arena later, they have no one to blame. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the crowd. When he saw the Slav, his brow furrowed slightly. Because the man's eyes displeased Remos, or rather a beastly instinct told him that the big fellow was thinking of something untoward. He had long suspected that these people were secretly plotting something underground, but he hadn't caught them yet. Originally Remos felt bored, but now, wasn't this a source of amusement? So he turned and went downstairs. The guard tried to warn him to be careful, but Remos said nonchalantly, "What's there to fear? Are they going to eat me? You people with real weapons can't defeat a bunch of men with wooden swords." With that, he pushed open the door and walked out, stopping in front of the group of big men. Seeing Remos approach under Cao Ci's whip gesture, the men quickly lined up in a row. "You step out." Remos beckoned to the bear. The bear had no idea what this guy wanted. He had no choice but to step forward, staring down at Remos, who only reached his shoulder. The bear naturally wouldn't bow to him with respect. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hearing Remos' question, the bear looked confused. What kind of look did he give him? Fine. In his heart, the bear admitted that he had indeed been daydreaming just now. The scene he imagined was he raised his wooden shield and Ben stepped on it to leap up to the second floor. Then while Remos was in panic, Ben would snatch the short sword from the guard beside him and with one swing cut off Remos' head. Afterwards he would massacre the guards. Perhaps his fantasy got too exciting and his eyes accidentally gave him away. Nevertheless, he forced himself to reply, though his expression was far from respectful. "Nothing. Young master, I wasn't looking at you." "Is that so?" Remos gave a half smile. "Ah." With a scream, the bear clutched his groin, his face flushed red. Before he could react, Remos grabbed him by the ear, drew his dagger and sliced off the bear's ear. It happened so suddenly. No one expected Remos to suddenly kick the bear in the groin and then cut off his ear. The movements were so swift, as if rehearsed countless times. However, no one felt fear. Instead, there was more anger in their hearts. Although their lives were worthless, who wouldn't hope to encounter a good master? Seeing the bear collapsed on the ground, Remos casually wiped his dagger with his clothes. "Cao Si, no training today. Let them rest. Oh, and take this guy to the old physician and have him treated. That is my mercy. If anyone else talks to me with their nose in the air, they will end up like this big fool missing an ear." After speaking, he swept his gaze around and saw that everyone had lowered their heads. Only then did he feel satisfied. Not bad. That's how it should be. Remos walked slowly in front of the crowd like a butcher appraising the day's meat. Soon he stopped in front of Ben and patted his shoulder. "Ben. The weather is hot today. Come upstairs and have a drink with me. I've always admired you." "Yes, young master." After following Remos to the second floor, the first thing Ben saw was Shiwaya arranging the fruit platter. When he noticed the bruises on her arms and certain parts of her chest, his pupils suddenly contracted. A feeling called anger began to grow in his heart. "Ben. Do you know? Every time I see you fight, it always provides a visual feast. You don't look very strong, but you can kill people much stronger than you." Remos poured a glass of wine for Ben without asking, but when he handed it to Ben, he saw that Ben was indifferent. So Remos reminded him, "Hey. Take it. Don't be shy. There are plenty of fruits here, help yourself to whatever you want." Ben took the glass expressionlessly. Seeing the young man's smiling face, the rage in his heart threatened to erupt, but he held it back. Remos did not notice Ben's expression, or perhaps he didn't care. After all, he had just had his fun. Even if Ben now harbored resentment, he didn't mind. It was normal for these slaves to feel resentment toward their master. If they didn't feel resentment, then something strange must have happened between them. Remos began to slowly tell Ben how he had noticed him and greatly admired his fighting awareness. But one was speaking and the other was not listening. Ben noticed out of the corner of his eye a small knife next to the fruit plate on the table, and he saw that Remos had just turned his back to him. So he moved quietly toward the knife, his right hand slowly approaching it while his eyes remained fixed on Remos' neck. Just as he was about to touch the knife, he saw Shiwaya suddenly walk into his line of sight, shaking her head at him, signaling him not to act rashly. Ben paused. As he hesitated, Remos turned around again. "Oh my. Buddy. I'm sure that if you keep fighting in the arena you will definitely be the next war god. Seriously, sometimes I really wonder who would win if you faced Chaosite. Among all the gladiators you are my favorite. Saying this, Remos clinked glasses with Ben. Drink up. Why aren't you drinking? Ben finally tipped his head back and drank the wine. Seeing this, Remos nodded in satisfaction. By the way, what reward do you want? Delicious food. Some books. Or women or men. I can give you all of these tonight. Then he added jokingly, of course. Except for me, I can't give you myself and you cannot leave, but everything else. Whatever you want tonight I can give you. Remos did this on a whim. After all, he lacked nothing, he simply admired the young man. If it weren't for his impending departure he might not have even taken Ben's life. After all, these imprisoned people were just simulation points to Remos. But before leaving, it didn't stop Remos from giving some rewards to the young man who had brought him exciting fights. At least Ben's fighting style was very entertaining to him. Seeing Ben not responding for a long time, Remos thought Ben might think he was joking. So he patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. What's wrong? You think I'm messing with you? It's true, buddy. You can completely relax tonight. How about this? I'll have someone prepare some roasted meat and wine for you tonight and send them to your cell. You don't seem like the type who likes men, so pick one of the female slaves here. No need. If possible, I'd like some roasted meat, that's all. Ben declined Remos' offer. But his eyes occasionally glanced at Shiwaya. Remos naturally noticed Ben's gaze and slapped his shoulder again. What are you looking at? So shy. From the moment you came in I feel you've looked at Shiwaya at least 10 times. What? You like her? If you like her you should say it. What's there to be shy about? It's decided. Tonight I'll have Shiwaya accompany you. And I'll send some food along too. Late at night. Shiwaya carried the steaming roasted meat to Ben's cell. With the guard's help she quickly opened the cage. After the guard moved away, Ben hurried forward and asked with concern, your injuries? Shiwaya simply placed the food in the corner, crouched down and gestured for Ben to come over. It's nothing. Just a little flesh wound. When she first entered she glanced around the cell and saw that today's gladiators were all listless, especially the big man sitting opposite. In the past when he saw her come he would definitely act up and say a few words, but tonight he was leaning against the wall, his face pale and missing one ear. But judging by the treated wound it seemed the old healer had cauterized the area where the ear was missing to stop the bleeding, then applied some unknown herbs. Ben knew Shiwaya's confusion. That was Remos, he cut off his ear today. Ben slowly approached Shiwaya until they could hear each other's heartbeat. We're not going to wait. As soon as we find a chance I will take you away from here. Shiwaya took Ben's hand and persuaded him, the rebel army is coming. Wait a little longer, about 2 days, okay? Eat something first. Ben was helpless. He didn't want to, but he had no choice. He tore off a piece of the hot roasted meat and chewed it slowly. The meat that he usually craved but couldn't eat now tasted like dry hay in his mouth. When his eyes glanced at the bruises on Shiwaya's chest he couldn't help but ask, was it Remos? That despicable man. Shiwaya did not deny it. Leaning on Ben's shoulder she murmured, he won't live long. When the rebel army comes I will lead the other slaves to help you open that door. Then you just follow the plan. When the horn sounds that will be our first step toward freedom. A low horn sounded from afar. Remos, who had been dreaming sweetly, jerked his eyes open. He quickly pushed aside the half-dressed slave girl beside him and swung out of bed. Barefoot he rushed to the door and saw the lit beacon fire. Young master. Hurry. The rebel army is coming. Calcite came trotting over, but his face showed no sign of tension, only his voice conveyed a hint of urgency. Take the underground passage, go by water. However, Remos walked on hurriedly to Calcite and patted his shoulder. Don't rush. You go gather the gladiators in the training ground, I'll be there shortly. Calcite opened his mouth as if to speak but then obeyed Remos' command. However, he had his own ulterior motives. Not to mention that Ben had been hinting at him openly and covertly for some time, but just these past 2 days. He sensed the malice of these gladiators. He knew clearly that these men had long harbored rebellious intentions. Even without the rebel army they would have risen at the opportune moment. Calcite had thought about this issue himself, why not just report them? But he was also human and he had his own selfish desires. He wanted to leave this island and live a carefree life. Even if he couldn't make it to the Empire, the world was vast, there would always be a place for him. He was conflicted and confused, and before he knew it he arrived at the cell. He signaled the guard to open the door. Due to the special circumstances there was only one guard on duty. After the guard closed the door again, Ben whispered to Calcite, Calcite, do you plan to take on all of us alone? Even with that guard?
Kausite thought for a moment then slowly spoke. What gave you the confidence to believe that you could definitely escape?
And after you get out,
the Empire will surely send troops to track you down.
Can the rebel army defeat the Empire's forces?
Facing the Empire means only a slim chance of survival. Mao Xiong and the others had already silently moved closer to Kausite.
Kausite only cast a sidelong glance, gripping his long whip tightly.
The guard at the door, sensing something amiss, quickly turned his gaze toward them.
At the first sign of trouble he would call for reinforcements. Clang! A sound drew the guard's attention. Sorry.
I accidentally shattered a clay pot just now. Wendy faced the guard with a face full of apology.
Remos wants you to go over there.
The guard nodded immediately upon hearing this. But just as he turned his back to Wendy, she, without anyone noticing, had a sharp stone in her hand and suddenly struck it against the guard's head.
Bang! Blood splattered onto Wendy and the guard collapsed without a sound, his fate unknown.
Blood splattered onto her small face. Without wiping the blood from her cheeks, she quickly fumbled for the keys on the guard's body and used them to unlock the iron door.
Miss Wendy. Kausite narrowed his eyes. What benefit does this bring you?
Faced with Kausite's question, Wendy replied, I never intended to kill this man, but I couldn't stand by and watch the evil dragon commit atrocities.
Then hurried over to Wendy and asked anxiously, where is Shiweya? She went to find Remos.
The rebel army will be here soon and then you will all be free.
Then gently placed a hand on Wendy's shoulder. Don't be afraid, Miss Wendy. Thank you for doing this for us. Wendy's eyes dimmed. Go find Remos.
Once you take him hostage, those guards will drop their weapons. Then turned to Kausite.
Now what do you say? If you're not willing to join us, then stay here.
I hope you won't do anything unwise.
You alone can't defeat all of us. Young master. Miss Wendy is looking for you.
Something has happened at Kausite's side. Shiweya called out to Remos, who was about to head to the training ground, and she had already hidden a dagger behind her back. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time, hoping to accomplish this with the least amount of casualties.
Oh.
Then go wait for me in the underground passage.
Remos replied nonchalantly.
As soon as the words left his mouth, intense sounds of fighting came from outside.
The rebel army is here so soon.
These guards are useless. Remos' tone revealed neither panic nor anger. His face showed no sign of fluster, but instead was extremely calm.
Quick! That guy should still be inside.
A voice came from outside, though unknown, but Shiweya quickly recognized it as one of the gladiators who trained with Ben.
Suddenly,
Shiweya lunged forward. Before Remos could react, a cold dagger was already pressed against his carotid artery. Tell the guards to lay down their arms. I don't want to see more blood staining this land. The sounds of shouting and killing came intermittently from outside, but a glint of mockery flashed in Remos' eyes.
He gently pressed his index finger against the blade of the dagger.
This dagger is very sharp.
What if it accidentally cuts my NEC? Don't move.
You devil.
How many women have you defiled? How many lives have you taken? When the rebel army comes, you will face justice.
Shiweya shouted angrily, her body movements extremely agitated, as if she wished she could instantly slit Remos' carotid artery. The hot breath of Shiweya sprayed onto the back of Remos' neck, and he could feel the heaving of her chest, a clear sign of her intense agitation. Thus, with one in front of the other, they pressed close together toward the sunlit gate. The sunlight was just right, and as Remos bathed in its warmth, he squinted his eyes. Soon they saw the gladiators locked in combat with the guards. After briefly scanning these men, Remos heard Shiweya's voice, hoarse with shouting, Your master has been taken hostage. Drop your weapons and await the arrival of the rebel army. The guards who had been entangled with the gladiators suddenly froze.
Dozens of gazes met in the air, lost and bewildered.
The clamor died into silence, broken only by the distant war drums, each beat hammering against the guards' hearts. A clang, someone dropped their short sword first, then followed spears and shields, all discarded onto the sun-scorched ground.
With the weapons abandoned, the guards knelt one by one, just as Shiweya had said, awaiting the rebel army.
Only Remos remained impassive on the field.
Where was Kostner? Didn't he come with you?
Ben was the first to step forward. Whether he comes or not won't decide your fate.
Poof.
Remos let out a cold laugh, then suddenly exerted strength, his right hand forming a claw that clamped down on Shiweya's wrist, holding the dagger.
Crack! Ah!
Shiweya cried out in pain. The dagger slipped from her hand, but Remos caught it in midair, spun around, and before the others could react,
the dagger that had been pressed against Remos' throat was now at the side of Shiweya's neck. Their positions had been reversed in an instant. So fast that no one on the scene could react.
Ben was the first to recover. He kicked aside the guards' weapons, and the rest of the gladiators pressed their swords against the guards' necks. Should any guard make the slightest move, they would face decapitation. The sudden reversal filled Ben with anxiety. Remos,
don't do anything rash.
Remos merely glanced at Ben the gladiator he had once admired without a flicker of emotion in his heart. Instead he leaned close to Shiwei's ear and murmured, "This dagger.
I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, that's right, back in the town. I thought Wendy was still chasing her ranger dream, so I asked you to buy this seemingly exquisite dagger. But it saddens me deeply.
I never imagined that this fine dagger would one day be pressed against my throat. If I could, I would wish you had never drawn it, or that it had remained just a toy for Wendy."
Remos, put down your weapon. Let's talk things over calmly.
Ben called out again, trying to draw Remos' attention. But the bear wouldn't be swayed. As far as he was concerned, killing Remos was all that mattered. What did the woman's death matter to him?
Ben. This bastard is dead. There's no turning back now.
Besides, the rebel army has already arrived. Remos ignored the gladiators, they would all die soon anyway. He gently sniffed Shiwei's long hair and whispered, "You know, I've always loved beautiful things.
Though you're just a female slave, I think you're no less than those noble ladies. You have enough wildness, but you lack cunning."
As he spoke under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he lightly tossed the dagger into the air, then flicked his finger. The moment his fingertip touched the blade,
ding! A crisp sound. The dagger snapped in two. Silence fell once more. How could a mere flick break a dagger in two? Could Shiwei's dagger be just a decoration?
But the sound of the pieces hitting the ground told them it was a real solid dagger.
Remos' left hand clawed Shiwei's throat, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. "Do you know, Shiwei? You are like this fine dagger, gorgeous and deadly, but in the end fragile beyond measure." As he spoke, the slender neck began to warp and deform under his immense strength. Crack!
The throat bones shattered and blood spattered onto the scorching earth.
Just as Shiwei's consciousness faded into darkness, she seemed to hear Remos' final words, "Good night, little maid." As Remos let go, Shiwei collapsed weakly to the ground.
Ben's pupils contracted sharply. He stumbled forward with his short sword, crying no. But all he got was a kick from Remos. His body curled like a boiled shrimp, flying backward more than 10 meters, spewing blood that once again soaked the hot earth. Remos hooked his fingers into the fabric of his tunic and with a slight pull the cloth tore, revealing his well-built muscles. He spread his arms, contempt in his eyes. "Come. I'll show you what despair really means."
Moments later.
Whether gladiator or guard, their bodies lay scattered in pieces.
The bear's face, still attached to its skull, dangled from Remos' fingertips.
Only Ben, who had lost his combat ability first, remained.
Facing the invulnerable Remos, Ben sat slumped in a pool of blood, eyes vacant, mind blank.
He couldn't fathom what had happened. A cry made him look up, an eagle soaring in the sky. In a daze he seemed to see the past. Before every battle in the tribe they would pray earnestly to the harpy totem, hoping it would bring their warriors home safely. The cry ceased. Before Ben's eyes was no longer the past, but knuckles covered in bulging veins and nails like black hooks.
Time rewound 20 minutes earlier.
After Wendy had let Ben and the others escape, she gazed blankly at Kost, who stood beneath the scorching sun.
"They've all gone. Are you planning to help Remos, or?"
Kost let the whip fall from his hand, letting it drop to the ground.
"Indeed. They've all gone. I have no intention of aiding Remos. I once saw Sylvia leaving the prison cell in the dead of night.
I do not know what you are plotting, but I suspect it involves the old Hans in the tavern. If I truly wished to assist Remos, I would have informed him long ago."
Kost slowly approached Wendy, standing with his hands clasped behind his back.
"Then what does Lady Wendy intend to do next?" Wendy hesitated, on the verge of speaking. She wanted to say she intended to join the rebels, but facing Kost her heart wavered. Seeing Wendy's hesitation, Kost spoke directly. "I intend to leave this place.
I fear no pirates. If you wish to learn swordsmanship, you may accompany me."
"Leave?" Wendy shook her head, then bit her lip.
"I promised Sylvia. I want to walk with the rebels.
I've heard your story. You were once the champion of the arena in other lands." A groan of pain interrupted their conversation. The guard whose head Wendy had struck was just rising, clutching his occiput, when Kost closed the distance in a single bound and snapped his neck.
"Very well.
In that case, Lady Wendy, I believe we must part here. Oh, and I should remind you that joining the rebels will ultimately lead you into the arms of the goddess of death. Also, Remos may not necessarily be captured by them, be careful." As Kost was about to depart, Wendy called out, "Then why won't you join the rebels? You were once enslaved, manipulated by nobles. Someone like you should be among them."
Kost sighed deeply. "After my wife passed, I became no different from the dead.
Despite my day and night prayers, the gods never granted me the grace to visit her in my dreams.
As for where I'm going, I truly don't know either. I'll just let fate guide me."
At that moment Wendy watched Kost's receding figure, recalling how someone had once told her that their drill master was remarkably skilled. He had once fought 7 men alone and battled fierce beasts. Most significantly, he was merely someone who had risen from an underground arena. The lethal scar on his chest served as the best testament. Nevertheless, Wendy dismissed the notion of learning swordsmanship from Kost despite his exceptional skill as an instructor. Until his figure vanished completely, she followed in his direction, jogging all the way to the staircase corner, yet Kost had already disappeared from her sight. Along the way she encountered numerous shattered corpses. Judging by their uniforms, they were the guards here, indicating Ben and the others had succeeded save for the trembling servant huddled in a corner. Upon reaching Remos's residence, she finally heard the sounds of combat and agonized cries, so she found a spot and stealthily climbed onto the wall to observe. Yet the scene before her exceeded all her previous imaginations. There stood Remos bare-chested, casually allowing swords and blades to strike his body with a clanging sound as if striking iron blocks. Then Remos's hands transformed into claws growing larger, with nails elongating into hooks, and he seized one person's head directly in front of him. The fallen man was left with only half a head remaining. Several burly men surrounded him, yet seemed completely ineffective against Remos, who tore a person in half with his bare hands. Then the burly man named Mao Xiong had his chin gripped by Remos's two fingers and was pulled down, skin and bone ripped away. Wendy dared not look further. Her legs buckled and she slumped against the wall, hands pressed tightly over her mouth as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. What on earth was this? Was that truly Remos? It seemed she saw Sylvia fall on the steps. Was she dead? If the rebels came, could they truly win? A multitude of footsteps drew closer to Wendy. Miss Wendy. Miss Wendy. After securing the initial victory, Old Hans led the rebel army in a grand procession toward the noble's residence. Originally they were waiting for Shiwei and the others to appear. But after waiting for a long time, they only found Wendy crouching alone by the wall, so they immediately went forward to inquire. Wendy's mind was still a blank. Perhaps she was frightened. Shaken by Old Hans, she almost couldn't help but scream. Fortunately, she managed to restrain her emotions in the end. Seeing the wounded people behind Old Hans and judging by their equipment, they must be the rebel army. Wendy steadied her emotions and said haltingly, Shiwei. She seems dead. There's a demon inside. Lei Kaduan's face darkened. What demon? Never heard of it. He then looked at Old Hans with a questioning glance. Is she the noble's bastard? Hans placed a hand on Lei Kaduan's chest. Don't hurt her. She is the Wendy we mentioned in our letters. She helped Shiwei and many slaves. She has never harmed anyone. After Old Hans's explanation, Lei Kaduan and the others behind him set aside their displeasure, but there was still a lingering resentment in their hearts. After all, these people were former slaves. Anything related to the nobility would provoke their aversion. When Dee saw Hans chattering with the big men behind him, she couldn't make out what they were saying and her mind was still blank. So she said indistinctly, don't go inside. There really is a demon inside. Shiwei is dead. Many people are dead. Poof. Lei Kaduan didn't know what had happened inside, but he figured the child must have seen many terrible things. However, he was not afraid. With a wave of his hand he said, let's go. We'll go in and see. I don't believe there's any demon inside. If there is, we have the god's protection. Old Hans cast a pitying glance at the pale-faced Wendy and quietly whispered in Lei Kaduan's ear, let's take this child with us later. A child who understands nothing won't survive long outside. Moreover, there might be an ambush inside. We should send someone to climb the wall and have a look. Regarding Old Hans's caution, Lei Kaduan was dismissive. He thought the little girl had just seen something bloody and couldn't accept it at the moment. Just a few steps away and they still needed to climb the wall to look. However, he only partially followed Old Hans's suggestion. Archers, prepare to climb the wall. The rest of you follow me straight in. But before he even entered the gate, he vaguely heard someone whistling, and it sounded quite leisurely. It was only when the scene inside the gate came into view that his brow furrowed deeply. What did he see? There were no ambush arrows as he had imagined, nor any fishing nets falling from the sky. Only scattered limbs and blood-soaked ground. The only intact corpse was a woman lying at the bottom of the steps. On the steps sat a bare-chested man whistling, spinning a thing that looked like a face skin on his right index finger. Seeing this, Lei Kaduan couldn't help but curse madman. At the same time he sensed something eerie. Because the wounds on the broken limbs on the ground didn't look like they could be caused by any existing weapon. He carefully compared in his mind axes, spears, longswords. No weapon matched the damage on the corpses. It rather resembled the tearing of some beast. To be precise, it was as if they had been torn apart. And the young man sitting on the steps baffled him even more. The youth was covered in blood but had no wounds, giving him an indescribably strange feeling. Remos saw a group of people watching him warily, but he was not flustered. Only the smell of blood on himself made him somewhat uncomfortable. He simply threw the face skin in his hand toward the man in the middle. With a slap. It landed exactly at Lei Kaduan's feet. Rebel army. It seems the guards were quite effective delaying until now so that the blood on me has dried. Remos asked tentatively. The answer that came was the rustling sound from the wall. Archers ready. Remos stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, straightened his back and faced the rebel army surrounding the place with no trace of panic in his eyes.
You come without even introducing yourselves. Just start killing. What if I'm just a civilian?
Lekaduan sneered. Ha.
Did you tame some beast? You can't possibly say you killed all these people alone. Call out that beast hiding in the shadows. What beast? It's only me. What, you don't believe one person can kill everyone here?
A female archer half crouching on the wall made a probing shot.
An arrow flew straight toward Remos' arm. With a metallic clang, the arrow failed to pierce the arm and instead broke. Seeing this, Lekaduan's pupils contracted sharply. He decisively ordered net fighters ready.
As soon as the words were spoken, a large net came straight at Remos, followed by a dense volley of arrows continuously striking Remos' body. After a fresh round of attacks, the men behind Lekaduan charged directly at the netted youth with sharp weapons. Remos felt spears, short swords, tridents and hammers all striking at him, targeting vulnerable and fatal spots with ruthless precision. For a moment he actually felt a hint of pain. Then his forearms suddenly swelled and the claws on his fingertips became eagle-like talons reaching for the nearest rebel.
Through the net he performed a heart-pulling move. Seeing this, Lekaduan quickly issued a new order: keep your distance.
Use the net to restrain him.
Attack his head with hammers.
But was the command effective? Remos used the sharpness of his claws and immense strength to tear the net apart. Then, like a leopard, he leaped onto a nearby stone pillar, using his sharp claws to stabilize himself, clinging to the pillar like a spider, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. Not to mention the men following Lekaduan. Even Lekaduan himself had never seen such a scene. Seeing Remos suddenly pounce from the pillar onto the nearest person below before anyone could react, that person's skull was directly split open.
Lekaduan hastily ordered everyone close in and hold him.
Create an opportunity to stab his eyes with short knives.
In an instant the crowd surged forward, all joining the fight.
The already small courtyard was instantly packed to overflowing. Outside the wall, Hans and Wendy did not step through the gate. They saw the archers drop their bows, draw their daggers and swarm into the courtyard.
Hans quickly grasped Wendy's small hand. If things go wrong once Lekaduan comes out, we'll retreat immediately.
At this moment Hans suddenly thought of something. Combining the previous events in the underground arena with the recent attacks on residents by unknown beasts, he seemed to understand. It was very likely the work of that fellow wrapped in bandages from the underground arena.
To be precise, it might be the new owner of this manor. Old Hans couldn't help but curse, damn it, Chaosite.
The dying sun hung low on the horizon. A miasma of putrid blood mingled with the metallic tang of rust churned in the air from the piled corpses. A desiccated hand, crusted with dried gore, burst forth from the earth. As severed limbs tumbled ceaselessly down the small hill of cadavers, a blood-soaked man rolled violently onto the ground.
Cough. Cough. Cough.
Remos hacked violently, spitting forth a mouthful of congealed blood. He knew his viscera were wounded. Fine lacerations, slight yet numerous, marred his body, each a silent testament to blade and sword. Only the crust of dried blood had concealed them.
Damn it. My arrogance betrayed me. I never imagined I'd be wounded.
Remos pounded his fist into the pulpy flesh beneath him. Only when his fingers trembled faintly did he begin to relax, steadying the storm raging within his heart.
Fuck. What are you?
Hans led Wendy to the gate, first glimpsing a grim mound of corpses, then watching horrified as a blood-drenched figure clawed his way out from within. To claim he felt no fear would be a lie. Remos wasted no words. Though his fingertips quivered, he wrenched a short sword from the tangle of limbs and fixed the pair before him, a grizzled elder and a trembling girl, with eyes sharp as shattered glass.
Old Hans hesitated not. He seized Wendy's hand, turning to flee.
But even as he pivoted, a short sword whistled through the air and pierced his chest clean through. In the final dimness before his eyes closed, regret flickered across Hans's mind. Why had he insisted on coming, just to confirm whether Rekton still lived? Rekton had been absent far too long. Surely something had gone awry. Yet Hans had waited foolishly patient, and dragged the girl beside him into ruin. With his last breath he shoved Wendy forward, urging her to run. Remos did not glance back at Hans's fallen form. Instead he advanced slowly toward Wendy, her face drained of color. She tried to flee, but terror had turned her legs to water. Only when Remos stood at a distance did he stoop, picking up a shard of stone.
Wendy, why didn't you run sooner? Why return at all? Was it hope that I still breathed? Or faith that the rebellion yet endured?
Wendy's knees shook, terror locked her tongue. Once she'd dreamed herself a wandering knight from legend, but now facing Remos she could not even lift her foot.
Reality and fantasy are forever parted by an unbridgeable gulf.
Whir. With a flick of his wrist and the mastery of a force he called genially, Remos launched the stone, striking Wendy squarely beneath the jaw. A searing, jagged pain exploded in her jaw, sapping her strength instantly. She staggered backward twice, then collapsed heavily onto the earth. Remos did not look back at Hans's corpse. He entered the manor, rinsed the blood from his skin and surveyed the slender cuts crisscrossing his body, the warmth rising with each breath. Only then did dread coil cold in his gut. Had the rebels doubled their numbers he might well have fallen this time.
From now on, caution must temper ambition. Pride is a luxury the dead cannot afford. With that quiet admonition echoing in his mind, Remos donned fresh garments, gathered every gold coin and scrap of food he could carry, and set his course for the Empire. At the manor gates he paused, then approached Wendy where she lay. One eye remained tightly shut like night's absolute stillness, the other half open, its dull clouded gaze adrift, fading like the last warm light vanishing beyond the rim of the world. Remos crouched slowly, examining Wendy's mouth, where her tongue half protruding trembled faintly between bloodied teeth like a lifeless serpent. Gently he brushed her forehead with his fingers, then lifted his gaze to the sunset's lingering glow. A chilling smile curled his lips. Savor the dusk's final radiance. My dear sister. With those words he rose, and walked on. Clutching his short sword he killed without pause or pity, each death accruing precious simulation points. As for what lay ahead, he did not know. He knew only these paths are forged by footsteps. At the island's edge he seized several fishermen, commandeered the rebels' vessel and, through threats and promises, forced them to sail him toward the Empire. Scarcely had the ship cleared harbor when pirates appeared. The defiant perished, becoming mere simulation points. The compliant were spared, for now, as unwilling laborers. He cast one last glance over his shoulder, toward the island now ablaze with fire and smoke, his heart utterly still. He would never return. The world was vast, no single all could hold him forever. Within the grey mist of dawn a raven folded its obsidian wings and alighted upon a charred twisted branch. Silence reigned until the bird spoke, voice eerily human. There is a living soul here. There is a living soul here. Death comes. Death comes. Footsteps, crisp measured, approached from afar. A figure emerged toward the raven, clad in dark leather embroidered with subtle patterns, his white curls parted neatly down the center and cascading softly over his shoulders. At his hip hung a slender rapier, like a nobleman stepping from the halls of a forgotten castle. His polished boots crushed scattered stones as he drew near the girl lying motionless on the ground. He looked down upon her, jaw torn and bleeding, and heard the faintest whisper of breath escaping her throat. No emotion stirred upon his handsome face. Kneeling on one knee he gently swept aside a lock of hair from her brow. A gentle sea breeze swept across the ship as Remos began to review his previous battle against the rebel army. The martial arts true comprehension chart displayed simulation points: 1781 eagle claw technique with 100 years of cultivation, iron shirt technique with 100 years of cultivation. The martial arts had no plus signs afterward, indicating that the primary purpose of this journey to the Empire was to obtain new magical beast remains. Remos realized that ordinary people did have a chance to kill him, a fact he could not deny. It had merely been carelessness before. The reason he was not afraid of fire was that the burning time was short. Given enough time he would not be able to hold his breath any longer. Or perhaps the fire's temperature was simply not high enough. Secondly, although his exterior was impervious to blades and spears, prolonged combat would still leave him with scars and wounds. If struck by blunt weapons his internal organs would very likely be damaged. The most fatal weakness was that he could be suffocated. This meant that if his opponent used poison he would very likely not be able to withstand it. The rebel army had merely charged into battle in a mindless swarm. If the distance were maintained in fishing nets, iron wires, smoke and other means were utilized. Employing a hit-and-run tactic, his stamina would easily be exhausted. This was also very dangerous, and Remos slowly noted it in his heart. His conclusion was that his current limit was approximately 50 gladiators with combat experience. Fortunately, the goddess of fortune had shown her favor this time, preventing the rebel army from sending too many troops. Otherwise the outcome would have been far from certain. Respected master, the Zululan Empire lies just ahead. A burly bare-chested man bowed respectfully, his head lowered before Remos. Remos rose, brushed the dust from his clothes and patted the man on the shoulder. Well done. Tell the others to come out, I will distribute gold coins to you shortly. Upon hearing this the man's heart trembled with excitement, but remembering the terrifying presence before him he shook his head vigorously and refused. Serving the master is our honor. Others who had come upon hearing the news also chimed in. Yes. Yes. How dare we accept the master's gold coins? It was not we who guided the master to the Empire, but rather the Empire that needed this glory. Hearing this, Remos wasted no words and directly opened the money bag, distributing gold coins to the pirates and fishermen. After all these people had accompanied him for several days he had grown somewhat attached to them. The pirates and fishermen who received the gold coins looked at one another in disbelief. Originally they had thought merely surviving would be fortunate enough. Yet he truly gave them gold coins. 5 coins per person. Thank you, master. The lead pirate shouted loudly. Whoosh! In an instant Remos' palm transformed into a blade and his sharp nails severed the throat of the man before him. He did not mind the blood splattering across his face but merely tilted his head. Wait. You actually dared to accept them. A moment later. The martial arts true comprehension chart displayed simulation points: 1818. Eagle claw technique with 100 years of cultivation. Iron shirt technique with 100 years of cultivation. The numbers were impressive. Remos offered his commentary, then glanced at his bloodstained clothes. I should change into different attire and enter the Empire with a completely new appearance. Damn it. How dare you intercept a nobleman? I am a member of the Kersayen family. I barely escaped from the rebel army with my life. How dare you question whether I am a rebel? The guards were momentarily at a loss for how to handle the situation, for the entire ship contained only a single youth, which seemed deeply suspicious. Yet the other party's attitude was remarkably defiant. A guard approached with caution. Please remain calm. At the very least you must show us your family's insignia. Do you not know that impersonating nobility in the Empire is punishable by death? I have already told you I escaped. In such a desperate situation, how could I possibly have thought to carry a family insignia? If you do not believe me, you may send someone to accompany me to the Kersayen territory. In the end, Remos offered 6 gold coins as a substitute for the family insignia, and only then did the guards agree to let him pass. The guards then began to explain rebels would not be so bold nor so wealthy, nor would they travel alone. Rebels typically crossed borders under the cover of night. They would hardly appear before imperial soldiers in broad daylight and declare themselves nobles, would they? Moreover, the youth had been quite generous, so they simply decided to let him pass. After more than 10 days of wandering, Remos finally arrived at the Kersayen territory and stood before Chinting's magnificent manor. Along the way, Remos had complained more than once about this wretched empire where everything required gold coins. He had kept this grievance in mind, vowing that when his martial arts simulation points ran low, someday those people would be the ones to pay the price. These gold coins would be considered an advance payment on their lives. Since he had no introduction, meeting Chinting would be exceedingly difficult. Remos chose to handle matters through gold coins, routing his requests through slaves who then relayed the message through the steward. Remos could only wait patiently. As twilight completely engulfed the horizon, a carriage slowly came to a halt before the manor gates. Chinting jumped hastily from the carriage and, seeing Remos crouched by the roadside with a bag on his back, felt a sudden pang in his heart. Remos naturally noticed the carriage's arrival, but he intended to maintain a half-asleep, half-awake state, deliberately preserving the appearance of hunger and exhaustion upon his face. Remos, how did you come to be here? Has something happened? Chinting hurried forward. Remos rubbed his eyes. Is that you, father? After pretending to confirm it was Chinting, Remos suddenly rose and buried his face into his father's shoulder. Ah! Father! I thought I would never see you again. He trembled as he pressed his face into Chinting's embrace, sobbing softly. Sensing Remos' whole body shaking, Chinting gently patted his back and asked softly, Good child. Tell me. What happened? How did you come to be here? The moment Chinting asked, Remos' crying intensified, his throat forcing out broken syllables. Wendy. Wendy, she. What about Wendy? Chinting suddenly felt a terrible premonition. Wendy is dead. The island has been occupied by the rebel army. Watching Remos wolf down his food, Quentin felt a pang of heartache. Is Wendy truly dead? What about my other children? Quentin still clung to a sliver of hope. He asked nothing along the way, merely comforting Remos inside the carriage until the boy cried himself to sleep. Exhausted from the journey, he had finally succumbed to slumber. After ordering food for him, Quentin learned that Remos had been extorted for a considerable sum of gold by imperial soldiers during his search. Quentin was furious, but sorrow outweighed anger. Sensing the moment was right, Remos stopped eating and slammed his fist on the table. Father! This is all my fault for being useless. I intended to flee with Wendy, but I never imagined that Sylvia was a spy for the rebels. At this, Remos was overcome with grief again. As for your other children, they should be with Wendy now. Oh no! Quentin clasped his head in agony. Though he had never cherished his illegitimate children, they were still his flesh and blood. After a long moment, Quentin finally composed himself, only to be consumed by rage. Fuck! That damned Ross! Was he raised on prostitutes' piss? He took over 100 imperial soldiers fully equipped, claiming to hunt down the rebels. Quentin sneered coldly. And what came of it? Ha! He ended up gallivanting around with his wife, more beastly than the rebels. When I go to the Imperial Senate, I will file a complaint to have Ross stripped of all his duties. Quentin! I heard from the servants that you brought someone. Who is he? A friend. A voice interrupted the father and son's mourning. Remos, his red-rimmed eyes still glistening with unshed tears, studied the uninvited guest carefully. Before him stood a woman in a red dress, her plump face heavily powdered, but the fine lines at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age. The heavy ruby pendant on her chest swayed with her breath. Her attire and demeanor unmistakably marked her as the lady of the manor. He. Quentin hesitated, but meeting Remos's tearful gaze, he steeled himself and said, He is my son. You. Veins bulged beneath the garish rouge. The middle-aged woman clutched her chest and began to collapse before she could utter another word. A nearby servant quickly caught her. The woman pointed a trembling finger at Quentin. Quentin stepped forward. Ludia. Calm down. Ludia tore off the ruby pendant and hurled it to the floor, her voice choked with resentment. I know I can no longer bear children, but I gave you Hector and Aurelia. Isn't that enough? Hector has already joined the Imperial Knight Order. Aurelia has been taken by a noble mage to the Misty Forest to join the Academy of Magic. Can't you still ensure the rise of House Calson? Quentin reached out to embrace Ludia, but she shoved him away. Get out. Without my father could you have entered the Senate? House Calson was in decline and it was our House Nektov that propped you up. Without me you wouldn't even be a lord. Your cousin would have taken the position. Enough. Ludia. Quentin, irritated by her outburst, roared back. You yell at me. Did you just yell at me? Ludia stared at him incredulously. I said nothing when you dallied with the maids even in front of me. But a bastard. Is this not your fault? What did you promise back then? You swore you would love only me, that only our children would exist. That was why my father let me marry you. To help you through your trials. Then Ludia jumped up and pointed angrily at Remos, who had been watching the quarrel. Then what is this? Tell me. Remos tried to intervene as the argument grew heated, but Ludia turned on him. You little bastard. Tell me. How many more bastards like you does this old bastard have? Remos looked sorrowful. None. They were all killed by the rebels. I am the only one left. Ludia clapped her hands and laughed. Good. Excellent. Good riddance to the rebels. Quentin's temples throbbed at her words, her shrill voice like needles piercing his eardrums. Enough. Have you gone mad? Quentin roared, pointing at Remos. He is my son and he will live in this manner from now on. He will live with us. Even if your father comes to confront me, I will bear it all. Since Remos took up residence in Kuntang's manor, Kuntang and Ludia would have a small quarrel every day and a big fight every 3 days. Remos felt nothing about this. On the contrary, every time he saw the couple quarreling with flushed faces, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Especially when he saw Lady Ludia begin to smash jars and Kuntang holding his head, he nearly burst out laughing. However, if he saw the couple after tiring from the quarrel looking at each other with resentment, he would instead jump out, put on a guilty expression and say to Kuntang, Father, let me become a soldier of the Empire. As long as I leave, then you won't quarrel with Lady Ludia anymore. I'm very sorry, Lady Ludia, for disturbing your life. Rest assured from now on. As long as Remos said this, Lady Ludia would surely clamor at Kuntang. See? He is willing, why won't you? Kuntang certainly didn't want Remos to become a soldier of the Empire, as the Empire was in such chaos. Even if Remos were to become a soldier of the Empire, Kuntang would wait until he found a good place, one that was not only safe but also allowed him to earn merits. Only then would Kuntang consent. The reason for this was that Kuntang hoped Remos could gain glory so that he could then propose in the Senate to grant Remos a title. Once a title was granted, Remos would become a member of the Kersayan family and would no longer be a wild boy without a surname. However, Kuntang didn't know what was in Lemos's mind. In reality, when Remos saw the originally amicable couple start quarreling again because of him, he was more like a spectator watching a stage play. Perhaps it was his unique perverse taste. But quarrels were quarrels. After several rounds, Remos grew tired of the stage play caused by him. He began to learn about the Empire in Kuntang's manner, whereas before he could only hear about it from others' mouths. Fortunately, now there were books to read. Otherwise, during his stay on the island, there had been almost only Wendy's story sessions and very few books about the Empire. His fingertips brushed against the parchment scrolls as he began to slowly explore the stories of this empire. After all, this world was not as convenient as his past life, where having a mobile phone could tell him so many things. News here was isolated, making it difficult to grasp the full picture of events. At the same time, he discovered a problem. The empire was actually controlled by the Senate, yet it had a king and it wasn't even hereditary. It was similar to what Elysia had said. Every 7 years the lords of the 7 great families would take turns sitting on the Iron Throne. What was the meaning of this? Remos couldn't understand. He didn't know Western history, but at least he knew the hierarchy should be King, Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. But strangely, every 7 years a new king, prince and princess would be replaced. And it was the 7 families taking turns. This is too strange. Remos muttered to himself. Later he also discovered that all members of the 7 families intermarried, literally meaning that within every family there might be relatives of yours. For example, Lady Ludia was from the Naikechuofu family, so Kuntang's father-in-law was the lord of Naikechuofu. Following the storyline, Remos seemed to understand something. Overall, the 7 families appeared closely connected, but internally there were open conflicts and secret struggles. To put it bluntly, they were all one family with different surnames, and they monopolized almost all the resources of this land. However, Remos didn't want to dwell on these trifles. He just needed to know roughly what kind of place he was in. What he cared most about was the supernatural power in this world. Besides mages, were there other supernatural powers? But after reading several stacks of parchment scrolls apart from dense noble trivialities, there were few relevant records, only some metaphorical fragments. For example, under the shadows is the one who stays with you day and night, truly the person you know. The body that should have been in the eternal sleep town slowly rose, the returning figure draped in a familiar skin. The flickering flame was an oracle hiding the answer of tomorrow within. When you are fortunate enough to step into the deep forest swirling with mist, bravely part the vines entangling fate and do not fear the thorns tearing your clothes. In the depths of the sea, whispers of deep-sea secrets that humans cannot decipher. Remos looked at the stacks of yellowed parchment scrolls and couldn't help but sigh, alas. After reading so much, most of the records were noble trivialities. Bang! The candlelight on the desk flickered with the wooden door. Remos looked at Kuntang, who had burst in, and his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed slightly. However, seeing Kuntang leaning crookedly against the doorframe, Remos still considerately supported Kuntang into the room and asked with concern, "Father, did you drink again? Have you quarreled with Lady Ludia again?" Kuntang raised his hand to signal Remos to close the door. The candlelight like scattered gold reflected in his turbid eyes as he slumped into a chair. "Remos, I think you should stop talking about becoming a soldier of the Empire. I will arrange your future affairs for you." Remos answered in a hoarse voice, "I won't bring it up. I just fear causing trouble for you, father." Kuntang rubbed his sagging cheeks with both hands, shook his heavy head to try to dispel the drunkenness, and with difficulty focused his gaze on Lemos's face, which blurred and overlapped with a certain face in his memory. Finally, the smell of alcohol mixed with a sigh sounded in the study. "Don't mind what Ludia says. Stay here from now on, live well and accompany me. Whatever you want, as long as I can give it, I will give it to you. Get to work. Get to work. Fuck. A bunch of uncivilized bastards. Hurry up." Under the blazing sun, the overseer raised his whip and lashed it across the slave's back, while Remos merely watched the black-skinned crowd harvesting flax with indifference. This was just Remos familiarizing himself with the daily labor of the slaves on the Ka-Ir-Sayan territory. He wanted to squeeze every last coin out of these slaves for the Ka-Ir-Sayan family. If they performed well, they would be rewarded with women, allowing them to produce more little slaves which could be sold to organizations training death warriors, thereby generating more gold. As for those slaves who were already disabled, aged, and no longer productive, they would ultimately have the honor of being turned into his simulation points. A curly-haired butler holding a black box walked respectfully to Remos's side. "Young master, this is what the Lord ordered me to give you." Remos nodded with a cold expression and reached out to take it. He lightly weighed the box in his hand, thinking that this old man was indeed quite good to him. That night drunk, he said that as long as Remos wanted anything he could give, it would be Remos's. "It's a pity." Kuntang said that the monster limbs were priceless but had no market because generally no one would buy such things. At first Kuntang thought Remos was dreaming of becoming a mage, so he even advised him that these things were useless to ordinary people. At most, after a family had a mage, those mages might give some strange trinkets to the children. The children would then show off, saying that someone in their family had become a mage. Hearing this, Remos knew that if he went too far, Kuntang might stop helping him find these monster remains. That was why he needed even more gold coins. But he also didn't want to reveal too much. After all, who knew if some strange mage might capture him for experiments? He slowly opened the black box. Inside it looked like a black scale. He handed the box to a nearby female slave and ordered them to step back. He then walked to a tree, sat cross-legged, and observed the scale in his hand. The scale was huge, as large as the face of two adults. He held the scale up to the sun, and the golden sun became a tiny dot on the pitch-black scale. Remos tapped the scale with his fingertip. A clear clink sound rang out. The crisp sound was like metal striking. "Interesting." Remos admired the scale in his hand, muttering to himself, it cost 150 gold coins to obtain this unknown scale, and last year Kuntang's income after deducting costs was only a little over 1,000 gold coins. An outstanding gladiator is worth only 5 gold coins. Remos closed his eyes and began to slowly caress the cold scale in his hand. The figures in the flax field would never know how many bolts of linen were needed to exchange for the object in the young master's palm. A material suitable for advancing the cultivation technique has been detected. "Decompose." Remos murmured silently, "Decompose." The scale turned to dust under the sunlight. Remos gently closed his eyes. The familiar Bagua diagram spun in his mind. Martial Arts True Solution Chart Simulation Points 18 points. Eagle Claw Art 100 Years of Power. Iron Cloth Art Advancing. Previously, the Bagua diagram always had a black and white figure standing in the center, but this time it didn't. From the black image, it looked like a pig covered in spikes standing still in the center of the Bagua diagram. Soon from outside the Bagua diagram, Remos heard the sound of giant waves. Above the spike-covered pig, a huge mouth appeared.
The black image gradually materialized looking like a giant bony-tongued fish. It circled the Bagua diagram estimated to be about 20 meters long. Remos also noticed that the fish's head was covered with dense red eyes and its mouth had 4 rows of sharp teeth. The iron-bristled boar on the Bagua diagram seemed to be terrified. Its bristles stood on end and it raised its head to howl at the fish in the sky.
But there was no sound inside the Bagua diagram and Remos couldn't hear anything.
Here there were only 2 colors, black and white.
Finally the giant fish swallowed the iron-bristled boar in one gulp and the giant fish itself plunged straight into the Bagua diagram.
After a moment the familiar black and white figure slowly rose from the center of the Bagua diagram. But now behind it was a ring and on the outer edge of the ring were spikes slowly rotating behind the black and white figure.
Martial Arts True Solution Chart Simulation Points 18 points.
Eagle Claw Art 100 years of power. Iron Shirt Art 100 years of power. The familiar plus sign made Remos and the Bagua diagram curl his lips.
Add points.
With the command to allocate points the ring behind the black and white figure began to change, breaking into countless spikes that stabbed toward the figure.
The black and white figure instantly stiffened.
The spikes pierced its body but seemed to vanish into nothingness, leaving no trace of blood.
Instead the spikes that had entered curled and grew on the surface.
Then the figure clasped its hands together. The curled spikes instantly straightened, shot out and turned back into a ring. The ring then transformed into black and white threads that began to slowly wrap around the figure. Under the tree Remos slowly opened his eyes. Not far away the black-skinned laborers were still sweating under the lash of the overseer. In the eyes of the waiting female slaves the young master had merely dozed off.
Martial Arts True Solution Chart Simulation Points 18 points.
Eagle Claw Art 100 years of power. Iron Shirt Art 300 years of power. Remos had initially thought that after obtaining those nameless scales he would have to wait a long time before acquiring a new cultivation technique.
But fortunately Ting proved to be truly effective. He sent over something that looked like a bear paw, albeit enormous in size. At least it was as big as half the body of an average female slave.
In the secret chamber Remos marveled at his father's efficacy while also feeling fortunate. In the novels he had read in his past life the protagonists always had to fight tooth and nail to gain resources. But for him, where was the need for such bloodshed? The only time he had spat blood was during his battle against the rebel army.
Detected. Yes. Decompose. Add points. A direct one-click triple combo.
Within the world of the 8 trigrams diagram the silhouette of a giant bear appeared.
This time the black and white figure actually sparred with that giant bear.
To be honest, although the giant bear was merely a shadow, it at least didn't look so sanity-draining. In terms of sensory perception this was the only relatively normal creature Remos had ever encountered. In the black and white world of the 8 trigrams diagram he carefully observed the duel between the 2 figures. Because of the eagle claw technique he could understand a great deal and thus he unconsciously began to imitate the movements of the bear-like black figure. He knew that all the martial arts here were derived from the combat experience of these creatures when they were alive.
As for the body not being able to keep up, that was impossible.
As long as one added points to a martial art in the martial Dao True Solution diagram the physical constitution would naturally be enhanced in return with no side effects. Time flew by swiftly. Finally the 2 figures merged directly and once again the black and white silhouette stood before Remos with hands clasped. This time Remos did not hurry to exit the martial Dao True Solution diagram, instead he asked the black and white figure with interest, "Hey,
friend, do you truly not know how to speak? Or can you not hear me? And why? Can I not step into this 8 trigrams diagram?"
After waiting for a long time Remos received no response.
Feeling he had embarrassed himself he chose to exit the black and white world of the 8 trigrams diagram.
Martial Dao True Solution diagram simulation points 18 points. Eagle Claw technique 100 years of cultivation. Iron Sand Palm 100 years of cultivation. Iron Cloth Shirt 300 years of cultivation.
Back in the real world Remos could not help but exclaim, "Fuck. Truly all solid goods."
What he really wanted was martial arts like likeness techniques, and he was sure that he could eventually decompose and obtain internal cultivation techniques. Remos slowly spread his 5 fingers and a wisp of black chi emanated from his palm. No experiment was needed besides the strengthening of his own body. The 2 combat techniques in his mind had already become muscle memory. If he were to face the rebel army this time it would probably be much easier, right? The good times did not last long.
Remos was called over by Ting, who talked endlessly about many things.
After filtering out the filial piety nonsense Remos summarized: first, the rebel army had infiltrated the empire and the new king had not yet ascended. Second, the finances of the major families were strained. Third, the things he wanted could not be obtained even with money. It was not that Ting was unwilling to help, but there was little money and energy to assist him in realizing his mage dream.
In short, Ting could not provide what Remos needed and there was no money.
When no one was around, Remos with pent-up resentment in his chest suddenly struck a cold wall with his palm.
Crack! Changing his palm into a claw, he grabbed a handful of broken stones. With a slight squeeze, the stones turned to dust which scattered to the ground through his loosened fingers, emitting wisps of black smoke. Fuck! I originally thought I could just sit back and wait, growing stronger without having to fight everywhere and maybe even achieve immortality. That had indeed been Remos's plan. As long as he decomposed enough techniques, he refused to believe he could not become immortal. As for worries about insufficient simulation points, those were completely unnecessary. Now he only feared a lack of techniques. Alas! After letting out a deep breath, Remos decided to take a walk to clear his mind. He had been too impatient. Hector! Look at what your father has done. Now the 7 major families are financially strained. The little bastard your father brought back has squandered over 300 gold coins from the family, demanding all sorts of monster remains. Those are clearly experimental materials for the mages. Who does he think he is? Just a beast born from a slave and that fool of a father of yours. Hector had only intended to return to the manor for a rest, but as soon as he arrived, his mother poured out her grievances about the grievances she had suffered recently. To be honest, Hector also found it a headache, and at the same time he was curious about the illegitimate child his mother mentioned. His father did not have only one illegitimate child, there were others, but only one had escaped and managed to find the Calson family and locate his father. As far as he knew, the rebel army generally did not kill indiscriminately. Instead, they conducted trials to determine whether someone had long abused slaves or oppressed others. Only when the deeds were excessive would execution occur. A teenager escaped from the hands of the rebel army. The others were all brutally killed by the rebels. This was highly suspicious. But he did not mention it to his father because in the eyes of the Empire's high officials, being captured by the rebel army meant only one outcome: death. Hector gently patted Ludia's back, trying to calm her agitated emotions. "All right, mother. I think I should go meet this half-brother I have never seen before. Don't get excited first." The manor was large, but Hector could easily find Remos through the servants. He saw the boy holding grain, continuously feeding the white doves that flocked around him, their wings fluttering. The sunlight poured down like honey, gilding the boy's silhouette with a warm gold. A breeze carried the scent of grass across his hair, and the boy only gazed down at the birds pecking. But upon seeing the illegitimate child his mother had spoken of, Hector frowned, a sudden inexplicable disgust piercing his heart. He himself could not explain why. Remos, sensing someone watching, turned his head and met Hector's gaze from the shadow of the eaves. In the shadow stood a tall figure clad in leather armor with long hair and a long sword strapped to his back. His build was sturdy and imposing, as solid as the stone pillars of a castle, and his prominent nose added a touch of heroic spirit to his features. Admittedly, such a face and physique were favored by the women of this world. After a brief exchange of glances, the corners of Remos's mouth lifted slightly and he offered a gentle smile to Hector in the shadow. "Have you heard? They actually let an 11-year-old boy sit on the Iron Throne. Alas, I wish the rebel army would come soon. Do you want to die? If the nobles hear such words, you'll be crucified sooner or later. Hey buddy, how about the old tavern tonight? I heard a fiery woman has arrived. Mother, am I now the most powerful man in the Empire? Can I control life and death at will just like the gods?" Countless voices like boiling meat broth were stirred into a turbid vortex. Wendy slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurred and indistinct. She felt so noisy, wondering if someone was whispering in different voices in her ears or if it was the murmurs hidden in her mind. "It's so dark here. Where am I? Or have I been taken in by the goddess Morrigan?" Wendy, who had just opened her eyes, struggled to keep them open, and soon she recalled the tales from the stories of old. Perhaps she would be taken away by the goddess of death, and she was now wandering on the border of the underworld. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the voices of men, women, old and young sounded again in her ears. Yet her eyelids were heavy and she had no desire to seek the source of the sounds. The voices remained a chaotic jumble. "Child. Where are you? I miss you so much. Fuck. The Night's Watch are all useless, letting the monsters from the misty forest enter the Empire. Brothers, cheers. Tonight let's find a small island and have a great time. While the Imperial army and the rebels are entangled, we shall plunder. Damn rebels. Where are you rats hiding? Why is there still no news from Lake Cadouin? Where has he gone? SSS gurgle hee hee. After an unknown time. When she opened her eyes again, the clamor around her receded like a tide, leaving only the crackling sound of spices popping lightly. Her vision was no longer blurred. Wendy turned her head with effort. By the flickering firelight, the first thing that caught her eyes was a giant stone pillar carved with countless faces. The expressions on the pillar ranged from pity to smiles, from ferocity to joy and to sorrow. In the interplay of light and shadow, the faces on the pillar seemed lifelike. In front of this pillar covered with countless faces, a child in plain clothes knelt on the ground, forming a sharp contrast with the cold stone and exuding an indescribable eeriness. The child seemed to sense that the person behind had awakened, so he slowly rose.
The turning figure abruptly elongated in the dim firelight, rapidly transforming into a sturdy young man. By the time he reached Wendy, the young man's strong body had visibly shriveled and bent, his black hair turned frosty white. In the blink of an eye, the young man had become an old man with white hair. Wendy's pupils remained motionless as she watched the old man kneel before her. It was only when the old man's withered hand slowly began to untie the bandages wrapped around her chin that she realized she had been bound in bandages all along. The old man maintained the posture of untying the bandages, a glint of amusement in his murky eyes. "Child, are you awake?" Wendy's fingertips trembled as she struggled to raise her right hand and gently brushed her chin, her voice hoarse and weak. "Am I dead or alive now?" The old man quickly pulled out a silver mirror from his bosom. When he turned the mirror toward Wendy, it reflected her pale face. "The gods have blessed you, they have left you your mortal face." Wendy gazed at the person in the mirror. The freckles on her face had vanished without a trace, but her features and eyes were no different from her memory. Yet her complexion bore a sickly pallor, like a mask without warmth staring back at her from the mirror. After a while, the old man put away the silver mirror and his hunched figure quickly disappeared into the shadows under Wendy's gaze. Soon a voice, neither male nor female, drifted from the darkness. "Child, may you have a sweet dream." When the voice completely faded into the darkness, deathly silence spread across every inch of space. Only the flickering flames licked the unfamiliar faces on the stone pillar. Wendy slowly opened her eyes, dazed and heavy, catching sight of a bowl of grain porridge and a loaf of bread beside her. She forced herself upright, yet profound weakness clung to her like a shroud. Rather than reaching for the food, her gaze immediately fell upon a girl her own age, dressed in the same coarse linen tunic, who knelt diligently scrubbing the floor with a rag. After a brief moment to gather her wits, Wendy politely asked, "Hello. Where am I?" The girl paused mid-motion and replied, "This is the Thousand-Faced Temple." Wendy frowned, unfamiliar with the name. Where exactly is this place?" The girl rose, tossing the rag aside with visible impatience. "This is a temple within a town under the domain of House Moulton in the Western Lauren Empire. Clear enough now?" Wendy nodded silently. Though puzzled by the girl's sharp tone, she instinctively withdrew into herself, picking up the loaf and dipping it into the porridge before eating. Whether due to dull taste or the bread's dense texture, the meal struck her as bland and stubbornly hard, the first time she had ever tasted such dark, coarse bread. Cough. 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 She choked almost instantly on the black loaf, her gaze snapping back toward the girl still kneeling on the floor scrubbing. Noticing Wendy's distress, the girl flicked the rag aside with a dismissive flick of her wrist, rolled her eyes and reluctantly fetched a cup of water. Trembling, Wendy accepted the cup, raised it to her lips and drank greedily, only to splutter violently, spraying water across the floor. Hastily wiping her mouth, she met the girl's gaze with quiet, heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. How long have I been asleep?" "You." Her voice suddenly soared, arms flailing. 90 days, you've lain here motionless for 90 days. If I hadn't bathed you daily and changed your dressings." Her voice trailed off, drawn out and dripping with sarcasm, one eyebrow arched high. "You'd have rotted into a nest of maggots." Though the girl's manner brimmed with irritation, Wendy watched her, this young woman no older than herself, and swallowed hard. Words of thanks welled up, then receded unspoken deep into her throat. Instead, she lowered her head, eyes downcast, refusing to meet the girl's gaze. "I'm sorry, I've troubled you far too much. Once I recover, I'll leave at once. I promise not to burden you further." "Poof. Better be." Without glancing back, or caring how Wendy reacted, the girl turned and resumed her work. Not long after finishing the floor, she strode to the corner and retrieved a wooden staff. With a fluid twist of her wrist, the staff spun in a graceful flourish across her palm, then bending slightly at the elbow and straightening her spine, she brought it into perfect guard position, her posture taut and focused, utterly at odds with her earlier scowl. Wendy had been surreptitiously watching her scrub the floor, but the moment that staff spun, her attention locked onto the girl, riveted and unblinking. Then seamlessly the girl shifted from one hand to both, gripping the staff firmly, and executed precise, deliberate motions: horizontal sweep, downward strike, forward thrust. Her movements appeared stiff, even unrefined, yet each stroke sliced the air with a sharp, resonant hiss. After nearly an hour, she dropped the staff onto the floor and collapsed backward, limbs splayed in an ungainly, exhausted sprawl. Wendy bit her lip, then couldn't resist asking, "Were you practicing swordplay just now? I've seen gladiators train, but yours bears no resemblance." The girl wiped sweat from her brow. "This is the Thousand-Faced Temple. What's strange about training with blades? Surely you've seen him." "Him?" Wendy looked puzzled. "What? You haven't?" The girl sighed, her tone softening, perhaps eased by exertion. "I watched him carry you here myself." Wendy asked, "Do you mean the one who shifts between child and elder? What is his name?" "Ha! So bold. Will he transform right before your eyes? It seems he quite enjoys teasing you." The girl burst into laughter. "It's not just child to elder, he also becomes duchesses, beggars on street corners, aristocratic playboys, even prisoners in chains." Wendy listened awestruck.
She knew mages existed in this world, though she'd never laid eyes on one, and ventured cautiously then. He must be a mage. A mage. The girl scoffed, clearly unimpressed. He is no mere mage. He is the thousand-faced guest, a being without name. His title changes with every face he wears when stepping beyond these doors. Unaware their conversation had softened the air between them. Curious, the girl asked, when you arrived your jaw was gone, how did you survive such a wound? And how did it happen? Your clothes were fine, were you a noblewoman who fled home only to fall prey to bandits? As the girl's inquisitive gaze settled upon her, Wendy felt silent fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her tunic. I'm no noblewoman, just a bastard daughter. My half-brother gave me this injury. Startled, the girl sat up abruptly from the cold floor. Why? Did he mean to kill you? Wendy shook her head, unwilling to speak further. After a long pause, she turned to the girl and asked, by the way. Thank you for everything these past days. My name is Wendy. And yours? The girl, slightly disappointed that Wendy had evaded her earlier question, retracted her warmth and answered curtly, for now, I am Christina. Christine. You don't have a surname either. And what do you mean you're currently called Christine? Will you not be called Christine later? Christine felt for the first time that a person could have so many questions. No wonder her half-brother had shattered her jaw. But Christine patiently explained, I'm an illegitimate daughter just like you. For now I'm called Christine because I will eventually become the thousand-faced guest. Wendy suddenly felt that fate was indeed so wondrous, both of them were illegitimate daughters, surely guided by some twist of destiny. What is your father's name? My father is Quentin Calson. Christine said irritably, Gaius Eldrisi. Ha! Though Wendy was frail, her expression was remarkably vivid. I think I've seen your father. Is he chubby? Enough. You talk too much. Christine rose impatiently from the ground. Since you're so spirited, from now on you can handle your own hygiene. I'm going to take a bath. Wendy watched Christine's retreating figure and murmured to herself, so I'm not really liked out there. 3 days passed in a flash. The sky over Morton's domain was always gray, as if there was never any sunshine here. Splash! A man in leather armor dumped what looked like entrails from a wooden bucket onto the stone pavement. The next second 7 or 8 children rushed out of the alley, ignoring the filth on the ground, scooping up the offal into wooden basins they had prepared. Soon the stone pavement was left with nothing but a pool of blood. Not a single piece of meat remained. Wendy and Christine pushed a cart laden with food together, trudging slowly along the potholed stone street. Amid the sound of wheels grinding over gravel, they would stop from time to time. They saw ragged women clutching children huddled in alleys and weeping. Whenever that happened, Wendy and Christine would step forward and hand them some black bread that tasted like tree bark, and also a few half-wilted brown fruits. Wendy spotted a white-haired old man leaning against a wall with his eyes closed, so she called out to Christine and the old man. Aren't you going to give him any? Christine glanced at him, turned expressionless, and continued pushing the cart. That old man is already dead. No need to hand out food. How can that be? Wendy refused to believe it. She hurried to the old man, placed her index finger under his nose to check for breath, then, unwilling to give up, gave him a gentle push. Finally she let out a helpless sigh and caught up with Christine. Just as the food was nearly all distributed, a clamor of shouts suddenly arose ahead. Seeing the crowd surging ahead, Wendy could not contain her curiosity. She tugged at Christine beside her. Christine, there's a big crowd gathered up ahead. Should we go take a look? It's still early anyway, and going back would be boring. Christine replied indifferently. After parking the cart, they followed the noise and squeezed into the crowd. The sight before them made Wendy's breath catch. In the center of the square, dozens of men and women were nailed naked to crosses. Wendy unconsciously clenched her fist. The gathered crowd exchanged no whispers. They just stared at the scene with numb expressions. Around the crosses, soldiers with spears watched the crowd warily. Suddenly a man with a bushy beard stepped forward, his iron sword clinking against his leg armor with a clear sound. Everyone look here, he shouted in a rough voice. See that? Those on the crosses are the idiots who call themselves the rebel army. It's these people who make you go hungry all the time. Without these fools, I think, at least within Morton's domain, if you work hard every weekend, you could have a bowl of meat soup. When the man finished, a few scattered voices finally arose from the numb crowd. The man smugly wiped the stubble on his chin. The Morton family says that whoever finds such fools, regardless of gender. He paused, then spread 5 fingers toward the crowd. Will receive 5 gold coins. If it's an important figure, you'll get a chance to work at Morton Manor. Think about it, 5 gold coins are enough for each of you to dig the land for a whole year. Not to mention, if you can work at the manor, imagine that delicious meat soup. And the Lord's reward. When the man finished, the scattered voices in the crowd turned into low murmurs. How could this be? How could these people be like this? Wendy thought to herself.
5 gold coins were sometimes nothing more than the cost of a noble's banquet dinner. Hadn't the rebels helped them?
Why can they be so indifferent?
Watching this scene, Wendy's heart was deeply unsettled. It wasn't until Christine tugged her hand and led her away that she snapped back to reality. Christine led Wendy to follow a man in a hood all the way to a deserted street. When Wendy finally saw the middle-aged man clearly, even from 2 paces away she could smell the alcohol on him. Before she could ask what was going on, Christine spoke first. 2 days ago you disguised yourself as a lame blacksmith. Today why have you changed into this drunken-looking figure?
Can't you transform into a tall mighty knight and appear before me? Even a noble lady would do.
I'm really tired of seeing an old man or a ruffian appear in front of me.
Faced with Christine's teasing, the man was not annoyed.
He looked languid, leaning against the wall, and even took a leather flask from his waist and took a swig.
As 1,000 faces, you can't always focus on pretty faces.
You still need to grow, Christine.
Christine, oh. Wendy, Christine, is this your friend? May the gods bless you and may he leave you a human face.
The man turned his gaze to Wendy.
You've recovered quickly. Where do you plan to go from here?
Wendy was startled at first but quickly realized that this man was the very one she had seen when she first woke up. Even though he could change his face when he uttered those words, may the gods bless you and may he leave you a human face, Wendy knew it was him.
It was an inexplicable feeling. But as for the man's question, Wendy did not know how to answer.
After hemming and hawing for a long time, she finally said, I don't know where I can go.
I don't know the way and I don't know anyone. Wendy dared not look at the man's face.
One hand was hidden behind her back, her fingers unconsciously rubbing together. If the man and Christine were unwilling to take her in, she would have to take things one step at a time.
Just as Wendy was at a loss, Christine raised an eyebrow.
Are you getting addicted to playing the drunkard now? Where else can she go except with us? Or does she have the ability to go elsewhere?
She'd probably be kidnapped halfway and sold into slavery somewhere.
The man shrugged. I was just asking casually.
And Christine, I'm your teacher after all.
Is that how you talk to your teacher?
Looks like I'll have to give you a refresher lesson.
Christine turned to Wendy, her tone turning serious.
It depends on whether you're willing to stay with us.
If you stay, he'll be your teacher from now on.
If not, we can only give you some gold coins and help you create a legal identity to stay in the empire.
But I warn you, staying in the temple is no picnic. Wendy, who was originally homeless, naturally found the best outcome in staying at the Thousand Faces Temple. She didn't know where she would go from there, drifting like a leaf in the wind. A handsome young man with a slender sword at his waist looked down at Wendy and Christine kneeling on the floor, his voice gentle as a stream. All who know us call us the Thousand Faces Guest. Roughly translated, it means familiar guest, but we usually call ourselves the Thousand Faces, and those from the Misty Forest call us the Thousand Faces Disciples. What is the Thousand Faces? What does one need to master to become a Thousand Faces? First, you must learn swordsmanship, it is your foundation. Next, you must learn to lie poison frame. At first, Wendy sat upright and listened attentively, but somehow she began to daydream, wondering if the young man before her would turn into an old grandfather teaching them poison tomorrow, or an old grandmother full of lies.
Jean.
The young man suddenly drew the slender sword from his waist, lightly running 2 fingers along the blade, his gaze locking onto Wendy's dazed eyes.
What are you thinking about?
Wendy quickly bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry, master.
Please forgive my rude behavior just now.
The young man spun the sword in a flourish and hid it behind his back. A fool who daydreams in class won't live long, even the gods hate fools. Christine nudged Wendy with her elbow and whispered a warning, you can't daydream in class. If you get kicked out of the Thousand Faces Temple, you'll have to find a place to stay on your own.
I'm sorry, master. I really was wrong.
Wendy clasped her hands together and apologized again, but her gaze kept stealing glances at the young man as if afraid he might get angry. It was indeed her fault, but she had never imagined that one day she could access knowledge at this level. The young man nodded slightly.
All right. Let's stop here for today. I'll be here for a while. Now you and Christine practice sparring. Sparring? Practice what? Wendy looked confused. Could it be swordsmanship? What did she know about that? She had only been awake for less than 10 days. At most, when she lived on the island, she had secretly watched gladiators practice and imitated them a little. But looking at Christine beside her, she felt she might be able to hold her own for a bit. Christine looks thin and not very strong. Idiot. Go grab a wooden stick from the corner and stop daydreaming. Christine urged Wendy, knowing that the master wanted to teach this fool a lesson. After they each picked a stick, they stood facing each other. Although Wendy didn't know swordsmanship, at least she had seen gladiators train, so she could probably imitate a bit. She cheered herself up in her heart. I hope I don't lose too badly. What are you looking at? I'll let you attack first. Christine held the stick with both hands, signaling Wendy not to daydream. Wendy didn't hesitate either. She also gripped the stick with both hands and let out a loud shout as if to encourage herself. Yeah. Smack. Christine blocked, then immediately crouched slightly and swept Wendy's knee, causing her to drop to one knee. SSS. Wendy gritted her teeth. A numbing bone-deep pain in her knee made her tears well up in her eyes, a pain that sheer willpower could not control. Looking up again, she saw Christine already standing straight, hiding the wooden stick behind her back. Again. When Wendy heard Christine call out again, she endured the pain and charged forward, swinging her stick. But the other girl merely sidestepped, and Wendy, unable to stop her momentum, stumbled a few steps. But those 2 steps brought the numbing pain crashing over Wendy again, and this time she fell to both knees. The young man watching from the side shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would need to stay here a while longer, at least until this girl could fully grasp her weapon. The day's training ended and the torches in the temple began to burn. Wendy limped to a small bathhouse within the temple. What's wrong? You're going to jump in without taking off your clothes. Christine leaned her arms on the edge of the bath, smiling as she watched the staggering Wendy. Come on down. The warm water here can heal your injuries. Just soak for a while, then sleep, and by tomorrow the bruises on your body will be gone. Wendy, without another word, stripped off her cloth clothes and carefully followed Christine's example, stepping down into the bath. Seeing Wendy crouching opposite her with her arms wrapped around herself, Christine casually asked, "How old are you this year?" Wendy answered softly, 13. Christine chuckled. What a coincidence. I'm the same age. We're both the same age, so why are you so stupid? Wendy hesitated. Fools won't receive the favor of the gods. Christine still smiled. Wendy lowered her head, then suddenly blurted out an unrelated remark. Why did you cut your hair so short, only to your earlobes? If you had long hair, you'd surely look beautiful, right? Ha ha ha. Christine wasn't sure if Wendy was complimenting her to curry favor and wondered if she could go a little easier on her in the future. But that was impossible. No time to bother with that fool opposite her. Christine tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and quietly enjoyed the perfectly comfortable temperature of the water. The small bath fell silent again. Wendy suddenly pressed her lips together and whispered, "Christine. I'm sorry. I was wrong today. I won't do it again." Christine snorted lightly. Saying sorry to me is useless. The master actually did it for your own good. Suddenly Christine lowered her voice. I'll tell you a secret. The Misty Forest will disappear within 10 years. The Empire might cease to exist. Ha! Wendy didn't understand. What do you mean the Misty Forest will disappear? Why will it disappear? When she looked up, she saw that Christine had already opened her eyes and was staring at her, which made her feel a bit frightened. The Empire is all lies. At first the Empire was meant to preserve the embers of humanity, but after so many years the humans on the Misty Forest side have already built their own cities and forces, and they are no longer afraid of magical beasts. Although racial wars often break out and many people die, there is also a benefit. Ordinary people there have a chance to gain extraordinary power. Not like the Empire, where only the children of nobles ever get a chance to enter the Magic Academy. The lower classes always believe that the Empire is protecting them. Those noble children enter the Magic Academy to learn to fight magical beasts, to sacrifice themselves for the people. Little do they know it's all a fraud, it's all caused by power. When such words came out of Christine's mouth, Wendy felt her worldview collapse. Are the nobles really just preventing commoners from leaving the northern border to go to the Misty Forest so that they don't gain extraordinary power? Seeing Wendy's look of disbelief, Christine curled her lips. You don't believe me? This is what the master said. The master came from the Misty Forest side. But to be honest, the mortality rate for ordinary people there is much higher than in the Empire. The advantage is that there is a chance to become transcendent and fully control your own life. As for the Empire, you are born as you are, and that's basically what you remain forever. The lower classes repeat day after day as if time is forever stuck on a single day. Seasons came and went, yet not a sliver of sunlight ever graced the lands of the molten territory. Crack! Crack! Taking advantage of Wendy's momentary distraction, Kristen swept her staff directly into the girl's ankle. Rubbing her ankle, Wendy looked up at Kristen. It still hurt so much. Kristen stood ramrod straight, hiding the staff behind her back, gazing down at Wendy seated on the ground. 1 year. You still haven't managed to land a single blow on me. Your only improvement is that you can now spar with me for a while, at least not like when you first arrived instantly defeated. Oh. Wendy gripped her wooden staff tightly, thumped it solidly against the ground, and used the leverage to spring straight up. Again. But this time Kristen shook her head in refusal. No need. The teacher has left and I have a mission to undertake. Besides, everything he taught you over this year has been passed on, the rest you must comprehend on your own. Wendy dropped her staff and clapped her hands. Need me to accompany you? Ha! Kristen let out a scornful laugh. Your swordsmanship is atrociously bad. You're hopeless at deception, poisoning, and trap setting. Unable to change your face, how do you plan to help me? Kristen stepped forward 2 paces, closing the distance between them until their breaths almost mingled. She lowered her voice. Your main task now is to go before that stone pillar and pray earnestly. See if the thousand-faced God will have mercy on you. With that, Kristen gestured for Wendy to follow. Wendy didn't know what Kristen intended, nor did she ask. She simply followed her until they reached the temple gate. Only when she saw the perennial overcast sky of the molten territory did Wendy ask, why leave the temple? We don't have to distribute grain today. Kristen pointed at the crows circling in the sky and said to Wendy, when the crows land, that's where the target is. The God wants fresh faces. One day you'll do the same as I do. Wendy softly acknowledged. Kristen leaned close to Wendy's ear and whispered, my mission this time is the high-ranking members of the Molten family and their ill-mannered children. Wait for me in the temple. There's something for you before the stone pillar. Open it before you sleep tonight, understand? Then you. Wendy had just responded when she turned to find Kristen already vanished. She jerked her head up to the sky. The crows that had been circling were gone too. She stood frozen, staring at the bustling crowd, dazed as if the past moments had been a dream. After a long while, Wendy hurried back into the temple. She circled the massive stone pillar twice but found nothing that Kristen had said she would leave for her. There's nothing at all. The teacher left without saying goodbye, and you too. Wendy sulked for a while, then reached out to touch the face carved on the stone pillar. It was icy cold. Forget it. I'll just manage on my own for now. Strangely enough, over this past year the people on the road seemed unable to see this temple, and I've never seen a single rat, let alone a thief. Wendy muttered to herself and turned to leave. But the moment she turned, the face on the stone pillar that she had touched began to twitch slightly. Its eyes blinked and glanced toward Wendy's retreating back. Night fell. When Wendy emerged from the bathhouse, steam still clinging to her wet strands of hair dripping water, she habitually called out Kristen. Because sometimes late at night Kristen wouldn't light the temple candles right away. Instead, she would often hide behind Wendy and whisper in a sinister tone, if we were enemies I think you'd be dead by now. But tonight only Wendy's echo filled the temple. Only then did she remember that Kristen had told her she was going on her first mission today. This time she had to patrol the temple alone, barefoot. The candlelight cast flickering halos on the stone bricks. With each candle she lit, the darkness was devoured a little more by the warm yellow glow. After Wendy finished her chores, she intended to pray before the giant stone pillar with the face. But she saw a bundle lying there. She hurried over because earlier she had circled the pillar several times and found nothing Kristen had mentioned. When she opened the bundle, the first thing she saw was a slender sword. She lifted it with both hands and by the light of the fire slowly drew it from the scabbard. Isn't this the teacher's slender sword? After a moment she placed the sword back in its place. Then she looked at the second item in the bundle, a small transparent bottle filled with green liquid. Wendy shook it in her hand. From a distance it might look like a large emerald. Beside the bottle of green liquid was a rolled-up papyrus. Wendy slowly unrolled it and began to read the contents by the dim firelight. The contents were only 2 simple sentences: a million gazes condense into green pupils within the mist. Do not refuse the prying eyes from the darkness. What does this mean? Wendy frowned, pondering the 3 items in the bundle: the teacher's slender sword, a small bottle of green liquid, and a rolled-up papyrus. Could it be that I'm supposed to drink it? Wendy raised the small green bottle, hesitating. Just as she was torn over whether to drink it, she noticed a tiny line of writing on the cloth that had originally wrapped the 3 items. She picked up the cloth and examined it closely, finally making out the words. Please begin the temple trial as soon as possible. Kristen's handwriting. Wendy stared at the tiny line of text, feeling exasperated. Why couldn't she just say it directly? And it's so vague. Begin the temple trial. How does one begin the trial? By drinking the green liquid in this bottle. Gazing at the green bottle, Wendy fell into deep thought. Condense into green pupils. Do not refuse the prying. Should I drink the green liquid in the bottle? Thinking this, Wendy immediately spread out her bedding before the stone pillar, prayed for a while, then unscrewed the cap of the green bottle and drank the unknown green liquid in one gulp. At first she thought such a colored liquid would taste foul, but it was only a small sip, so she didn't mind. Yet when it touched her throat she felt a slight coolness and even a hint of sweetness. But after waiting a while nothing seemed to happen. Could I have guessed wrong? Wendy frowned again. These people are so annoying. Why can't they just say it plainly? What is this green liquid anyway? As her thoughts drifted like dispersing candle smoke, before she could grasp the last thread of thought she sank into a deep slumber. Where am I? Wendy felt a sharp throbbing pain behind her temples. Kill him. Tear him apart. What is this? A gladiatorial arena. Wendy gazed upon the scene before her, an inexplicable sense of dissonance stirring deep within her chest. Her eyes drifted to the central seat in the stands, Quentin Calcian clad in flamboyant violet, and then shifted to a brown-haired youth seated beside his father. Wendy's pupils contracted sharply, rage, tension and terror wove silently around every nerve like gossamer threads. Remos. How is that possible? Wait, why do I fear him? Wendy pinched her own cheek hard, pain flared real and undeniable. So this isn't a dream, but where was I just moments ago? I've forgotten. What did I do days ago? Miss Wendy. Don't dwell on these things, later we'll return to your chamber. Today we acquired many storybooks from a passing merchant and the chef prepared all your favorite dishes. Shall I read them aloud to you while you eat? A young woman with sun-kissed skin gently took Wendy's small hand and led her away from the arena. The warmth radiating from that palm made Wendy instinctively tighten her fingers. Softly she murmured Sivia. Sivia turned her eyes crinkling at the corners like crescent moons and asked tenderly. What is it? Wendy quickly shook her head, falling silent once more, letting Sivia guide her forward hand in hand. And so, dazed and adrift, Wendy found herself seated at the dining table. She stared at the familiar fare before her, fluffy loaves of bread, roasted suckling pig cheesecake. But were these truly her favorites? She couldn't recall. Just then Sivia cradled a stack of papyrus scrolls and smiled. Which tale shall we hear today? Today's tales from the merchant include The Wolf and the Lamb, A Jar of Gold, The Glory of the Empire, and Zeus. Let's begin with Zeus. Wendy interrupted Sivia's gentle recitation. Sivia nodded and began, voice flowing like clear water. Legend tells that Zeus fell deeply in love with Ganymedes, the prince of Troy, so captivated by his beauty that he descended from heaven as a colossal eagle seized the youth and carried him to Mount Olympus, appointing him cupbearer to the gods. As the tale unfolded, Wendy forgot the taste of food altogether, gradually sinking into the world Sivia conjured with her words. Yet one day, weary of divine solitude, Ganymedes secretly fled Olympus. With Cupid's tiny wings granted by Zeus, he journeyed far until he reached a quiet village where he met a peasant girl. Enchanted by his grace, she soon bore him a daughter. Alas, such bliss could not last. When Zeus discovered the betrayal, fury consumed him, he unleashed a terrible curse upon Ganymedes' daughter. Yet moved by Ganymedes' desperate plea, Zeus spared the girl's life, instead pronouncing a venomous decree. Henceforth you shall become a hybrid creature, half eagle, half woman. No man in this world shall ever love you. Nor shall you bear sons. Should you sire offspring, each daughter shall be born exactly as you are, a monster like yourself. Upon receiving Zeus' curse, the girl transformed. Her arms became vast wings, her legs twisted into raptor's talons, the only remnant of her humanity was her torso. Thereafter she could only abduct men to ensure her lineage. And as Zeus foretold, she bore only daughters, each identical to her in form and fate. Thus was born the Harpy, the winged horror of myth. At this point Sivia's voice darkened, dropping to a hushed, ominous timbre. Consumed by wrath toward Zeus, and toward all men, each time the Harpy claimed a new mate, she devoured him the moment her child was born. Suddenly, Sivia's hands curled into claws and snapped onto Wendy's shoulders. Whoa! Then, grinning mischievously, she asked. Well, Miss Wendy, were you frightened? Wasn't it terrifying? Wendy merely shot Sivia a cool, unimpressed glance. Not at all. I only see a tragic woman turned monster. They sat side by side at the table discussing the tale, yet slowly Wendy grew unable to hear Sivia's words. All she saw was Sivia's cheerful smile, while two male voices, light and conversational, drifted closer and closer, though their words remained muffled and indistinct. Though only two voices spoke to Wendy, they sounded chaotic, jumbled, dissonant. And Sivia's demeanor shifted. She grew stiff, deferential, standing quietly beside the table, no longer laughing, no longer speaking. Then Wendy saw their owners. A chill prickled the nape of her neck. Oh, my dearest daughter. Why dine alone today? Why not wait for father? Quentin Calcian approached with a warm paternal smile and gently stroked Wendy's hair. But Wendy's attention was utterly elsewhere, her nails dug deep into her palms. Her gaze, unbidden, began drifting downward. Good heavens, what was that? Why did father wear such serene composure? Did he truly not see Remos' lower body? Where human legs should have been stood massive curved eagle talons. Wendy turned beseeching eyes toward Sivia, but Sivia misunderstood, thinking Wendy resented Quentin's tousling of her hair. So Sivia lowered her head, silent and still. Meanwhile Remos advanced slowly, a faint enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. In Wendy's vision Remos was cleaved in two by the column's shifting shadows, one half perfectly human, the other grotesquely distorted, scaly patches creeping across his face and a vast shadow wing unfurling behind his back. As Remos drew nearer, Wendy's pupils constricted, every hair along her nape stood rigid with dread. Sister, why dine so early? Won't you wait for me and father? Remos smiled warmly, like sunlight spilling over spring meadows. Wendy struggled to steady her pulse. She had no idea why Remos terrified her. Could it be that Remos had already become a monster unseen by all but her? Was her fear born solely from this solitary horrifying sight? After a long breathless pause, Wendy finally buried her terror beneath her lashes, lowered her gaze and spoke with quiet composure. "No, it's just that Sivia told me today we'd collected many stories from a passing merchant. I wanted to finish my meal quickly, then bathe and return to my room so Sivia could read them to me slowly one by one." Wendy blinked once then again and found herself inexplicably back in bed. Yet she distinctly recalled having been at the dining table moments earlier speaking with Sivia. Why had she reappeared in bed in the blink of an eye? She rose and turned only to see Sivia standing motionless beside her, face blank, eyes hollow and lifeless. Just as Wendy opened her mouth to ask what was wrong, Sivia's expression instantly softened, her voice warm and gentle. "Miss Wendy, it's time to rise. What would you like for breakfast? I'll have the chef prepare it at once." Wendy stammered, "Wasn't I just dining with my brother and father? Why am I lying in bed?" Sivia tilted her head slightly. "Didn't you fall asleep last night listening to my story, Miss Wendy? Did you dream?" Wendy pressed her palms to her temples. "Sivia, please go downstairs and have something prepared for me." "Yes." Sivia replied and turned to leave, leaving Wendy bewildered from start to finish. "Something's wrong. Yesterday I dined with Remos and father, how could I suddenly awaken in bed? What is happening to me?" Bewildered, Wendy threw off the covers and stepped onto the floor. The chill struck her soles like shards of ice. She walked slowly to the window and gazed upward. The sky bore the muted blue of pre-dawn tinged with pale gray, no sun, no moon, only silence profound and absolute. "Miss Wendy, why aren't you dressed properly yet?" Sivia's voice startled her from behind, so sudden, so cold it sent a shiver down Wendy's spine. "Ah!" Wendy clutched her chest. "Is breakfast ready already?" Sivia frowned, puzzled. "What are you referring to, Miss Wendy? It's still early for dinner. The master and young master are watching the Gladiator's train. If you're hungry, we may join them for pastries." Something is deeply amiss, profoundly, unnervingly so. Even Wendy, however naive, sensed something fundamentally wrong. Yet the instant that realization surfaced it dissolved, replaced by a strange chilling sense of inevitability. She thought if hungry one should seek father and brother, share afternoon tea and sweets, then await dinner. "Oh. I understand now," Wendy smiled. "Please Sivia, fetch me something elegant to wear." "Yes." Sivia nodded. But even as the words left Wendy's lips, a disquieting unease prickled at the edge of her awareness. She couldn't pinpoint what felt wrong until her gaze fell upon the garment Sivia held. In the merest flicker of an eye, she was fully dressed, seated beside Quentin, watching the Gladiator's train below. A crowd moved silently, expressionless, wielding wooden shields and swords, thrusting, slashing, parrying, yet not a single sound escaped them. They resembled ivory-jointed dolls manipulated by unseen hands in a silent puppet show. The only exception was a youth gripping two wooden swords, unlike the others. Agile and precise, he evaded every lunge and strike, then spun with effortless grace, bringing his blade down squarely upon his opponent's head. "What do you think, Wendy? Aren't these gladiators extraordinary?" Quentin asked, smiling warmly. Wendy snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "Yes. Indeed, they're all remarkably strong. Especially that youth in the center. His reflexes seem sharper than anyone else's." No sooner had Wendy spoken than the arena erupted, sound surging from every direction like ripples across a pond struck by stone. "You can't touch me. The strongest offense is the truest defense. Damn it, let me use the net and you take the trident. Silence. No chatter during training. What's all this noise? Do you want lashes?" The previously lifeless crowd stirred to vivid animation, brows furrowed, faces flushed crimson, jaws clenched, expressions brimming with pride. Wooden blades struck wooden shields and rang out sharp and resonant. Wendy watched, heart unsettled. Their expressions varied wildly, as though they'd been rehearsing in silence until her arrival, when every actor finally stepped into character. Suddenly, coldness slithered up her nape like a serpent's coil. A fine layer of gooseflesh rose along her neck. "Sister. Today's honey cheesecake, I swear you'll adore it." Remos approached from behind, placing a golden-hued confection, shaped uncannily like a beetle, upon the table, his left hand settling lightly upon Wendy's shoulder. Wendy stiffened, turning her head slowly, her eyes barely registering the cake beside her. Remos gazed at her with eyes like liquid silk, his lips curved faintly, then blossomed into a full, tender smile. But, within 2 seconds, his visage warped before her eyes, his smile stretched, splitting at the corners, his eyes deepened, sharpening into predatory slits, and the arena's clamor faded once more into eerie silence. Wendy forced herself to look away, toward the arena, yet in that fleeting glance her peripheral vision caught at the hand resting on her shoulder wasn't human. It was an eagle's talon, clenched tight. It gripped her shoulder with crushing force, pain flared raw and real. Swallowing her terror, she whispered hoarsely, "Thank you, brother." The moment the words left her lips, the arena roared back to life, and the pain vanished. Out of the corner of her eye she saw only a human hand, warm, steady, resting gently on her shoulder, occasionally kneading her tension away. Quentin's eyes gleamed with quiet amusement as he rubbed Wendy's cheek with his thumb. "Daughter, have you noticed the youth wielding twin wooden swords? His name has been truly exceptional." Pride swelled in Quentin's voice. Then lowering it to a conspiratorial murmur, "I recall, of all your tales, you've always cherished the agile adventurer most. I'll have him perform for you soon, guaranteed to match the hero from your stories, thrilling beyond measure." Remos chimed in, echoing his father's words. "Indeed. Sister. Though individual heroism is forbidden in the Empire, within the arena father and I will stage for you a living drama of heroic defiance. I'll have Sivia play a defenseless maiden, and several men disguised as bandits will harass her." Remos leaned close to Wendy's ear. "Don't worry. These bandits won't be formidable, mere hired extras paid a few silver coins. You'll witness the youth cut through them all, glorious, unstoppable. A hero saves the maiden." After hearing this, Wendy sat ramrod straight, her voice strained as she asked, "Will those hired extras return home after the performance?" Remos gave her skull a light, affectionate tap. "What nonsense is that? Tomorrow is your birthday, those extras will certainly lose their heads. Surely you wouldn't wish for Bin's heroism to fail, or for Sivia to suffer humiliation." As he finished speaking, a note of genuine disappointment colored Ramos's tone. He sensed his sister's distaste for the elaborate bloody spectacle he and father had crafted just for her. But Wendy could bear no more. She wanted to scream no. Yet her body refused. Her limbs locked, rooted to the chair, her gaze fixed vacant upon the gladiator's relentless rhythmic training. "If this is a dream, I wish to wake up soon. My mind is muddled and groggy, everything is chaos. Contradictory instincts mingle with absurd expressions, forming a strange symbiosis with inner logic. The sky remains a pale grayish blue, with the sun and moon sharing the heavens. Wendy, Coenting and Lemos stand before a grand hall where they are to worship the deity before celebrating Wendy's birthday. The flames greedily devour the unknown beast, faces the acrid smell of burning mingling with grease into wisps of smoke. To the crowd the pungent smoke forms a bridge to communicate with the gods. But in Wendy's eyes the so-called deity is a ball of flesh composed of countless human faces, women's long hair and men's beards intertwined, writhing incessantly on its surface. Yet she feels no fear, but rather a hint of familiarity. At least in Wendy's heart the fear brought by Lemos always outweighs this. "All right. The prayer is over." Coenting puts his arm around Wendy's shoulders, ready to leave. "Let's see if you like the play your father has prepared for you." Before leaving, Wendy glances back at the floating ball of flesh. She wonders if Coenting and the others can see it. But it no longer matters. In the arena there was no thunderous roar of the crowd, only a few expressionless slaves stood behind Coenting's family. Wendy watches as Shiweye is surrounded by 4 fierce-looking men in the arena. From Shiweye's expression she is terrified and crying. This does not seem like acting, it unfolds before her as if real. Suddenly, a young man wielding 2 swords leaps down from the stands and rolls to land before the bandits. He shouts, "What are you doing?" The actors playing bandits reply, "What do you think we're doing?" Of course. The young man is naturally Bin. With a determined gaze he seizes the moment of speech to swing his sword, and a large head soars into the air. Seeing the 4-strong group suddenly reduced by 1, they first freeze in brief shock, then turn to terror. Wendy naturally captures all their expressions. But showing fear does not stop the double sword-wielding youth, instead it makes him fiercer. With another head falling, the remaining 2 shift from fear to fury. Anger makes them brave. They each pick up their short swords to fight Bin, but those 2 are clearly just amateurs hired off the street. How could they be a match for a true gladiator? Perhaps to make the show more spectacular, Bin is in no hurry to strike. Instead he toys with them like a cat with a mouse, spinning, sidestepping, rolling, leaving bloody cuts on their bodies from time to time. Wendy originally resisted watching this so-called birthday performance, but she doesn't know why she cannot fully control her own body. All she can do is fix her eyes on Bin's every move. Watching the youth's graceful figure on the arena floor, her mind begins to rehearse the movements countless times. She even starts to anticipate Bin's next move. As the bloody marks on the 2 men increase, Wendy can predict Bin's actions. That flowing footwork, if she were to try, she feels she could do it too. The drama finally freezes in a beautiful tableau. Bin kneels on one knee, the man behind him stabbed through the throat with a reverse sword, while before Bin lies a kneeling headless corpse. The clamor of the arena battle finally fades into silence. A single clap sounds beside Wendy, marking the end of the play. Lemos's gaze falls on Wendy. He leans close to her ear and whispers, "How is it? Does your little sister like this gift?" Wendy's body instinctively stiffens, but immediately various emotional faces appear in her mind. She looks up at the pale grayish-blue sky and nods slightly, "I like it." As the words "I like it" leave her lips, her body goes limp and she relaxes back against the chair. In saying those 2 words she seems to understand where she is. Because she lied. At this moment she no longer agonizes over whether this absurd world is real, just like her lie. She slowly turns to meet Lemos's gaze. Seeing her own reflection in his deep eyes, Wendy gives a faint smile. She reaches out to gently caress Lemos's cheek so close to hers. Big Brother's face is not as cold as I imagined. It has warmth after all. Time freezes at this moment. Whether it's Lemos or Bin on the arena or Kuanting sipping his tea, none of them move. Wendy withdraws her hand from Lemos's cheek, slowly stands up and gazes quietly at the sky where the sun and moon share the heavens. She thinks this absurd world should end. The sun and moon intertwine to form a vortex. Wendy spreads her arms trying to embrace the surreal sky and at the same time this absurd world. The ground beneath her feet begins to crack, revealing bottomless darkness. When the earth splits completely under her, she looks down and finds herself standing in midair while countless human faces emerge from the darkness. She abruptly turns to look at Lemos, frozen in time. A mocking smile curls at the corners of her lips as if also releasing herself. In this absurd world you are not the real Lemos and these people are not the ones I know. Lemos's stiff body suddenly trembles and regains movement. He turns his head stiffly, his voice equally harsh. Aren't we a family? Wendy lets out a low laugh. Look at this absurd play. She suddenly leans forward until her nose almost touches Lemos's. This time she is the one approaching him, her voice nearly freezing. I am merely a guest passing through. Who would take the actors in a play as real family? As the words fall, the air around them is filled with cracks like a shattered silver mirror. Wendy, who is standing in the void, begins to fall into the abyss of countless faces. The sudden weightlessness does not frighten her. Instead she slowly closes her eyes, letting her hair drift in the chaos. Huff! Wendy jolted upright, wrenching herself free from the nightmare with a long piercing cry that shattered the suffocating silence. Her first sight was the pale ashen blue light filtering through the iron-barred windows of the temple, spilling across its stone floor. If a silver mirror had stood before her at that moment, she would have seen it. Half her face shimmered and shifted, first into Sylvia's visage, then into Bin's, then into Quentin's, then into Remos's. Wendy shook her head violently. Strands of hair sliced chaotic arcs through the air. Fragments of the nightmare still careened through her mind, shattered images, warped voices, each violent motion an attempt to fling the chaos from her thoughts. Only when the storm in her skull finally stilled did she cease shaking her head, unaware all the while that half her face had been shifting like smoke. Her throat parched, she forced herself up and staggered through the temple in search of water. The instant she rose, her hand swept instinctively to the slender blade beside her. Even through bleary eyes she found the goblet with unerring precision. The temple's water tasted pure and sweet, dissolving the dryness in her throat. Droplets traced glistening paths down her neck, and as if infused by divine breath, the spectral numbness clinging to her limbs receded, drawing her fully back from misty illusion into stark breathing reality. A sudden sharp pft ruptured the temple's hush. Wendy's hand flew to her sword, shink. Its icy edge snapping instantly toward the sound's origin. Yet upon recognizing the culprit, she slid the blade smoothly back into its scabbard, a raven black as midnight. Wendy offered a wry self-mocking chuckle. Ha! Scaring myself. But since the raven has appeared, I suppose it's time I bathed and ventured out. After a swift quiet preparation, Wendy donned simple linen robes, then a black hooded cloak. She drew the cowl low over her brow, shadows pooling beneath its brim, her slender sword resting openly at her hip as she stepped beyond the temple's threshold. The sky above the molten lands hung perpetually shrouded in leaden clouds. Wendy glanced upward only once, then turned her gaze away indifferent. Caw caw caw. A soft weight settled on her shoulder, a feather-like touch, as the raven alighted there, tilting its head curiously toward the winding road ahead. Wendy knew this raven bore divine guidance, so she let it perch without protest. I do not know how long I slept. Was it 1 day? Or 2? Or 3? Then, should I seek Christine now? She spoke as though to herself, but truly addressed the raven perched upon her shoulder. It merely tilted its head once more, then launched itself skyward. Put! The raven flew slowly and Wendy followed its path until it led her deep into a narrow alleyway. Before her feet had even settled, a broken cry for help echoed from within. Help me! Is anyone there? Haha, hear that? Scream till your throat splits. No one will come, not even the molten guard. Please, let me go. I have nothing. Who said you have nothing? You are something. Wendy peered cautiously around the alley's mouth, assessing the scene. 4 men encircled a woman, their intentions unmistakably vile. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Wendy brushed a fingertip thoughtfully along her jaw, then stepped forward, calm and deliberate. The 4 men sensed movement and, ignoring the woman still writhing on the ground, turned as one toward the hooded figure emerging from the gloom. Well, looks like another little dove has flown in. One man glanced at the woman crouched on the stones, grinning wickedly. Don't worry. You won't be alone. As Wendy advanced, one man lunged forward, fingers already reaching to tear away her cowl. But before his fingertips grazed the fabric, a flash of cold steel pierced the air, her slender blade thrust clean through his throat, halting his motion mid-gesture. Wendy withdrew the sword with practiced ease, flicking crimson droplets from its edge, blooming grotesque flowers upon the stained cobblestones. The man collapsed, fingers clawing desperately at his throat, choked gurgles bubbling from his ruined windpipe. His three companions, witnessing the slaughter, erupted with feral fury, daggers drawn in an instant. Wendy gave a single contemptuous snort. Oomph. Minnows. Unflinching before their rage, she pressed close to the alley wall, then pushed off with a single precise step, launching herself overhead. As she soared past them, her blade struck like a viper, driving straight through the nearest man's skull. The other two barely registered what had happened. One spun, only to feel the blade pierce his throat, veins bulging before he crumpled. Seeing his comrades fall, the last man's ferocity evaporated. He whirled to flee, yet the moment his back turned, a chilling coldness kissed his nape. Trembling, he reached up and felt the tip of a sword, sharp and icy, protruding from his throat. The instant his fingers brushed its surface, the blade vanished like smoke, leaving him staggering twice before crashing lifelessly onto the blood-slicked stones. Wendy's gaze swept once over the woman pressed flat against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, then she turned, walking unhurriedly across the crimson pool, her silhouette fading into the alley's far end. Emerging onto the bustling street, the clamor of daily life swallowed the alley's metallic tanghole. Suddenly a gust of wind stirred. And the raven vanished moments before landed softly upon her shoulder once more. Its head tilted, obsidian eyes reflected Wendy's pale, expressionless face, her brows low, lips tightly sealed, revealing not a trace of feeling. Morton's manor was vast, and without the crow's guidance, Wendy suspected she would have lost her way. Didn't Christine say she was going on a mission? Why did it lead me here? Was it waiting for me to meet Christine? Wendy stared at the crow perched on the branch for a long time, still unable to understand what it meant by guiding her to Morton's manor. Hey! You lazy bastards! What are you doing here instead of working? Wendy's ears twitched at the harsh scolding echoing from afar. Without hesitation, she spun around and slipped into the nearby thicket, pressing herself against a tree trunk as she cautiously watched the direction from which the voice came. A man was seen cracking his whip, lashing out at those bare-chested laborers. Though still some distance away, the rough voice and familiar silhouette allowed Wendy to quickly identify him, the same man who had incited the crowd at the square that day. Strange. Shouldn't Christine's mission have been to deal with these people? Curiosity getting the better of her, Wendy patiently waited behind the tree until the man finished punishing the slaves, then began following him silently. As she trailed behind, Wendy noticed how eerily quiet everyone was here. There were no hushed conversations or smiles, even the guards watching the slaves appeared listless and indifferent. When struck, the slaves would merely grit their teeth and accept their fate. Everything here seemed unnaturally calm. She followed the man to a small wooden cabin. Almost immediately, curses erupted once more. Wendy cautiously peeked half her face through the window, observing the scene inside. Two women in tattered clothes knelt on the ground, enduring the man's relentless verbal abuse. After his tirade, he sat heavily on a chair, breathing hard, and began muttering to himself, "Damn it! What is the Lord thinking? After his heirs went missing, why didn't he send people to search? Instead, he banned everyone in the manor from seeking any amusement. No drinking, no women, no gambling. And yet he indulges in all of it every day. I've handled so much for him, even trained all the gladiators. Damn it!" The man seemed to have run out of breath. He exhaled heavily, and the women who had been kneeling quickly understood their place. At just a glance from him, one hurriedly rose to pour him a glass of water. The man took the water without looking up, cursing as he drank. "You two idiots are still useful at least. Just not pretty enough to serve as the Lord's personal slaves." Sighing again, he continued, "If not for the sudden prohibition on the manor, I probably wouldn't have visited this place so often." Wendy, still eavesdropping outside the cabin, began piecing things together in her mind. All of the Lord's heirs had gone missing. And he banned everyone from having fun just so he could enjoy himself. What did that even mean? Was the crow bringing her here to eliminate the Lord? Had Christine failed? But Christine couldn't even change her face, how could she possibly get close to the Lord? Wendy considered simply capturing the man in the cabin instead. Then interrogate him for information. However, she didn't seem to have the ability to capture someone alive. The sword technique she had mastered could only deliver a single fatal strike. Besides, that burly man looked quite strong. His swordsmanship must be considerable. Wendy began to regret not learning her master's face-changing technique. If she could have transformed into one of the women beside him, she could have poisoned him and tortured him slowly for information. She could have made him confess anything she wanted. Suddenly, a gentle breeze carried scattered leaves through the window. The man sitting inside suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a sensation eerily similar to when someone had once ambushed him from behind in the arena. He couldn't have described it if he tried, but that instinct had saved his life more than once. It was precisely this intuition that had caught Lord Morton's attention, granting him a life of privilege. He rose and stomped toward the window, his hand already gripping the sword at his waist. "Damn it! Which bastard is peeking out there?" He stopped 2 steps from the window, his gaze sweeping across the old tree outside. Perched on the gnarled branches was a black crow, its claws gripping thin twigs that swayed gently. "Hey!" The man couldn't help but chuckle. It must be Lord Morton's recent erratic behavior getting to him, making him paranoid as well. What was there to be nervous about? This cabin was his secret sanctuary for keeping female slaves. Technically he wasn't qualified to purchase slaves himself, he could only receive them as gifts from the Lord. The Lord had never gifted him slaves, though he had given him gold and women. But what he truly desired was the feeling of nobility, the ability to command others. He wanted the sensation of giving orders, not merely being an overseer or a gladiator trainer. That was why he had secretly bought 2 female slaves, sometimes engaging in role-playing with them late at night. He played the Lord and the others naturally played the slaves. He had never told anyone about this. Because when he was drunk someone would call out, "My lord, have you been to the imperial capital to handle affairs today?" At those moments he would boast and brag. Of course those scenes had all been accompanied by Lord Morton, he was merely imitating the words Lord Morton had spoken. Slowly the man released his grip on his sword hilt and sauntered back to his chair. After a slight sigh of relief his expression shifted. He looked at the 2 women and commanded in a cold tone, "Don't forget your collared beasts. If the courtyard isn't clean before sunset I'll have you thrown into the dungeon." The 2 female slaves crawled toward him on their knees, bowing their heads so low they nearly touched the ground. Trembling they said, "Yes, master. We'll start cleaning the courtyard right away." Wendy's back was pressed against the rough wooden planks of the cabin. She didn't need to turn around to know what the man was doing. The crow had led her here presumably to eliminate him. But what about those 2 women? If they screamed in terror and alerted the patrolling guards, what then? She was not someone who would recklessly kill the innocent. Wendy thought to herself, if only I could change my face, none of this would be so complicated. She turned her head slightly toward the last rays of sunlight on the horizon. Her hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of her sword, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. When the final blow disappeared behind the mountains, all her emotions and thoughts would sink into eternal darkness. As the man stumbled out of the small wooden cabin he adjusted his trousers, still cursing under his breath. Fuck. There was simply less wine than usual even from his private stash. Who knew what madness had seized the Lord lately? He glanced up at the horizon and found the sunset had already sunk to the west, leaving only a trace of gray-blue across the sky, and he cursed once more. Damn it. If he didn't make it back in time the Lord would surely throw a tantrum. Muttering as he ran he headed toward the distant carriage. Only when he reached it did he see the driver had been waiting for ages. When he spotted a crow perched on the carriage tilting its head to size him up, an inexplicable irritation rose in his chest. Fuck. Just wait till I roast your damn beast. Saying this the man bent down and crawled into the carriage. The moment his buttocks touched the seat his gaze fell upon a slender small figure. Because the coachman wore a hood he had not noticed at first. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Where did that kid Mats go?" The slender figure before him turned its head and the man caught sight of a face smeared with mud and grease, prompting him to frown. Then came the coachman's voice, still carrying the timbre of youth. "My lord, I only arrived a few days ago. Matt's aunt recommended me for a trial position. Originally Matt's told me to report to you tomorrow, but today he was goaded by some women into climbing a tree to pick fruit and ended up breaking his leg. I took him to the guard's post to find a physician." The man snorted coldly. "Ha. That Matt's fellow. Do you know the way to the Lord's residence? Don't delay. Otherwise your trial period won't be needed." The boy nodded. "I understand. I came here with Matt's aunt that day. I was originally here to look after the horses." "Then why are you still standing there? Go." "What are you looking at?" the man barked. The boy was startled by the man's loud voice and immediately cracked his whip to urge the horses forward. The man did not dwell on this minor interruption. Instead he recalled the warmth he had just experienced and brought his fingers to his nose to smell them. Aside from missing women he was also savoring the memory of his privately stashed wine while already planning to reprimand Mats tomorrow and deduct some of his silver coins. He just couldn't decide how much to deduct. After all, even a mosquito is meat. Lost in thought, the man suddenly felt that familiar sensation of being watched again. However, he did not take it too seriously, merely resting his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword. As the carriage bounced along, the man's hand slowly drifted away from the sword hilt. At the same time he caught a whiff of a fruity fragrance which felt quite pleasant. It made him want to take a short rest. "My lord! My lord! Wake up! We've arrived at the Lord's castle." The man opened his eyes groggily. He pressed a hand to his forehead, rubbing his temples with his fingertips, his gaze still clouded with lingering drowsiness. "How did I fall asleep? I don't remember drinking that much." The man shook his head, stepped out of the carriage and looked up at the sky, muttering, "Damn it." It was dark. The man immediately abandoned the boy who had driven the horses and rushed straight toward the Lord's villa. Stumbling along the way he remembered he had not drunk much, so why had he fallen asleep? Until he saw the Lord at the dining table, his heart was utterly shaken. How could this be? Had the Lord lost his mind? He was actually chatting and laughing with slaves at the same table. If they were female slaves, fine, but why were there men too? The man thought to himself, this is simply unbelievable. In the past, whenever the Lord went out and any of those filthy slaves dared to touch him, a brutal beating was guaranteed. So why was he dining with slaves today? Looking at the scene at the table, the man's suspicions were confirmed. The Lord must have gone mad from searching for his missing heirs and finding no one. Caw caw. Then came two soft thuds. Just as the man's thoughts were interrupted, he turned his head and saw a crow standing on the windowsill staring directly at him. The man instinctively tightened his grip on his sword hilt, cursing inwardly, damn it. Why are there so many crows around lately? My lord. The sudden voice dispelled the tension in the man's mind. An old man approached holding a bowl of meat toward the man and said, the Lord asks you to rest early. He does not wish to hear your report on the manor's affairs today. The man cast one final lingering glance at the Lord, who sat in the center chatting and laughing, then took the plate of meat from the old man's hands and turned to leave. Moonlight poured over the earth like silk. Inside the villa, flickering candlelight danced in the darkness. Though the light was warm, the man felt a chill permeating the room. He looked down at the meat in his hands. The grease glistened temptingly in the candlelight, yet the man could not bring himself to take a single bite. First, the young masters of the territory disappeared one after another. Then the Lord shifted from rage to frivolous laughter. All these strange behaviors made the man feel unfamiliar with his Lord and uncertain about the future. He still believed the Lord was definitely ill, otherwise he would never have acted this way. My lord. My lord. The Lord requests your presence. My lord. My lord. A series of calls snapped the man out of his daze as he stared at the meat plate. He let out a startled cry, stepped backward, and drew his sword. But as he steadied his mind, the first thing he saw was the boy who had driven the carriage for him today. The man lunged forward and grabbed the boy by the collar. Fuck. You filthy wretch. How dare you step foot in the Lord's residence? And how dare you speak to the Lord? Someone like you should stay put in the stable. The man before him had bloodshot whites in his eyes. The boy swallowed hard, instinctively shrinking back, his voice trembling. I was supposed to sleep in the stable. The Lord sent someone to call me in for a meal. After eating, I was told to find you. He said he wanted to speak with you. The man stared at the boy's dark, grimy face for a while before slowly releasing his collar. He felt somewhat dazed. What's going on? I didn't even notice someone standing beside me. What's wrong with me? My lord. The Lord asks you to come at once, the boy murmured weakly. As the boy spoke, a fruity fragrance drifted into the man's nostrils with his breath. The man's eyes began to blur. That was the strange fruity scent he had smelled inside the carriage earlier. Why am I so sleepy? The man muttered to himself, his eyelids heavy as leads sinking uncontrollably. He swallowed with difficulty as if a sharp thorn had grown in his throat. Lord Emoerdon was a middle-aged man with a bald crown and long hair at the back of his head flowing like a woman's. He was bending over, using a knife and fork to cut the food on his plate, the metal clinking softly. Strangely, there was not a single servant beside him. At that moment, a boy with a soot-blackened face walked straight up to the Lord and without a word took away the untouched food. The boy sat down opposite the Lord with no regard for etiquette, stuffing meat into his mouth ravenously with his bare hands. One ate slowly and deliberately, the other buried his head in his food, neither disturbing the other. How peculiar this entire scene appeared. Only when Lord Emoerdon was half full did he lift his gaze to the boy still devouring food across the long table. Suddenly he flung his fork straight at the boy's face. A glint of cold light cut through the air, but the boy did not even raise his head. The slender sword at his waist was already in his hand. With a precise tap of the pommel he deflected the flying fork. Then he threw back his hood and a cascade of straw-like hair tumbled down, shimmering with a dull ashen hue in the dim light. Lord Emoerdon appeared to be a middle-aged man, but when he spoke a cold, clear female voice emerged, utterly incongruous with his appearance. What a shoddy disguise. What are you doing? Why can't you change your face? Is there someone you still care about? You are betraying the expectations of the teacher and the gods. Facing Lord Emoerdon's interrogation, the boy merely wiped the sticky black substance from his face, revealing his true features. He was no boy at all. Instead, it was the face of a young girl still carrying a trace of youthful innocence. She spoke slowly, unhurriedly, calciting. I still don't know how to change my face. You left me alone in the temple. When I woke up, there was no one around. I was terrified too. Lord Emoerdon paused, then said, you are brave enough. But I'm curious, how did you recognize me? Weren't you afraid I was the real Lord? Wendy chuckled, feeling that calciting could be adorably naive at times. Crows landing around the house. And all the other abnormal behavior. And you carry that hallucinogenic scent, the same smell as the green potion I drank in the temple.
After speaking, Wendy added, if not for the crows, the abnormal behavior and that scent, there would be a hole in your neck right now.
Keliciting was unfazed by Wendy's arrogance and instead laughed cheerfully. It seems you are quite confident in your swordsmanship. But you're filthy now. You should clean up. Since you found me, we'll leave here tomorrow. Deep in the night, the cawing of crows drifted from afar, one cry after another, as if urging travelers on the road.
The silver mirror on the dressing table reflected two figures, a middle-aged man with a slightly hunched back holding a wooden comb gently brushing the girl's hair.
Your hair is too long. It needs to be cut.
The middle-aged man put down the comb, picked up a pair of scissors and began to work along the girl's hair ends.
The crow's cries continued to drift through the night air. The girl kept her gaze down, watching the long strands shorten in the mirror.
After a moment, the silhouette reflected in the mirror became sharp and neat, transforming from a girl into a tomboy. The cawing ceased at that very moment. Now you look much more pleasing. The middle-aged man touched the girl's head, his hand sliding down from the top of her head until it reached into her bosom. His fingertips pressed against the warm skin, clearly sensing the heartbeat thundering like a drum. The cold light in the silver mirror flickered. The wrinkles at the corners of the man's eyes faded in the shifting shadows and his slack jawline began to tighten. In just a moment, the middle-aged man in the mirror was replaced by the face of a young boy. Wendy stared at the familiar face in the mirror, her heart skipping a beat, goosebumps rising all over her body.
Limosu.
She blurted out involuntarily. The boy's voice, still a cold female tone, replied, what's wrong?
Is this the person you long for day and night? Is it because of this longing that you cannot change your face?
The gloomy youth finished speaking and the cold light of the mirror flickered again, transforming into Keliciting's appearance.
I felt it.
That face just now made you feel fear.
Why? Wendy did not answer.
Instead, she stood up directly, her voice turning cold.
It's getting late. Didn't you say we're leaving here tomorrow? I think we should get some rest. Keliciting nodded and smiled. Then sleep early. We have a long way to go.
And before sleeping, let me clean the hair clippings from your head.
After all, we are sleeping together tonight. I don't want you to have nightmares.
Moonlight draped like a thin veil over Keliciting's sleeping face.
She suddenly turned over, one leg inadvertently resting on Wendy.
Wendy turned her head, her gaze falling on that sleeping face.
For some reason, sleep was very shallow tonight.
Because Keliciting had teased her by changing into Limosa's face, Wendy was a little angry. As for how Keliciting could change into Limosa's face, Wendy did not dwell on it. She could not figure it out either. But when she closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep, the image of Keliciting turning into Limosa in the mirror earlier came back to her and a suffocating feeling gripped her heart. Thinking of this, Wendy suddenly opened her eyes wide again and slowly turned her head, afraid that what she would see was not Keliciting's face. Fortunately, the person beside her was still the sleeping Keliciting.
Hey! Wake up! Rise and shine! Quentin yanked Remos upright from among the maidservants, his tone edged with irritation.
For an entire year, Remos had done nothing but eat and sleep, utterly devoid of social engagement.
Once on the island, Remos had helped manage daily affairs, but now he spent his days immersed in the company of women. At first, Quentin had not objected, but as time wore on, his simmering discontent inevitably surfaced. Remos, of course, sensed Quentin's displeasure.
Lazily shoving aside the maids at his side, he stretched languidly and drawled, what is it?
I have no duties here. The moment I attempt to involve myself in the estate's affairs, Lady Lydia invariably confronts me. Sigh. Quentin sighed helplessly.
I know your relationship with her has been strained, even Hector never truly accepted you as family.
But there is something far more urgent we must attend to. Pack your things, we are departing for the imperial capital. The imperial capital. Remos paused thoughtfully before asking curiously, why must I go?
You've ignored me entirely these past 12 months.
Didn't you always seek monstrous limbs?
I cannot procure them here, but perhaps the imperial capital holds abundant specimens.
At this, Quentin's expression softened into quiet remorse. I know you wish to become a mage, but I have no knowledge of how one achieves that path. Your sister Aurelia was taken away by an elder man.
He merely placed a crystal orb before her. After she touched it, he declared she possessed the potential, and carried her off into the mistwood forest.
Hearing this, Remos rose instantly from bed and instinctively summoned the martial Dao true scripture diagram within his mind. Simulation points 1518. Eagle claw technique 100 years cultivation. Iron sand palm 100 years cultivation. Iron shirt 300 years cultivation. The diagram remained unchanged, lacking materials he had refrained from killing and thus left his body idle in indulgence. A euphemism for a woman's embrace. Fine. I'll ready myself. This estate has grown unbearable. Lady Lydia's hostility is relentless. Remos flexed his joints and began dressing. Oh. Quintin, observing Remos's sturdy frame, cautioned Hector will accompany us to the imperial capital. I hope the two of you might mend your fractured bond, though I confess I do not understand its origins. Remos shrugged indifferently. Oh, I have no idea why my brother despises me. Perhaps I'm your illegitimate son. At the word illegitimate, a sharp pang tightened Quintin's chest. The carriage jolted and rattled for over a month before Remos at last arrived with Quintin in the so-called imperial capital. Compared to the provinces, people here dressed with greater refinement, handsome men and elegant women abounded. And Remos himself was certainly no exception. Though their demeanor seemed somber, the divine finger bestowed upon him granted more than martial prowess, it conferred an unmistakable aura. As Remos and Hector walked side by side down the thoroughfare, maidens and matrons alike turned their heads in quiet admiration. So the imperial capital is indeed prosperous. Remos murmured in quiet awe, then passing a coliseum he caught not only the roar of the crowd but also the thunderous bellow of beasts. Intrigued, he quickly turned to Quintin. Hey father, is there human versus beast combat inside? That sound, surely a lion. I've never laid eyes on one even back on the island. Quintin, weary to the bone, replied, enough. Son, you'll reside here for some time, but I must now attend to pressing matters. We proceed directly to the imperial palace. Once you grow accustomed to the city you may return and explore at your leisure. Remos betrayed no resentment, merely followed silently behind Quintin, his thoughts already turning toward how best to persuade him to acquire monster limbs. Please, spare us a morsel. My child starves. A ragged woman suddenly knelt beside Quintin's party. Before Quintin could utter a word, a guard stepped forward aggressively. Be gone. You lazy vermin, the Empire's rotting parasites. Seeing the guard move to drive her away, Hector stepped forward and halted the soldier's advance. Hold, do not treat her so. She is already broken beyond measure. His gaze fell upon the skeletal child huddled beside her. Starvation would claim them both if no aid came soon. Hector strode swiftly to the woman, unbothered by her grime, and firmly lifted her to her feet, then ordered the guards to distribute dried rations from their provisions. This single act drew a sudden crowd of beggars around Hector. Undeterred, he withdrew silver coins from his own purse and commanded his attendants to purchase fresh bread. Gazing upon their tattered forms, Hector's heart ached, not only due to the war between Empire and rebels but also because of the devastating drought. And of course the nobility bore equal blame, indeed their very existence deepened the commoners' suffering. Hector had long harbored quiet disdain for the monarchy, yet never voiced it aloud. Soon the attendants returned bearing loaves of bread which they began distributing among the afflicted. Quintin observed all this silently, well aware that Hector's compassion stood in stark contrast to his own and Lady Ludia's cold detachment. He gestured to Remos standing nearby. Go assist your brother in handing out bread, he possesses a gentle heart. Remos. Though reluctant, Remos acquiesced. For the sake of uncovering the source of monster limbs he would endure this small humiliation. He joined the distribution, perhaps sensing Hector's kindness. Bold children even approached him, kneeling to kiss the toe of his boot in gratitude. Yet Hector refused such gestures, neither from children nor adults, knowing full well that it was precisely the nobility who had constricted their world. And he himself was one of them. Even as a nobleman, Hector discarded his rank without hesitation, kneeling down instead, then lifting a grimy, emaciated child into his arms. Hector! We must depart for the palace soon, Quintin said, his voice edged with impatience. Hector said nothing, only set the child down gently and prepared to follow Quintin toward the imperial palace. But as his gaze shifted, his heart sank. A few beggars moved forward to thank Remos, only for Remos to step backward twice, turn away and cover his nose with one hand, his face twisted in unmistakable revulsion, just like those pleasure-sated courtiers within the palace walls. In that instant Hector finally understood the root of his aversion to Remos, and why he so seldom returned home to face his parents. Because his younger brother was no different from those bloated swine in the palace, devoid of mercy, devoid of empathy. And yes, he loathed this imperial system too. This was merely a minor incident. Like those beggars encountered, a group not even worth mentioning. Quintin led the way with Remos and Hector following behind. Yet where Quintin could not see, Remos quietly stepped behind Hector. You seem to have a problem with me. Can you tell me why? Is it because I am father's illegitimate son? Hector paused only slightly, then waited for Remos to draw a breath before deliberately lowering his voice. I do not hold a grudge against you for being a bastard. Rather, I have noticed that you possess no compassion for others. All men are equal. Good heavens! Upon hearing Hector's reply, Ramos's first thought was that Hector had lost his mind. Was he not a genuine aristocrat? How could he utter such words as all men are equal? This was not the first time Remos had heard this phrase. The first person who said it to him should now be sleeping eternally on that small island. Although Remos occasionally dreamed of Wendy, no matter what, the Wendy in his dreams never frightened him. Remos suppressed the laughter within and said to Hector, do you not find it ridiculous that these words come from your lips? You are a noble. Even if I have no pity for those beggars, does father not also lack it? Do you despise him as well? Oh, and Lady Lydia seems to share the same trait, she is the harshest toward slaves in the entire manor. Hector knew this all too well upon hearing it. He was powerless to change anything. Seeing Hector's silence, Ramos assumed he had struck a nerve and continued to taunt. It seems I am right. You are a two-faced hypocrite, a pretender. Everything you have was given by your parents, yet now you despise their behavior, deeming yourself noble. But in my eyes you are merely a fool. Since you dare not show your revulsion toward them out of filial duty, you can only vent that contemptuous expression toward me, the bastard. Hector continued in silence. Even if much of what Ramos said was true, he still believed in simply being true to himself. Let Ramos say what he will. They were not on the same path anyway. Though he was a knight of the Empire, Hector did not consider himself a servant of the nobility. He would only serve the common people living on this land. Seeing Hector following Quentin like a wooden log, showing no intention of engaging with him, Ramos did not bother to court further awkwardness. Yet he grew increasingly displeased with Hector. The deeper they ventured into the imperial capital, the fewer beggars appeared on the streets, replaced by densely patrolling guards and nobles draped in luxurious attire. Ramos instinctively looked up and saw towering steel structures. One of those steel buildings pierced the sky like a colossal pillar, its spire pointing directly at the blazing sun. That must be where the king resides. What astonished Ramos inwardly was that these structures could not possibly be products of this era's craftsmanship. Quentin, noticing Ramos glancing around, simply assumed he was awed by the imperial architecture. You may be staying here for a while, no need to rush your observations. Ramos nodded slightly. In truth, he was not astonished by these Western-style buildings, for the soul inhabiting this body came from another world. In Ramos's original understanding, the most luxurious structures were the castles described in Western fairy tales. But then again, since he had been transported to another world with magical beasts and mages, encountering such steel buildings seemed perfectly reasonable, did it not? Quentin did not pause for a moment. Once they reached the center of the empire, his pace quickened. After presenting the family crest and identifying himself, he led the group into a heavily guarded plaza until Ramos watched him step into a bell tower-like building. Quentin turned back, signaling Ramos and Hector to wait there. Ramos, unable to stay still, looked around again. His gaze finally fell upon a statue, a warrior on horseback raising a shield and a long sword. Ramos approached the colossal statue, reaching out to touch the cold iron surface, yet found no name or inscription on the base. This stirred his curiosity about the identity of the figure commemorated in the square. But soon someone satisfied his curiosity. This is the first king of the empire. Compared to him, the current king is nothing but a fool. The speaker was Hector himself. Ramos was surprised that Hector would willingly talk to him. Had their relationship not been strained throughout the journey? Hector ignored Ramos's bewilderment and continued to recount some of the first king's heroic deeds. He also shared some of the empire's history, which deviated slightly from the books Ramos had read, though the overall picture was similar. However, as Hector spoke, Ramos suddenly interjected with a question that swallowed all of Hector's remaining words back into his throat. What about the mages? I know mages exist. But in all this time, the only statue we have seen is that of the first king. Are there no statues for mages? Seeing Hector's sudden silence, Ramos wondered if he had uttered something taboo. Could it be that even the word mage was forbidden? Wasn't the empire founded to protect the flame of humanity? The mages should have contributed the most. After a long pause. You may mention the word mage in front of nobles, but I advise you not to utter it before commoners. If someone with ulterior motives hears it, it will only bring you unnecessary trouble. Hector left only this sentence, then turned away, ignoring Ramos. Ramos stood there utterly baffled and muttered inwardly. Oof. Probably the first king had some conflict with those who wielded supernatural powers. What happened to the Morton family? The lord and all his heirs died, and no one has found out anything. In the vast conference room, 6 people sat sparsely. The first to speak was a robust old man seated in the middle, a fur coat loosely draped over his shoulders, his right fingertip tapping incessantly on the table. Duke Albert. I think it must be the rebels. We should intensify the search for the rebels. Mathilde. I know your son just ascended the Iron Throne, and I know your husband died at the hands of the rebels not long ago, but it's obvious this wasn't the rebels' doing. If it were, why didn't they take the slaves from the manor? Mathilde, whose opinion was rejected, did not show much emotional fluctuation. As the only woman in the conference room, she seemed out of place among the men, with an unconcealed arrogance in her brows. Back to business. Albert tapped the table lightly. There were supposed to be 7 people present, but now only 6. The Morton territory issue needs to be dealt with, and so do the rebels. But now I have something more important to announce. This concerns the future of everyone present. Count Albert's face suddenly darkened. Within 10 years, the barrier of the misty forest will be lifted, and then the empire will appear before the world.
At these words several previously silent men turned sideways, lowering their voices to whisper.
After a round of discussion, a middle-aged man finally raised a question. Duke Albert, what do you suggest we do now?
Are we just supposed to wait? So the decision to send your talented children to the Magic Academy near the Misty Forest was the right one. As he spoke, Duke Albert placed his left hand on the table. With a loud bang, a metallic arm was revealed before the few people. It is not terrifying that magical beasts appear before commoners. Over thousands of years, many people beyond the Misty Forest have already mastered some supernatural powers.
Those powers are not necessarily magic alone.
You wouldn't understand the situation there without having been there. The truly terrifying thing is, what do you think will happen when the commoners learn that ordinary people also have the chance to obtain other supernatural powers besides magic? As soon as Albert finished, murmurs arose again in the conference room. But after going back and forth, no feasible solution emerged. Soon the crowd started arguing over some territorial matters. Albert watched these people arguing, red-faced, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. The Empire was in such danger, yet these people were still thinking about their own interests.
Enough.
Albert slammed his right hand on the table and the conference room instantly fell silent. The rebel issue hasn't been resolved, the Morton family issue hasn't been resolved either. Now when I ask you to think of ways for what to do next, you're still thinking about your own interests. Quentin was the first to raise his hand and state his opinion. Duke Albert, I believe Ross bears great responsibility for the rebel matter. So far no one has been caught.
Alas. Albert sighed, this cannot be blamed on Ross.
I suspect that someone among the rebels has obtained the power of a witch's prophecy. Otherwise why would the rebels leave as soon as Ross arrives and return as soon as Ross leaves? I have already contacted some of the children of the great families in the Misty Forest as well as some long-lived elders to come back. Let's think of ways to safeguard the Empire first.
The people in the conference room looked at each other in bewilderment. Contact the children and the elders of the families to come back.
Has the Empire come to this?
All right. I'm tired. Let's end the meeting here.
Albert pinched his brow with his right hand. As everyone was about to rise, he suddenly remembered another important matter.
Wait. There is one thing I need to make clear to you. Don't wander around at night if there's no need. A vampire has already entered the Empire.
The old Night Watcher couldn't stop her. I encountered her myself and couldn't catch her either. Although I severely wounded her, vampires recover quickly. Be careful. And don't speak of this outside, causing unnecessary panic. I will find her again and deal with her. Upon hearing about the vampire, the nobles' faces became even more worried.
Why are there so many troubles one after another? How can a supernatural creature even enter the Empire?
After watching the crowd leave the conference room, Albert finally rose, slowly dragging his weary body toward the door that let in sunlight. But after going out, he found that they hadn't left except for Mathilde.
He saw them discussing something. But Albert had no heart to join in.
In his mind he had already concluded that these people would amount to nothing. He looked up at the steel-like buildings in the center of the Empire, a surge of emotion welling up in his heart. In a daze he recalled the year he was 30 when he lost his left hand due to a supernatural creature that broke into the Empire. Fortunately he still had his father at that time. It was his father who contacted the family elders beyond the Misty Forest and took him away from the Empire. It was then that he got his first glimpse of the outside world.
So not all those supernatural creatures were so terrifying.
He also learned that besides mages there were ways for ordinary people to acquire supernatural powers. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting his recollections.
Duke Albert. The newcomer was Quentin. He slightly turned aside, revealing the young man behind him. There's something I want to confess to you. This is a child besides me and Ludia. His name is Remos.
Albert was only slightly surprised in his heart. Although Ludia was his daughter, what man would love only one woman forever? He guessed that Quentin had accidentally fathered an illegitimate child outside. Quentin said sadly, I once promised Ludia that I would only have children with her in this life, but you know Ludia can no longer give me more offspring.
Albert just patted Quentin on the shoulder. It's okay. I don't mind these things. In my heart there is only the Empire.
As long as you don't do anything to harm the Empire, I generally won't interfere in matters between you. Quentin was not surprised by Albert's reaction. After all, he knew this old man well. The head of the Senate and the de facto ruler of the Empire. As for the king, he is nothing but a facade to appease public anger when trouble arises. Remos saw how respectfully Quentin treated this old man and guessed that his identity was not simple. But what caught his attention was that the old man's left hand was a metallic arm. Combined with Remos's memories from his own world, it looked somewhat like a steam-powered device from anime. Albert noticed Remos staring at his left hand. Instead of showing displeasure, he revealed a gentle smile. Young man, the future of the Empire will ultimately belong to you. Ever since parting ways with the old man, Remos had remained fixated on finding a way to approach Duke Albert. After all, he was deeply curious about the world beyond. Yet his utter lack of navigational sense proved a crippling flaw should he dare force his way through that perilous forest. Remos would rather bide his time within the empire, cultivating himself slowly, for life above all else was sacred. Another vexing matter weighed upon him. The empire had enacted a curfew forbidding citizens from venturing outdoors after dusk. Consequently, guards had multiplied around Remos's and Quentin's residence. Hector had even been assigned to night patrols.
Remos asked Quentin what had transpired.
Quentin merely assured him not to worry, that the restrictions would soon be lifted, and urged him to rest for several days before accompanying him to meet the king, where he would also be introduced to the empire's most promising young nobles.
Days drifted by like a quiet stream.
Remos held no interest whatsoever in meeting the new monarch, yet Quentin insisted, firmly claiming it was essential for securing his future.
Remos reluctantly acquiesced.
Along the way, Quentin admonished him.
Do not disdain the new king.
Though true authority rests with Duke Albert, the king remains sovereign in name, and given the 7-year succession cycle, who knows? One day the Iron Throne may well belong to our House of Carlson.
We must afford him due respect, not only for present decorum but for future harmony.
Moreover, the 7 great houses have long been bound as kin through generations of strategic marriages. Minor quarrels aside, we are in essence one family. As Quentin droned on, Remos's patience gradually eroded.
In truth, he cared little for kings, or even empires, if only he possessed enough monster limbs and simulation points.
Amidst Quentin's endless monologue, Remos finally laid eyes upon the new king.
Quentin gave a slight bow, then turned toward another woman seated upon the Iron Throne.
Lady Martell, I have a matter I wish to discuss privately with you. Lady Martell nodded her assent. Before departing, Quentin leaned close to Remos's ear and whispered. Spend some time with the king, I must speak with his mother.
I'll return shortly.
As Quentin and the woman receded into the distance, Remos's gaze settled upon the new king seated upon the Iron Throne, and his first impression was stark. This boy was clearly impaired.
He appeared no older than 11 or 12, yet his skin was unnaturally pale, bearing the unsettling hallmarks of consanguineous lineage.
A hush fell over the royal chamber. Then the boy upon the Iron Throne feigned solemnity and spoke first.
Greetings.
I am Orson, the newly crowned king of the Cyrillan Empire.
And you, are you?
Ah, your majesty, the most exalted king.
I am Remos. Remos delivered the reply with rigid formality, and inwardly rolled his eyes.
Perhaps owing to his youth, the boy failed to detect the forced tone. Instead, flattered by the title king, he lifted his chin with quiet pride.
I sense your sincerity.
Therefore I shall grant you the privilege of witnessing something truly delightful. Come, my loyal subject, follow your king to observe the slave's performance. Remos stretched his lips into a stiff, hollow smile.
Oh, how kind of your majesty to invite me to witness the slave's performance.
Even as he uttered the words, Gooseflesh prickled his arms, and silently he cursed Quentin, that wretched old fool. I said I wished not to meet him. Why must I play house with an imbecile?
Yet when the so-called performance unfolded before him, Remos's perception of the new king underwent a swift, brutal revision.
From a foolish child, he was instantly demoted to a depraved little beast. The boy commanded 2 female slaves to whip each other, each lash carving crimson welts across their flesh resembling blood-red centipedes crawling upon their skin.
To Remos the spectacle was tedious, but the king's rapt expression betrayed unmistakable delight. Remos, do you know?
Ever since I ascended the throne, my mother placed these 2 women upon my bed. I had no idea what they intended. But once I realized I could command them to do anything, I found it utterly thrilling.
Remos offered a perfunctory nod.
Sensing the boy's game held no appeal for him, and that Remos bore it with palpable reluctance, he asked. Does your majesty have any further performances to present?
Watching those 2 strike each other pales beside gladiatorial combat in the arena.
At the mention of the arena, Orson's eyes lit up, only to dim again in disappointment. His mother forbade him from attending such spectacles. He sighed softly and asked Remos.
Do you attend often?
When a man is beheaded, does his blood truly spurt high into the air?
Remos remained impassive, nodding once.
Yes, it gushes upward like a fountain.
All right.
Orson's dejection lasted only a moment.
But now, I am king.
Sooner or later my mother will no longer be able to restrain me. Then I shall stage my own contests, watching whether those gladiators can overcome starved beasts, or be devoured by them.
Truth be told, Remos felt drowsy. He had always held little patience for the elderly or the very young, unless they offered tangible value.
Seeing his newly made friend grow weary, Orson surmised Remos must have grown jaded from excessive arena attendance, and perhaps had even spilled blood himself. Thus his modest display likely struck the young man as dull. In truth, Orson himself yearned to experience killing firsthand, but his mother forbade it. So he contented himself with slaughtering small animals.
Enough.
Remos, I know you've seen much beyond these walls.
Allow me to show you something else.
Orson seized Remos's hand, eager to share his private diversions with a newfound friend.
Remos followed Orson to a large platform, and there lay the desiccated corpses of cats and dogs, many reduced to brittle husks by time. Scattered among them were smaller malformed remnants. Remos surmised they were unborn kittens and puppies torn stillborn from their mothers' wombs. Orson confirmed it without delay. With a sharp clap, 2 male slaves dragged forth a heavily pregnant cat, its cries piercing the silence raw with agony. And upon Orson's face, already pallid beyond natural measure, a slow chilling smile unfurled. "Orson, what mischief are you devising now?" A stern voice cut through his grin. Remos recognized its timbre and instinctively turned. "Gaia." The young woman recoiled in genuine astonishment, blurting out. "Remos. Long time no see. I thought I would never see you again." "Me too." Neither of them had expected to meet again, yet here they were, an unexpected encounter. Back then their relationship had nothing to do with love, it was merely a young girl's momentary whim happening to catch sight of a boy whose striking handsomeness caught her eye. Remos stood silently gazing at Gaia. The white dress she wore accentuated her, adding a touch of mature charm compared to their first meeting. "Gaia. Do you know Remos?" Aosen, sensing the odd atmosphere, asked. "Of course I know." Gaia strode boldly before Remos. "I received word that the rebel army arrived shortly after we left. How did you manage to escape?" "Perhaps Lady Luck just happened to be on my side, nothing more." Remos's understated reply left Gaia momentarily at a loss for words. She knew it couldn't be that simple. Remos didn't look like a fierce warrior on the outside, but rather resembled the youthful appearance of those wise elders in the Senate. Yet that was exactly the kind of person she liked. "Hey. What's this?" "Sister, this is my new friend. Your sudden arrival has ruined the show I prepared for my friend." Aosen complained loudly, but Gaia responded dismissively. "It's nothing more than slaughtering a few small animals. Come talk to me when you can actually lift a sword and cut off an enemy's head." Gaia's reply irritated Aosen. He threw aside the knife handed by the slave, glared at her in frustration, and said with a hint of suppressed anger, "I've grown up without ever having a friend to play with. All the children called me a monster. Now that I finally have someone willing to watch the show I prepared for him, you go and rudely interrupt it. You are the king now, why get angry with a woman? I'll just watch from the sidelines, it's only killing a pregnant she-cat after all." Remos stood by, offering comfort. He didn't understand why the child was so agitated. Such a strong desire to perform. However, Remos hadn't expected that the next second Aosen would shove the animal corpses off the stage, saying with dissatisfaction, "Sister has killed people, but I haven't. I want to try what it feels like too." Looking at Aosen's pale skin, so different from ordinary people, Remos frowned, slightly puzzled. This child's bloodlust was even greater than his own. He killed for simulation points. What did this child kill for? "All right. Aosen, you are the king now. If you really want to know what it feels like, I'll have Mother give you a few death row prisoners to play with so you can experience it. Let's just drop this, okay?" Gaia had never liked this brother who looked like a monster. Whenever friends mentioned him, it would make her lose face. She couldn't understand why the Senate had agreed to let Mother choose such a monster to sit on the Iron Throne. It seems Mother's desire for power is no less than a man's. Aosen, hearing Gaia say this, calmed down a little. He had always held a grudge against his sister too, they were born from the same womb. Why was his sister a normal person? And he wasn't. Sometimes he envied his sister for having so many friends while he could only talk to those lowly slaves. "Fine. I am the king now. You can no longer order me around like when we were children." Aosen's words to Gaia carried a clear warning. With that, Aosen fumbled in his bosom for a moment and pulled out an object resembling a monocular telescope, handing it to Remos. "Let me tell you, Duke I Boat gave this to me. He said he got it from the other end of the empire, a little trinket that lets you see far away places. But I'm tired of it, so I'm giving it to you because I think we're friends." Remos took the object and was surprised. Could there be a telescope in this era? But then, considering the steel buildings outside and the old man's metal arm, he let it go. He would one day go and see the other side of the Miwu forest, maybe there would be unexpected surprises. "All right. I won't bother you anymore, friend. Since you and Gaia know each other and haven't seen each other for a long time, I'll leave you to catch up. But don't forget to come play with me often." After saying this, Aosen walked away with his servants, not forgetting to glare at Gaia before leaving. Once Aosen's figure was completely out of sight, Remos was about to say something to Gaia when his lips were suddenly sealed, and the next moment a small nimble tongue forced its way in. Though it was a long-awaited reunion, Gaia had much she wished to discuss with Remos, yet time ran short. Only when Quentin arrived did she reluctantly bid him farewell. It wasn't that Gaia loved Remos deeply, rather they simply suited each other well. As for whether she would truly end up with him in the future, Gaia refused to dwell on such uncertainties. She chose instead to savor joy in the present moment, for if her domineering mother imposed a political marriage upon her, even that simple right to happiness might vanish forever. Did Remos harbor any special feelings toward Gaia? That required no speculation. Both were adults who engaged lightly casually. Remos considered himself no paragon of virtue, and Gaia certainly was not either. Their bond resembled nothing more than a temporary alliance between kindred-spirited friends. Indeed, they had agreed to attend the arena's spectacle together 3 days hence. A wealthy merchant had arranged a rare event: human versus beast. Presumably ferocious beasts would be pitted against gladiators in mortal combat. Beneath the veneer of entertainment lay nothing but wagered lives. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Remos and Gaia sat side by side on the right wing of the imperial dais, exactly where their station dictated they belong. As for common folk, they crowded into the public tiers. No one stood behind them to fan away the heat or shield them from the sun. The arena's opening address began as ever. The host raised his arms high, commanding silence across the amphitheater, then launched into a flamboyant hollow preamble meant only to stir the crowd's fervor. Remos paid it no mind. Instead, he turned quietly toward Gaia and asked, "Was curfew enforced at night in the Empire during earlier years? I've noticed the guards have grown more numerous. I even saw General Ross. What has transpired?" When I questioned my father, he refused to tell me. Gaia shook her head. "I do not know either. My mother will not speak of it. She claims it is classified. Such restrictions never existed before." Hardly had the words left her lips when Gaia leaned close to Remos' ear, lowering her voice to a whisper. "But no secret remains buried forever. A noble friend you've met confided in me. Monsters have breached the Empire from the Mistwood Forest." Remos did not pause to wonder which noble friend she meant. His first thought was clear: how formidable were these monsters, and could they be hunted? He had not acquired a new martial art in ages. Over 1,000 simulation points remained unused. He had even attempted to distill novel techniques through personal insight alone. Yet, it yielded nothing. So he abandoned the effort. Then suddenly another idea surfaced, and he turned back to Gaia. "Do you possess any remnants of those creatures? My father once told me such fragments are prized materials among great mages. Last year when you and Lady Alicia visited my island, she gifted me some. I cherished them dearly." "Ha!" Gaia blinked, momentarily stunned. Upon hearing of monsters, ought not a normal person's first instinct be fear? "What on earth do you need those for? They seem useless to ordinary folk like us, but yes, I do happen to have some. Come to think of it, I once took a mage aptitude test as a child." At this, Gaia's expression softened with quiet regret. "Alas, I truly believed I might qualify as a mage. Since coin held little sway there, my father purchased those relics for the elderly examiner, the very monster fragments you mentioned." Yet I recall the old man's face twisting in disdain. "Given their cost, I kept them stored away. If you wish them, I'll gladly give them to you. They serve no purpose for me." Hearing Gaia offer them freely, Remos felt a quiet surge of relief. At last this matter had found resolution. He had briefly considered asking Quintin to gather such items, but then reconsidered. To men like them, these fragments likely held no value whatsoever, and Quintin would scarcely spend gold acquiring them. Before their conversation concluded, a grating metallic screech echoed from below. The iron grating rose and the crowd's roar erupted like thunder. The spectacle was about to begin. Gaia pressed a finger to her lips, signaling Remos to watch in silence. Together their gazes descended to the arena floor, where a lion strode forth with slow regal steps, while on the opposite side stood a youth gripping twin swords. Remos did not linger on the lion. Instead, his attention fixed upon the youth bearing twin blades, a sight that stirred distant memory. Years ago another such youth, relentlessly offensive never defensive, had earned countless coins for that very island. Tragically, he had declined General Ross's invitation, and ultimately fell as one of Remos's fallen foes. Roar! The lion reared back and unleashed a thunderous roar, surging forward amid the crowd's deafening cheers. Yet the youth proved agile, sliding sideways then striking backward, with one blade carving a gash across the beast's flank. Wounded, the lion's fury ignited. The spectators' cries swelled louder still. The duel continued. Though the youth evaded blow after blow with nimble footwork, at last he slipped, caught squarely by the lion's sweeping claw. 3 savage gashes tore open his abdomen. One of his short swords clattered away mid-dodge. Though he clutched his wound and gasped for breath, his gaze remained sharp, unblinking, locked fiercely upon the lion. In the end he chose to meet the beast head-on, only to be overwhelmed by its final crushing lunge. He perished beneath its fangs. The lion, grievously wounded, collapsed moments later, lifeless upon the sand. All that remained were the crowd's jeers and quarreling sponsors atop the dais over lost wagers. Remos watched the grim finale, and felt strangely a pang of quiet reflection. Though bored a bastard son, fortune had granted him a father who at least treated him with decency, no brutal trials of life and death, no mocking antagonists rising to torment him. His path thus far had been remarkably smooth, though briefly hindered by rebel insurgents. He'd still gained a meaningful boon. Not a loss but a gain. Gaia suddenly spoke, gently tugging Remos's hand. "Remos, let us go see the lion. I've never beheld one so vast in all my life. Of course, my dear. Remos clasped her hand firmly in return, fingers interlacing naturally. Gaia responded with a warm, effortless smile. Unaware that his sudden warmth stemmed less from affection than from her promise to gift him the monster relics. Once the lion was carried away, they followed closely, and soon stood before the great beast lying motionless upon the stone slab, its breath faint and faltering. Gaia turned to the guards. How will you dispose of this injured lion? It appears beyond saving. The guard replied with cold deference, Lady Farrant, the lion shall be consumed by other gladiators. I trust you hold no fondness for such fare. Uncertain of the noble's name, the guard glanced only at the insignia pinned to the lady's chest, the emblem of House Farrant, newly ennobled among this year's imperial kin. Gaia. This lion is aged. If young, the youth would not have lasted even a single breath. In the Empire, precise timekeeping did not exist. Only broad divisions such as dawn hour or noon hour. Expressions like 1 minute were approximated by phrases like a single breath or a blink of an eye. Gaia nodded thoughtfully, following Remos's logic. Indeed. It is old, likely driven from its pride's territory, destined only for death. Whether sooner or later makes little difference. Remos placed his hand gently upon the lion's brow. As if sensing something profound, the beast strained to lift its heavy eyelids, revealing clouded, weary eyes. To defend one's territory is natural. To be cast out in old age follows the law of nature. Yet it was humanity's cruelty that brought this lion to die upon foreign soil, not its own. In the next instant, Remos's 5 fingers tightened ever so slightly, channeling a lethal martial force deep into the lion's skull. The lion's eyes remained open, but its body still breath gone. To onlookers it appeared merely a tender caress. Yet anyone who opened its scalp would discover. Its skull shattered, its brain reduced to viscous pulp. Perhaps this was the sole act of mercy Remos had ever committed, granting the suffering lion release, returning it to the peace it deserved. If you were to return to the place you once lived, would you go back? There is no standard answer to this question. When Remos first transmigrated, he was afraid and terrified. But the golden finger in his mind gave him a sliver of reassurance. Remos gently lifted the silver goblet from the table and took a small sip of the wine within. Carefully savoring it, he found it somewhat sour with a hint of bitterness. Yet the people here seemed to enjoy adding honey and various spices to their wine. The flavor was complex and utterly incomparable to the wines of his past life. It was precisely this intricate taste that made him yearn for the conveniences of his former life. Though he had lived in oppression, a monotonous routine of 3 points and 1 line, when he lay on a sickbed, Remos never realized how wonderful it was to have a healthy body. Perhaps it was because after finishing his ordinary college life he felt he had truly died. Day after day, endless. Until he arrived in this world. But this world offered no conveniences. Fortunately his life was not terrible, he had maids and a modicum of authority. The only danger he had encountered thus far was an accidental encounter with the rebels. Now Remos felt a sense of boredom. Having nothing to do, he tilted his head back, drained the wine in one gulp and shook his head vigorously. He tried to cast these strange and tangled thoughts out of his mind. Alas! Truly people should not be too idle. If too idle, one never knows what might happen. Just as he thought it would be another dull night, a sudden horn sounded. Remos's first instinct was to rush to the rooftop, and the first thing that caught his eye was a sea of flickering torches. He had no idea what had happened. He only knew that the Imperial Guards had been steadily increasing at night, and during the day people were being searched house by house. Remembering the telescope the king had given him, Remos quickly retrieved it. Perhaps because this object did not belong to this era, it gave him a sense of familiarity. Though the telescope's view was not clear, Remos followed the direction of the moving torches, hoping to find the source that had caused the Empire to sound the horn. Duke Albert. The incident was not far from Remos. Even with the blurry telescope he recognized Duke Albert among the crowd, and opposite him stood a blonde woman. He could not hear what they were saying, but seeing the soldiers encircling them, Remos knew the blonde woman could not be an ordinary person. Otherwise, why would soldiers be dispatched to capture a woman? At that moment Remos grew intrigued. Soldiers sent to capture a woman. Wasn't this far more interesting than watching those trash gladiators fight to the death? Unfortunately this lousy telescope could not be clearer, but considering Quentin was still downstairs, Remos could not go to the scene himself. At that moment he wished the Marshall Dow true solution diagram could decompose a likeness skill for him. You have no escape. Albert clutched his chest, staring coldly at the blonde woman. Ha! You mortals think you can capture me. The blonde woman sneered with contempt. Honestly, if I hadn't entered this forgotten kingdom, I would never have known that your city guardian is actually an exorcist. And you, old man, you think you can catch me with just an arm scrounged from Steam City. You might as well go back to Steam City and replace your whole body, that I might give you a second glance. Surround her. Don't let her escape. As he spoke, Duke Albert's left hand began to emit wisps of steam, followed by a series of dull thuds from the metal arm. Albert leaped and punched down at the woman's position with all his might. Boom! The fist landed and the ground cracked into a web of fissures. But when the steam cleared, the woman was nowhere to be seen. You are too old, even if you might have trained in physical arts in your youth. Albert looked up sharply and found the woman hanging upside down on the outer wall of a building not far away. Surround her. Wait for the sun to rise. Albert gave the order, determined to outlast the woman. But the blonde woman had no intention of complying. She used both hands and feet to climb the wall, vanishing into the night with a single flash of movement. Find her. Albert shouted urgently to the surrounding soldiers, but as soon as the words left his mouth he clutched his chest, stumbled to his knees and gasped heavily for air. Watching from afar, Remos felt an inexplicable excitement stirring within him. Setting aside the old man's ability to shatter the ground with a punch, he could do that too. What truly intrigued him was the woman's speed. Even he hadn't clearly seen what happened. This woman was surely no native of the region. The craftsmanship beyond this era had already piqued his interest in the Empire's core, and now he was even more fascinated by the outside world. But to find this woman, Remos thought he would need an enclosed space to interrogate or kill her. If asked why he was so confident, the main reason was Duke Albert himself. Just from that one punch, followed by Albert kneeling on the ground panting, Remos knew exactly how strong the old man with the metal arm was. Remos was certain that Duke Albert was no match for him. An expert knows as soon as a move is made. The woman had fled from Albert, so surely Remos could handle her too. The unease from the previous night brought by the Imperial soldiers persisted until noon. Most people were flustered, but Remos sat with his eyes closed, fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door did not make him open his eyes. He called out coldly, "What is it?" A maid's voice soon replied from outside, "Young master, the gift from Lady Gaia has arrived." Come in." Gaia was quite efficient. She said she would send it and did so without any delay. That was why Remos was willing to deal with her. Touching the contents packed in 2 wooden boxes, Remos felt the golden finger in his mind begin to vibrate. Fortunately, it wasn't some animal mistaken for a magical beast, or he would be disappointed. He hoped what Gaia sent would be helpful, preferably enough to decompose into a lightness skill. Remos silently prayed in his heart. But when he opened the wooden box, he was still somewhat disappointed. Inside were just a finger bone shaped like a hook and a piece that looked like a fish scale. They didn't look like they could yield a lightness skill at all. Detecting. Decompose. Advance. Add points. Once again an unknown monster appeared in the black and white world, and once again 100 years passed in a time flow different from the current world. Martial Dao True Solution Diagram Simulation Points 1218 Iron Finger Eagle Claw Skill 200 years of cultivation Iron Sand Palm 100 years of cultivation Dragon Roar Iron Cloth Shirt 500 years of cultivation. Remos. Forget it. Being immune to physical damage was still quite good, Remos consoled himself. Maybe next time a lightness skill would appear. Father. I saw it. Saw what? Quentin asked, bewildered, looking at Remus with confusion. Last night I witnessed Duke Albert fighting a woman. Upon hearing this, Quentin's expression shifted slightly and he promptly ordered the servants attending their dinner to leave. What exactly did you see? Once no one else was around, Remus recounted what he had seen the previous night and placed the telescope given by Orson on the table. I used this thing to see. This world is not ordinary, is it? Quentin fell silent, unsure how to answer. After a moment of contemplation he spoke slowly. As you saw, that woman is a monster from the misty forest. We call them vampires, they feed on human blood. Even if you know, what can you do? It only brings you unnecessary worry. But I am not afraid, father. Wasn't Hector fearless either? Remus's words brimmed with confidence. He sometimes wondered if he should show off a little in front of these people. He wanted to enter the heart of the Empire, but how to strike the right balance? To be honest, when Remus went all out, he himself felt he was no longer human. When his Iron Shirt skill reached 500 years of power, he knew he had transcended human limits, except for the inability to destroy heaven and earth. Father. Can you tell me about the world beyond the Empire? I am very curious about the misty forest. I don't know either, because I have never been there. Quentin answered decisively, with a hint of sternness and reproach in his tone. Remus. Why are you curious about places beyond the Empire? Is the food in the Empire not to your liking? Or have the female slaves you bought recently lost their appeal? I feel you are always intensely curious about things that don't exist. When Quentin said this, Remus sensed his opportunity. He fabricated some lies, but not too many, and he couldn't reveal everything. The key was to strike the right balance. This concerned his ability to enter the heart of the Empire. He had thought about this matter. Playing around every day was not a solution, and remaining a bastard was also unacceptable. So he straightened his back, looked at Quentin with firm eyes and said, Father. I want to seek a position in the Empire. Of course I know that before that I must shed the identity of a bastard. As far as I know, the way to do that is
Through military merit or by going to the northern frontier and serving as a night's watchman for a few years.
Quentin looked astonished. What nonsense are you talking about? I have thought of freeing you from the bastard status but not now. Besides, you are still so young. You must be patient. Remos.
Facing Quentin's dissuasion, Remos had already prepared a speech in his mind.
Father. First of all, you must know that I used to be very frail. I could barely walk a few steps without panting. But do you know why my body became so strong? I even managed to escape from the rebel army. Do you know why? Isn't it the result of my prayers day and night?
Quentin had always believed that his prayers had earned the favor of the gods, allowing Remos to recover.
Oh. Good heavens. Of course not.
My dear father, it was a mysterious merchant passing by the island who gave me a parchment scroll. It contained a method to grow stronger by meditating on the remains of magical beasts.
And I never told you about this because I actually paid for it with my own gold coins. I was afraid you would scold me, afraid you would think me a fool. At this, Remos even showed a look of regret. Unfortunately.
That day the rebels invaded our island and I fled so quickly that I lost the parchment scroll.
Upon hearing Remos's words, Quentin wore an expression that plainly said, "Do you take me for a fool?"
He sometimes wondered if Remos had drunk too much and ruined his mind. To prove himself, Remos pinched a corner of the wooden table with his thumb and forefinger, twisted it and crushed the corner, breaking it off completely.
Father. Look, this is the proof.
Remos had even planned that if Quentin demanded he write down the contents of the parchment scroll, he would adapt it based on the experience from the martial arts true interpretation diagram, adding a touch of divine color. Because most people in this era had strong faith in the gods, Remos intended to exploit that. Just as Remos expected Quentin to be astounded or question him further, he found that Quentin didn't ask about it at all, instead speaking of Hector.
Hector once studied under Albert for a time. What you have should be called body techniques. I just didn't know that one could also strengthen the physique through meditation. If that's the case, I will try to get you into the heart of the Empire. Don't look at me like that. There are many strange things in this world. Although I have never been to the other side of the misty forest, I have at least seen a mage. And you have an older sister studying at the Magic Academy on the other side of the Empire. Since Quentin was not curious, Remos didn't dwell on it and took the opportunity to make a small request. Father. I would like some more remains of magical beasts to study. Given time, I believe I can fight a lion barehanded. All right. I understand. I will help you with this. Quentin interlaced his fingers and placed them flat on the table. His outward calm belied a storm of inner thoughts. His own bastard son mastering body techniques. If it truly worked, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry for a while. Hector was too soft and kind-hearted, destined to achieve nothing great. As for the mage sent to the academy, Quentin didn't think she would return specifically for this family. Moreover, the Empire forbade such power from appearing on its soil. The main issue was that Albert was too old. Once Duke Albert was gone, it was hard to say about others, but Lady Martell would certainly cause trouble. All right. It's late. I suspect the Empire will soon lift the curfew, but I still don't want you to go out. Good night, son. Good night. Father. As Quentin left, Remos walked slowly to the window. This small exposure he hoped would bring him some pleasant surprises. Given the nature of his golden finger, he might well become the enemy of the entire world. His future might be that of a lone wolf. In any case, until he could destroy heaven and earth, staying within the Empire was safe. Remos had ample reason to suspect that this Empire was isolated from the rest of the world and that the outside might be far more fascinating. But that was only suspicion. He didn't know what the outside world was like. However, if possible, he would try to capture that vampire and ask a few questions. As for the present, his priority was to develop himself. With insufficient information, his primary goal was to ensure his own safety so he could later have the capital to explore the outside world. It was like being a small blade of grass growing in a corner; you might go unnoticed. But if you ended up in a garden competing with other flowers, once noticed, you might be uprooted entirely. But then again, knowing that the highest combat power in the Shilua Empire was Duke Albert, he could afford to be a little reckless. Remos had thought that his modest display of prowess would earn him some significant favor, or that Duke Albert would seek him out for a discussion. Instead, only that little brat Orson idolized him. This he could not accept, yet he dared not reveal his inhuman nature. In the end, Quentin directly relayed Albert's original words to Remos, roughly meaning that even a thief among the natives of the Mist Forest could use martial arts. Martial arts in general were merely a means of surpassing human limits, nothing more. Albert did not care where Remos had learned them; in fact, every knight of the Empire knew a little. If one offended a mage, it was best to hope your martial arts made you fast enough to flee, for a single binding spell and fireball would finish you off. As a young man, it was wisest to keep a low profile. However, Duke Albert was willing to give Remos a chance to join the Imperial Knights provided he first shed his illegitimate status. Quentin was satisfied, but Remos was not. He felt slighted. In truth, it was a misunderstanding born of an information gap. For instance, back on the island there was a youth named Bin, or the instructor cost. If Duke Albert had been present, he would have assumed these people had mastered a bit of martial arts. Thus when Quentin mentioned that Remos could use martial arts, Albert merely thought Remos was slightly better than the palace instructors. After all, martial arts were merely a combination of combat techniques and physical conditioning. Albert's own physique had long surpassed the limits of human potential, but age had withered his strength, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Meanwhile, Remos, invited to the palace by Orson, was in turmoil, constantly cursing in his mind how powerful were these so-called mages really. The battle between Albert and that vampire seemed unremarkable. Remos, I heard you know martial arts. Perhaps you could become someone like the Knight Commander or General Ross. That was Orson's purpose in inviting Remos, for in Orson's eyes anyone who could use martial arts was destined to reach the Empire's ceiling. As for himself, the king, he knew he was merely a figurehead. Those with power only showed him respect out of consideration for his family. Remos replied perfunctorily, "Oh, perhaps. Hector and General Ross are far stronger than me. I only learned a little." "That's still impressive. I wish I could learn, but I can't." "Why can't you? Isn't it just training and combat techniques?" Remos retorted. "Forget it. They won't let me. I won't learn if they don't want me to. I couldn't endure the hardship anyway. But this time I came to tell you good news. My mother has agreed to let me have a gladiator fight for me. I want you to see him because Gaia told me you used to manage such people on a private island." Remos was confused. Let him see. See what? He wasn't interested in men. Occasionally looking at his sister was fine, but why look at a man? So Orson dragged Remos to a place resembling a gladiator training ground. Remos naturally saw the man tied to a wooden stake with long golden curly hair and a physique that didn't seem strong, his eyes hollow and lifeless. "So, Orson, you invited me here to see this. First of all, I'm not interested in men." Orson pulled Remos down, signaling him to crouch, and whispered in his ear, "I wanted to ask you about training methods. Gaia said you like monster remains. I have some. Give me a training method, and if he wins a few matches I'll give you the monster remains. After all, you know martial arts." Orson spread his hands. "You know, people with real skills won't bother with me. Even though I'm king now, they only listen to my mother." Ramos's eyes lit up. "Why didn't you say so earlier? A training method for a gladiator. That's easy." However, this man before him was probably just a slave Orson's mother had casually grabbed to pacify her son. He would have been eliminated long ago on the island. But then again, as long as Orson gave him the monster remains, there was always a way to train him. Remos maintained a composed exterior, but inside he was pondering how to train the bound man. Sometimes victory didn't depend on size, there was a mysterious power called belief and rage. This could awaken the potential within a person. So he whispered back to Orson logically, "If this guy enters the arena against a strong opponent, your gladiator will be gone quickly. Unless you have some leverage to control him, something that makes him willing to sacrifice his life for you." "Exactly. He must be willing to die for you." Orson thought for a moment before answering. "He has a gambling-addicted father who sold his wife and daughter. This man is the gambler's only son. He was bought by my mother's slave to redeem his sister and mother." "Remos, do you know where his mother and sister are?" "Orson, there with Gaia serving her. His life isn't enough to redeem two people." "What's your name? Where are you from?" Remos asked the bound man. The man replied coldly, "Tiger." "Slav. Slav. Then you must be literate. You know our language." Tiger answered weakly, "My father was a merchant when I was young. Of course I know. Now that I've been sold here, I don't expect my mother and sister to escape slavery. But according to the agreement, whether I live or die in the arena, my mother and sister won't be abused or face life-threatening danger." "That is your noble's promise." "Good." Remos nodded. He knew this man was just waiting to die in the arena, seeking only peace for his family. But Remos clearly wasn't about to let him off so easily, especially since there were monster remains at stake. Moreover, the noble's promise and this Orson who wasn't taken seriously made it difficult for this man to win. Remos thought for a moment. To get the monster remains from Orson, he needed this man to win at least 2 matches. The problem was that the man had no fighting spirit. Since he lacked spirit, he had to ignite it. So Remos called Orson and ordered him to have the man's hands cut off. Orson was bewildered. "Huh? Then he'll be dead for sure in the arena. Our agreement was that you would train him to win at least 2 matches. "Of course," Remos said casually. "Trust me, your majesty. It's always right."
Just cut off his hands and have a set of equipment made that lets him mount short swords on his stumps.
Attack only, no defense.
Orson was greatly puzzled, but he still followed Remos's advice and ordered the soldiers to cut off the man's hands, then use cauterization to treat the wounds.
Tiger overheard the conversation between Remos and the king, but he didn't care.
The pain was just pain. Dying with a little more suffering only stirred a touch of anger within him.
But then an even more infuriating conversation followed.
While the man had yet to be beheaded, Remos turned to Orson and said, "Summon his mother and sister here, do it swiftly."
"What do you mean by that?"
Tag squinted, a chill of unease settling deep within him.
Remos turned toward him and declared, "This is how it shall be.
I suspect your mother and sister may be insurgents' spies. Fearing the young king might be deceived by men like you, I must verify whether they are truly mere slaves, or prove otherwise. How then can you substantiate that the purchased woman and girl are indeed your mother and sister?"
Those words left Tag utterly stunned.
"Prove that my mother is my mother, and my sister my sister."
Does this man possess even a shred of shame? Indeed. A sudden pause, then realization struck. How could he prove it? Slaves bore no surnames, held no civic status, possessed no official records. He was but a foreigner, captured, sold and delivered into the Empire's grasp.
Watching Tag's dazed silence, Remos wore an expression of feigned helplessness.
"See?
Even you cannot verify such kinship, so surely my verification is only reasonable."
"How do you intend to verify it?"
Tag's voice lowered thick with gravity. "Rest assured, the noble's word stands firm.
They will not die."
Remos smiled faintly, a smile devoid of warmth. "Should I discover they are insurgent spies, I shall spare them the gallows.
Instead, I shall assign them as she-wolves here. Many soldiers, and certain men unfit for public duty, reside here. Once your wounds heal, you may train while bearing witness." She-wolf denoted women sold into prostitution.
For the first time Tag beheld a man whose depravity surpassed mere shame, whose very presence beside the king defied moral reckoning.
Yet what followed plunged him deeper into stupefaction, his mind emptied blank as bleached bone. "Your Highness.
Once his hands have healed, should he neglect his training, I trust you'll summon that mother and daughter. And your guards, or male slaves confined indoors, need not step beyond these walls. Tell him a few silver coins suffice, for punishing him with push-ups, all while he watches those insurgent spies labor as she-wolves.
And they must not be killed. We hold no irrefutable proof, only suspicion, that they are insurgent spies.
Should inquiries arise later, claim they volunteered to escape slavery sooner, choosing palace service.
A modest gold reward seals the tale." Hearing this, Tag collapsed inward, spirit broken, breath shallow. How could one become this? How does such a man exist? Tell me. What would you have me do?
His voice now trembled, not with rage nor plea but with hollow resignation.
"Nothing at all, I act for your own good. Heal well. Train diligently. Thus you shall live. Do you not long to see them again? Or are they truly insurgent spies, not the kin you love most? You serve the king, why fear? Why despair?" Remos offered the broken man an encouraging glance. "Were I not to intervene thus, I'd fear your descent into apathy, so this harsh measure is born of necessity."
No sooner had Remos finished speaking than Tag retched violently, acid surging up his throat, constricting his windpipe.
Orson stood agape, eyes wide, astonished by the sheer audacity of the scheme.
The cruelest cruelty he'd ever witnessed involved nobles suspending a naked slave and carving flesh from his body stroke by stroke, a grim game and punishment for disobedience. Should your blade strike just as the slave drew his final breath, you'd forfeit coin.
Well. Have you decided?
Remos pressed the man before him. Treat this seriously, and they may well be nothing more than pitiful slaves, not spies.
But should you surrender yourself in the arena?
Then I shall conclude someone deceives our young king. Why, among countless slaves in the market were you chosen?
Speak, did your insurgents secretly orchestrate this? Did you plant spies beside the king?
Remos narrowed his eyes, pressing down upon the man who had once sought only death.
So long as I train earnestly and survive the arena, they remain unharmed. Tag's voice held no supplication, no fury, only a disquieting eerie calm.
Of course. Remos finally allowed himself a rare genuine smile.
Win, and they remain ordinary slaves. Spies. What nonsense. How could such a fate befall an ordinary mother and daughter?
Remos added weight to his promise. I swear it. Win distinction in the arena, and your mother and sister shall regain their freedom. The degree of liberty depends entirely on your triumph. At last, the ropes binding Tag were severed by the surrounding guards. Several branding irons glowed cherry red in the fire, radiating waves of searing heat. A physician stood ready nearby. Guards swiftly pinned the man's wrists onto a wooden bench. A scream tore through the air, raw, shattering.
Both hands dropped lifelessly onto the ground.
Instantly the physician rushed forward and pressed the white-hot iron against Tag's bleeding stumps.
Aha!
A sharper, more agonized shriek erupted, cold sweat drenched his body, his knees buckled and he slumped unconscious. Orson watched silently as Tag was carried away, then turned anxiously to Remos. Can he truly win?
He is my first gladiator and the star of my inaugural arena spectacle. Remos looked puzzled. What issue lies therein? Then with unwavering certainty, none whatsoever. Trust me, your highness.
In truth, severing Tag's hands was no reckless impulse. It stemmed from the martial arts manual Wu Daojin Jia 2, wherein Remos had mastered a counterintuitive technique from the eagle claw style offense as defense.
Yet Remos could neither teach the stranger its subtleties nor expect mastery in haste, only a crude approximation.
So why sever his hands? Because wielding a sword in both hands inevitably invites loss. Battle demands adaptability. Removing his hands forced him to wield twin blades instead. Thus Tag would confront death and be reborn through it. This would expedite Remos's acquisition of victory and its spoils. Mom! Look at that stupid slave. She's dirted my dress. I was supposed to go out with Alicia later. Gia tugged at Lady Matilda's arm, acting coquettishly to express her dissatisfaction. If it were up to me, they should have never been allowed to come here to work in the first place. Just sell the mother and daughter to a brothel. Lady Matilda paid no mind to her daughter's pleading, her gaze instead fixed on the trembling girl kneeling before her. She spoke calmly. She stained your dress. That's punishment enough. With the treasury strained by the rebel uprisings, we've already spent too many gold coins. 3 people for just a few gold coins is a decent deal. Aren't you always complaining about wanting to see the arena? Her brother could serve as a gladiator for your amusement. Lady Matilda's response clearly failed to satisfy Gia, who felt her mother was always favoring her younger brother. But this clumsy girl managed to spill juice on my dress. And I can't help but feel you're always biased toward my brother. Are you waiting for me to marry off and contribute to the family like Alicia did? Lady Matilda's tone darkened upon hearing her daughter's words, carrying an unmistakable sharpness. Shouldn't you be contributing to the family's interests? Your brother is at least a man. I think Hector from the Carsane family would be a suitable match. That man Quinton will likely propose an alliance through marriage. You shouldn't be wandering about lately. Even though the Empire has lifted the curfew, you ought to stay home. Distinguished guests are arriving in the coming days, and I won't have you embarrass me. I embarrass you? When have I ever brought shame upon you? At every family gathering, isn't it always I who represents us with dignity? It's my brother who's the disgrace. No one even wants to play with him. Slap. Matilda backhanded Gia across the face, the sharp sound freezing her in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gia, why? Matilda stared at Gia, her tone leaving no room for argument. Under no circumstances should you speak ill of your brother. He is your brother forever. And a man. The future of this family rests upon his shoulders. Matilda stepped forward with graceful composure, her voice measured and calm enough. I must go now. Make certain you conduct yourself properly these next 2 days. I've warned you, the Empire will be receiving honored guests. Only after Lady Matilda's figure vanished from sight did Gia release her hand from her cheek, fixing the trembling girl kneeling on the floor with a resentful glare. It's all your fault. If you weren't so foolish, you wouldn't have spilled juice on my dress. Then I wouldn't have been slapped by mother. At least it was only juice. If it had been hot water. What would have happened if I'd been scalded? The kneeling girl shrank back, her voice barely a whisper as tears streamed down her face. I am sorry, master. I didn't mean to. Before the girl could finish speaking, her mother, who had been helping clean up, hurriedly knelt down, pleading repeatedly. Please forgive her just this once. It won't happen again. Forgive. Gia's gaze fell directly upon the girl's slightly curled hands. Very well then. Of course I'll forgive you. But when you do something wrong, there must always be some consequence, isn't there? Guards. Come here and hold that girl's hands down. The guards outside the door responded immediately to the command, pinning the girl's hands down firmly. Meanwhile, Gia ignored the mother's desperate pleas, grabbed the steaming bowl of goat's milk from the table, and with a flick of her wrist slowly poured the scalding liquid over the girl's hands. Wah! A sharp cry of agony erupted immediately. The girl's hands trembled instinctively, but the guards held them down with crushing force, leaving her helpless against the spreading pain. Gia glanced at the girl's reddened, burned hands, a cold smirk playing on her lips as she warned, I'm being merciful to you. Next time, if you're too clumsy to even hold a cup properly, I'll have no use for these hands. The girl's mother, fighting through her own anguish, pulled her daughter to kneel and thank Gia, then supported her trembling child as they quickly retreated with heads bowed. After this incident, Gia's mood cooled, along with the spilled goat's milk on the floor, and any earlier desire to go out had completely vanished. So, bored out of her mind, she found a chair and sat down, wondering about the imperial guests her mother spoke of with such importance, who exactly could command that kind of attention. She had actually felt the need to lecture her on proper conduct. Could it be mages from the Misty Forest?
Time would soon provide Gia with her answer. That day nobles clad in resplendent attire stood solemnly on either side as soldiers lined the path escorting a carriage that approached with stately slowness. The curtain parted and two figures in ash-gray robes descended, clearly a man and a woman. Duke Albert immediately stepped forward to greet them. The Duke made no superfluous gesture, only his face softened into a warm smile. Welcome home, Aurelia. And who is this gentleman beside you? Aurelia inclined her head slightly toward the Duke, returning a courteous yet distant smile. This is Azura, my fellow student. Our mentor received your letter. I trust we have not arrived too late. Indeed. I am well acquainted with your mentor. A banquet has been prepared. I suggest we dine while we converse. Your father, I imagine, has much he wishes to say to you. Duke Albert extended an elegant gesture inviting Aurelia to walk with him. Meanwhile Remos watched the scene from afar. By virtue of his station he held no place among those assembled to welcome the guests. After all, he was neither noble nor warrior, merely curious to see what a mage truly looked like. So they appear no different from ordinary men after all. Remos murmured to himself. The male mage seemed an unremarkable man, neither striking nor plain, save for a cross-shaped tattoo etched upon his forehead. The female mage, however, was far more intriguing. Her brow and facial contours bore an uncanny resemblance to Quentin's. The imperial banquet, though lavish, roast, suckling pig, peacock, exotic fish and fowl, failed to stir appetite. All eyes were fixed instead upon the two distinguished guests seated beside the king. Perhaps the silence grew too profound, or perhaps the king's youth rendered him reticent. Duke Albert broke the stillness first. Aurelia, I once held you in my arms as a child. It was I who selected the cohort sent abroad for study. During your stay you may spend time with your family. As he spoke, the Duke subtly sought to bridge the distance between them and discreetly arranged for Quentin to sit beside Aurelia. Indeed, Aurelia was Quentin's daughter, her full name Aurelia Carthane. Yet how much affection remained for this home she had not seen in years. Quentin's lips parted, words formed and dissolved within him, circling silently before emerging at last as a quiet, measured greeting. Did you fare well there? Yes, I did. Though it was perilous, one misstep could mean death. Fortunately, I had an exceptional mentor. Aurelia replied calmly. Father and daughter then lapsed into an uneasy, heavy silence. She asked nothing of her mother's or father's well-being, only quietly savored the Empire's confections. Azura, seated beside Aurelia, proved far more animated. His gaze drifted repeatedly toward Gaia, and with subtle magical resonance he whispered only to Aurelia. Is that your princess? She is exquisitely beautiful. Why is your king's skin so pale? Has he fallen ill? I wish to seek companionship tonight, surely that presents no difficulty. Aurelia ignored her traveling companion entirely, continuing to savor the delicacies of her homeland. Thus the banquet, ordinarily a source of noble merriment, drew to a perfunctory close, sustained only by Duke Albert's desultory small talk. Shortly after its conclusion, as Aurelia prepared to bathe away her weariness, Azura hurried to her chamber and demanded, Why did you not answer me at the banquet? Surely such a gathering should be enlivened by beauty and charm. Aurelia cast a cold, appraising glance at Azura. If you seek companionship, speak to the nobles. Brothels exist in the imperial capital, you may find your pleasure there. Azura chuckled. Let me remind you, I shall soon become a true mage. My very presence in this isolated backward realm is a magnanimous gift bestowed upon you. Your princess refuses to charm me, fine. But what of other noble women? At these words Aurelia's composure cracked, not into anger but into bitter, incredulous laughter. This is a sovereign nation, not a brothel nor your private garden. This is my homeland. Historically many great arcane academies trace their origins here, including ours. Even after uttering those words the fire in her chest still burned fiercely. She added, voice sharpening with indignation, Do not forget you and I are both merely apprentices, not mages. We came on assignment. Our academy rewards us accordingly. Even should you ascend to true mastery, you hold no authority to speak thus here. Azura folded his arms, gazing at Aurelia with amused disdain, her cheeks flushed faintly. Who else but the ignorant and backward would behave so? I understand your empire forbids magic, yet when crisis strikes you scramble to beg for magical aid. Is that not sheer contradiction? I hear rebellion festers in your homeland. His open contempt struck deep, igniting Aurelia's fury, yet she clenched her jaw, restraining herself. Leave. Now. It is but a single vampire, inept in shadow arts. Binding spells are not your exclusive domain. I can subdue her myself and watch her burn at dawn. Very well, if you insist on capturing her, do so. Were it not for academic credit, I would never have set foot in this benighted land. But I will witness your endeavor. I refuse to have journeyed here in vain. Azura spread his hands wide, feigning indifference. His contempt for this cloistered archaic realm ran deep. He sneered at its feeble nobility daring to call themselves an empire. Back home even a sewer city could topple this so-called empire. As for seeking companionship, I would not lower myself to brothels. A princess at minimum, or failing that a noblewoman. Yet these people show no gratitude, no discernment whatsoever. Especially that pallid-faced king, I sometimes cannot suppress my laughter. Only after Azura departed did Aurelia exhale slowly, yet beneath her calm lay a strange searing shame. She recalled her first days at the Arcane Academy, how classmates had stared at her and her fellow countrymen like specimens in a menagerie, their remarks cruel and dehumanizing. Hey Aurelia, so you're from that forgotten land, yes? Do you and your kind devour humans like beasts? Aurelia, I heard your people sleep with their mothers. I mean, in that way, the intimate carnal way. Ha! They wouldn't know steam locomotives if one ran over them, they're little more than unevolved apes. Shoo! Look, she's crying. Just like a monkey's rump, years of relentless linguistic abuse. Such mockery bred deep resentment among her peers, those who had journeyed with her from the Empire to the Academy, all now harbored disdain for their homeland. Aurelia too carried a quiet persistent whisper in her heart, how blessed it would be to have been born here. Even life in the perilous lower district, with its ever-present threat of death, would be preferable to existence in the Empire. Of course such thoughts remained unspoken, buried deep silent and unyielding. Hey! Hey Aurelia! This is your younger brother. Did you sleep well last night? Kuntang gestured for Limosi to sit down and have a meal with his sister as he hadn't seen his daughter for a long time. Aurelia looked at her old father with a puzzled expression, not expecting to have a new younger brother, but she didn't ask the reason immediately. Where is Hekatu? Kuntang, he is busy. Isn't this to catch the damned vampire as soon as possible? Aurelia slightly nodded. This family didn't have much hold on her, seeing or not seeing them was the same. She just silently tasted the sweets brought by the servant. However, Limosi was quite lively. He was curious about the outside world and knew that his half-sister had just returned from outside, so he couldn't help but bring it up at the dinner table. Sis. I'm very curious about the outside world. Can you tell me what it's like? Aurelia heard this younger brother she had never met asking about the outside world for the first time. She only lifted her eyes slightly. I don't know how to say this. Even if you know, it's useless. The outside world is not easy. But what I'm more curious about now is, when did I get a younger brother? Aurelia cast a puzzled look at Kuntang, hoping her old father could answer her confusion. Kuntang awkwardly touched his nose and said hesitantly he is an illegitimate child. Upon learning that her father actually had an illegitimate child, Aurelia finally showed a reaction, her eyes flickering. My God! This younger brother is father's illegitimate child. Then wouldn't mother be making a huge fuss? Kuntang said helplessly, that's why. I don't want to return to the territory, after all Ludia and I are not getting along well now. Aurelia did not care about her mother's emotions or health. Thinking of the scenes of Ludia and Kuntang arguing, she only found it amusing. That's really interesting. Aurelia stared at Limosi and said slowly. What's the matter? A younger brother who looks about my age, how come you want to know about the outside world? Luckily father is a member of the Senate, otherwise discussing the outside world might earn you a whipping. Hearing Aurelia's words, Limosi kept complaining inwardly. If he alone could resist the army, he would have sacrificed everything in this empire to turn it into simulation points, because the outside world seemed like a lot of fun. That was what he thought, but when it came to speaking it was another matter. Oh. Dear sister. I'm just curious. Someone with tender skin like me can't withstand the Empire's whip. I can understand your curiosity. It's not that I can't tell you something. Aurelia twirled a strand of her hair with her index finger, looking a bit proud. Kuntang wanted to stop her, but seeing his daughter like this he gave up and let her continue. After all, he himself would spend his life in the Empire and could never go to such distant places. There are many people who can fly there and many strange weapons. Have you seen what dwarves look like? And elves. The most terrifying are man-eating demons. From Aurelia's continuous descriptions, Limosi always felt that she had a sense of superiority. Indeed, that was exactly how Aurelia felt. She had come back from the Magic Academy and was no longer a simple village girl from the Empire. Facing a younger brother who had never seen the outside world, she felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Limosi also asked Aurelia a few small questions. Aurelia with her proud heart answered them, even straightening her back quite a bit. In theory you should live a good life in the Empire. But you must never underestimate the outside world. You might think the Empire's army is very powerful. Unfortunately, facing beings like mages, they only need to wave a hand and the entire army would be annihilated like smoke. These words fell on Limosi's ears, leaving him stunned. What does wave a hand mean? The army is gone. Of course, Limosi's expression just happened to be seen by Aurelia. It was this expression of someone who had never seen the world that completely inflated Aurelia's vanity. However, although Limosi was puzzled, he thought Aurelia was probably exaggerating. He had seen Duke Abot in that vampire fight and personally felt they weren't that powerful. Why does it take two mages to catch a vampire? The complexities of it all gave Remos a headache. What exactly was the combat system of this world? Suddenly, an inappropriate voice came which happened to resolve Remos' doubt. That is something only high-level mages can do. It has nothing to do with a mere apprentice mage like you. Azula. The vanity and pride on Aruilia's face instantly faded, replaced by a cold expression. Why are you here? Azula didn't even look at Aruilia. She walked straight to the table, picked up a piece of bread and took a bite. Naturally, your father invited me. After saying that, she glanced at Kuntang. Kuntang gave an awkward smile. She is your friend. I thought it would be fine to let you stay closer together. Besides, vampires are so dangerous. If you encounter one, you can look out for each other. Azula raised an eyebrow with a smile, looked at Aruilia and said we should finish the task as soon as possible. There are many things waiting for us over there. Don't you think so, Aruilia? Yet capturing a vampire concealed among the populace was no simple task. The Empire had made considerable efforts toward this end. For instance, they carved likenesses of the vampire onto stone slabs, but Remos glanced once and could only confirm it depicted a woman. All other features were indistinct, unrecognizable as human. They also publicly branded her a fugitive and raised the bounty substantially. Even if some perceptive citizens had begun to suspect the truth, none dared speak of it, fearing entanglement in perilous affairs. Azura, newly arrived in the Empire, was the first to complain. Damn it. If that vampire simply buried herself deep in a graveyard, no one would ever find her. Such a task demanded a synergistic team, foreseeing witches versed in prophecy paired with seasoned monster hunters. Aurelia stared wordlessly at her companion who had accompanied her to the Empire, then remarked dryly, I came because this was once my home. You came for academic credit. Ha! Azura rolled her eyes. For credit. So are you. Don't pretend you harbor some noble affection for this place. Since the Academy dispatched you here, you should have brought along a sister skilled in prophecy. The Book of Tomorrow would save us considerable time. Aurelia retorted without hesitation. Huh? Do I even know them? Moreover, adding another person meant dividing the credit. Would you truly accept that? Failing to locate her, the Empire resorted to extreme measures, encouraging citizens to venture out after dark, then launching targeted investigations wherever deaths occurred. Nobles were strictly exempt from harm. Commoners, however, were expendable. And indeed, this ruthless strategy yielded its first tangible lead. One night, a man lay dead in an alleyway. 2-minute puncture wounds closely spaced marked his neck. Beneath slack skin, collapsed blood vessels were palpably sunken, a clear sign of catastrophic blood loss. Duke Albert immediately cordoned off the site and launched methodical investigations into every suspicious location nearby. Remos naturally followed his adoptive elder sister to the scene, not only out of curiosity as to whether a vampire had committed the act but also to observe whether vampires truly fed solely on blood. Soldiers gathered around murmured amongst themselves, yet none spared a glance for the man lying lifeless upon the ground, long since drained of vitality. Silence. Duke Albert's commanding voice cut through the air. Suddenly the clamor ceased utterly. Deploy at once to investigate all suspicious sites nearby. Protecting Imperial citizens is your sworn duty. At his command, soldiers sprang into action without hesitation. Those not assigned to secure the scene formed several squads, weapons drawn and fanned out in different directions. Right then, Aurelia, we'll wait here a while. At this hour, daylight soldiers stand no chance of finding a vampire. That would be nothing short of miraculous. Azura cautioned her companion, convinced in her heart that no vampire would be so foolish. After all, they all hailed from the same origin. To be captured by these natives would be a profound humiliation and outright affront to the church itself. The search continued until sunset, and just as Azura predicted, every soldier returned empty-handed. A vampire hidden among the masses remained utterly beyond their reach. Remos seized a quiet moment when Aurelia stood unattended and whispered to sister, do you think I could reach the Mistwood Forest? I wish to go. Aurelia gave a cold, mirthless laugh. How do you intend to get there? On foot. Without accounting for danger or hardship, walking day after day would take you a full year. Then how did you and Azura cross over and return? Remos asked softly. Aurelia merely smiled, a smile laced with quiet condescension, as though he'd asked a rustic something profoundly naive. Us. We used a teleportation scroll, a rare artifact bearing our spiritual imprints, enabling instantaneous travel across vast distances. Even if I gave you one, you couldn't activate it. Wouldn't it be better to live comfortably as a noble, free from want? Cease indulging such fantastical notions. With that, Aurelia strode forward, flanked by attendants, her thoughts already drifting toward tonight's banquet, not the meal itself but the admiring, reverent and envious glances cast upon her by the slaves. It was precisely such gazes that filled her with exquisite satisfaction. Watching her graceful receding figure, Remos's expression darkened. So dismissive. This adoptive elder sister, Azura too, spoke with an air of innate superiority, a tone that unsettled him deeply. He had greeted them with humility, yet why did they scorn him so? This was his first encounter with such disdain in this world. He'd expected nobles to look down on him, yet they surprisingly treated him with courtesy. That night Remos skipped dinner with his sister and remained alone in the study. Standing by the window he gazed at the full moon suspended in the black sky, its silver light bathing him, casting a silhouette steeped in profound solitude. Imperial history remained frustratingly sparse, countless truths eluded his understanding. Knock knock knock, the sharp rapping shattered the stillness of night and interrupted his reverie. Enter. It was Quentin, cradling a wooden box, his face flushed with wine. Why didn't you join us for dinner tonight? Remos offered no reply, only watched Quentin in silence. Quentin sighed faintly, his voice heavy with resignation. I know your sister's temperament leaves much to be desired, and Azura is no better. But once this matter concludes they'll depart. Don't let their words weigh upon you. He extended the wooden box toward Remos. Here, what you requested. I secured it from Duke Albert. He said only one remains. I've searched elsewhere but found nothing more. As you know, few pay for such relics. Should I encounter overseas merchants, I'll inquire again. Only after Quentin departed did Remos slowly open the box, without uttering a single word to his father in this world. Inside rested something resembling a cow's or sheep's hoof. Instantly the martial Tao true scripture diagram within his mind pulsed with resonance. A flicker of genuine interest crossed Ramos's face. This hoof once dissected would surely yield a technique of agility. Dissect. Within his mind the Bagua diagram spun violently, a moment of pure exhilaration. Once again the familiar monochrome world unfolded before him. What then might emerge from this bone-attached hoof? As the phantom silhouette coalesced behind the black and white figure, it revealed curved bovine horns atop its head, bat-like wings unfurled from its back, a humanoid torso, and hooked lower limbs. Everything remained rendered in stark black and white, obscuring full detail, yet Remos understood instantly this hoof belonged to such a creature. Add points. The monochrome figure standing within the Bagua diagram suddenly surged into motion, one leg snapped upward with explosive force, posture erect as a pine, then with a swift twist of the waist the other leg swept through the air in a seamless lightning-fast arc, each movement executed with flawless precision and stability. Remos watched transfixed, assuming it must be a form of Qigong. Yet it proved to be a leg-based martial art. Martial Tao True Scripture Diagram simulated points 1018. Iron Finger Eagle Claw Technique 200 years cultivation. Iron Sand Palm 100 years cultivation. Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt 500 years cultivation. Great Strength Vajra Leg Technique 200 years cultivation. Upon completion of transmission, Remos fell into contemplation. The techniques were exquisitely refined, yet none enhanced speed. And if Quentin claimed no further monster remnants existed, then none remained. Reaching the far side of the Mistwood Forest thus remained a distant, arduous aspiration, though Remos felt no urgency. He possessed ample time. For now, however, another objective took precedence: locating the vampire lady before the Empire did. For Remos harbored pressing questions he wished to pose to her. First, what was life like in her world? Second, how formidable were the mages dispatched to capture her? Third, could she impart a technique that dramatically increased mobility? All this of course hinged upon securing a secluded location for their conversation, lest she flee, for Remos at present lacked the means to pursue her. As for combat, surely the duel between Duke Albert and the vampire had settled that question. Was there any reason to fear defeat? My name is Gisire Gangeluo. My grandfather is an elder among the vampire clan. In human terms, I am a noble lady. My misfortune began 3 months ago. That day I had just woken up feeling very hungry, so I secretly left the family and went to the human settlements to find some blood food. In the vampire hierarchy, as a noble lady, I should have servants and wanderers to seek blood food for me. However, I was playful by nature. I enjoyed watching men being captivated by my beauty, their souls stolen away. The obsession in their eyes was even sweeter than blood. I also loved watching human males fight over becoming my first embrace. Seeing the blood food bruised and bleeding made me even more excited. Until I met a man with a little boy. He was wrapped in a hood, stubble covering half his face, yet couldn't hide the sharp, distinct contours. The dagger tightly gripped at his waist exuded an aura of keep away. But a man like that. Only he was worthy of becoming my blood food. At that moment I was infatuated, eager to trample him under my feet immediately. That would be the ultimate pleasure. So I tried to seduce him, to lure him into a secluded alley. If he behaved well, I might be merciful enough to grant him my first embrace. But the idea was beautiful. That man actually dared to resist. And he was a master of physical combat. Unfortunately, physical combat has its limits. Human physique can never compare with that of a natural vampire like me. If humans could match vampires in physical combat, they would have to undergo modifications or transplant some unknown things or receive blessings from gods. That man was always just an ordinary person to me. Because his resistance made me overly excited, I accidentally killed him and slowly savored his warm blood. The man's body had long gone cold, but I still felt my hunger hadn't subsided. So I turned my gaze to the boy crouching in the corner, his hand clamped tightly over his mouth, not daring to let out even a whimper. I licked my lips, smiled contentedly, and let out a small burp. Oh, there's still dessert. Today is really my lucky day. Just like that, the big and the small died in an unknown corner. I didn't want to deal with the bodies. Out of a twisted sense of humor, I dragged the man to the wall and placed the boy in his arms. From a distance it looked like a homeless man holding the boy protectively in his arms, sleeping peacefully. As soon as the sky began to lighten with dawn, I quickly found a place to hide, quietly waiting for sunset, waiting for night to cover the earth again. Then I would go back to that alley to see my masterpiece and also see if any exorcists or white-robed mages would come looking. But that mischievous look started my misfortune. When night fell, I found a small family in a 3-story house, a family of 3. I drained them dry just because their house had a good view. The only trouble was that the mistress of the house was a member of the Thousand Faces cult. I only found out after killing her. Her beauty was fake, her face was ordinary. Probably she had fallen for this decent-looking man but didn't dare to show her true face. But these things didn't matter anymore. Who among those living here didn't have some skill? At the very least they were craftsmen or cooks. The night was no obstacle to my eyes. I deliberately leaned by the window, showing half my face, quietly watching the alley drown in darkness. There were no exorcists, no white-robed mages. But there were people from the Church of Light. They surrounded the alley with torches, blocking it completely, and a woman's crying came from inside. For some reason, hiding behind the window, I felt a secret glee. Like a cat stealing food not caught by its owner. I heard what sounded like a father and daughter arguing. "Father, please help me. I really can't go on. He is your grandson too." A slap. "Poof. Bitch. Why did you have to get involved with a dirty mercenary? Now it's all out. Everyone knows my daughter was with a dirty mercenary and gave birth to a little bastard." "No. Father. Even if they weren't my lovers, shouldn't the Church of Light eradicate evil? They are clearly being persecuted by evil forces. I seem to have overheard some secret. But this was more like an ordinary story. This so-called father must be a believer in the Church of Light, right? And his daughter seemed to have mixed with the mercenaries that many looked down upon. And had a child. That was really interesting." The crying gradually subsided. I was still hiding behind the window, peeping. I saw an old man in a black robe trimmed with white rust dragging a woman's arm, pulling her out of the alley step by step. At that moment a chill spread from my heart. I knew that outfit all too well. It was the attire of a priest of the Church of Light. I seemed to have killed her daughter's lover and her grandson. But who would have thought that the daughter of a Church of Light priest would be messing around with a mercenary without a surname? I quickly calmed down. It was just a priest. The elders of the family should be able to solve this problem for me. So I fled towards the family territory without looking back. If the Church of Light really searched for the murderer, they would definitely have ways and would find me quickly. So I particularly hated these humans with supernatural powers. But on the other hand, except for humans from Steam City or those possessed by the undead, the blood of most humans with supernatural powers was quite sweet. 3 days later, when I returned to the family territory full of confidence and found our elder, the family told me that they had been fighting with werewolves 2 days ago, suffering countless casualties. My grandfather had even fallen into a deep slumber. Hearing this, my heart sank. But I still told the elder about my going out for fun. The elder of the family looked at me with a helpless face and slowly spoke. "We have no way to start a war with the Church of Light for now." As he spoke, he also took out a darkly glowing teleportation key and told me on the other side of the misty forest there is a forgotten country. There are no supernaturals, they're only blood food. And the barrier of the misty forest has begun to show cracks. The teleportation key will guide you to the center of the misty forest, and then you'll have to find a way to enter that country of only blood food yourself. Attention! During the escape, don't be discovered by exorcists or white-robed mages. Because the family is about to go into hiding. And I personally killed people without cleaning up properly. Once the Church of Light tracks me down, they will use secret arts to find me, and I will implicate the family hiding in the darkness. If I bring any more powerful enemies to the current family, I will become the sinner of this family. At this point I could only say a hasty goodbye to the family, and holding the teleportation key set off towards the edge of the misty forest, beginning a new journey. Clang! Clang! Giselle listlessly rested her arm on the window frame, the unique clanking and hissing of the steam train rising from below mingling with the rumble of the boiler, making her restless and irritable. So hungry. Damn it, 4 days without drinking blood. She almost missed the days of having everything served on a silver platter. Giselle rubbed her stomach. Before sunrise she still had to find a hidden shelter at the next stop. Giselle's gaze continuously scanned the passengers in the carriage, her throat constantly swallowing saliva. She gritted her teeth with effort. Damn it. So hungry. I want to drink something.
At that moment an old woman hobbled over leaning on a cane.
Giselle glanced at her indifferently, thinking she was too old. Her blood wouldn't taste as good as a young person's. Puff. Puff.
Two sounds and a crow swooped onto the window of the steam train, diverting Giselle's attention.
Suddenly,
the old woman facing her swiftly drew the seemingly ordinary cane, revealing a thin sword that thrust directly at Giselle. Giselle instinctively turned her head and the thin sword pierced the wooden seat behind her. Without thinking much, Giselle kicked the old woman in the stomach, then grabbed the edge of the seat, flipping over to put distance between them.
Who are you? Giselle stared gloomily at the old woman who had been kicked down.
The old woman immediately performed a kip-up and stood up. The originally hunched back cracked and creaked like rusty machinery. Her small stature suddenly grew taller. The loose clothing slid to the ground, revealing a black tight-fitting outfit. Her withered fingers tore off the slack skin on her face, pulling it down to reveal a face full of stubble. You killed one of our Thousand Faces cult members and still think you can escape?
Do you think we can't find you?
Thousand Faces cult. Giselle first looked puzzled, then suddenly remembered that she had indeed killed a follower of the Thousand Faces cult a few days ago.
So what if I did? Giselle was not intimidated by the man before her.
She quickly chanted a spell and a red pentagram appeared in her palm.
Blood spike. The red pentagram exploded instantly.
Chirp. Chirp. 3 sharp blood spikes shot straight at the man's face. The man, seemingly tall and burly, was agile. With a light tap of his toes he slid half a meter backwards, sending sawdust flying through the carriage.
Temporarily blocking the man's view when he tried to counterattack, the target had already vanished from his sight. Ha! Giselle gasped for breath.
After jumping off the train she fled directly in the direction indicated by the teleportation key, because the steam train was a product of Steam City and once damaged she might be caught. But before she had gone far she heard the sound of hoofbeats. Turning around she saw a group of people riding white horses and wearing white robes heading towards her.
Oh! Shit! People from the Church of Light! Giselle cursed under her breath.
Not only had the Thousand Faces cult found her, but the Church of Light had also come.
However, Giselle had no intention of fighting now.
She changed direction and continued to run wildly. She had to hide before the sun came out. After a night of pursuit, just before dawn Giselle finally found a place that could temporarily shield her from the sun, a simple orchard. She raised her hand to wipe her face only to find it was not sweat but cold tears.
She couldn't help but sob softly. Woo-woo.
I miss Grandpa so much.
I shouldn't have been so reckless in the first place.
I should have stayed in the castle and let the servants and wanderers bring me blood meals.
Why did I have to be so cheap?
This period of fleeing gradually made Giselle adapt to her current life. For example, she had never sucked animal blood before, but now she had no choice.
The young lady's standards were slowly lowering. Like now she was tightly holding down a giant demon spider.
When her fangs pierced its limbs, the white liquid with a fishy smell splattered everywhere. The spider's blood also had a grainy texture like small fish roe. Just one bite gave a feeling of bursting. Giselle forced back her nausea, eating while complaining, I can't beat a griffin, but I can still beat you, can't I? While she was halfway through sucking, the sound of hoofbeats came again from afar, growing closer.
Giselle helplessly put down the spider leg and sighed, alas. Now I have to run again. Should be almost at the edge of the misty forest, right? Then I'll activate the teleportation directly.
I don't believe you Church of Light people can still chase me. Giselle's clothes were already tattered rags, her face covered in dust and grime, yet her exposed skin bore not a single scratch. That was the unique talent of a vampire after all. As long as there was blood, even the gravest wounds would heal swiftly.
Sigh. This must be the heart of the mist forest, right?
Giselle pulled out a key that had lost its luster, its magic likely exhausted. She wondered how her family was faring now. She felt a twinge of homesickness. Though the teleportation key's magic was spent, it still guided her like a compass, pointing the way she needed to go. Suddenly a sharp whistle cut through the air.
Giselle instinctively dodged, tilting her head to the side.
An arrow embedded itself firmly into a nearby tree trunk.
Giselle thought.
Could the Holy Light Church have tracked me here?
The relentless torment of recent days had pushed Giselle to the brink of collapse.
Her magical energy surged and a red 5-pointed star coalesced in her hand.
Screw you. I'll fight you all.
She whirled around only to find not the Holy Light Church but a group of dark-skinned elves with pointed ears.
At the sight, Giselle's bravado instantly deflated.
The red star in her hand slowly dissipated.
What do you want? She asked.
A tall woman stepped forward from the group, her voice cold as she demanded, what business does a creature of darkness like you have on our territory?
What, hungry? Here to drink blood. Giselle laughed at that. A creature of darkness.
She pointed at her own nose, retorting me.
A creature of darkness. And what about you dark elves? What kind of saints are you? Hiding here in the mist forest to escape being hunted, aren't you? But the other side had no intention of arguing with Giselle. With a lift of her hand she loosed an arrow. Giselle ducked aside. Seeing she was outnumbered and outmatched, the odds were against her. So Giselle's heart tightened. She quickly chanted an arcane incantation and a purple five-pointed star materialized beneath her feet. Swarm of bats. As the spell completed, dark mist swirled around Giselle and she transformed into a cloud of bats that soared across the night sky, leaving the dark elves standing dumbfounded, momentarily unsure which direction to give chase. The leading dark elf merely glanced at the retreating bat swarm without any intention of pursuing. She turned to her subordinates and said, back to business. No need to waste time chasing a single vampire. This harrowing escape left Giselle utterly drained. Magic was never given freely. The law of equivalent exchange now exacted its toll. The price she paid was the depletion of 80% of the blood stored within her body, and even her life-sustaining dark magic was temporarily beyond her reach. Her steps felt like lead, each one sapping the last of her strength. She gazed at the twisted tree spirits in the mist, their faces etched into the bark, their cracked lips seemingly mocking her helplessness. Finally, when her last ounce of strength failed her, she crumpled like a puppet with snapped strings collapsing directly beneath the tree. Crack! A sharp snap broke the silence, the sound of a breaking branch coming from Giselle's direction. Her eyebrows quivered. What first came into view was a pair of cowhide boots. Her gaze traveled up the boots to a skeletal frame wrapped in tattered skin, and further up to a face pale as ash, its skin wrinkled like crumpled paper. Only a pair of sapphire blue eyes like gems quenched in ice blazed with startling brightness. Giselle's mind was a blur, her words rambling, do what you want, kill me or whatever. I'm tired. With it she slipped into darkness, paying no heed to who had arrived. It didn't matter to her anymore. Light snowflakes drifted gently onto Giselle's face. The cold touch made her brow furrow instinctively. The haze before her eyes gradually cleared and her vision sharpened bit by bit. When consciousness fully returned, she pushed herself upright, sitting up with her hands on the ground, her gaze darting warily across her surroundings. Scattered snowflakes still fell from the sky, dotting the ground with specks of white. A group of skeletons wrapped in tattered skin stood not far away watching her. Beside them lay several animal skeletons. Whether human or beast, they all shared one trait: they were all embedded with a pair of sapphire blue eyes. Giselle's expression remained calm. To her they were mere undead. She asked in a level tone, who are you? The cluster of skeletons stirred, their skin-covered bones clattering as they parted to make way. A figure emerged from behind. He was not entirely a skeleton in leather armor, at least his face still bore a wrinkled pale skin. Judging by the look of him, he was likely the king here. He did not rush to answer Giselle's question. His voice was hoarse, piercing like the glacial wind as he countered, and who are you? Giselle did not respond. Her eyes locked onto the man and she asked, do you have any blood? The man pondered for a moment, then made a gesture to his subordinates. Soon a fat man with a dog chain was dragged out. God, no. Please let me go. Giselle's eyes lit up at the sight of the fat man. Though she loathed fat, her stomach was hollow with hunger and her body weak. Having blood was already a stroke of luck. No longer able to be as picky as before, she scrambled on all fours toward the still begging fat man and sank her fangs into his neck. In but a moment the fat man was reduced to a desiccated husk. In the spirit of not wasting, the skeleton in leather armor merely touched the husk's forehead lightly. Another pair of blue eyes blinked open, dazed and confused, transforming from a plea for mercy into one of the joined. Giselle wiped her mouth and asked any more. The skeleton shook his head. Who are you? I am Giselle Gangeluo. And you? My name is Kar, replied the skeleton in leather armor. Giselle's brow furrowed slightly. You haven't even introduced your surname. That's hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Carl replied helplessly, surname. I hail from the lower district, most there bear no surnames. Upon hearing Carl was from the lower district, Giselle instantly lost all desire to converse, yet curiosity lingered. How had he become this way? And why was he here? After all, he had saved her. And even delivered fresh blood at the critical moment. Surely granting him a few words in return was fair reward. Then you. Before Giselle could finish, Carl interjected, I chanced upon the legacy of a lich archmage, but fate seems drawn to wretches like me. Soon after I was hunted relentlessly by both the Church of Light and white-robed mages. Giselle sighed deeply. Ah. I too am pursued by the Church of Light. Her gaze dimmed. Regardless, I owe my life to you. So, you intend to remain here indefinitely? No. Carl's reply was sharp and unyielding. He raised a finger toward the ranks of skeletal soldiers behind him, his voice cold and hard. I am gathering the dead to forge my army. He paused, then swept his gaze toward the distant horizon. Beyond lies a kingdom. I shall transform it into my necropolis. But for now its magical barrier shields it from intrusion. Once the ward weakens and my legions swell, I will march forth, raise its walls and claim it as my sovereign domain. Turning mortals into undead, that sounds intriguing. Yet you cannot convert me. I am already one of the undead. Giselle tapped her chin thoughtfully. So then, future Lord of the Dead, might you escort me in search of fresh blood? I won't interfere with your necromantic work. Carl stared at Giselle's feigned plea. Sometimes he found her audacity utterly bewildering. How could she be so bold? Had she truly emerged from peril only moments ago? And yet here she was already demanding aid. They'd known each other barely an instant, yet she expected him to procure blood for her. Still, as Giselle observed, he indeed possessed no means to transform her into undead. And having spoken to no soul in ages, perhaps companionship, even in this frigid realm, was not unwelcome. After all, if she couldn't be turned, conversation might suffice. That was merely Carl's private musing. Yet finding fresh blood here proved arduous. He'd even contemplated abducting men and women en masse, forcing them to breed endlessly until their offspring swelled his ranks. Alas, human gestation was agonizingly slow. Carl grew impatient. What if the moment the magical barrier fell, some formidable rival seized the very territory he coveted? He refused to linger in this frozen wasteland. He needed humans, or beasts, soon by any means necessary. Giselle sensed his hesitation. What is it? Is blood scarce here? Even animals would do. Carl paused for several seconds before replying. Wait a while. I've already dispatched my subordinates to search. But prepare yourself, finding even one person, or a smuggler, may take 10 days or more. On rare occasions we encounter savage tribes. And look around, this land endures eternal winter. What sort of people would willingly dwell here? What sort of beasts would endure such a place? Giselle conceded Carl's point. Truly this was a forsaken land, so barren that encountering a living soul seemed near miraculous. Unless she entered prolonged hibernation, her body would soon succumb to gnawing hunger. And so she wandered aimless and restless. Giselle and Carl drifted through this frozen expanse for several days. Had sunlight ever pierced the perpetual overcast, Giselle would have departed long before. Fortune smiles today, we've stumbled upon a lost fawn. Giselle declared, delighted. Yet animal blood did little to satisfy Giselle's cravings, it merely dulled her hunger. Carl claimed the fawn's skeleton, and their cooperation should have posed no difficulty. But now, Carl's prolonged failure to locate humans eroded Giselle's patience. She could no longer bear starvation, or the taste of beast blood. She craved human blood, preferably strong, robust mortals. And if they possessed skill or power, all the better. That night Giselle finally spoke. I must leave. Without human blood, sustained consumption of animal vitae will weaken me, and I refuse to enter slumber now. Elders of my clan say the Empire harbors no transcendent beings. I wish to go there. Carl, what do you know of it? Carl remained silent for several seconds before speaking slowly. I've captured smugglers and intercepted special merchant caravans entering the Empire. There truly are no supernatural forces within, not even magical beasts. Hardly had the words left his lips when Carl lifted his eyes, locking onto Giselle's crimson irises, his tone edged with quiet challenge. Yet its gate is guarded by an exorcist. How then do you intend to pass as human? Though this region, like the one they stood in, lay shrouded in perpetual gloom, sunlight never touched its soil. Giselle withdrew a shimmering teleportation key from her vest and waved it before Carl's eyes. With this I resemble a mortal in every aspect. When fully activated, it briefly conceals my vampiric aura, fooling both the magical wards and hunter's senses. But now, I require your aid. Upon success, I'll devise a way to open the city gates. Even beneath the ward's protection, once those gates swing wide, your power will surely let you raise a new legion swiftly. No years-long wait required, no telling what may unfold in that time is there. So tell me, how may I assist you? Carl nodded. This is a fair exchange. Giselle laid out her plan without delay. If special caravans are permitted entry for trade, then the Empire, however isolated, must retain some ties to the outside world. Help me seize a few humans, dress them well. My dimensional pouch holds not only blood supplies, but other valuable assets. By the way, do you possess official travel documents for that region? Carl nodded. Naturally. Surely this scheme wasn't conceived on the spot. No, Giselle wagged her index finger. Before my departure, my clan bestowed upon me their letter of appointment. But since you mentioned intercepting special caravans, I assume you've acquired similar credentials. Carl snorted coldly. Do you think I lie to you? What gain would that bring? I've dwelt here for years. Did you not pass through the territory of the night elves on your way? I slew some of theirs. Indeed, they attacked me without uttering a word. Giselle offered no denial. Speak. Now. Will you aid me, or not? Should you enter that world devoid of transcendence? I shall herd humanity while you gather bones. We could thrive there together. At least no unwelcome intruders would disturb us, and if monstrous beasts appear they'll merely serve as sustenance.
In time you'll earn the enduring friendship of House Gangrel.
Carl said I never claimed I wouldn't help, but Lady Gangrel grant me at least some time.
As you see, locating humans here proves no simple task. Giselle blinked. She'd assumed Carl knew nothing of House Gangrel. She'd prepared to explain only to discover this lower district native possessed unexpected discernment. Carl, unaware Giselle held his origins in contempt, merely assumed the lost noblewoman yearned for home. Naturally, I know House Gangrel, one of the 13 vampire clans. You don't imagine my lower district birth renders me ignorant of all things.
I once apprenticed as an alchemist. Giselle, sensing her thoughts exposed, let her gaze drift. Though he hailed from the lower district, he was now a necromancer. Surely he qualified as an ally.
It's merely a matter of lineage, not worth disdain.
So Giselle resolved inwardly, stop looking down on others. Ah, right.
He isn't human anymore, so I as a lady ought to hold him in esteem. She rummaged in her dimensional pouch and withdrew a tome whose cover bore twisted arcane sigils, then handed it to Carl with studied nonchalance. Since you inherited a necromancer's legacy, you clearly possess aptitude, and having transcended humanity, this treatise on black arts is yours.
Consider it repayment for your earlier aid.
May we remain allies in that empire, where you reign as skeletal sovereign and I tend my human herds. I take flesh, while you claim bone.
Agreed. Carl accepted the book, and a faint, almost self-mocking smile touched his lips. Aside from my mother, no one has treated me with such kindness in a long while. Once I was a man who stirred hearts. Had I met a beauty like you, then mine would surely have trembled. His fingertip brushed lightly over where his heart once beat. Alas! To survive I sacrificed my heart long ago. But it matters not, we shall always be friends. As you said, you take flesh, I claim bone. Flesh and bone, bound forever. After spending approximately 2 months, Kara finally managed to find 7 normal-looking individuals for Jazair who met human aesthetic standards. It was also Jazair's requirement: no savages, no fat people, and they must appear as handsome human males. In this godforsaken place, Kara truly did his utmost. In this wretched land, some people engaged in inbreeding, resulting in many who appeared grotesque. If placed in the world of humans, they would likely be burned as aberrations. But Kara didn't care, for in his eyes they were merely cannon fodder skeletons. Although Jazair was difficult to serve, at least the noble lady was satisfied. For now he only needed to continue collecting bones, waiting for the magical barrier to dissipate, and then launch a full-scale assault on that land. That was his future plan. Of course. For Jazair this was also the most prudent approach, to wait with him until the final entry into that empire. However, Jazair couldn't endure hardship, couldn't stand humans with bizarre appearances, and had rather high demands for blood sustenance. Kara could only let her be. He had already tried to persuade her. All right. May your journey go smoothly, my friend. Kara watched as Jazair kept swallowing saliva voraciously before those 7 men, and he couldn't help but remind her, you'd better restrain yourself for now. After all, they will become your blood sustenance eventually. In this godforsaken place I can't find any food that you would consider beautiful. Jazair understood this logic well. During the time she had been pursued, she had only encountered a kind person like Kar. So she sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Kar. If only I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have let you become a necromancer. I would have made you my first embrace, then let you join the Gangeluo family, and we would have become one family. Kar remained expressionless. That was simply his nature. Yet he still felt a sense of joy. At least the memory of these 2 months of companionship was etched in his mind. All right, Kar. I think I should depart. I will wait for you inside the empire. If possible, I'll find a way to open the city gates wide, allowing you to enter early. With that, Jazair stepped forward generously and gave Kara a hug, then joked, farewell, skeleton. I hope to see you soon. Kara merely patted Jazair on the back and replied with a jest, don't turn all the humans inside into blood thralls. Remember to leave some for me to make into skeleton soldiers. I wouldn't want to see you on the opposite side when war breaks out. Rest assured. I'm leaving now. You should stay far away from me so those blood provisions don't discover your presence, at least not yet. Farewell, Jazair. And so Jazair set off on a new journey with her 7 servants. Along the way she occasionally wondered, what harm would a single sip do? But she feared losing control, or worse, turning them into blood thralls and causing trouble. So she suppressed her restless heart, repeatedly chanting to herself, when I reach that place I'll feast to my heart's content. Every day there will be sturdy men delivering blood to me. Thus she chanted over and over, walking for what seemed like an eternity, until a steel city gate appeared at the edge of her vision, with walls on both sides stretching like barriers vanishing into the horizon. When confronted with such an incomprehensible sight, Jazair's heart tightened. She couldn't help but question herself, does this forgotten kingdom truly possess no supernatural power? Did the elder deceive me? But thinking too much now was useless. She could only take it one step at a time. Having come this far, could she turn back now and return to Kar? Thus with a troubled heart Jazair led her 7 charmed servants tremblingly to the base of the massive steel city gate. At first glance Jazair recognized that this design was a product of the steam city. Soon a voice responded from atop the gate, "Who goes there?" Jazair took a few deep breaths, calming herself. Runic power emanated from the walls, clearly climbing or flying over them was out of the question. She shouted back loudly, "A merchant caravan. I have travel documents and a letter of appointment." Soon a reply came from above, "Please wait a moment, I need to consult the Lord." After a wait that seemed overly long to a human, Jazair with her superhuman vision saw an elderly man standing atop the city gate. "Place the relevant travel documents in your hand." Jazair complied. The 2 scrolls of parchment slowly rose in her sight, ascending until they reached the elder's hand atop the gate. At that moment Jazair felt a slight panic. She desperately activated the teleportation key, which could temporarily mask her aura as an undead being. The elder on the city gate was clearly no ordinary human, he could wield magic. If this country was not, as the family elder had said, filled with only ordinary people, then what should she do next? After the old man confirmed that the information on the pass was correct, he repeatedly checked whether the magic runes on the city wall were glowing or abnormal, and then ordered his subordinates to open the city gate. With a dull clang, the cold steel city gate opened a gap wide enough for Jazair and the others to enter. Jazair, suppressing her inner anxiety, led the 7 hollow-eyed people behind her into this forgotten kingdom. In her heart she repeated to herself, once out of the old man's sight perhaps she would truly be free to go wherever she pleased. Yet when facing the old man directly there was still an imperceptible tension in her heart. After all, she didn't know his level of strength. However, precisely because this was the border close to the misty forest, there was no sunlight year-round, a fact that boosted Jazair's confidence. The old man appraised the merchants entering the city. Meanwhile Jazair sized up the city guards, finding them perfectly matched with the grey overcast sky. They were all in uniform black sheepskin coats over leather armor, blending perfectly with the sky. And these formidable-looking men were to Jazair nothing but fresh blood. A surge of hunger instantly rose, making Jazair swallow unconsciously. "I don't smell any evil," the old man sniffed Jazair intently, while his gaze also swept over the remaining 7 men. He felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. So he ordered people to inspect the goods to see if there was any problem. Pre-fact. No problems found. After hearing his subordinates report, the old man remained uneasy, pacing back and forth in front of Jazair before abruptly asking, "Are you from the other side?" "Just here to sell these ordinary goods." Jazair thought quickly and gave an answer, "Overseas merchants with no fixed abode. My father was attacked on the way. Many died, many things were lost. Now only we few remain, hoping for the Empire's temporary shelter. Then I need to check further whether your goods have any problems. Magic knowledge is forbidden here. As overseas merchants I fear you might bring some taboos, so I need to look more carefully, miss." Jazair could only nod and agree to the old man's demands. Anyway, if anything went wrong she would immediately flee. In unfamiliar territory she would never engage in prolonged combat, and the city gate behind her had already been closed. The old man inspected the goods over and over again. Apart from some strange long-lasting food and brightly colored clothing, he really didn't find anything suspicious. But adhering to caution, he still asked, "How did you obtain the Empire's travel permit?" "It shows approval from the Imperial Center." "Which family have you made a private deal with? Or did you bring some gift?" Jazair replied calmly, "This world is vast. This is not the only way to enter the Empire. I don't know how my father obtained the Imperial document, we simply have business to conduct on the other side as well. We happen to need to pass through the Empire." Jazair's answer was indeed correct, this was not the only route into the Empire. As the old man himself admitted, if one entered a windless sea area, as long as the ship could move and not get lost, it was indeed possible to smuggle into the Empire by sea. Of course the prerequisite was to bribe the guards on the shore. For overseas merchants this was not difficult at all. Because no matter who the trading partner was, as long as the reward was sufficient, even if it meant dealing with the devil, these overseas merchants would have no scruples. Therefore, to prevent anyone from purchasing Empire-prohibited items through overseas merchants, the Empire's policy was to use gold or silver coins throughout the country, because the other side's world did not use gold coins for trade. After pacing back and forth for a long time, the old man scanned Jazair repeatedly but found no issues. He had no choice but to follow imperial law and let them pass, though he wondered if these overseas merchants might be dealing privately with other nobles. But as long as it didn't involve magic, it was fine. Most people turned a blind eye to some trading. Just as Jazair had taken a step and hadn't gone far, the old man seemed to suddenly remember something and abruptly called out to the group. "Stop." This time the old man didn't question Jazair but instead asked her attendants some trivial questions. He grabbed one of the men and asked, "What is your name?" This question had nothing to do with the goods, but it tightened Jazair's heart. The man being grabbed showed no expression, didn't respond to the old man's questions, and just kept staring at Jazair. "Speak. What is your name?" The man still didn't answer. The old man's brows furrowed, his eyes narrowed into slits, and his voice carried a chill. You don't seem like an ordinary overseas merchant, do you? These people are either born deaf and mute or you have charmed them by some means. I lean towards the latter. I hope you can give me an explanation. Damn it.
Jisire cursed fiercely, in her heart, her mind racing.
How should she answer? Explain. That didn't seem to work.
Jisire glanced around and noticed that as soon as the old man uttered those words, the station men had already quietly placed their hands on their sword hilts as if ready to strike at any moment.
After a moment's hesitation, Jisire decided to strike first. The 7 men behind her had been charmed by her for too long, poisoned by magic, and had long become fools. So she parted her red lips and quickly chanted a spell. A red pentagram suddenly appeared in her palm. She raised her hand and hurled it at the old man behind her. Boom! A loud sound. The old man was sent flying backward. The warriors who had held their sword hilts immediately drew their swords and tried to intercept her. But how could they stop Jisire? With her extremely high speed, none of the men could even touch her. Although the old man fell to the ground, he showed no panic. He immediately pulled out a small silver bottle from his bosom and drank it in one gulp. The next moment the old man's eyes lost all their whites, leaving only an unfathomable blackness. Without another word he drew his sword and chased after Jisire. Jisire turned her head hastily, catching a glimpse of the old man's figure closing in on her. Damn it! Why could he run so fast too? Feeling the wind from behind approaching before Jisire could chant a spell, she heard a swish. The long sword had already slashed into her side. Ah! A sharp cry. White smoke sizzled from Jisire's wound. A silver sword. You damn exorcist! Suddenly, relying on the pain, Jisire let out a piercing scream, sending an invisible sound wave directly at the old man. The old man felt as if his mind was pricked by a fine needle. He instinctively covered his head but soon shook off the brief dizziness. But when he looked up, all he saw was a swarm of bats disappearing into the gray sky. Giselle gasped, clutching her aching lower back. Every time she transformed into a swarm of bats, that debilitating weakness would follow her like a shadow, clinging relentlessly. In this unfamiliar land she found a crude thatched hut, the safest way to conceal herself. Fortunately, the goddess of fortune had favored this dark creature. There was still no sun and the sky remained a dreary gray expanse. Damn it! Without blood to feed on, waiting for her body to recover on its own would take too long. Giselle crouched in a corner, clutching her stomach in agony. She had already made up her mind. Tonight she would begin the hunt. She narrowed her eyes, enduring the exhaustion and weakness until nightfall. Under the bright moon she tiptoed stealthily toward a dwelling with a flickering firelight, planning to wait until the humans inside fell asleep before making her move. But as she crept close to the window, she saw a group of men in leather armor gathered inside, deep in discussion. As she eavesdropped on the men's discussion, Giselle learned some information, including the name of her current location. Good heavens! All the high-ranking members of the Morton family are dead. The Senate orders us to catch the murderer. But how are we supposed to find them? Why not find a scapegoat and pin the blame on the rebel army? Agreed. After all, who else would dare disrespect the nobles besides the rebels? Everyone knows the truth, but the problem is that the Senate won't be easily fooled. What do you think, Justin? After a round of discussion, everyone turned their gaze to a young man with medium-length curly hair. Unlike the others, his face bore no trace of gravity. He looked as if he had come here for a picnic. He spoke leisurely. In my opinion, we should round up all the remaining slaves and hand them over to the Senate for immediate execution. When we found Lord Morton's body, it was already decomposed, yet these accursed slaves claimed they had served him dinner just 2 days ago. That doesn't make sense, no matter how you look at it. We'll just report that the slaves colluded with the rebels to murder the noble, and since they refuse to confess, we have no choice but to execute them. Justin's proposal quickly received unanimous approval, and someone else added, Justin. These people are too clean. If you ask me, we should make sure the Senate sees that we're actually working, just that we haven't found the source yet. What does too clean mean? It means we haven't executed the remaining slaves of the Morton family yet. After the discussion, it no longer mattered whether the remaining slaves of the Morton family told the truth. What mattered was that Justin and his men needed a few scapegoats to prove they were strictly carrying out the Empire's orders. And so, under Giselle's watchful gaze, she saw the group of men in leather armor stride openly to the other side, where they cracked their whips at a group of disheveled men, women and children. Someone even thrust a dagger into a woman's mouth, shouting, "You won't talk. Then your tongue is useless. Since it's useless, you won't speak anymore." Finally, someone couldn't endure the beating and cried out, "I'll talk. I'll talk." But after babbling for a long time, his answers were nothing but a jumble of nonsense. The men in leather armor grew furious again. Your mouths are tougher than that woman's. We ask where the rebels are and you say you don't know. Since you're so stubborn, I'll shred your tongues with my dagger. You're spouting nonsense anyway. Giselle lurked in the distance, watching everything unfold in the darkness.
Her heart remained unmoved. She simply thought it was quite entertaining to see one blood meal tormenting another. If she were to suffer such a fate, she would rather become an alchemist's puppet. And so Giselle silently watched the men in leather armor torture the slaves bit by bit, some even being tortured to death. The dead were left behind while the living were dragged away like dead dogs to another place. Giselle took advantage of the moment when no one was around, hurried forward to the recently deceased slaves and quickly drank a few mouthfuls of blood to temporarily ease her suffering. For now this would do. Giselle wiped her mouth. In this situation, the next step was to find those men in leather armor. Surviving in this unfamiliar land, she couldn't rely on herself alone. So she stealthily followed the group of leather-armored men, her target clear, their leader. She would continue to watch from the shadows and wait for an opportunity. And the opportunity came quickly, as if the evil chaotic deity who had always watched over her could not bear to see her wander forever and had granted her this compensation. After the men locked up the slaves, they immediately began drinking and carousing. The man named Justin, perhaps due to kidney weakness, had to go to the restroom after only a few drinks. Ah! Justin let out a long sigh of relief against a tree root. Suddenly, crack! The sound of a twig snapping came from behind him. He frantically pulled up his pants and turned to look. In the moonlight, a woman with a beautiful face appeared, her eyes glistening with tears. She walked slowly with her arms crossed over her chest, her clothes torn in many places and a clear bloodstain on her waist. The fabric was clearly not something a slave could afford. She might be a noble lady who had escaped from bandits. Justin was momentarily captivated. So entranced that he didn't question or ponder the strange woman's origin. His heart kept telling him that he needed to help this poor woman. Justin obeyed the voice in his heart and hurried forward. Just as he was about to ask if she needed help, the woman suddenly crouched down, her voice choked with tears, her face full of helplessness as she pleaded, "Save me." Justin's heart tightened. "Miss, what happened to you?" The woman said in a tearful voice, "I'm not from here. We are overseas merchants. I got separated from my family and was almost captured as a slave. I barely managed to escape." The woman's plea brought a moment of clarity to Justin's muddled mind. Overseas merchants. The Empire does not welcome these unknown outsiders. But the woman's beauty made Justin waver. Someone so beautiful couldn't be a bad person, she must have gotten lost. I will help her. The thought flashed through his mind. Justin slowly crouched in front of the woman. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. The nobles in the Empire are very friendly. Even if you're an outsider, I imagine you've suffered a lot escaping from overseas to this land. Really? You're willing to help me? The woman suddenly looked up at Justin. Her tear-filled eyes, her pupils abruptly turned a dark crimson. Justin, whose will was already weak, was seized by this eerie color and his mind instantly became a blur. For a moment he didn't even know who he was. Giselle, who are you? Giselle, what is your identity in the Empire? Justin answered truthfully, Justin Escalot. My sister is Elysia Escalot and her husband is Ross Refain, the Empire's Grand General. Giselle, and who am I? Justin replied with a dazed look, you are my master. Kellen. To whom are you writing? Roman, I hold no interest in the Empire's power struggles. Kellen set down his quill and lifted his gaze toward the middle-aged man. I am merely sending word to Duke Albert. Dark creatures have infiltrated the Empire and he must prepare accordingly. Is that so? Roman approached Kellen's desk with wary hesitation. You must know most night watchers stationed here are either nobles, discarded bastards, or condemned criminals. Without our rebellion's firm hand, an aging man like you could never command such unruly numbers. Kellen slid the parchment across the desk, gesturing for Roman to inspect its contents to dispel suspicion. Roman glanced over it briefly, finding nothing amiss, yet his vigilance remained unshaken. Even if you reveal our hiding place to Duke Albert, his soldiers will never catch us. I know. You have a witch and fate bends to your favor each time. But I swear I meddle not in imperial politics. Kellen deeply hoped Roman would aid him, or at least believed Roman, unlike the nobles, was good at heart. If the Senate and aristocracy were abolished and Roman ascended the Iron Throne, the realm might yet breathe anew. Let it be so. Roman turned and departed, not fully trusting Kellen but secure in his rebellion's hidden advantages. Imperial troops for now stood powerless against them. Kellen watched Roman leave, feeling genuine regard for the man. That was why upon first encountering the rebels he had withheld word from Duke Albert. His duty was solely to slay monsters. So long as humans posed no threat, he drew no blade. What did he say, Roman? A woman with crimson hair like leaping flame stepped close, yet those usually bewitching eyes brimmed with quiet dread. Roman gently cupped her cheek. Do not fear, Cassandra. I trust Kellen, and do we not have your prophecies? Cassandra gave a soft hum and melted into Roman's arms, burying her radiant face against his shoulder, unbothered by sweat and dust, holding him tighter still. Roman paused, then raised a hand to soothe her back, his voice slow and tender. Let us sit by the fire.
You wear too little, do not catch cold. The fire crackled softly, casting long dancing shadows across the ground. Cassandra leaned against Roman's shoulder, their fingers entwined silent beside the whispering flames. Just as warmth bloomed between them, a jarring voice shattered the stillness. A black man blind in his left eye stepped behind Roman. Roman! The brothers are settled and await your command. Shall we move on? Coster. We'll decide after speaking with Cassandra. Coster nodded and withdrew. All knew Roman deserved space, a silent pact long honored within the rebellion. Roman tightened his grip on Cassandra's hand, voice edged with worry. Cassandra, do you believe we'll win? We number only a few hundred, even counting those beyond these walls, while the Empire fields tens of thousands. And their Senate elders wield powers beyond our reach. Cassandra's fingertips clenched hard around Roman's calloused palm, her tone unwavering. No, we will not lose. You have me, and 3 unhatched dragon eggs. Within 3 years of their emergence, my prophetic sight combined with 3 mighty dragons shall reduce this rotting empire to ash. Is that so? Roman lacked Cassandra's certainty, yet before others he wore optimism like armor. Cassandra saw straight through his doubt. Gently she lifted both hands to cradle his wind-worn face, forcing his gaze into hers. The book of tomorrow has already spoken. When imperial walls crumble, slave chains shatter, and this decayed empire shall vanish like mist at dawn. Though Cassandra spoke with conviction, Roman's heart refused to settle. He drank deeply from his flask, then shared a memory with her. Do you know? 20 years ago my sister and I were sold to a remote island. Its slaver was Quentin Calcian. I loathed him with every fiber of my being. He forced my sister to serve him. I still recall how whenever she dared resist, even slightly, the whip fell upon my back. Roman drained another gulp, exhaling a long white breath. Cassandra listened intently, then asked softly, and then. Roman let out a hollow laugh, uncertain even to himself why he laughed. Then my sister submitted to that demon's every demand, while I remained a coward in the arena. I fled that hell using my brother's blood and my sister's violated flesh. What choice did I have? I carried only 2 short swords. Swords gifted by that very demon. From that day forward I swore an oath to abolish slavery, to free all who endure the lash's bite. Roman spoke without passion, as though reciting a simple fact. Words failed her, so Cassandra simply drew his head close, holding him tight, murmuring, all will be well. Roman, we number hundreds. My visions show imperial troops forever lagging behind us. Most crucially, we possess unhatched dragons. And fire holds no terror for me. I will stand with you. Roman rested quietly in Cassandra's embrace, for no words could calm him, only the sanctuary of her arms. As Roman closed his eyes seeking fleeting peace, he suddenly recoiled, jolted upright from her embrace. Coster told me Quentin and my sister bore a child, Remos, on the same island where Recton's party vanished. Roman's voice quickened. Recton's group is missing. Can you foresee where that child is now? Cassandra shook her head. I cannot even locate Recton. Their vision is absolute darkness. They are likely dead. As for the child, I've neither seen nor touched him. His path remains veiled. Not even the book of tomorrow yields answers. Seeing Roman's crestfallen expression, Cassandra added, if we find him, what if he proves like the nobles? How then would you judge him? Ah. Cassandra's question struck Roman like lightning, suddenly awake. If Remos truly embodies the Empire's cruelty, how would my brothers see me? Yet before Roman could untangle that torment, hurried footsteps shattered the hush. Coster burst in with several men, voice urgent. Roman. The 3 eggs you ordered guarded, they've grown scorching hot as if seared by flame. Without hesitation Roman seized Cassandra's hand and strode swiftly toward the chamber where the eggs lay. 3 eggs lay quietly on the stone platform, emitting deep red flames and trembling violently. Crack! A crisp sound broke the air and a fine crack appeared on the eggshell. Then a clear sound rang out. Ayo! Followed by the second. The third. 3 eggs hatched and Luo Meng watched the creatures emerge, resembling winged lizards. Unlike Luo Meng, Cassandra was delighted. My God! Luo Meng, look at these 3 adorable little ones. Cassandra reached out to touch them, but the first one exhaled a puff of air. A small plume of black smoke shot toward Cassandra and Luo Meng quickly stepped in front of her. Watch out! Cassandra pushed Luo Meng aside, signaling him not to worry, it's fine. I'm not afraid of flames, have you forgotten? Cassandra gently teased the 3 little ones with her fingers, each one letting out tiny cries. Luo Meng, look how adorable they are. In just a year or 2, if we feed them enough meat, I believe they will grow up and soon become our weapon against the Empire's capital. Luo Meng gazed at the 3 dragon-like creatures on the stone platform, then turned to Cassandra. If they grow up and don't obey you, what will you do? Cassandra asked suspiciously. You don't trust me? Luo Meng shook his head. No. It's not that I don't trust you. Because I'm not alone, I have my brothers behind me and I can't gamble with their lives. Luo Meng's thoughts were not wrong. After escaping the arena alone on the road, he gradually met several brothers who shared his plight.
Eventually it grew into the hundreds. They are now liberating one island after another that lay beyond the Empire's lands. Once, he had infiltrated the Empire's territory and seen the center of the Empire. At that moment he stood frozen, utterly stunned by buildings that were beyond anything he had ever known. Then later, he met Cassandra. From her he learned that the outside world was a completely different scene. Such things as steam trains, magical beasts, wizards from stories, and gods he had never seen. He could not even imagine what they looked like. His worldview was refreshed by Cassandra's descriptions. Cassandra took Luo Meng's hands, looking into his eyes. I know what you're worried about, but even if you free more slaves later, do you think you have a chance to win? Of course, besides these 3 dragons we need to build a powerful army. Luo Meng fell silent. He had once anticipated the birth of dragons. But when he actually saw these so-called dragons he began to worry, was it realistic to master such power beyond their comprehension? But without dragons how could they fight the Empire's soldiers? Would they keep relying on Cassandra's prophecies to escape pursuit time and again? Death is not frightening. What's frightening is dying without accomplishing your own goals. Cassandra shook her head slightly at Luo Meng. Do you hear the noise outside the door? Those warriors are waiting for you outside. Luo Meng snapped back to reality and let Cassandra pull him toward the door. But as soon as they stepped outside, familiar faces holding torches crowded around, asking eagerly, my God! Luo Meng! Is it really a dragon inside? Luo Meng! Can I go in and see? Can we finally fight the Empire? Will we no longer have to hide? Will more people join us? After Luo Meng and Cassandra sit on the Iron Throne, will everyone have a good life? Facing the crowd's questions, Luo Meng had no idea how to answer. Until Cassandra raised her hands and shouted, quiet. The noisy questions gradually subsided. I understand everyone's doubts, but now is not the time to answer them. Cassandra's voice was clear and firm. The dragons are still in their infancy, they need our collective support. I swear on my life. Within 3 years, when the dragons can soar the skies, the Empire's army will be completely eradicated. The division between slaves and nobles will exist only in history, and all of us will establish a new system together. Before the silence could dissipate, Luo Meng took over from Cassandra. I trust Cassandra completely. Without her, I think if any of us didn't die on the battlefield, the result would be crucifixion or returning to the arena. Now we have no retreat, we can only raise these 3 dragons together. At this, Luo Meng paused. Moreover, the outside world is not as simple as we imagine. Don't think about leaving here and living a peaceful life. You all heard about that day, right? A monster called a vampire broke into the Empire, which is enough to show the problem. Now, except for Cassandra, none of us has ever been to the outside world. So besides overthrowing the Empire, we must also seek other powers to arm ourselves. The 2 finished speaking. The crowd became noisy again, some fearful of the unknown future, while bloodthirsty warriors could barely contain their excitement. But at least one thing was certain: the hope brought by the 3 young dragons. After all, 3 years meant nothing to these people. Compared to the past days of darkness, daily abuse and whippings, this waiting was nothing to mention. The Empire remained completely oblivious to the events unfolding among the rebel forces. Meanwhile, Duke Albert Naktorf, the true ruler of the Empire, had just received a letter from an old friend. There was no warm greeting within the letter, no affection between old companions, nor any mention of the rebel situation. There was only a single stark warning: a special guest has arrived from the other world. You have surely encountered creatures like vampires before. She has now infiltrated the Empire. Figure it out yourself. Upon reading the letter, Duke Albert felt nothing but irritation. The rebel matter could be set aside for now, for General Ross was nothing but a worthless fool in his eyes. Unable to capture even a few hundred people, he was out gallivanting across the countryside with his wife. And just before this he had received news that the entire high command of the Morton family's territory had been annihilated. With both matters weighing upon him, his frustration knew no bounds. But what could one do? Aside from himself, everyone in the Senate was a bunch of good-for-nothings who knew nothing but indulgence and pleasure. Albert closed his eyes in a moment of despair. He was already very old. His metallic left arm and the knowledge he had brought from that other world were the very foundations holding the Empire together. Once he passed away, he could not fathom what the Empire's future would become. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Duke Albert's troubled countenance, Miss Giselle was lounging comfortably, taking refuge in the estate of a nobleman's son. I told you, I have no desire to drink this dark-skinned blood. It looks filthy. Giselle pointed her finger at the black man, his throat slashed, hanging upside down, and spoke to Justin beside her. Justin's face filled with apology as he bowed deeply. I am so sorry, master. You instructed me to find the strongest blood servant, and this is the strongest among my manners offerings. Giselle feigned covering her nose and mouth, her gaze sweeping over the dark-skinned figure still hanging lifelessly. She watched his blood continuously flow from his neck wound into the wooden basin below and let out a sound of disgust. Ugh, quickly find a white one. Yes.
Justin upon receiving the order began to step back only to be stopped by Giselle by the way.
From now on when there are no others around you will speak to me while kneeling.
Do you understand? Thud. Justin's execution was swift, he dropped to his knees without hesitation. And with utmost deference yes. Master. I was disrespectful just now. Smack. A sharp slap landed across Justin's face. Exactly. Remember this, you are forever beneath me. Even after being slapped, Justin's expression remained unchanged. I will go find a white one right away and ensure he is bathed to guarantee the safety of your food. This time Justin truly withdrew. Not long after the person was brought, and like the dark-skinned figure before he was hung upside down. But this time Giselle began her complaints once more. This one is too thin and not handsome enough. I have no desire to eat him. Why can't you find someone appealing? Thud. Justin knelt once again. Master. But these are all the people at the manor. I have followed your orders to seek the strong, but finding someone handsome, I fear no one could ever meet your standards. Perhaps disappointed in Justin, Giselle declared. Enough. I will go look for myself tonight. Hopefully I will find something to my taste. Upon hearing this, Justin said with grievance. Master. If you are not satisfied, I will visit the slave market tomorrow and find a batch that is both handsome and strong. And serve you for the rest of your days. Giselle stomped her foot hard onto Justin's face and scolded sharply. Useless. You need me to remind you of such things. Stay here and guard it properly. I am going out for some fresh air. Giselle did not bother with Justin, who lay sprawled on the ground. Instead she calculated within herself that outside there would surely be delicious prey, and it was already nightfall. Would she encounter any trouble that night? Her own answer was no. So taking advantage of the darkness she began to wander the streets scouting for targets. The selection process was effortless. Soon she set her sights on a man whose steps were unsteady from drunkenness. Whoosh! The sound of wind like a gentle breeze. Before the man could react, he was already dragged into a dark alley. A moment later, Giselle strolled leisurely out of the alley, wiping the residual blood from the corners of her mouth, murmuring, "Not bad." The blood mingled with the fragrance of wine made for a fine meal. But fortune does not always favor one. Just a few steps later she was blocked by several soldiers carrying torches, and among them stood an old man in a black coat. Giselle. Albert. The silence was deafening. One had escaped the pursuit and arrived at this new place ready to settle in for a long stay. Giselle was still thinking that when the necromancer eventually fought his way here she would find an area to keep humans in pens. She would let the handsome and strong ones mate and produce offspring, and if any talented child was discovered. For males, Giselle would teach them some physical techniques to ensure robust blood quality. After all, such techniques were as common as dirt in the lower districts of her world. As for females, Giselle planned to teach them meditation, enhancing their spiritual power so that their blood would be richer and more fragrant. This cycle would provide her with an endless supply of quality blood. As for the ugly, the old, or those with dark skin, they would be handed over to the necromancer to be turned into skeleton soldiers. As for the decline in strength, that was impossible. There were many ways to grow stronger. The longer a vampire lived, the more powerful her inherited blood magic became. This was just one of those methods. The other, feeling the weight of his years, had decided to take in the world while he still could. On a whim he strolled through the imperial streets with his guards, marveling at how the knowledge he had brought from beyond had transformed this land. Albert pondered what foolishness the nobles would commit after he died. Would they be overthrown by a rebellion? Though unlikely. There was a more pressing matter. He was certain that the beautiful young lady before him was the visitor from beyond the borders mentioned in his old friend's letter. And she was a dark creature known as a vampire. What infuriated Duke Albert even more was, who did she think she was? If she had sneaked into the Empire and hidden herself on a remote island or village, he would have had no way to find this beautiful vampire girl. But why? How dare she appear so boldly in the heart of the Empire? And feed on the Empire's citizens? Albert racked his brains but couldn't figure out who gave her the courage. She had even fled from that old fossil Karen. Did she really think she could do as she pleased? Even if these were all civilians, if there were enough of them, they could drag her into the sunlight until she died. Tell me why. Both were stunned. Giselle was shocked to find someone from Steam City here. Hadn't they said there was no supernatural power here? Or did alchemical creations not count as supernatural? Albert was shocked by the vampire girl's audacity. A vampire who would flee from someone like Karen, who was already halfway into the grave, dared to commit murder in his territory. After the shock, Giselle spoke first. "Hello. Has your body been modified by an alchemist? Otherwise such an old body could hardly support that steam-powered arm, could it?" "What?" She was even greeting him and asking if he could control his own power. Albert had no intention of answering, he simply gestured for the guards to spread out. Giselle realized something was wrong. This old man wanted to fight her. But they had only just met, why would he attack her? She didn't even feed on the blood of people contaminated by alchemical products. Albert didn't care about Giselle's inner thoughts. He clenched his left hand, the metal prosthetic emitting wisps of steam as the internal gears began to turn. Boom! With a deafening roar, his fist shot toward Giselle. She reacted quickly, sidestepping and retreating, but in that breath her lungs were seared by the steam, causing excruciating pain. Giselle clutched her chest, feeling her eyes burn as well. This was Steam City Steamjet. This wasn't an ordinary metal prosthetic, it contained artificial magic arrays for water and fire elements inside. Seeing his first strike miss, Albert grew furious. He was truly getting old, he couldn't even kill a juvenile vampire anymore. He lunged forward, delivering a vicious Spartan kick aimed at Giselle. With her lungs seared, she couldn't utter a spell in time and could only hastily block with her arms. Crack! A sharp snap, her arm bone broke. Damn! This old man was also a master of physical combat. Seeing the dire situation, Giselle swiftly fled at incredible speed, believing the old man wouldn't be able to catch her. She didn't want to transform into a swarm of bats and fall into a weakened state. Ignoring the discomfort in her body, she used the shadows as a medium, leaping repeatedly, leaving only after images behind. In the blink of an eye she vanished from Duke Albert's sight. Albert slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Bang! The ground cracked like a spiderweb. Damn it! Issue the order, seal off the Imperial Center. Convene the Council of Elders. Dispatch soldiers to continue searching for that woman. At the same time he knew that unless it was daytime he had no way to catch that vampire. A sleepless night. Albert hurried back to his residence without a moment's rest. He took out a pen and paper and wrote by lamplight. The letter bore no signature or address, only two simple sentences: urgent matter, request assistance from the Academy. The last bastion of humanity where the flame of our species endures has been infiltrated by an unknown vampire that feeds on living blood. I fear this final sanctuary may become a bloody tomb. I implore the Academy to send reinforcements in time. If the Academy cannot dispatch a teacher, I beg for leniency to allow the students who once hailed from this land and have completed their studies to return temporarily. After finishing, Albert took a metal woodpecker from a hidden chest, carefully tucked the letter into its beak and released it. The metallic creation seemed to come to life, flapping its wings and vanishing into the night. Watching the metal bird disappear, Albert knew this might be the last time he could contact them. From now on, whether he could re-establish contact would depend on whether the noble children who had left the Empire to study at the Magic Academy would be willing to return to their homeland. A mere broken bone was trivial for Giselle. With Justin's assistance, a satisfying blood meal dispelled all her adverse conditions. At times she found herself utterly baffled. After days of close observation, she realized that serving as her blood source might grant these humans a far better life than the one they currently led. At the very least, as her blood source, they would be well fed and cared for. She worried over their physical health more than they did themselves. Yet what unsettled her most was that man from Steam City. Through Justin's words, she learned this man wielded considerable authority within the kingdom. Still, it was understandable, he had stirred trouble on foreign soil. But neither was she one to endure injustice in silence, thus she resolved to harass the elderly man. Of course. Provided the balance of power remained, even if her opponent proved overwhelmingly stronger, then she would simply accept the loss and retreat into hiding. Alas, their strengths were nearly matched, neither could subdue the other, yet she could emerge at will to torment him, leaving him utterly powerless against her. And so on a certain night she emerged to sow chaos, waiting for patrolling guards, feigning discovery, then fleeing in apparent panic, her silent message to the elder: I shall begin slaughtering your imperial subjects each night. Yet beneath this playful provocation a chilling whisper echoed deep within Giselle, a primal sixth sense perhaps. She could not name it precisely, it felt like instinct, but this peril did not emanate from the old man himself, whose glare and metallic prosthetic limbs posed no true threat. She could not pinpoint its origin, only sensed dimly a pair of eyes concealed in darkness silently observing her tense dance with the elder. She ascended a nearby tower with arachnid grace, straining her night-seeing eyes to discern the source of that dread. As for the elder, he was irrelevant. Maintaining distance ensured he could never lay a hand upon her. Unable to locate the origin of that ominous signal, she vanished once more into the night's embrace, abandoning the furious impotent elder and leaving the bewitched Justin to gather intelligence on her behalf. Justin, has anything unusual occurred in the Empire lately? And since perceiving that danger, Giselle had abandoned her nightly provocations, the sudden visceral tremor in her chest that night felt hauntingly familiar. Then she remembered, the inexplicable palpitation resembled the suffocating gaze of the abyss. Though she had never descended into its depths, she had encountered some of its denizens, demons for instance. Justin knelt, voice: Reverend my lady, I hear 2 distinguished guests have arrived in the Empire, reportedly seeking you. Might you consider departing this place? Shall we retreat to a village? And the two guests Justin spoke of were naturally Aurelia and Azura, though Justin's reach was limited, yielding only vague rumors. Truth be told, the notion of a village stirred a fleeting curiosity in Giselle, yet only a fleeting one. What truly consumed her was the origin of that instinctive dread she'd felt during her deliberate provocation of the elder named Albert. Uncertainty itched at her mind, gnawing and unbearable, so she resolved to remain at the Empire's heart until she uncovered the source of that unsettling tremor. Only then would she retreat. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying of all. And with a weary sigh, Giselle rubbed her temples and leaned back languidly into her chair, murmuring inwardly, "The elder assured me this land held no supernatural forces. So why does my chest tighten? And this sensation bears no resemblance to either elder I've met, yet whence does this dread arise? It feels like malice seeping from the abyss. Is it human? Nor some unfathomable entity? And Remos, look. The warrior you trained appears troubled, he refuses your methods of discipline." Olsen's voice, thick with displeasure, addressed Remos. "What's the matter? Has that gladiator ceased training altogether?" Remos wore an expression of genuine bewilderment. This was Olsen's first gladiator, and success would earn him a rare gift from his patron. "Hoof." Olsen snapped, exasperated. "It's all Gaia's doing. My sister murdered Tiger's mother. Now that he knows, he rejects training outright and demands we execute him." Upon hearing Olsen's complaint, Remos strode directly to the training yard, where the gladiator whose hands he himself had severed and replaced with twin blades slumped listlessly against the wall. "Look, he won't respond to any method. He hasn't eaten in 3 days." Olsen gestured toward Tiger, beseeching Remos for a solution. Remos replied calmly, "Olsen, patience please. Does he not have a younger sister? I'll speak with her myself." Then Olsen turned sharply away, ordering a slave to bring forth a puppy, then raised his club and beat it mercilessly, its pained yelps echoing his simmering fury. Remos observed it all. This boy, unnaturally pale-skinned, bore not only congenital flaws in body but likely a warped soul as well. Yet Remos voiced no judgment, not least because his own standing in the Empire was precarious. He belonged nowhere among the nobles, nor did Olsen, even though the latter sat upon the Iron Throne. By imperial law, Remos, a bastard, should have been banished to the northern marches as a night watcher upon setting foot in the realm. Yet such statutes applied only to common nobles. They held no force against Remos, whose father was none other than the elder of the Senate. Thus noble scions adopted a policy of deliberate invisibility toward him. As for Olsen, his pallor was so extreme that none dared approach him. Those with discernment knew only Lady Matilda commanded influence, rendering the figure seated upon the Iron Throne politically irrelevant. Thus noble youth's ostracism inevitably bound Remos and Olsen together, bound moreover by a shared familial tie. Gaia. Remos, however, cared little for such matters. To him they were merely children. The memory of Albert's clash with the vampire remained vivid in his mind. He pondered urgently how to locate the creature before the two visiting mages summoned by the Empire arrived. Alas! Ramos gazed upon the man before him, his eyes hollow, lifeless. He knew full well that beating him senseless would change nothing. As for tracking down that vampire, for now, beyond conducting nightly sweeps of casinos, brothels and taverns, he had no reliable means to locate her. It was sheer chance, nothing more, yet he clung to the hope of seizing her before any mage did, then confining her to observe what unfolded. But first he needed to address the psychological resistance of an unruly subordinate. Frankly, this monotonous existence had grown tedious, feasting, drinking, yet utterly alone with no one to speak to. In truth, it was profound solitude. Quintin forbade him from returning to the estate, fearing discord between him and Ludia. Thus Ramos remained lodged in the imperial capital. His official title, assigned by Quintin's father, was combat instructor. This post granted him imperial gold every 3 months, even as he spent each day reclining upon women. Alas! When would this life finally end? Ramos sighed softly to himself, but idleness was intolerable. So he crouched before the man whose hands had been severed. Tagar. Why refuse my training? Obedience would prolong your life. Did some slave whisper to you that your mother is dead? Death claims countless souls each day. Tomorrow it may be you or me. Is that not the natural order? At Ramos's words the man's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent, staring only at his severed wrists. Fearing suicide, Orson had ordered the twin blades, Matilda's sole gift, removed beforehand. That gift would never serve as an instrument of self-destruction. Seeing the man's silence yield no further insight, Ramos dismissed the matter, ordering a fine meal and a bath for him and instructing servants to fit wooden swords to his arms by dawn. What followed depended entirely on the man's own initiative. Ramos refused to believe grief over his mother's death alone could extinguish his will to train. The solutions were forged by human ingenuity. Oh, and one more thing, though his transformed state bore little resemblance to humanity. Ramos acted with decisive efficiency, yet he did not rise until noon the next day, then strolled leisurely to seek Gaia's aid. Ah, my radiant princess, how fares your grace this day? Ramos greeted Gaia with the practiced, polished charm of a seasoned courtier. Why have you neglected me of late?
Gaia pouted, not because she lacked suitors but because Ramos possessed a rare intoxicating allure, especially when layered with subtle gestures and suggestive phrasing. Ignoring the surrounding slaves, Ramos strode forward, seized Gaia's delicate hand and pressed a light reverent kiss upon her knuckles, her fingers yielding without resistance. Hoof. With a blend of haughty pride and feline coyness, Gaia withdrew her hand and lifted her gaze. Where shall you take me today? I hear the arena hosts a wager. Shall we attend, your highness? Ramos replied with gentle regret. I wish I could. I long to escort you, my dearest princess, but my father has appointed me duel instructor. Duty calls. Gaia's expression darkened instantly at Ramos's reply. He continued, I require a favor. Do you not own a mother-daughter pair of slaves? I need the daughter. Upon hearing Ramos's request, Gaia's face clouded with icy displeasure. She asked, voice edged with suspicion, you sought me solely for a female slave? Oh, certainly not. I miss you dearly. Ramos explained, as you know, Matilda gifted Orson a gladiator, but the gladiator's mother appears to have perished under your command. His spirit has dimmed. I wish to grant him a chance to speak with kin. Ha! Bring Grace forth. Moments later a young woman was ushered in. Her uncombed hair fell in tangled waves, her frame was slight, frail perhaps from prolonged malnutrition. Yet arresting was her flawless porcelain complexion, a delicate heart-shaped face framed by warm luminous brown eyes lending her an ethereal quiet grace. Ramos's gaze swept over her, assessing her form. She aligned perfectly with his aesthetic, delicate, vulnerable, quietly compelling. Gaia observed Ramos's gaze keenly, her tone unreadable, yet her eyes locked onto his with unwavering intensity. If you came not for me, then do not come again. Take the slave, I gift her to you. Ramos blinked, bewildered by Gaia's sudden chill. What nonsense possesses her? I've done nothing, why this fury? After all, they were merely bedfellows. Was this truly worth such drama? Yet outwardly he murmured, my dearest princess, what has unsettled you? I only wish Orson joy, and surely I must earn my keep. My father bestowed this role. I intend to wield the skills honed upon that island. Have you forgotten my vocation there? I must train this man. Orson's delight will please Matilda, and Matilda's favor secures my future. Once Matilda smiles upon me, I may visit you freely, free from her disapproval. Gaia studied him, uncertain whether his words were sincere or mere flattery, and offered only a cool, dismissive glance. Truth be told, union between them was improbable, unless Lord Quinton secured Ramos' noble rank and the Carthane and Ferrant dynasties forged a clandestine alliance. Only then might such a bond hold promise. Ramos meanwhile thought, this woman drones endlessly. I merely sought distraction, and consented only because her brother holds what I desire. Were Orson barren of value, I'd ignore him entirely. As for the future. Ha! Once he uncovers his path, he may depart this realm at will. Grace knew nothing, only that her entire family save for her father had been sold into the slave market. At first she feared being purchased by some aged grotesque man. Instead she was assigned to serve the Empire's princess. She dared hope her days ahead would not be unbearable, at least she would remain with her mother. At their first meeting, Grace gazed upon the princess, lovely, even charming, and wondered whether such beauty must surely draw admiration from many. Yet that Grace was only skin deep. Soon Grace herself endured the princess's cruelty, and learned bitterly that fair countenances do not guarantee kind hearts. Her mother, falsely accused of stealing the princess's jewelry by fellow slaves, was executed. Grace herself bore a body crisscrossed with wounds. Longing for her brother, she pieced together fragments of rumor he had become a gladiator in the king's arena. Beyond that she knew nothing. She had no idea how long she would be confined in that dark cell, punishment for slaves' transgressions, until one day she was abruptly dragged out, dazed and disoriented, toward the princess's residence. Before her stood a man locked in heated argument with the princess. His bearing suggested noble rank. Few dared speak so boldly to royalty. Yet what tightened Grace's chest was his gaze, cold, appraising, heavy with unspoken authority, arousing instinctive dread within her. Before she could process it, the man seized her and led her away. Not a word dared pass her lips. Head bowed, she followed silently in his wake, until he halted beside a steaming bath pool and commanded, voice sharp and unyielding, strip off all your clothes. Grace hesitated, but only for a breath. Defiance was unthinkable. Slowly, reluctantly, she shed every garment, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest in futile modesty. It was futile, mere gesture against inevitability. Left standing there, she clutched her right arm tightly with her left hand, eyes downcast, awaiting his next command. Remos glanced once, then twice, dismissive, indifferent, before issuing his next order, step into the bath. What are you doing standing there like a statue? Do you expect me to wash you myself? Upon hearing his words, Grace entered the pool without hesitation. Warm water enveloped her, petals floated gently on its surface. Why had he brought her here, to bathe her? Was she being cleansed, prepared, like merchandise, for resale? Grace's inner turmoil remained unknown and irrelevant to Remos. Yet as his eyes traced the livid whip scars across her back, a quiet question stirred. What crime had earned her such punishment? Had Gaia inflicted them? It seemed both siblings shared a disturbing predilection for the lash. Did Lady Mathilde harbor the same cruel inclination? Such musings were fleeting, no more than idle observation. He summoned 2 servants, tend to her hair, then bring a properly fitted stola. Then casting a calm glance toward Grace still immersed in the bath, he said quietly, I'll wait outside. Hurry, the hour grows short.
You're to meet someone.
Grace, naturally delicate and refined, emerged radiant after the bath. Dust and grime washed away her features, softened by newfound gentleness. She allowed the servants to guide her into a carriage where she sat beside the man in silence. The journey was brief. Remos simply disliked walking. Yet Grace's anxiety remained undiminished. She stole furtive glances at him, watching as he sat, eyes closed, motionless, breathing deep and steady. When lifted from the carriage and ushered into the vast ironclad edifice, a bone-deep chill seized her. She shuddered involuntarily.
Ah, Remos. So early for a visit. Look, this black cat is nearly giving birth.
I've had her limbs pinned down. Shall we witness new life enter the world? Following the voice, Grace saw a boy crowned in gold skin, unnervingly pale, directing servants to nail a pregnant cat's 4 paws to a wooden board. The cat's shrieks tore through the air, raw, agonized, while the boy smiled serene and ghastly.
Grace recoiled half a step, heart hammering. Orson, I have matters to attend to today. If you seek a formidable gladiator. Remos replied, tone casual, dismissive.
But behind Remos, Grace trembled, not at the crown but at its wearer, a child yet crowned as king. In her understanding, such regalia belonged only to sovereigns of gravitas and majesty, not this frail, pallid boy. More terrifying still was his cruelty. The princess was ruthless. Grace had heard whispers of that, but the empire's outer realms teemed with man-eating monsters, its inner provinces raged with savage rebels, and kings and nobles were meant to shield the people. Were those promises lies? Grace dared not dwell further, her mind reeled with fear and confusion, yet before she could gather herself, Remos led her to a sandy expanse encircled by iron bars. In an instant her gaze locked onto a figure huddled in the shadows, a man crouched on a stone, face streaked with blood. Her breath caught. Brother. Then, hands flying to mouth, she stifled a sob, nose stinging, eyes flooding with tears. The man in the corner stirred, lifting his blood-smeared face slowly. At the sight of his sister standing beside the demon, his mind went utterly blank. His throat constricted, words dissolving before they reached his tongue. Uncertain, terrified, yet drawn by irrevocable kinship, he staggered forward, step by unsteady step, toward the one face he'd never forgotten. Grace. Grace gazed at the man slowly approaching her, her eyes locking onto his bare wrists, where once had rested hands that in childhood wove countless flower crowns for her. Now those very hands were severed at the root. Scalding tears burst forth uncontrollably, her sobs shuddering through her trembling frame. Ignoring the demon standing beside Grace, the man suppressed the bitter sting rising in his eyes and forced a smile, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Don't cry. Grace. Brother is still here. Remos stood aside, watching this tedious display of sentiment with utter indifference. No warmth flickered in his gaze. He raised a hand, gesturing to the servant waiting behind him. Come here. Take her away. Obeying instantly, the servant seized Grace, who still choked on silent sobs, and led her out. Tag's eyes followed her quivering silhouette until it vanished beyond his line of sight. Remos remained unmoved by it all, as if such raw emotion and inner struggle were merely faint, fleeting hues injected into an otherwise monochrome existence. He turned sharply and strode toward the far end of the iron-barred cell, stepping directly into the captive man's prison. Shall we speak now? Remos's cold voice cut through Tag's ragged breathing. He flinched violently, though searing fury burned within. He dared not let a trace of it surface before this man. Kneeling abruptly, he slammed both knees onto the stone floor. I was wrong. Hoof. A low, mirthless chuckle escaped Remos. He bent forward, lowering himself onto one knee, one hand resting casually upon his thigh, the other lightly slapping Tag's cheek. You should say, my lord, I was wrong. When Tag remained frozen, silent and unresponsive, Remos rose slowly, hands folding neatly behind his back. Why did you refuse food? Remos's tone betrayed no inflection, no anger, no pity, only quiet, chilling certainty. Or perhaps, you wish never to see your sister again. If you die, she'll be utterly alone in this world. How pitiful that would be. Don't you long for freedom, truly? To live is worth more than anything else. As he spoke, Remos summoned a servant and ordered food placed before Tag. Think carefully on it, Remos said, and turned to leave. But just as he pivoted, Tag called out, my lord. I want to live. Remos did not turn back, but the faintest curve touched his lips, carried on a whisper of wind. Then you're finally right. Eat well. The martial arts I teach you will keep you alive, for a very long time, in the arena. His confidence stemmed entirely from the martial Tao, true scripture diagram stored within his mind, a profound compendium he could adapt, distill and impart to any gladiator, transforming even the weakest into champions. And as for himself, what are martial techniques? Apologies, he needed no technique. When he unleashed full power, everything reduced to pure, overwhelming numbers. Before, absolute strength, technique held no meaning. Passing through that shadowed corridor, Remos returned once more to the palace, a place whose very air seemed to freeze the marrow. The anguished cries of the pregnant cat had ceased entirely.
Only scattered droplets of blood stained Orson's face. The cat lay eviscerated. Beside its ruined body rested 5 flattened unrecognizable objects, not organs but Orson's handiwork. Glancing further, Remos saw Grace crouched in a pool of shadow, knees drawn close, forehead pressed against her folded arms. At his arrival, servants hurried forward and pulled the girl upright. "Hey Remos. Well. Did that wretch agree to eat?" Orson's careless voice shattered the palace's eerie stillness. Remos nodded. "Of course. He swore he'd eat and become your finest gladiator." "Whoa. I've got my own gladiator now." Orson hooped with delight and shouted at the slaves, "Hey, you worthless dogs, get over here." Without regard for filth, he swept the table's raw meat scraps aside with one violent gesture. "Boil all this garbage into soup and make sure he drinks every drop." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Orson strode forward. Ramos's brow barely twitched inward and suddenly shifted sideways, maintaining a careful distance. "Don't misunderstand." He simply feared Orson, that little aberration, might suddenly reach out to pat his shoulder in praise, especially since he'd just bathed and wished no contact whatsoever. Indeed, he never wished for it. Yet each time Remos looked upon Orson, a fleeting, almost imperceptible pity crossed his eyes. That unnaturally pale skin alone marked him as a pariah in this world. No such touch came. Orson halted 3 paces away, forming a loose line of 3, and lifted his gaze toward the leaden sky beyond the hall, raising both arms as if addressing the heavens. "Oh, my friend, I'm nearly driven mad. That beast in the training yard refuses discipline, and lately crows swarm the grounds, cawing day and night. My head pounds with it. You're far sharper than I am. Any ideas how to rid us of those winged pests?" "Crows." Remos arched a brow, then replied calmly, "Crows feast on carrion, and you slaughter small creatures daily. Is it any wonder their scent draws them here? If they disturb you, order guards to shoot them down with bows." Orson sighed. "Oh, don't think I haven't tried. But these crows are uncannily clever and agile as men, dodging danger instinctively. No chase or trap can near them. You've traveled farther, met more people. I'm asking you for answers. They're unbearable. Crows." Remos repeated the word silently once more. Then, "Caw!" A shrill cry pierced the air. Remos instinctively looked up to see a raven black as pitch perched motionless on the iron window ledge. The bird tilted its head. Its obsidian eyes, deep as voids, locked directly onto Ramos's gaze. For a breathless moment their eyes held, its pupils reflecting Remos and Orson in perfect inky detail. "Wendy! Wake up! Mission alert!" Wendy stirred groggily against the wall, blinking open bleary eyes. "What is it, Christine?" Christine's expression hardened. "The crows, they sent a dream message. We've been summoned." Wendy rubbed her throbbing temples, straining to recall the dream's haze, then murmured, "Yes. I dreamed of a hollow-eyed girl seated in a bath, her hair combed by unseen hands, and a man who'd lost both hands sitting alone in a corner, head bowed, utterly still." She lifted her gaze to Christine, uncertain. "Are they our targets?" Sigh. Christine exhaled heavily. "No wonder you still can't shift your face. After all these missions you haven't mastered even one disguise." Refusing to engage further, Christine strode ahead, her thoughts churning. "Can't shapeshift swordsmanship's weak, poison work unreliable." Wendy hurried after her friend. "Where are we going?" "The Imperial capital." Bang. Taiga, with 2 thick wooden clubs strapped to his arms, faced 2 fellow trainees who flanked him from front and back on the training ground, yet he held his ground without the slightest disadvantage. Azula and Aurelia stood idly on the platform, boredom etched across their faces. Azula's voice was thick with barely restrained impatience. "Aurelia. We've been stuck here for 70 days. Look, the sky is about to snow, but that damned vampire is still nowhere to be found. I think it's time we went home." Aurelia frowned slightly. "But from what I remember since childhood, it never snows here unless we're in the Empire's northern border. Seeing it about to snow like this is rather strange. Why do you care so much?" Azula began to reproach Aurelia. "Anyway, you don't want to come back here either. Let's just forget about this credit, shall we? I doubt the mentor will blame us." As he spoke, Azula cast his gaze toward the man whose hands had been severed, suddenly reminded of those fellows from Steam City. This kind of training-style combat was quite entertaining to watch and practical as well. To cut off a man's hands, attach weapons and pair it with such practical combat techniques, the one who invented this is simply a genius. It seems Aurelia's brother is wasted in this godforsaken place. If he had been born in our region and trained in martial arts from childhood, he might have made a name for himself in the filthy mercenary guild of the lower city. What a pity. This place is too backward. Azula muttered to himself, as if lamenting for Remos or perhaps sneering at Aurelia's homeland. Though Aurelia had no idea why Azula suddenly blurted that out, she thought, if he doesn't like it here, does she? She didn't like it either. Who doesn't know how wonderful it would be to enjoy the resources of the upper city back there? In this place, what use are the nobles? It's the transcendent that truly matters, that makes life exciting. I've already told Albert that we'll leave soon. Since we can't find the person, it's not our problem. Aurelia crossed her arms. She felt no attachment to this country whatsoever. Just one vampire, with so many people, surely they could find a way to deal with it, right? Yes, it's time to leave, but not in a hurry. A strange smile crept across Azula's face. Isn't the king about to open the arena's betting pool soon? It's for his own birthday celebration. I want to see if that man with his hands cut off can survive. There was one more thing he didn't mention. He had his eye on Gaia, and he wanted to see if something could happen before they left. If it works out. Then later at the academy he would boast to his classmates, saying that Aurelia's country was so backward its people practically uncivilized. When he arrived, the princess of that country would willingly lay down her honor, kneel before him and beg desperately just to keep him by her side, even willing to bear his child. If it doesn't work. No problem. The mouth is his own, he can say whatever he wants. As for what people might say about Aurelia behind her back, what does that have to do with him, Azula? His fellow students would only remember that when he set foot in Aurelia's country, the most noble and beautiful woman there had to humble herself and beg desperately, hoping for his favor. And he would reluctantly accept. When friends asked, he would say that the princess did everything to please him, that he had already trained her to be completely obedient, and that she even came up with all sorts of new ways to amuse him, showing no trace of dignity. Then he would egg on his friends, saying they must visit that forgotten kingdom of Aurelia sometime. The people there would worship you like gods. Once you're there, the noble ladies might even throw themselves at you. What are you thinking about? That smile is disgusting. Aurelia's sudden voice shattered Azula's fantasy. His whole body stiffened, his lecherous grin still lingering on his face. He could only force a couple of awkward laughs, trying to cover up the filthy thoughts in his mind. After all, in his head just now Gaia had been through a lot. Nothing. Just suddenly remembered something amusing. With that, Azula hurriedly left, but Aurelia's eyes followed him closely. At the same time, she began to plan in her mind when the next mission came she would definitely rig something to make this bastard die accidentally. This guy was already notorious at the academy, his hands were dirty and his mouth was the worst of all. He loved fabricating nonsense. He was even more fond of sneaking into the filthy lower city, where he would flirt with any pretty woman he saw, using his status as a mage apprentice and his upper city background to deceive people. A person like that should die quickly so as not to pollute her sight. If it weren't for the mentor's arrangement, she wouldn't have wanted to deal with him at all. But the worst part wasn't that, it was that all along the way he would keep finding excuses to touch her. Aurelia couldn't stand it anymore and shot a fireball as a warning. She also hoped that the women in this country she despised would show some backbone. Otherwise, once Azula's foul mouth started spreading rumors outside, it would still be her who looked bad. The Empire already made her feel humiliated abroad. If the people here didn't shape up and cause trouble, how could she ever hold her head up in front of her classmates? The Empire's operations did not cease because of the vampire's arrival, nor did it impose lockdowns due to the rebels' disturbances. After the initial panic, the streets, taverns and brothels remained as lively as ever. Under the silver moon hooking onto the ink-black sky, Azula approached Gaia with a malicious smile. He found her reclining sideways on a wide armchair, her skirt slipping aside to reveal her fair delicate legs, which made him swallow unconsciously. "Your esteemed mage. May I ask what brings you to see me so late at night?" Gaia appeared languidly indifferent, but her heart was on guard. After all, a man visiting a woman at night. And when they weren't even close, it was rather strange. "I just think the night is too long. I'd like to invite the princess for a few drinks." Azula's tone carried a hint of frivolity. "Honestly. A woman as beautiful as you shouldn't be living in a place like this." "Oh," Gaia countered. "Then where do you think a beautiful woman like me should live?" Azula's face lit up. "You should live in the upper city of our region. It's wonderful there." Gaia's lips curled slightly. "But since I was a child I've been told that the outside world is dangerous and people die at any time. I'm safe here." "Ah. That's what adults tell you to scare you." Azula's tone shifted, a sly smile spreading across his face. "Danger. That's for the poor wretches in the lower city. The upper city is perfectly safe and you can learn all sorts of knowledge. Look." Azula quickly muttered a few incantations, snapped his fingers, and a small flame danced on his index finger. The faint light reflected the pride and showmanship in his eyes. He thought to himself, these country bumpkins who had never seen anything, this must be the first time they'd witnessed such a trick. See? Those maids are staring with wide eyes. The princess must be curious too. When a woman is curious about a man, things become easy, don't they? Thinking this, he composed himself, his tone becoming slightly seductive, and he put on what he thought was his most charming smirk. "See that? I can conjure fire out of thin air. If you want to learn, I can teach you." Hearing this from Azura, a playful smile suddenly curled upon Gaia's lips, a smile carrying careless mockery. Yet in Azura's eyes the smile was more dazzling than the silver moon hanging in the sky, especially her deep dimples brimming with sweetness and especially her bare thighs which stirred a heat within him. Really? But when I was little an old man once came to our place. He gave me a strange stone and asked me to touch it. In the end he said my mental strength was insufficient and I couldn't become a mage. As she spoke, Gaia revealed a hint of regret yet also concealed longing. Azura naturally noticed every expression on Gaia's face. His eyes flickered as he quickly fabricated a lie. How could mental strength be fixed from birth? I have specially made potions here that can specifically enhance mental strength. Also through the meditation I teach you can too. If you want I can let you try first. Gaia slowly rose from the lounge chair and walked step by step toward Azura. Each step seemed to tread on the strings of Azura's heart, stirring his mind. When she stopped at a distance of just 2 people's lengths away, Gaia halted. The unique fragrance of a woman after bathing happened to drift into Azura's nostrils. Gaia had long known that Azura's gaze had been fixed on her legs for a long time. So she pursed her lips slightly, her tone carrying a hint of barely concealed hesitation. Mother said that in this world there is no such thing as getting something for nothing. So if I want to learn magic from Lord Azura, what price do I need to pay? Azura thought of nothing else. He felt that he had successfully aroused this woman's curiosity. So he immediately stepped forward, wanting to embrace Gaia. What price could there be? But before he could finish, Gaia had already taken a step back the moment he advanced. This left Azura with 1 foot forward and his hands hanging in the air while the surrounding slaves just happened to be looking at his ridiculous posture. Gaia immediately crossed her arms over her chest, her voice trembling slightly. Archmage, why did you suddenly step forward? What are you trying to do? This is my palace. You can't just act recklessly, can you? Besides, at my age I also have someone I like. The matter of you teaching me magic, I'm afraid I can't learn it. Azura frowned slightly, his hands naturally falling to his sides. Princess, don't be nervous. I just wanted to test the princess's physique. You may not know, but I have my own method of testing mental strength. Of course these words were casually fabricated by Azura, just a forced excuse to smooth things over and make the atmosphere less awkward. Since your highness is unwilling, then I will not force it. After saying this, Azura gave a dry laugh and hurriedly left. After Azura's figure completely disappeared, Gaia returned to her lazy demeanor. She even rolled her eyes at the departing man and couldn't help but mock. What a pathetic sight. And he wants to get with me. Dream on. I care about looks. Even if I've never been out, I know that guy over there is probably at the bottom of the barrel too. As for how I figured that out, it's naturally from Duke Albert's attitude. At least it wasn't respectful. And Aurelia's attitude toward this guy, it felt a bit contemptuous. She didn't like Aurelia anyway because Aurelia was luckier than her and could leave the empire. If she and this Azura had something happen, she would probably be laughed at by Aurelia for the rest of her life. She already felt inferior to Aurelia. Even though she was a princess now, she could only be one for 7 years. And Aurelia, she is a free bird able to soar freely in the sky. God. Just thinking about it feels suffocating. If Aurelia found out that this guy had his eye on her, the embarrassment. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became, like gnawing bones. You. Come quickly, prepare mouthwash for me. Gaia ordered the servant waiting nearby. Just talking to that guy made my mouth feel dirty. Ugh. Meanwhile, the rejected Azura walked along the road, suddenly feeling an indescribable shame and anger rise in his heart. I am a mage apprentice. Why would someone in this remote place dare to reject him? Just because she is the princess of this country. Does she think she's above everyone else? Thinking of this, he thought of Aurelia again. Clearly that woman was also born in this place. When she first came to the Magic Academy, she was like an ignorant barbarian. Now she even looks at him as an equal. You people deserve to die. Ungrateful. Azura cursed inwardly a few times and also planned to give Gaia a small lesson. Didn't she say she had someone she likes? Then before he leaves, find that person she likes and teach him a lesson, make sure he can never be a man again. As for killing, forget it. The only person he had seen so far who seemed close to Gaia was that guy named Remos, right? Whether he is Gaia's beloved or not, just treat him as Aurelia's brother. He's worth a lesson too. Let that guy named Remos consider himself unlucky. Harmed by these 2 little women. Then I'll punish him by making him unable to be a man. Azura silently thought in his heart. Are you even human? Remos naturally didn't know he was being targeted by Azura, but now he had to face Hector's interrogation. How am I not human? What have I done? Remos remembered that he hadn't had much interaction with this big brother, right? Why would he come to him in the middle of the night and ask if he was human? You don't know. Hector sneered. I only learned today that you cut off a slave's hand and then fitted him with twin swords for training. And you call yourself human. Can a human do such a thing? Looking at his tall elder brother Remos was momentarily speechless, but he wasn't afraid either. He walked up to Hector and slightly raised his head to meet his gaze. You have the time to care about the life of a slave, why don't you go help General Ross deal with the rebels? And the usual deeds of some nobles, do you not see them? Tying people up and slicing off strips of flesh with a blade piece by piece, do you not see that? You don't ask them if they are human, but you ask me. What do you mean? Indeed. He had witnessed the noble's despicable conduct day after day, yet never intervened. Then why upon seeing Remos sever a slave's hand did fury surge within him? Hector forced himself to explain. To be honest, I disliked you, perhaps even felt revulsion, the first time we met. But you came here because of our father, and share half my blood. As your elder brother I cannot bear to see you become this. A hollow chuckle escaped his lips. Remos smiled faintly. Half my blood. Then tell me, what of Lady Ludia your mother? Her deeds surely rival mine if not surpass them. Hector could offer no rebuttal. He knew full well the noble's depravity, yet the chivalric code instilled in him since childhood demanded protection of the weak. And yet those who taught him had never lived by that creed. In those early years he had been lost, bewildered, by the chasm between precept and practice. If pressed to judge, he found himself oddly sympathetic, even understanding, toward the rebels, cause yet duty bound him irrevocably to the empire. Seeing Hector fall silent, Remos scoffed outright. You spent your life feasting on imperial privilege while I grew up on a barren isle where death was commonplace. Your duty is to guard the empire and its nobles, not to storm into my chamber at midnight demanding justification for severing a man's hand. I did it precisely because the arenas on my island dwarfed even the empires in cruelty. And from that brutality I forged a new martial art. One that lets that wretched slave live longer. If you possess such power, then liberate the slaves yourself. Don't presume the mantle of elder brother to lecture me. Do you understand? Hector stood motionless for a long moment, then bowed his head in weary resignation and departed. He truly had no right to reproach Remos at this hour, nor were his own parents any paragons of virtue. Remos watched the retreating figure vanish into the night, amused yet profoundly unsettled. A man raised on imperial bounty yet posturing as if he suffers with the slaves. Such a man in Remos's eyes fell far short of sainthood. If he burns with righteous indignation, why not renounce the empire outright and join the rebels? The very notion made him laugh aloud. He turned, his gaze settling upon Grace, who trembled like a leaf. His voice softened, almost tender. Did you hear that? Yes, it was I who severed your brother's hands. As he spoke he stepped toward Grace, who had been quietly clearing away fruit platters. He halted before her, his shadow swallowing her whole. Grace collapsed to her knees, her voice trembling. My lord. I knew nothing. There's no need to fear, I won't devour you. Remos lifted a hand and gently ruffled her hair. His thumb brushed across her brow ridge, then traced the dampness beneath her eye, wiping away a tear. He brought that tear-damp thumb to his lips, tasting its salt, while a cold mirthless gleam flickered deep in his eyes. I did it for your brother's sake. Replacing his hands with short blades is a combat discipline. Any other instructor would have seen him dead within days. I spared him out of pity for you both. Do you comprehend? Look, you're crying again. Surely your brother would hate to see you weep. Yes, my lord. Grace bit her lower lip until it bled, forcing back tears with desperate strength, her mouth pressed into a tight trembling line edged with quiet sorrow. Remos found her expression merely diverting, no trace of compassion stirred within him. The claim that severing Tag's hands served his martial training was pure fabrication. Remos needed no such mutilation to instruct him. Decades of hard-won combat wisdom already resided in his mind, enough to keep Tag alive in the arena for years. He simply preferred efficiency. Amputating his hands forced latent strength to the surface. Combined with my techniques, it saved time. Enough. Stop clenching your lips, open your mouth. It will ease the ache. Grace had no choice but to obey. Remos's gaze plunged unflinchingly into her parted mouth, dark desire blooming instantly. Have you eaten enough today? Grace could not fathom why he asked, her throat constricted, her head bobbing once then shaking, uncertain, mute. Remos paid no heed to her silence. He wore the toga today. 20 minutes later. Cough, cough, cough. Grace pressed a hand beneath her throat, suppressing each ragged gasp. Remos watched satisfied, then strode away without a backward glance. Brother needs discipline, sister naturally requires mine. The matter was settled. This place suddenly felt stifling. He craved air and cheap wine on the Empire's central thoroughfare. Someone. Bring me my carriage. Remos commanded. Yes, my lord. A hunched old woman shuffled forward, her face etched with deep wrinkles, yet her eyes remained startlingly clear. Wait, hold. Remos roared. What is this crone doing here? Do I lack gold? Cast her out, I require no aged servants.
A terrified slave rushed forward. Forgive me, my lord.
She oversees provisions. Remos said nothing more, mounted the carriage, and tossed over his shoulder.
Let that old woman never cross my path again, she spoils my appetite. The old woman watched the carriage dissolve into the night, murmuring softly. So this is the one who haunts Windy's dreams. Pity, the crow's mark falls elsewhere this time. She glanced back, watching the girl wipe tears as she cleaned, her brow furrowed in grim resolve.
That one can wait.
I'll deal with him later. For now, the most urgent matter is the boy marked by the crow Paleskin Unearthly and presently Crown King.
Alright, you may go back. I will return on my own tomorrow. The clatter of hooves rang at the door of a tavern.
In Lemos's memory, when he first arrived in the imperial capital, he had discovered an underground arena here. Dressed in a toga with dark embroidery, the servant who had initially intended to stop him immediately stepped back with a deferential gesture.
Following his memory, Lemos found a hidden door at the stairwell.
As he entered the hidden door, the deafening roar of the crowd, the stench of sweat and the reek of blood wove together and slammed into his nostrils. Lemos did not pause for a moment. He climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor and casually found a seat with a full view of the arena.
Before he could call out, a servant brought him some cheap wine.
He fingered the rough wooden bowl, and every sip he took was bitter and astringent.
His gaze drifted downstairs, following the crowd as it surged around two gladiators locked in combat.
Fuck.
This is awful. Lemos muttered in dissatisfaction.
It wasn't that he truly wanted to drink such cheap wine, he merely sought to numb the loneliness within him through this bitter sensation. That loneliness clung to him like a shadow. He felt as if a veil forever separated him from this world without a single person with whom he could truly speak.
As for Aosen. Never mind.
From childhood he had only been timid and submissive. After barely growing up, he was pushed forward by politicians as a sacrificial pawn. To have a mother as domineering as Madame Matier, it would be a wonder if his mind wasn't twisted. Below, the cheers grew louder and the slaughter finally came to an end. The result was that a young gladiator drove his blade deep into the skull of a burly fat man. With the sound of shattering bone, he grabbed a brain with one hand and hurled it into the crowd, roaring at the spectators around him. But this was not a true end, merely a cycle. The next contest was already being prepared. For the lowly gamblers, only the endless spectacle of blood and death could satiate the insatiable greed and brutality deep within their hearts. Hello. My master wishes to invite you for a few drinks.
May I ask, sir?
The voice behind him carried a note of hesitation.
Lemos turned around instinctively and saw a man standing there with vacant, dull eyes.
Without much thought, he agreed.
He followed the man to a small booth.
The moment he pushed open the door, he saw a woman sitting with her legs crossed, a posture bold yet graced with natural elegance. A metal goblet on the table stood out conspicuously, the crimson liquid inside gleaming vividly in the dim light. The woman spoke first. Pleasure to meet you. And how should I address you, sir?
Lemos. And what is the name of this beautiful lady?
Lemos recognized her at once. Wasn't she the vampire who had fought Duke Abot that day?
How audacious.
The Imperial Cavalry had conducted numerous carpet searches without finding a trace, and now she was hiding in a rundown tavern owned by a noble. One could say she had toyed with everyone right under their noses. The woman curled her lips and raised a hand, gesturing for him to sit.
Sire. That is my name. Lemos, a truly beautiful name.
Sire, thank you for the compliment.
Would you like a drink?
Of course. With such a dazzling person present, I'm sure this wine will taste wonderful. Lemos replied with a smile still on his face. A beautiful woman appearing in a place like this was often thorny, and the one before him was not even human. As he finished speaking, a servant waiting nearby stepped forward holding a golden goblet identical to Sire's.
He set it gently before Lemos, then poured the wine.
The liquid slid down the side of the cup, the same shade of crimson as in the hostess's goblet. Sire raised her goblet and gave Lemos a slight nod. Her red lips parted softly. Cheers. Lemos hesitated only a moment before lifting his own goblet and clinking it against hers.
The crimson wine slipped down Lemos' throat.
This was not the cheap wine of the tavern, but the ordinary wine drunk by nobles. As for the taste,
it carried a faint hint of metallic blood, unlike any wine Lemos had ever drunk. Indeed,
the wine was laced with human blood. Lemos had sensed it the moment it touched his lips, but he kept his expression calm and teased in a joking tone, "My God. This wine is even better than what they serve in the palace.
Did this beautiful lady put some love potion in it? Because after just one sip I find myself starting to like you."
Sire smiled.
"I like you too. Why else would I have invited you over for a drink?" In Sire's vision, Lemos was like a sun in the dead of night.
The density of the blood within his body was far thicker than that of anyone else present.
Just as a farmer surveys his livestock, he could tell at a glance which beast was the strongest. But wasn't Remos thinking the same? I recognized long ago that you are not human.
Thus, with their own hidden agendas, their goblets clinked once more and they drifted into idle conversation circling around the question of whether humans could truly be considered higher animals.
Remos, do you think those down there are human or animal? Sire, I think. Animal.
Only animals slaughter one another.
The feast of the arena was drawing to a close. At least tonight no new cycle would begin.
So Sire tapped the table, her voice laced with seductive invitation. Well then.
Remos, I don't think we should continue this boring topic. How about coming back to my place tonight? There's something far more interesting there. Remos grinned. That's a tempting offer. But Miss Sire dare to try something thrilling.
Just have your people prepare a carriage and I'll take you to a place.
Sire raised an eyebrow.
She had only regarded him as a meal on a plate, but now this bloodbag was offering her a pre-dinner show.
This piqued her curiosity. Oh. Thrilling. How thrilling. Is it fun? If it's fun, I'll go with you.
Is this the so-called exciting place you mentioned?
What's fun here?
Giselle gazed at the ruined church before her, utterly unable to fathom why her intended prey had brought her here.
Even if he wanted to do something else, shouldn't it be a comfortable place by human aesthetics? There's wine. There's food.
But this desolate mountain has nothing.
All right, go inside. There's something fun inside. Let's send the coachman back first, I'll find a way to take you back later. Remos made a gesture of invitation. Could it be? Miss Giselle is afraid I'll eat you. This. Giselle hesitated for a moment, but she was confident in her own strength, just as humans never fear poultry, right? Creak.
The rusted iron door swung open and a choking cloud of dust rushed forward. Giselle instinctively covered her nose and mouth, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes. But in the end she stepped into the dilapidated church. The church was already in ruins, even the hanging cross was broken in half, and in the corner stood a statue of an angel with its head severed. Giselle muttered to herself, even if it's about intimacy between a man and a woman, I've never seen such a perverted person. Could it be that he wants to play the role of a priest in the church? And then have her play the role of a believer? At least he has a good appearance by human standards. Why is his hobby so strange? Forget it. I'll just drain his blood clean later. No need for the blood embrace. Or else if he becomes my kind and becomes even more perverted, what then?
Bang. The heavy iron door was rudely closed, making Giselle's heart jump.
It was the first time a vampire had been startled by a human, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. She felt somewhat turned upside down. Then under her shocked and puzzled gaze she saw Remos begin to remove his clothes, his movements calm, and he even folded each piece neatly.
This. Sir, even if you want to do something to me, shouldn't you find a cleaner place? This is a bit dirty, don't you think? Giselle couldn't help but persuade him, thinking a clean place would improve the appetite. It's fine.
Remos stretched, twisting his neck left and right, his joints cracking, his tone relaxed and frank. Don't misunderstand, I'm taking off my clothes because I'm afraid they'll burst later.
And I only have this one set. If I have to go back tomorrow, I'd hate to look shabby.
Burst? What clothes will burst?
Giselle couldn't understand the term. Could it be that this guy gets very intense when doing things?
Before the confusion and doubt had faded from her eyes, she suddenly froze. Remos took a deep breath, the sound heavy like a drumbeat, then let out a deep roar. Open. His eyes rolled back in an instant and his form violently expanded. His forearms became terrifyingly thick, their weight almost forcing him to stoop. Although his lower body remained unchanged, his skin had taken on a pitch-black iron-like hue and the subcutaneous veins spread like white tree roots across his entire body. Most chilling were the silver hooks that had grown from the nails of his massive hands. Bang! His forearms, thick as iron pillars, slammed down due to their weight, instantly cracking the hard stone floor with hideous fissures, making Giselle's eyelids twitch. What the fuck? The elders of my family lied to me. They said there were no supernatural beings here.
But first there's an exorcist, then an old man from Steam City, and now I've run into an abyssal monster.
Giselle's exclamation only made Remos scratch his head, the silver claws scraping against each other and sending up a few sparks as he exhaled hot breath. What abyssal monster?
I am human. Definitely an abyssal monster.
Those from the abyss have chaotic minds, even deluding themselves into being human.
Giselle sneered inwardly, but her body involuntarily took half a step back.
She raised her hands in a gesture of submission, deliberately making her tone light. Hey,
pal, we both belong to the dark creatures, right? This isn't fun if you're going to play like that. You're just joking by showing your true form, right? What joke? Remos's voice was deep and resonant. Didn't I tell you? I wanted to play something exciting with you. It's exciting enough. It's exciting enough. Please.
Before Giselle could finish, she saw the black figure spring straight at her. She immediately twisted her waist to dodge by instinct. Bang! A violent tremor shook the entire church, sending dust raining down. Giselle was knocked off balance and looked down to find a piece of flesh missing from her waist. Fuck! Giselle cursed under her breath, tightly clutching her wounded abdomen. Clenching her teeth, she quickly chanted a spell, and the next moment a red 5-pointed star appeared in her palm, which she slammed fiercely onto the ground. Her form instantly dissolved into a swarm of black bats darting out through the church's iron lattice window. She had no intention of fighting. What the? Remos watched Giselle turn into a swarm of bats, his heart sinking, his eyes churning with a dark, unyielding gloom. He had deliberately chosen this enclosed space to prevent the woman from escaping, yet she could still do this. Turning directly into a swarm of bats and slipping through the gaps in the iron window. No. 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 This cannot happen. That vampire cannot escape. Remos quickly transformed into human form, dressed himself, and chased after the direction of the bat swarm. However, every time she transformed into a swarm of bats, a wave of weakness would always wash over her. Giselle could feel it just moments after flying away, but she could not stop. Because she saw a figure sprinting toward her, she had no choice but to fly toward a more difficult path, trying to shake off the guy behind her. But this place had no so-called high-quality blood, so she couldn't replenish her energy in time. The only thing she could rely on was to find those strong gladiators in the arena and suck their blood. To her, such blood was like leftover scraps, pitifully lacking in nutrition. Under these circumstances, the time she could maintain the bat swarm was drastically reduced. She didn't know how long she had flown. Giselle was almost unable to hold on, and she couldn't even spare a thought to check whether the monster behind her was still chasing. The shadow of the bat swarm dissipated. Like a kite with a broken string, she fell straight down from the night sky, completely drained of strength. Thump! There was no shattered bones as she expected, but she could clearly feel a few bones broken. Just as her vision darkened and consciousness was about to sink into darkness, a pair of mud-stained feet suddenly appeared in her blurred sight. Fuck! That was the last word she uttered before sinking into darkness. Giselle struggled to open her hazy eyes. Her consciousness had not yet returned. She only knew that she was lying naked on a wide wooden table in a wooden cabin, her limbs tightly bound with tough ropes. In the past she wouldn't have cared about these ropes, but now her weakness left her unable to exert even a trace of strength. You're awake. A familiar voice carrying a cold and sinister quality sounded. Giselle slowly came back to her senses, her gaze unfocused on the ceiling. Her voice was like a flickering candle in the wind. This. Where is this? You're lucky. This is an abandoned cabin. It's already daylight outside. Giselle then turned her gaze to Remos, whose clothes were tattered. Is that so? Aren't you going to kill me? Not right now, at least. Anyway, you can't get out. Can you? Remos walked over to Giselle. His index finger suddenly extended a sharp claw, drawing a circle around her heart, then sliding down to her navel. I'm curious. Why can you turn into a swarm of bats? Can you tell me? It's a magic innate to my family's bloodline, Giselle replied without hiding. All right. I mean no harm. But now I want to see what makes you different from humans. I suppose Miss Giselle won't mind, will you? As soon as he finished speaking, Remos directly thrust his extended claw into Giselle's heart and slid it down. Ah. 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 Fuck. You bastard. Giselle screamed in pain, her mind instantly becoming clearer. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, intestines. You're no different from humans. Remos looked down at the body he had cut open, observing slowly. At that moment he noticed that the blood inside the vampire's body began to coagulate into threads, trying to stitch up the body he had opened. Remos didn't care at all. He stood quietly by, watching those strange blood threads slowly weave, repair, and heal on Giselle's body. My God. This is amazing. Not even a single scar. Remos marveled, then cut a few gashes on her face, which also healed slowly. Fuck. What the hell do you want? Giselle couldn't help but curse directly. If her body weren't immobilized now, even if she died, she would fight this monster to the death. All right. Don't be angry. I want to ask you a few questions. If you answer well, I'll consider letting you go. Remos touched Giselle's head and said, tell me. How do I get over to your side? Just walk over or what? Hearing Remos's question, Giselle's face was full of disbelief. Didn't you come over from my side yourself? What do you mean by how to get over to our side? At the same time she wondered inwardly, could there be native abyssal monsters born in this land? I'm asking you. Not you asking me. Answer quickly. Giselle took a deep breath and answered resignedly, you just need a guide. You didn't grow up here from childhood, did you? Remos, what guide? Giselle, it could be a stone or a map.
Everyone's guide is different. Most importantly, you need a teleportation array. Even if you walk to the end of the forest without a teleportation array, you'll likely end up back at the starting point. Remos found it a bit strange, somewhat like a visa from his past life memory. You buy a plane ticket to reach the destination but then get deported due to visa issues. Remos asked again, the forest can't be that long, can it? Can I take a boat and go around to reach your place? Giselle sensed that she might die today, so she gave up and answered hoarsely, maybe. Taking a boat the long way around will get you there. Although Giselle didn't know why this monster wanted to go to her place. But she concealed some things. The prerequisite for taking a boat was that you needed a ship covered in runes, powerful magic scrolls, and preferably a high-level mage. Otherwise the things in the deep sea could kill you at any time. Anyway, she didn't care whether this monster could get over. Dying in the sea would be fine, or going over to fight the Church of Light would also be fine. All of these were good news for her. Although she might die today. The air suddenly fell silent. Remos looked down at Giselle's face, which was full of weakness and exhaustion. His eyes grew colder. You liar. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out his hand, gripping her jaw with his 5 fingers while his other hand grabbed the sharp fangs she usually used to bite. Ah! A crisp sound. Giselle's fawn was twisted off, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Remos withdrew his blood-stained hand and asked coldly, say it again. How do I get over to your side? Giselle trembled in pain and said hoarsely, just kill me. Since you don't believe me anyway. Nothing I say will be of any use. There's no need to torture me like this. That seems true. No matter what story she made up, Remos probably wouldn't believe it. He had no way to verify the truth. The only way was that cheap sister. All right. Remos knew he wouldn't get anything more out of her. Imprisoning her might also bring risks. So he simply smashed Giselle's head with a single palm strike, splattering red and white matter. After a moment, he lifted the wooden table, including the minced flesh on it, and threw it all out into the sunlight outside the cabin. The dark red flesh, once exposed to the sun, began to sizzle with wisps of green smoke rising. But in an instant, all traces of Giselle in this world vanished without a trace. Martial Arts True Solution Diagram SHA 20 Strands Simulation Points 1018 Iron Finger Eagle Claw R 200 Years of Power Iron Sand Palm 100 Years of Power Dragon Roar Iron Shirt 500 Years of Power Powerful Vidra Leg 200 Years of Power. There was no light-footed skill as expected, nor the expected simulation points. Instead, there was an extra energy called SHA. And this energy called SHA seemed to lurk within his meridians. Remos could clearly feel a hot warm current surging through his meridians, as if it could enhance his own techniques. As for the specific abilities, he still needed to experiment. At the same time, he also saw that in his mind the black and white strange figure under its feet within the black quadrant of the Een line in the Bagua diagram, a few wisps of black smoke were slowly rising and then disappearing. Remos. Where have you been these past days? I feared something had befallen you, so much so that I even sent servants searching. If Quentin were to learn of this, he would surely be frantic. Remos did not reply immediately to Orson's words. Instead, he leaned lazily against an oak chair while a maid kneaded his temples with just the right pressure. Only then did he speak, slow and unhurried. Nothing. I merely fought someone. A trivial matter. Do you truly fear I've run away? Fought? Good heavens. Who dares challenge you? Have they lost their will to live? Orson's voice suddenly rose, disbelief flooding his face. Was it a noble? If so, tell me, I'll settle it for you. It's nothing, just a minor scuffle. No need for you to intervene. Remos' tone remained languid. He didn't even lift his gaze. Oh. By the way. Orson suddenly remembered something. The Escalot family is in grave trouble. A man named Justin was denounced by a desperate slave who claimed he harbored a blood-drinking woman. Can you guess what happened next? Remos, previously indifferent, abruptly raised a hand to dismiss the maid and sat upright. What happened? What else could happen? Of course, it must be that vampire lurking within our empire. Duke Albert led a raid on their estate and uncovered numerous corpses. Alas, the vampire itself eluded capture, but the Escalot family now suffers greatly. To defy Duke Albert. They've grown utterly reckless. Remos merely nodded, expressionless. A vampire. That creature was reduced to pulp days ago. How could it possibly still be found? Yet after a moment's pause, another thought surfaced. The Escalots, aren't they Lady Alicia's kin? And Alicia is Gaia's closest confidant, so General Ross may well be implicated now. Yet such a monumental affair. Orson already knows. Why am I only hearing of it now? So low in stature that I'm overlooked. Had I known sooner, I might have gone to witness General Ross's fury. How delightfully furious he'd look. As he mused, Orson burst in gleefully, bearing something resembling an animal skull filled with crimson liquid, apparently wine. Remos. Care for a sip? It's fragrant. Remos' brow instantly knotted, disdain etched plainly across his face. Oh fuck. This vessel is grotesque, whose skull is this? And why can't you use a proper goblet? Also, does Matilda allow wine for one your age? What choice do I have? Can't you see how poorly I've slept lately? Why are there so many crows these days? Their cawing keeps me awake all night. Orson wore an exasperated expression. And I'm forbidden from stepping outside, trapped here day after day, endlessly bored. As if to confirm his words, a shadow darted silently through the dim palace hall. Caw! Caw! A black-feathered raven flapped down and perched upon the carved column, its obsidian eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Orson and Remos within the chamber. Remos let out a sharp, contemptuous snort, then snatched the skull chalice from Orson's hand and hurled it without hesitation toward the raven. Fuck! Damned beast! Crash! The bone vessel shattered against the column line, splattering like blood. Startled, the raven beat its wings wildly and fled into the night sky beyond the palace walls, leaving behind only drifting black feathers which settled like dark sigils upon the grand entrance. Truly you would defy divine decree. Christine's gaze burned as though she wished to slay him. Her voice brimmed with suppressed fury and profound disappointment. I believed we were allies bound by trust, yet seeing you crumble like this, weak and helpless, fills me with rage. Wendy involuntarily stepped back twice. I dreamed of that man. If you go, you will die. Christine's eyes darkened completely, the anger drowned beneath a tide of disillusionment. Do you know what I saw? I saw a man who fought on despite having both hands severed. I saw a girl huddled alone in darkness, knees drawn tight, weeping deep into the night. I saw common folk scraping survival from dust, living as mere specks unworthy of dignity. Why? Why does this endure? Because of this wretched system, and no one lifts a hand to save them. Yet you were granted life anew by the gods. Yet you remain so pathetically frail. No. Christine, listen to me. Wendy reached out desperately. If we truly need him, we will perish. He is no mortal being. A sharp slap. Christine slapped her hand aside, wrath surging once more, her voice piercing in brittle fear demands no excuse. This mission targets the king, not the monster you tremble over. How many rebels stand ready? How many imperial soldiers march? Yet they still rise. Christine paused, then added quieter but heavier, or do you believe most souls are beyond redemption? Many still cling to faith in nobles as protectors, though truth betrays them utterly. Wendy spoke helplessly. This has nothing to do with the common folk. Why? Are we even speaking the same tongue? Why won't you grasp my meaning? I fear you meeting him. Christine whirled sharply, pulling her hood up. So what if I meet him? I seek no justification for cowardice. Should I fall, I shall embrace the many-faced god, and become part of his essence. Or perhaps my path ends precisely here. That is far nobler than you murdering a few nobles and dreaming of chivalry, imagining yourself savior of mankind. From this day forth, we walk separate roads. Let us never meet again. Wendy's outstretched hand froze midair, then slowly limply fell as the figure vanished into distance. Caw! Caw! A raven's wing swept across the courtyard as a young maidservant in a linen-belted gown entered a modest drawing room occupied by only two women. One woman sat with her face lowered, a faint bruise bloomed on her left cheek and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. The other sat beside her, one hand resting gently upon her shoulder. Your Highness, your wine has arrived. The maidservant's voice broke the heavy silence. Gaia, regarding the unfamiliar servant, frowned slightly. New here. Has no one instructed you in proper conduct? You show no decorum whatsoever. Leave at once. I beg your pardon. The maidservant hurriedly withdrew in flustered haste. Gaia continued, stroking Iliasia's back with quiet tenderness. By the gods above. I simply cannot believe General Ross would strike you. At this, Iliasia spoke with wounded bitterness. He claims my family jeopardizes his advancement. Because my brother's secret harboring of a vampire has ignited scandal across the imperial aristocracy. Duke Albert himself has summoned him to the imperial capital. Gaia urged softly, then stay here tonight, you must not return to him. What if he drinks and strikes you again? Iliasia shook her head faintly. No need. Ross departed at midday, and I shall not remain here tonight. I will lodge elsewhere. I do not wish to dwell in the imperial palace, it chills me to the bone. That is perilous. The rumored vampire remains at large. I fear for you. Gaia pressed a hand to her chest. Yet Iliasia refused her friend's offer. My dearest sister, thank you for your concern. Right now I only wish to drink. Of course. Your sorrow is mine. I shall never forgive Ross for raising his hand against a woman. As she spoke, Gaia lifted a goblet from the tray. Drink then. Ross's brutality shall find no absolution among the gods.
One spoke, one listened, while wine flowed thrice and both women's cheeks flushed with intoxicating crimson.
Whether gods exist, I know not, Illegia murmured, breath laced with wine, her gaze burning like embers. But Ross's career is irrevocably ruined.
She brushed her lips with her fingertips, voice edged with scorn. Ross dreams incessantly of the Senate, but that hallowed chamber of power.
It was never meant for men like him. Even his rank as general rests solely upon my father's patronage.
Illegia's ire mounted, drunken candor unleashing every suppressed grievance.
Look at what he has done.
Rebellion flares across the islands beyond the empire's borders. Imperial banners fall one after another from those lands.
And yet, he casts blame upon me.
Accuses me of indulgence, of distracting him from duty, so I even went to his camp to keep him company, only for him to brand me a corrupting influence upon his troops. It is his own incompetence, he cannot capture true rebels, so he seizes slaves and commoners as scapegoats, staining his record with innocent blood. But Duke Albert is no fool, he sees through such charades. He merely tolerates Ross out of deference to my father.
Enough, Illegia.
We speak neither of gods nor of Duke Albert, they are beyond our station.
Gaia swiftly cut off her friend's torrent of words.
You are drunk, rest now. You should indeed rest.
Finally, as she escorted Illegia to the door, Gaia offered once more, are you certain you won't stay? This place is safe.
No, I refuse to dwell in the palace.
I need solitude. And yes, I am drunk.
Seeing Illegia's resolve, Gaia uttered no further protest. She had spoken her mind, offered comfort, fulfilled her duty as a friend.
What remained now was Illegia's own path.
After watching her friend disappear into the dusk, Gaia exhaled deeply, her heart whispering inwardly.
May the gods protect us. I nearly let my dearest sister slip into happiness.
Thankfully the rebels elude capture, time and again evading Ross's campaigns, denying him any military triumph.
Were he ever to gain entry into the Senate, Illegia would surely boast endlessly of her husband's glorious deeds.
And at future banquets half the admiration rightfully hers would be siphoned away by that self-satisfied wife. With that thought, Gaia drained the last dregs of wine from her goblet, her lips curling just faintly in quiet secret relief. Yet once back in her chambers, Illegia's drunken flush receded sharply, the faint rambling and wounded glances dissolving into raw smoldering resentment. The earthenware cup offered by her kneeling slave shattered violently against her body.
Get out, she snarled.
The slave trembled uncontrollably, scrambling backward through the doorway without daring to feel the sting of the shards. The vast hollow chamber echoed only with her ragged, furious breathing.
Fuck.
Damn my brother, and damn Ross. Her curse was no exaggeration. Upon learning of her brother's arrest, she rode through the night, from Escalot's domain straight to the imperial capital. Only to find him behind bars pleading innocence, claiming he knew nothing of the affair. In that moment Illegia longed to tear him limb from limb and demanded, then why did you not die instead?
Must you drag me down with you? You imperil our entire house.
Do you imagine our family can withstand Duke Albert's wrath? Before grief could settle over her brother's impending execution, Ross arrived first in the capital and struck her hard across the face. Who in her entire life had dared raise a hand to her? Yet shame silenced her. Deep down she still harbored affection for Ross, though he had long neglected her, consumed entirely by the rebellion. Still, Illegia sometimes questioned Ross's competence. The suppression of the rebellion had been entrusted to her family's stewardship, yet now such a grave scandal erupted, a member of her house secretly sheltering powers beyond mortal control. Compounded by Ross's stalled progress, he had already crossed Duke Albert's threshold of tolerance. Should Ross fail to crush the rebellion within the next 6 months, Duke Albert will undoubtedly dismiss him and appoint a commander capable of decisive victory.
Slam.
Illegia brought her palm crashing down upon the table, her knuckles whitening with force.
Fuck. A storm of unspent fury warred with humiliation, a pack of bastards.
What kind of man bullies only a woman?
Where is your honor? Tears finally spilled warm glistening trails down her flushed cheeks. Just then a timid voice sounded outside the door. Milady. A visitor awaits. He says, his name is Remos.
Long time no see, Lady Alicia. Upon Remos's greeting, Alicia merely brushed her cheek.
And you well met. Remos.
I spotted your carriage on the street, and earlier today I saw Ross rush out of the Empire. Surely he must be attending to something of great importance.
Come sit down. What are you standing there for? Alicia beckoned Remos to take the seat across from her.
Without hesitation Remos strode directly to the chair opposite the lady and said, My lady, behold.
I've brought roasted peacock.
I'd intended to slack off tonight and return to the palace for a few drinks with Orson, but spotting your carriage made me decide to drop by. Might I trouble you for a toast, my lady?
Alicia nodded.
I've already shared quite a few cups with Gaia this evening, but for the sake of roasted peacock I suppose 1 or 2 more won't do harm. Has Quentin secured you a fine post in the Empire?
Remos shook his head with a faint smile. Fine post. Hardly. merely training gladiators and occasionally patrolling the city streets at night. It seems Quentin prefers I remain occupied.
After ordering servants to bring wine, Alicia poured a cup herself. Quentin's intent is noble, he means well. Night patrols along the central avenues grant you access to the Empire's hidden shadows, yet keep you safely beyond mortal peril.
He wishes you to become a true nobleman.
A man who does nothing but feast, drink and idle cannot claim that title. Look, you've cut your hair short since we last met and your skin bears the sun's gentle kiss.
Remos accepted the goblet Alicia offered, raised it and drained it in one smooth motion.
As he set it down, his gaze lingered, just a breath, upon her face. I dare say, my lady, you are even more radiant than you were a year ago. Alicia offered only a quiet, knowing smile, not the blush of youth, though she stood at 30. Yet the goddess who governs time and beauty seemed to favor her, still preserving her allure with effortless grace. You flatter beautifully. Cheers. It appears Orson will miss his share of tonight's roasted peacock. With effortless elegance, Alicia raised her cup to meet Remos's. Whether it was the wine's excellence, or perhaps the weight of tonight's unrest, she felt she could drink until dawn.
Remos noticed the faint bruise shadowing Alicia's cheek and asked, concern softening his voice, my lady, what happened to your face?
To Remos's inquiry, Alicia responded not with the agitation she'd shown Gaia but with a serene, fleeting smile. Seeing her calm composure, Remos sensed, instinctively, the truth beginning to unfold. After all, with a brother like that, Duke Albert could hardly suppress his fury.
And General Ross would surely rage even fiercer.
Imperial law is unambiguous, no being may wield power surpassing mortal limits. Whatever the justification, of course. Duke Albert remains exempt, for those who write the rules always reserve privilege for themselves.
Remos feared neither Duke Albert nor his wrath, only uncertainty. Could he withstand an army?
Could he dismantle architecture so advanced it whispered of forbidden weaponry?
Prudence dictated discretion. He gathered monster limbs, quietly, relentlessly, as many as he could find. When one cannot shatter a city with a single blow, humility becomes wisdom. Thank you, Remos, for visiting so late. The roasted peacock was exquisite. Though I confess I've been rather weary these days.
Alicia rubbed her temples gently.
Then, if I'm tiring you, shall I excuse you?
You reside near Orson after all, and tonight you'd rather skip patrol. At Remos's polite farewell, Alicia arched a delicate brow.
Am I so unappealing? Or is there somewhere urgent you must be? Ross ignores me, and now you do too. Remos found women perplexing. Gaia had been thus, now Alicia too. She admits fatigue, yet refuses rest. Shouldn't weariness demand repose?
With a sigh heavy with resignation, Remos settled back into his seat.
My lady, was there something else? Did you not invite me here to drink? Then let us drink on.
Alicia seized the wine pitcher and refilled her cup, swift, decisive, unhesitating.
Remos followed suit, pouring himself another. She had already drunk deeply, and now sought more. Intoxication loomed inevitable.
He recalled his original purpose, not mere courtesy but inquiry. Did she possess further monster limbs? Or know where such relics might be acquired? So far only two had supplied him, Quentin and Gaia, with Orson preparing to deliver his share.
But under present circumstances asking would be impossible. As for the imperial auction.
Apologies, there were auctioneers aplenty.
But he sought not men, he sought limbs.
Seeing Alicia finish her cup and reach again for the pitcher, Remos swiftly caught her wrist.
My lady. You've reached your limit.
Her hand paused only briefly over the pitcher, her voice low and hoarse with wine. I have not.
Then might you allow me to drink for you? How?
Before Remos finished speaking, Alicia tilted the pitcher and drank deeply, her cheeks swelling, wine swirling within her mouth, droplets spilling from her lips, tracing glistening paths down her jawline and into the hollow of her throat.
She rose suddenly, wine sloshing, and straddled Remos's lap in one fluid motion.
Her arms coiled around his neck. Into his startled gaze she pressed her lips to his, and poured the wine from her mouth into his. Gulp! The wine slid down Remos's throat. Alicia leaned close, her warm breath laced with vintage and intoxication. Like this is how you drink for me.
Remus couldn't tell if Ross would mind, but for a man like Remus he certainly wouldn't.
Holding Alicia's slender waist, Remus lowered his voice. My lady.
Doing this.
If Ross finds out, he'll be sad, won't he? Alicia responded with a smile. Sad.
His life's greatest dream is to enter the Senate.
He won't take care of me, so will you take care of me tonight?
Of course. Remus replied with a laugh, pinching Alicia's slender waist. Kiss my neck, Remus. Alicia invited him. Though Alicia was 30, her skin was as smooth as a young girl's. This is thanks to regular care. After all, nobles don't bathe in a common pool like slaves.
They have private baths with bath salts, perfumes, olive oil. Even though water is scarce for nobles, it's a trivial matter. The real hardship falls on commoners.
Wait. Remus, let me have someone bring some olive oil.
Alicia suddenly stopped Remus's next move.
Remus was puzzled, but aren't you afraid the servants will gossip? No, Elysia said calmly, they are all from my family, not Ross's people. Moments later. Remus's naked body was evenly coated with special olive oil by the maids, the sheen making his well-defined muscles appear more prominent and robust. At the same time a golden mask was placed on his face and Elysia as well. Remus didn't understand why they had to wear golden masks and apply olive oil. Perhaps it was Elysia's fetish. But this didn't affect what was to happen that night. After all, Elysia was stunningly beautiful. Why turn down something that comes to your door? As long as Ross didn't know if there were future banquets, Remus would just toast Ross an extra 2 cups. Fatigue spread through his limbs and Remus fell into a drowsy sleep holding Elysia. In his dream it was as if he were holding a soft fluffy hamster, very cute. Squeezing it felt soft and bouncy. Creak, the sudden sound of a door opening roused Remus from his light sleep. Turning his head he realized the night wind had pushed open the partially closed wooden door. He raised a hand to rub his temples. The golden mask on his face had long been removed. Subconsciously he looked at the woman beside him, wanting to see Elysia's face. But the woman seemed half awake, lazily covering her face, clearly not wanting Remus to see her current state. Remus chuckled softly and before leaving gently pulled the blanket over Elysia's belly. Alright, I should return to the palace. If I don't come back tonight I think Orson will send someone to look for me and I don't want to hear Quentin's nagging again. He stepped onto the central street of the Empire again. The long street was empty, leaving only the sound of wind. A crow flew past its horsecaw and the flapping of its wings especially clear in the silent night. Remus only glanced up casually, not taking the insignificant bird to heart. Step by step he walked toward the palace that symbolized power. Fuck. Fuck. Save me. Are you guards eating shit? Orson hunched over, crawling on all fours like a mangy stray dog, moving pitifully in the shadows. The surroundings were eerily silent. The guards, though at their posts, were now fast asleep, their faces pale as death. Behind Orson followed a woman holding a sword, her steps calm and unhurried. If Gaia were there she would immediately recognize her as the maid who served wine tonight. Christine's gaze was fixed on the boy crawling on all fours, his skin unnaturally pale. She slowly twisted her neck, unable to comprehend why such a bizarre-looking boy could sit on the Iron Throne. Why did the thousand-faced god's oracle want such a strange-looking face? But to be fair, the boy's cruelty was no less than that of the blood-stained slave masters. I am the one on the Iron Throne. How dare you come to kill me? Aren't you afraid of Duke Albert? I tell you he could kill you with one punch. If you are captured alive I will slice off your flesh piece by piece and make you watch as I roast it. Seeing no way to escape, Orson still tried to buy some time. What if some guards came? So he hastily hid behind the Iron Throne. Moonlight streamed through the iron window, casting a pale glow on his face, reflecting a pair of staring eyes fixed on the woman with the sword. But the moonlight seemed to be mischievous, illuminating half of the face peeking out from behind the Iron Throne. The moment Christine met those eyes a chill crawled up her spine. What kind of eyes were those? Malice. Or coldness. She couldn't find any words to describe them. Oh. She finally understood. Why the thousand-faced god had set its eyes on that unusual face. No one is born like this. The eyes are the windows to the soul. She saw the twisted, rotting soul hidden behind those eyes. The crow's call was right. Christine tightened her grip on the sword. This boy must be eliminated tonight. Despite Orson's overwhelming will to survive, after several twists and turns he was finally cornered by Christine, trapped against the cold wall. She flipped her wrist, holding the short sword in a reverse grip, ready to slice off Orson's head. And Orson from beginning to end stared fixedly at the death-bringing woman before him, as if trying to engrave her face into his memory. At that very moment, the crow cawed twice. The moonlight streaming through the iron window vanished instantly. Christine felt a shadow envelop her from behind. Hot breath sprayed directly onto the back of her neck. Drip. A drop of cold sweat crashed onto the cold floor. In the silent palace, besides Kellisiding's heartbeat, there was also the sound of breathing behind her. Kellisiding didn't hesitate. She turned and thrust the short sword fiercely behind her. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing was extremely piercing in the silent palace. The sword trembled, numbing her tiger's mouth. In the dimness she squinted, barely making out the silhouette behind her. That young man, wasn't he Wendy's nightmare? At this moment she could truly empathize, feeling this inexplicable sense of oppression. And what shocked her most was this a human? How could a human withstand a sword strike with their neck? The young man seemed to ignore the assassin dressed as a slave girl who had struck him, and slowly spoke. Oh. Good heavens. Alson. What new game are you playing? I just returned from a night patrol and I find you playing hide-and-seek with a slave. Alson scrambled to the young man's back, crying, "Le Masua. Save me." Kellisiding didn't bother with Alson again. She knew she couldn't pass this level and would never kill her target. So she gritted her teeth, lifted her leg and kicked viciously at the man's crotch. Ugh! A short cry of pain escaped her lips. It was Kellisiding's own voice, because what she kicked felt not like flesh but like a stone. But the man didn't even move half a step. Kellisiding knew she might be finished. Her proud swordsmanship had no room to maneuver before this young man. Even if her swordsmanship were superb, she couldn't cut through stone as hard as iron with one blow. Ha! Remos let out a low chuckle involuntarily. He hadn't seen a bug that could resist for a long time. How novel. Then with a big hand he grabbed Kellisiding's jaw firmly and slammed her against the cold iron wall behind him. Bang! Ugh! A dull thud shook her eardrums. Kellisiding felt as if her internal organs were displaced and a rush of coppery sweetness surged into her throat. Under Remos' gaze the flesh on her face began to writhe and deform eerily. The originally stubborn face had transformed into a youthful maiden's countenance. Fuck! What the hell are you? Remos' shock was still caught in his throat when the rapid clatter of footsteps came from outside. Approaching from afar. At the head was Duke Abot, followed by dozens of soldiers holding torches high. Remos only glanced at Duke Abot, then quickly returned his gaze to the girl he was gripping. The girl's pupils were dilating at a visible rate, fine black lines spreading like a spiderweb across her cheeks, exuding a deathly stillness. Remos quickly let go and stepped back half a pace. After all, this world had supernatural powers. He didn't want to accidentally pick up some curse or something. He was very clear about his own role. He could be called a tank warrior. In plain words, he was an iron bull with immense strength. He wasn't afraid of a one-on-one head-on collision. But he was afraid of soul attacks or curses because he had never experienced them. Faced with such eerie methods, he didn't know if he could withstand them. Duke Abot said nothing, walked directly to the girl and muttered to himself, unclear whether he was speaking to Remos or to everyone present. She poisoned herself. When did the thousand-faced divine cult come to this godforsaken place? Thousand-faced divine cult. Remos was full of doubts. Duke, what is the thousand-faced divine cult? Abot answered stiffly. Just a bunch of madmen who think they are righteous. They naively believe that if they sacrifice the faces of so-called sinners to their worship deity, then everyone in this world will only show warm smiles with no more tears or worries. Hearing Duke Abot's words, Remos' first reaction was that they were indeed madmen. How could there be only one voice in this world? All right. Don't think too much, child. You did well. Get some rest early. You don't need to handle the aftermath. Besides, this person has already poisoned herself. I need to investigate her identity now to see if she is a native of our empire misled by an alien evil god. Abot patted Remos' shoulder, signaling him to withdraw and rest early. Just as Remos was about to return to rest, Lady Matier's figure rushed in like a gust of wind, roughly pushing aside the soldiers blocking her way. She threw herself crying onto Ausen. Oh. God's bless. Thank goodness you're safe. Lady Matier said with a slight sob and gently kissed Ausen's forehead. Ausen gently broke free from Lady Matier's embrace, pointed at Remos, who hadn't left yet, and said, Mother. Remos saved me. If it weren't for him tonight, I might not have seen you tomorrow. Lady Matier's eyes reddened and she nodded at Remos. Thank you for saving Ausen. From now on you will always be a guest of the Phyland family. I thank you in the name of the family. If you have any needs you can mention them to me and I will do my best to satisfy you. Remos just smiled faintly with no hint of taking credit in his expression. Madam, you flatter me. I have no friends in the Empire. I only play with Ausen usually. Isn't it natural for friends to help friends? Duke Abot interrupted their conversation. All right. It's almost dawn. Remos, go rest. Matier, send a hawk messenger, tell them to come immediately to the Imperial Center for a meeting. Then his gaze fell on the girl's stiff cold body. Take her away. Before I identify her, I have a way to keep her flesh from decaying. When Remos saw Kellisiding again, her face no longer bore the black lines that had once covered it, leaving only a pallid, bloodless complexion. She lay completely naked on a cold stone bed surrounded by various unknown herbs. Kellisiding herself was the illegitimate daughter of Viscount Gaiwusier de Lexixi. Upon learning this news, Madame Madier flew into a rage and Gaiwusi himself was temporarily imprisoned by Abot on suspicion of colluding with the cult. At the same time, his status in the Senate was revoked. So when the interests or safety of the nobility are threatened, these people often act swiftly. In less than 7 days everything was resolved except for the vampire that had been burned to ash, still not found. And there was also the rebel army. Remos still couldn't understand why hundreds of men couldn't capture them. According to Luwasi, as soon as the imperial forces left, the rebels would arrive, and when he came they would leave beforehand. These people seemed to be able to predict every move of the empire, truly eerie. Heavens! Remos, why did that woman want to kill me? She seemed able to transform into others. Ausen stood behind Remos, terrified that the person lying on the stone bed might suddenly open her eyes and stab him.
As long as Lei Mosi was there he felt much safer. Lei Mosi shrugged. How should I know why that woman wanted to kill you? Besides, you've never left the palace, right? Logically, being able to find your location so precisely, could it be some strange sorcery? Alson rubbed his chin with 2 fingers, his gaze sweeping over Kelasiting's face. What a pity. I wanted to watch this woman's own flesh being sliced off by my knife. Speaking of which, he started to get agitated again. I'll even invite Gaiwusi to come and watch. His own illegitimate daughter dared to assassinate me. Lei Mosi shook his head. Don't be foolish, child. Madame Madier won't allow you to do that. Just be a good boy and stay put. Poof. Alson rubbed his hands together. All right. This place is too cold and damp. I'm leaving. I don't want to stay with the dead. After leaving those words, Alson fled as if escaping death. But in Lei Mosi's eyes it seemed that this child wasn't really afraid of death. Even when nearly killed, his first thought was to threaten others, not to beg for mercy. That actually earned him some respect from Lei Mosi. For a moment the cold room was left with only a servant and Lei Mosi. Lei Mosi stared intently at Kelasiting's bloodless face, growing more curious by the second. What kind of power could allow a person to become someone else? Even height and hair could change. It was unreasonable. So he ordered the slave beside him, go cut off her face for me. The slave hesitated in fear. Ah. Me. My lord, this. Lei Mosi. Yes, you. What's wrong? If you're unwilling, I'll cut off your face instead. In the end the cowardly slave could only take a small knife, his fingers trembling so much he could barely hold it, scraping bit by bit, peeling Kelasiting's face away from the flesh. Be careful. Don't damage it. Lei Mosi instructed from the side. After a moment the slave carefully held the skin of Kelasiting's face and said to Lei Mosi, my lord. This. Lei Mosi, seeing that the slave was unharmed, finally dared to touch the face skin. He wrapped a cloth around his fingers and lifted the face skin with both hands. Abot said she had only taken poison, but Lei Mosi thought it prudent to be cautious. He stared at the face skin for a long time but could find nothing unusual. Could a mere piece of face skin really change one's appearance? How peculiar. Just then a commotion arose from outside the door. Let me go. You damn bastards. Colluding with a cult. You're framing me. Illegitimate daughter. All lies. I want to see who's behind this. Bang. The wooden door burst open and a fat figure stumbled in, losing his balance and crashing heavily in front of the stone bed. As he looked up, his eyes met Lei Mosi's, who was holding a face skin in both hands. Gaiwusi. Lei Mosi blurted out. Gaiwusi didn't answer immediately but froze for a moment. A strange suffocation rose in his chest. He wanted to cry but couldn't, only feeling a deep aching pain. He slammed the floor with his fist. Heavens. Kelasiting, what have you done? Then he clasped his hands together. Gods, please forgive this poor child. She was only deceived by outside whispers and became a pawn of the evil god. Deep down Gaiwusi knew there was no room for excuses now. In front of Duke Abot any cleverness would only lead to a worse death. Lei Mosi watched Gaiwusi's distraught state, remain silent for a moment, then gently placed the peeled face skin back onto Kelasiting's face. Sorry. I didn't know. She really is your illegitimate daughter. Before Gaiwusi's emotions could surge again, several guards pushed open the door, grabbed his arms without a word and dragged him out. He kicked his feet wildly on the ground, struggling. Let me go. This has nothing to do with me. I demand a legal duel. Let me see Duke Abot. The guard sighed. All right, Gaiwusi. You've seen her now. The Senate will give you a fair judgment. I believe you have nothing to do with this. And I believe you won't die. No. Gaiwusi continued to struggle. I agree to your legal duel. His shouting suddenly stopped as he turned to see Madame Madier, who had just arrived. If I lose, what will be the verdict? Madame Madier looked coldly at Gaiwusi, thinking to herself that executing Gaiwusi was unlikely, as Duke Abot would never allow it. But members of the Senate rarely die unless they commit treason. Speak. Madame Madier. What will happen if I lose? Gaiwusi felt a pang of fear, but he was somewhat confident in winning. The gladiator he had bought was very strong. He shouldn't lose, right? Madame Madier had no gladiators. She never played that game. She couldn't possibly send the young Lei Mosi to fight in her place, could she? Kuntang would never allow such a dangerous thing. Madame Madier, unaware of Gaiwusi's thoughts, sneered. If you lose, you will be castrated. Since you failed to discipline your illegitimate daughter, we'll discipline your little brother. If you win, nothing happens, but you will be stripped of your status as a senator and lord of the Air de l'Exercice territory. Finally, Madier added, Duke Abot will witness this. Do you have any objections? And no. None. Gaiwusi had no choice. He was truly afraid of the Senate's judgment falling upon him.
Legal duels are actually quite intriguing.
They are a form of trial in the Empire where disputes are resolved through force. The core logic is that the gods are believed to protect the wronged party. Nobles generally have their own gladiators to participate in legal duels while commoners have to fight themselves. If the opposing parties are a man and a woman, to ensure fairness, the man usually ties his feet together and duels the woman. So Gaius immediately began searching for someone who could win this duel for him, even if it meant spending a large amount of gold coins. But Lady Mathilde seemed not very concerned, or rather she trusted Remus more, so for this legal duel they decided to send Tiger, who had been trained by Remus.
Remus.
Here. Orson threw a wooden box to Remus.
Through the prompt from his golden finger in his mind, Remus already knew what was inside the box. Giving it to me now.
Our agreement hasn't been fulfilled yet, has it?
Orson looked nonchalant, saying, "This thing is just a decoration to me, it's useless.
Besides, you saved my life.
Whether I win the duel or not, I will give this to you. Just because you saved my life, and aren't we friends?" Remus nodded, indicating he accepted the gift.
After all, this was originally his belonging, he was just receiving it early. Do you know who else has the remains of these monsters?
Remus felt it wasn't enough and wanted more.
Orson shook his head. There's none left. You've been here long enough, you should know that no one specifically collects these things. The Empire explicitly forbids contact with all outside things. Some items are just turned a blind eye to by the Duke, but people still don't go out of their way to collect them. If you happen to get one, just keep it as a curiosity, like the fur of some strange animal. Remus was not disappointed by this answer. He had already searched for what he could, done what he could. What wasn't there just wasn't there. Unless he could find a way to leave this empire. After bidding farewell to Orson, he took out the box and opened it. Inside was a palm covered in red fur, just skin and bone, no flesh at all, and felt rough to the touch.
Remus guessed it must be some kind of ape-like demon beast. He then took out the palm, interlocked his fingers, and gave a gentle squeeze. Decomposition and synthesis.
The colors in his eyes rapidly faded.
Once again that stark black and white silent world unfolded before him.
Behind the black and white figure also appeared a silhouette of an ape-like creature, just as Remus had thought, an ape-like demon beast. Martial Arts True Interpretation Diagram SHA 20 strands Simulation points 818 points Iron Finger Eagle Claw Art 200 years of power Vajra Palm 200 years of power Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth 500 years of power Vajra Leg 200 years of power Ha.
Indeed, somewhat disappointed. Remus muttered to himself, feeling a bit down.
No light body skill is fine, but it's been over a year and I still can't even shatter a city with one palm strike.
Still a tough Iron Bull.
However, the advantage was that he didn't fear the Empire's legal duels. At least for now, he was invincible in one-on-one combat. Even though Orson's gift didn't fully satisfy him, he still had to do what needed to be done. He must win the duel. He also had to make Orson happy. In this regard he was still somewhat trustworthy, not the type to take the money and slack off unless the task given was too troublesome, then he might ignore it after taking the money.
As for how? Very simple.
He needed to make Tiger feel anger.
Only anger could drive a person completely mad.
Mainly Remus was worried that Tiger would slack off and not use the fighting techniques he taught to perform seriously for the nobles. So he had to put Grace in a difficult position.
Only Grace could make this slacker fight desperately to perform.
The moon climbed up the branches. This time there was no crow's caw and the center of the Empire was very quiet. Tonight Remus specially put a silver necklace on Grace and ordered the slave girls to dress her up.
When Remus's gaze fell on the thin linen waist-tie dress, he only found it novel.
After all, he had seen everything and played with everything, so there was no lecherous up and down gaze.
He then beckoned, "Come. Sit on my lap."
Hearing this, Grace kept rubbing her fingers, her head lowered, staring at the ground, not daring to face this man at all. She had always been obedient, following the slave girls to organize pottery or wipe the courtyard every day. She didn't even dare to secretly visit her brother, only learning about his condition through other slaves. Sometimes she would ask other slaves who could see her brother to pass a message saying she was fine.
"What? Can't you hear? When I tell you to come, you come."
As soon as Remus's voice fell, Grace trembled violently, lowered her head and moved step by step. Finally she carefully turned sideways and gently sat on Remus's lap, her breathing extremely light. Before Grace was even seated properly, Remus directly wrapped an arm around her slender waist and with his other hand he pinched her chin, forcefully lifting her face. "What are you afraid of?
I'm not going to eat you. Why are you always slow when I command you to do something? Do you want some slaves to teach you how to behave? Haven't the other slaves taught you how to behave?
Or haven't they told you that you can't offend me here?"
"No. I haven't."
Grace's voice trembled slightly as she shook her head instinctively.
Remus tapped her nose. "No rush. I'm not blaming you, I just might sound harsh."
"For a beautiful woman like you, how could I be harsh? You've been here so long, have you ever seen me abuse any slave or hit anyone?" As he spoke he pressed Grace's head onto his shoulder, stroking her like a cute kitten, saying, "I am very kind-hearted. I see you haven't seen your brother for a long time, have you? You must miss him very much, right?" As soon as Remos finished speaking, the sound of dragging chains came from outside the corridor. Clank. 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 Taiga was shoved forward by the guards, yet his back remained straight. When he was finally brought before Lemos, his gaze swept past the man on the throne and came to rest on Gulacy. Gulacy was seated on that demon's lap. Taiga instinctively tried to clench his fists, but in his fury he forgot that his hands had long been severed. Gulacy knew her brother had arrived. She turned her face away almost instantly, a sheen of moisture quickly spreading in her eyes. She bit her lip, unwilling to let her brother see her shame and afraid to meet his gaze, which was filled with injuries. Taiga. Good evening. I had the servants prepare an especially hearty dinner tonight. How did it taste? As Lemos spoke he casually pinched Gulacy's slender waist. Taiga watched the scene in silence, his teeth grinding audibly, the veins on his temples bulging. Hoarsely he said, "Not bad. There's meat but a bit short on wine." "Oh. My God, my friend, having meat to eat is already good enough." Lemos burst into laughter. "If you could go outside you'd see a crowd of people fighting over moldy bread in muddy water." He then took Gulacy's hand. She struggled only slightly before receiving a warning pinch on her waist. "Look at your sister, how well she lives with me. I haven't assigned her a single bit of rough work." To prove his point, Lemos spread Gulacy's palm and waved it in front of Taiga, showing her rosy fair palm. "See? This is wonderful. If you two were out there now, captured and sold as slaves to some brutal nobles, I imagine Gulacy would be in a terrible state, wouldn't she? So meeting me is your good fortune, isn't it, my friend?" Taiga slowly lowered his head, a stifling anger in his chest. He dared not refute Lemos, afraid that his anger would be taken out on his sister. Lemos glanced at Gulacy, who was leaning on his shoulder, his voice laced with a feigned tenderness, but his hand couldn't help stroking her head. "All right. I've already called your brother to see you. Why won't you turn your head and look at him? Be obedient. Turn around. Your brother misses you too." As Lemos spoke his hand didn't idle. He placed his palm on Gulacy's jaw, seemingly gentle, but it was an unvoiced command that allowed no resistance. "You see. Your sister is much more radiant than when she first arrived. If she were outside she might be the noble lady of some territory. This skin is so delicate it could drip water. Look at the others, do they get such treatment?" Taiga stared at his sister's tear-filled eyes, rage blazing in his chest, flushing his entire face red. Lemos didn't care in the slightest. Instead he gently wiped away the tears rolling down Gulacy's cheek, then in front of Taiga planted a kiss on her tear-stained face. "Moi. It smells sweet." Seeing Taiji's face twisted and red with fury, Lemos's eyes glimmered with amusement. He ruthlessly pushed Gulacy away, letting her fall onto the seat, then rose slowly and deliberately, walking straight up to Taiga. Their noses were almost touching. "My friend staring at me like that makes me quite uncomfortable." Taiga met Lemos's gaze for a moment, then finally lowered his head, no longer meeting his eyes. His voice was hoarse, almost broken. "Master. I beg you to spare her, and please don't hit her. If she makes a mistake, take it out on me." Lemos raised his hand and patted Taiji's shoulder, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "What are you saying? Do I look like such a cruel person? I never hit women. And deep in my heart I've already regarded you as a friend. But now as a friend I'm facing a little trouble. What do you think I should do?" Taiga couldn't answer, his breathing was heavy. Lemos continued, 3 days from now there's a law duel. I hope you can win using the martial techniques I taught you, and you must not kill your opponent instantly. Instead you must torture him to death. Can you do that? The reason he wanted Taiga to torture the opponent to death was for the spectacle, to satisfy the perverse tastes of the nobles present. If Taiga used what he had taught to kill the man instantly, the spectacle would be greatly diminished. At least Asen paid for it, so it's fine to serve him a bit better. At the same time it would let other nobles know that the gladiator he trains is never inferior. Then maybe someone will come begging him to train their gladiators. Once there are more people, there will always be a way to learn about the outside world and gather more monster remains. That way the opportunities increase. As for the Empire's law, what is that? Until he's sure he can truly stand against the army and find a way through the magical fog forest. Then he'll take a batch of simulation points and leave directly. As for Albert, that guy looks too old. I heard he's been very sleepy lately, probably doesn't have many years left. Huff. I'll do as you command, master. Taiga took a deep breath, forcing himself to relax as he spoke. He only hoped that his sister could survive her body unharmed. As for the rest, he could only think that if he didn't see it, it hadn't happened.
As long as Gulacy's limbs were normal and there were no signs of beating on her body, then everything was fine. Good. As long as you do as I say. Then everyone will be fine. For example, Gulacy, she will always be beautiful. After Taiga was taken away, Gulacy quickly got down from the seat and knelt directly before Remos, her voice choked with sobs. My lord. I beg you. Please don't make things difficult for my brother anymore. Gulacy is willing to do anything to obey your every word. Remos crouched down in front of Gulacy, his hand rubbing her cheek. You're crying again. So happy to see your brother. Then maybe I should arrange no more meetings in the future. Gulacy shook her head desperately. No. I. Her throat seemed clogged, the remaining words unable to escape. The warmth in Remos's eyes vanished, his face turning cold. Then what do you mean? If I'm not good to your brother, will you dare to disobey me in the future? Gulacy was startled by his tone, her sobs mingling with fear. No. My lord, that's not what I meant. I only hope you will show mercy to my brother. Remos seemed to find toying with the girl tiresome. The coldness in his eyes receded, replaced by a warm smile. He reached out and helped Gulacy up, his tone gentle. What are you saying? What do you mean by show mercy to your brother? Taigu and I are friends. How can there be talk of mercy between friends? I was just joking with you. Every sob from Gulacy was accompanied by an uncontrollable tremor. Remos simply pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, your brother and I are friends. Friends should help each other. You're his sister, so it's only right that I treat you well. As he spoke, he glanced at her skirt, frowned slightly, and added a hint of reproach in his voice. Look. Such a fine linen skirt, and you've soiled it with your tears. See this. Gulacy didn't lift her head, she silently undid her dress. The wind brushed over her bare shoulders. Trembling, she said, I'm sorry. Christine was dead, but perhaps only yesterday. Wendy still could not believe that her former friend had simply left her like this. She stood on the central avenue of the Empire, gazing at her friend's naked body nailed to a cross. Christine's face was gone. How could she recognize her friend? Because they had bathed together, slept together. Thus Wendy knew that the figure on the cross was Christine. Then an obese old man leading a boy with skin unnaturally pale stepped forward. He raised his arms and declared in a booming voice, behold. This is the new king of our Zalualan Empire. The old man pointed at the figure on the cross, his tone turning shrill, and this woman. She is an evil which bestowed by the dark forces beyond the Empire. Our new king, in order to protect the Empire's subjects, suffered a curse and became what he is now. The commoners who had never seen the new king before erupted in a thunderous roar of fury. In the crowd, Wendy, wearing a hood, saw every face contorted with incited rage and malice. Not a single trace of doubt surfaced among the masses, no one questioned the truth of the words. Wendy only felt a pang of disappointment. Life in the central street of the Empire was indeed much better than in many other places. Yet there was still slave trade. If they had been born on a small island beyond the Empire, would they still be so furious for the new king? The crow's indication was clear: crows never alight upon the innocent. Wendy believed this. This new king must have done something to attract the crow's attention. Remos was also present out of mere curiosity. He could not understand why the Senate had suddenly pulled this stunt. He also could not see the point. Showing Orson to the public, claiming he had become like this to protect them. But judging by the scene, these people seemed to actually believe it. Yet what was the purpose? They could never leave anyway. On the contrary, a great many people wished to be sold here. He found life in the central street no different from life anywhere else. The only difference perhaps were the steel architecture that did not belong to this era. Yet even those steel buildings did not affect his quality of life. Or perhaps the people here on a larger scale were better looking than elsewhere. Watching this tedious spectacle, he suddenly felt like cursing, fuck. I'm just wasting my time. They said it was a parade. I thought there might be some rioters to let me stretch my muscles. Instead, a bunch of people are defending Orson. Orson needs your defense. He'll go home and eat roast peacock while you go home and dip black bread in water. I can't fathom it. Complaints aside, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Walls have ears. At least he had brought a few guards who knew if they would gossip and cause unnecessary trouble. He turned his gaze back to the crowd and thought he saw a familiar face. Most people wore hoods, but the profile was too similar. Just as he tried to look more, his view was blocked by other figures. He walked over, slowly tapped the shoulder of that familiar-looking person and said, "Hey." The person was so startled that her hood fell off, revealing a face covered in pus-filled sores. From the side she looked like Wendy, but her front view showed a flattened nose and most disgustingly a pair of eyes that gazed in different directions. Remos quickly wiped his hand on the clothes of a nearby guard. What the fuck? That's disgusting. The girl, terrified, hastily pulled the hood back over her head to conceal her repulsive face, trembling as she said, "Sorry. My apologies, my lord. Have I offended you in any way?" Remos noticed different gazes turning toward him, so he forced a smile. "No. You are all subjects of the Empire. How could you frighten me? I just mistook you for someone else." The girl hurriedly bowed, then fled the scene like a kitten encountering a stranger. Ramos's gaze lingered on the fleeing back for a moment. The smile vanished from his lips. He turned to the guards around him and instructed, "Follow her discreetly. I suspect she is a spy from the insurgents. After all, how could such a strange-looking person appear in the central street of the Empire? Don't you agree? Report to me if anything happens." The guards nodded and quietly followed. It was not unreasonable for Remos to be suspicious. He had indeed left Wendy with a breath of life, but given the medical conditions at the time, could Wendy have survived? It seemed quite implausible. Moreover, the simulation points in his mind kept increasing, so he could not tell whether Wendy was still contributing points. Mainly, he had seen Duke Albert's metal arm encountered a vampire, and then this person who could change into another's form. At the slightest sign of trouble, he preferred to be cautious. After all, even now he could not fully understand what the outside world was like. And why was Orson assassinated? Remos could not figure that out either. An anomaly who had grown up in the palace, stepping onto the street for the first time, and yet he was assassinated. Moreover, the Empire's throne was not hereditary, it rotated among the 7 great families. The real power lay with the Senate. Meanwhile, the 2 guards dispatched by Remos kept following the hooded girl. She turned into an alley, pushed open a side door and entered. The guards exchanged a glance and followed. Behind the door was not a passage as expected, but a group of frightened slaves about to be auctioned. They also saw the girl whose ugly face they remembered, now cowering in a corner. "My lords, what is the matter?" A fat merchant, seeing 2 soldiers suddenly barging in, grew nervous. He rubbed his hands and approached tentatively. "Are you interested in a particular slave?" "I also have women, many women." One of the soldiers pointed directly at the corner. "What's the story with that girl?" The merchant followed the soldier's finger, furrowed his brow. "My lord. I was planning to sell this batch of slaves and then take her out to sea and dump her. If you 2 lords fancy her, I'll give her to you." The soldier also showed a disdainful expression. "No need. I just came to check. After all, such an ugly person cannot be allowed to appear on the imperial streets. Sell your slaves, but don't let those deformed things offend the eyes of the nobility. Do you understand?" The merchant flared up at this. "Hey! You little wretch! You dared to sneak onto the street. What if you soil the eyes of the nobility?" The girl curled up in the corner, panicked. "No. I didn't. My lord, you can ask the brothers and sisters here. I never went out." The merchant strode over and began kicking and beating her. "Hey! You wretch! You dare lie! I'll beat you to death today." The girl wept and cried out, "Woo-woo! I really didn't. My lord! I didn't run away." Seeing this, the soldiers knew the girl had tried to escape, but finding themselves followed, had been forced to return. One soldier intervened. All right. Stop beating her. You cannot kill anyone in the Imperial Central District. If she dies, the Empire's law will not joke with you." The soldier's words had effect. The merchant immediately stopped and put on a flattering smile. "Sorry. My fault. As he spoke, he approached the soldiers and slipped them a few silver coins. "All right, since it's my fault, let me buy you 2 lords a drink." The soldiers weighed the silver coins in their hands, said nothing more, and turned to leave. No sooner had they taken a few steps than a miserable wail erupted behind them. "I really didn't go out. My lord, please don't hit me." "Woo-woo." The soldier merely shook his head faintly, his steps never faltering, as if it were just the usual sound from a prison cell. In a strange stone chamber stood a massive stone pillar covered with human faces. Exactly 1 face was missing from a recess at the bottom, and in that space lay a human face, Christine's face. Wendy knelt alone before that cleansed face. Candlelight flickered in the dark night, and beside her lay a slender sword quietly resting at her side. "Christine is dead." Wendy broke the silence first. Creak. A bearded man soon emerged from the darkness. "She is not dead. She has merely returned to the embrace of the 1,000-faced god." Wendy reached for the slender sword, her gaze fixed on the man, her voice filled with confusion. "Master, I don't understand. Why did the crow lead us to the Empire? The crow's vision visited me in a dream. I saw that man. I told Christine not to go this time because she would die. Why did she still go?" The man spoke expressionlessly, his tone devoid of emotion. "It was her mission. You missed your turn last time, but her path is not yet finished. So you must walk it for her. The divine oracle cannot be defied." Silence engulfed the stone chamber. After a long while, Wendy spoke slowly. "I will walk the path to the end. The worst that can happen is that I go to join Christine. The man nodded and turned back. In the future, remember to cover your tracks and consider the consequences. Today you killed a merchant and I happened to be there. You are my student, so I cleaned up after you. With that, the man's figure vanished into the darkness. The stone chamber fell silent save for the faint crackling of the candle flame. And Wendy remained kneeling before the great stone pillar, quietly gazing at Christine's face. As expected, Guy Wuxi must participate in this legal duel. If he loses, castration awaits him and he will never be able to be a real man again. So to be safe, he spent a fortune buying a small giant over 2 meters tall from a slave trader. Because with his obese body he couldn't possibly participate in the legal duel, so he had to find a substitute. Of course, Madame Madier was the same. This time to seek justice for her son, and also because she had previously promised her son that she would give him a gladiator of his own. So the one fighting this time was naturally Taigu, trained by Remos. And the excitement of this legal duel seemed to surpass previous ones. All the nobles who could come had arrived. Even the 2 mages who seldom went out quietly found a shaded spot and sat down. However, what Remos didn't expect was that Duke Ai Bote actually did not come to watch. If Guy Wuxi really got judged and had to live with the stigma of castration, he would likely be pointed at among the nobles. Wouldn't Duke Ai Bote come out to say something? Maybe then when the knife comes down he could still leave Guy Wuxi half. TSK. Remos shook his head, couldn't help but laugh at his own thought. What did he mean by leaving Guy Wuxi half? Even if half was left, it wouldn't be usable, would it? So he composed himself, swaggered over to Taigu standing behind the iron gate, and patted the back of his head as if soothing a beast ready to pounce. Hey, buddy. See that big guy shouting stupidly over there? He thinks yelling loudly will help his master win this duel. But you know what I want. Winning is a must, but I want you to not win too quickly. I want you to slice him to death bit by bit, satisfying the audience's entertainment. Understand? There was no fear in Tai Ji's eyes nor any desire to fight. He just nodded numbly, responding to Remos' words. My lord. I understand. Hearing this, Remos patted Tai Ji's back of the head and said with satisfaction, good. You satisfy the audience and the audience will satisfy you. If you do as I say tonight, I can let your sister come and have dinner with you and you can have a whole night together. I won't take her away until the sun rises, okay? Finally Remos added, oh. By the way, she is also here today. I arranged for her to be in a place where at least no one would notice, so she can silently pray for you. Boo. Boo. With a dull sound the iron gate opened. Tai Ji's appearance raised the cheers from the audience a few notches. Although Guy Wuxi had some confidence in the new gladiator he bought, he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. He shouted, fuck. You bastard, cost me a fortune. So far those slave traders say you haven't lost a single match. Now what use are those 2 swords tied to that guy opposite who has no hands? Now I order you to crush him directly. Roar. The gladiator Guy Wuxi bought seemed unable to speak, only knowing how to roar. Remos seemed to have noticed this too. It seemed Guy Wuxi had bought a fool with immense strength to fight his legal duel for him. Desperate remedies. It can't be that just being big and strong guarantees victory, right? Guy Wuxi doesn't look like a fool, so what's going on? The 2 mages who came this time also noticed that the gladiator Guy Wuxi bought seemed interesting. Azula was the first to mock Ao Ruelia. Your country is really interesting. When you can't decide a case, you just have 2 unrelated people fight to the death. And there's even a guy with an abnormal mental state. Ao Ruelia sneered, watch if you want or get lost. And you were the one who asked to come here. I didn't call you. He. It's just too boring here. We haven't found any vampires, but instead we saw those heretics of the 1,000-faced god. Really interesting. Knowing Ao Ruelia was a bit annoyed, Azula also stopped while he was ahead. By the way, Ao Ruelia, I think we should go back. I've noticed that this country of yours has very low elemental energy, suitable only for undead creatures to live here. If we really can't find it, let's go back. Ao Ruelia replied expressionlessly, okay. I understand. We'll stay 5 more days, then we'll go back. I should at least say goodbye to my biological father, right? Because it's very likely I won't come back in the future. While the 2 were chatting, the audience suddenly erupted with thunderous shouts, quick. Big idiot. Tear that guy apart. Azula also perked up, hey. Ao Ruelia. Look, they're fighting. This is really interesting. How about a bet? I say that big idiot will soon smash the brains of that guy with his hands cut off. How about a bottle of low-level mana potion as the bet? We'll settle the account when we get back to the academy. Ao Ruelia held up 2 fingers, 2 bottles. Taiga paid no heed to the spectators' shouts, his eyes constantly searched for the figure that haunted his mind. He turned back seeing only a blur and found the demon staring at him from behind the iron door through the gaps in the bars. Suddenly, he spun around and charged in amidst the shocked gazes of the damned audience and nobles. He thrust his sword through the cold iron bars, driving it deep into the center of Remos's forehead. Fuck. Just start the fight already. What is that armless bastard looking at? Is he looking for his daddy's dick? The crowd's insults quickly snapped Taiga back from his fantasy. He found no trace of his sister, so he turned and stared again at the massive creature across from him. The giant across the way pounded his chest heavily, then picked up his heavy hammer and strode toward Taiga, swinging it with a gust of wind aimed at Taiji's forehead. Taiji's face remained expressionless. He executed a simple swift roll, simultaneously slashing a wound across the giant's thigh. At the sight of blood, the spectators and nobles in the stands erupted into frenzy. Gaius slammed his fist viciously against the nearest wall, cursing under his breath, "Fuck." Then like a madman he shouted from the railing, "Fuck. Why can't that stupid pig smash that fellow into meat paste with one blow?" But amidst the deafening roar the giant couldn't hear a word Gaius was saying. All he knew was that if he killed the little man with swords strapped to his arms he wouldn't go hungry. So he swung his hammer again, aiming to crush Taiga. Taiga instantly recognized that the giant relied solely on brute force, just as the demon had taught him. Some people look huge, but many are just empty strength, actually nothing more than moving wooden posts. What I teach you you'll never learn outside. Study hard. Watch carefully. Though he had a chance to slice off half the giant's head with one stroke, Taiga refrained. Remos's orders were absolute. Because his sister was waiting for him, he engaged in another round of maneuvering, using close-quarters footwork to pierce the giant's calf with his sword once more. The giant seemed to feel no pain. He clumsily swung his hammer again, trying to strike the smaller man from the opposite side. Taiga ducked into a low crouch, the hammer grazing his scalp, and with another thrust he carved a chunk of flesh from the giant's arm. Witnessing this bloody combat for the first time, Orson clapped his hands on the chair in excitement. "Oh, this is my gladiator. So this is what real combat looks like." He turned to Lady Matilda. "Moem. This gift is amazing. This gladiator is well trained." Lady Matilda merely smiled and said nothing. She never liked her only son watching such things, but sometimes men need to grow. This was her way of educating him. Azura frowned. "Good heavens. Look at that giant, he seems to feel no pain. But I might lose this bet." Aurelia replied smugly, "Naturally. That giant doesn't feel pain. In my eyes he's just a fool, and in the eyes of an evil black-robed mage he's often just a piece of material." Below the arena, Taiga continued to circle around the giant, each swing of his short sword carving away flesh until the giant's calf was stripped to the bone. The giant could no longer stand and crashed to the ground. Now he no longer resembled the painless fighter of before. Instead he cried out like a child, "I won't eat. I won't eat. I want to go home." His wails mingled with the fanatical shouts of the spectators, forming the unique sound of the arena. Though Taiga longed to end the pitiful fool's life with one stroke right then, he couldn't. He saw the eyes behind the iron door. Their owner signaled satisfaction. But it was still not over. "Sorry." Taiga, not knowing if the giant could hear, delivered another blow that severed his hand. "Ah." The face behind the iron door still didn't nod. Taiga sliced off the simpleton's other arm as well. The giant whimpered, tears mingling with blood. Before he had suffered pain, but he always thought a full meal and a good sleep would make it better. Those people always told him, "Just obey and beat those bad guys to death and you'll get food. They're the ones who stole your food, that's why you're always hungry." But now, he had no hands. How would he eat? He couldn't stand either. Would he ever be able to get up after a night's sleep? Good. 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 Orson suddenly stood and applauded. Taiga noticed, but his gaze kept drifting to the face behind the iron door. Finally he saw that face nod. Without hesitation he thrust his short sword straight through the giant's throat. The whimpering stopped. But the stand still surged with endless fanatical cheers. Gaius collapsed to his knees in exhaustion. Seeing the outcome, the soldiers simply stepped forward to escort him away. He shouted in anger about injustice, demanding a replacement, clutching his head. "Oh no. Lady Matilda. I want a replacement. This is unfair. Please give me another chance. Let's fight 3 rounds. If I lose 2, I'll submit to castration right away." Lady Matilda ignored the man who was about to become a cripple, merely watching coldly as the obese man writhed on the ground. It was his reckless breeding that had nearly caused Orson's death. So he deserved no pity. Gaius couldn't understand either. The monster he had bought at great expense couldn't even defeat a man without arms. Hadn't those slave traders said that with a heavy hammer, even if the opponent had a shield, one blow would crush them? Gaius had even seen it tested. Indeed, with a shield the giant could finish the opponent in one blow, or at most a few.
And the giant felt no pain or injury. In Gaius's eyes this was a natural-born king of the arena.
How could he not even land a single blow?
The noise began to subside and Gaius was dragged away by the soldiers to face judgment. This farce of a gladiatorial spectacle for the nobles' amusement came to an end. Only the gamblers who had lost their bets continued to curse the headless corpse lying on the sand. Tage. Your performance today was commendable and I have honored my promise by bringing your sister.
Remos flung open the cell door and shoved Grace inside.
I have also arranged a sumptuous feast for you both, enough to keep you and your sister conversing throughout the night.
Consider it your reward.
Grace, overcome with emotion, immediately embraced her brother who was leaning against the wall. As siblings reunited, tears flowed naturally between them, yet Remos found such weeping scenes distasteful. The very sight of their sorrowful exchange made him feel a wave of nausea rising within him. With a look of disdain he curled his lip and turned away. The moment he had turned, Tage's voice of gratitude echoed from behind him, "My lord."
"Thank you."
But Remos merely paused for an instant before vanishing from the cell. The evening meal arrived swiftly, with servants bearing roasted meats, wine and fresh fruit before the siblings could even speak. Such delicacies were fit for nobility, indicating Remos was in good spirits today, yet the siblings paid no mind to the food. Grace clung tightly to her brother's severed wrist, unspoken words hanging in the air as tears seemed to convey everything.
"I'm sorry, Grace. Did you see me today?"
Grace replied through sobs, "Yes.
I watched you fight the entire time.
Every time you brushed past danger my heart nearly leapt from my chest." Tage opened his mouth to say something but found no words.
"By the way, brother, are you hungry? Shall I feed you tonight?"
Grace spoke while picking up a slightly charred fowl leg. At least tonight the siblings would have endless words to share.
"Duke, are you quite well?"
Albert half opened his eyes in a daze and dismissed the black female slave who stood ready to serve him.
"Quentin Calcian.
What brings you to seek me out at this late hour?" Quentin first offered apologies to the Duke while expressing concern for his health. After all, Albert remained Lidivia's father in name, and without his guidance Quentin feared he might end up like Rostbard from the Senate.
"Nothing of consequence. Merely concern for your well-being. Gaius has been subjected to castration today. Additionally,
Lady Mathilde is hosting a banquet in a couple of days and wishes to invite you."
Albert sighed deeply, delivering startling words. "Quentin, I may not have long to live. I may no longer be able to govern this empire." Quentin's face twisted in disbelief, his tone urgent. What has happened, my lord?"
Albert gave a slight shake of his head.
"Nothing.
This is merely a natural occurrence, there is no cause for worry. Furthermore, the Empire can no longer contain these transcendent forces. My only remaining contingency lies within the imperial capital. Should danger arise in the future, I ask that you keep Lidivia safe there, even if it means confinement. At least you would both survive."
"I do not comprehend what you are saying." Quentin's voice rang with urgency yet helplessness. "Enough. I am weary.
Please convey to Mathilde that I shall attend her banquet."
Quentin hesitated but was ultimately dismissed by Albert's heavy tone. "Leave. Do not linger here and disturb my rest. I am but an old man." Quentin departed with lingering glances backward. "I shall visit frequently. Tonight I will write to Ludivia and summon her to the imperial capital."
A simple acknowledgement and silence reclaimed the room. Albert's breathing flickered like the oil lamp the maid had placed upon the desk, now bright now dim. His human arm trembled as he reached into a drawer and retrieved a pocket watch. Yet the people here seemed to know nothing of time itself.
They knew only day and night. Across the entire empire he alone understood the current hour.
He gazed down at the pocket watch and murmured softly, "You are a companion I brought from afar, unique in this land, just as my left hand remains singular and irreplaceable.
Yet you are the key to another world for me.
Your hour hand guided me through the mist, and your minute hand shattered that barrier, allowing me to perceive the full scope of this realm. But my life draws to its close. Even with your guidance I can no longer emerge from that forest." Albert stared at the pocket watch for a long while, only reluctantly putting it away when the hour and minute hands aligned at 12. He pressed his hand to his chest, the will to survive burning fiercely within him. He wished to travel to Steam City and replace his heart with one of steel, extending his lifespan while fortifying his body. Yet now he lacked the strength to leave the Empire. The Empire itself had exhausted its resources, leaving only harsh weather as his remaining trial. After the banquet commenced, Quentin remained anxious about Duke Albert, yet the man before him bore no resemblance to the waning lamp-dimmed figure from that fateful night. "Are you well, your grace?
Ludia will soon arrive at the imperial capital, and when she does she shall go nowhere else." Quentin raised his goblet and clinked it against Albert's. "Quentin. I am perfectly well." "Quentin, then all is well."
The so-called banquet was but a tiresome pastime for nobles. Lady Martel as hostess delivered her opening address, a stale recitation of time-worn platitudes.
Such formalities are customary. And once the speech concluded came the real business mingling and flattering. Hey Remos. You say I wish to drink, but would my mother permit it? Orson leaned close whispering into Remos's ear. I don't know. If you truly wish to drink I'll fetch you a cup during the toasting ceremony. Remos shrugged indifferently. He only wished this tedious affair would end each moment a slow torment. He had no patience for idle chatter. Hey Orson, was that your gladiator in yesterday's legal duel? A group of young aristocrats teased their manner laced with condescension. Orson sneered coldly. Address me as your majesty, not by name. And yes, that was my gladiator. The young lord seemed unmoved by his title. But you're not even grown yet. To call you king you must first wield something worthy of the crown. Enough Orson, don't waste time with them. Step forward and speak a few words. Lady Martell likely hopes more nobles will forge ties with you. Remos urged Orson softly. Orson knew not what to say to these aristocrats, their hollow phrases felt utterly false. So false he could not utter them himself. Troubled on your behalf. All is well. Inside Orson longed for their deaths so his mother might seize absolute power and he at last become the true king. Just as his thoughts wandered Gaius appeared, supported on either side limping toward them. A brilliant idea flashed across Orson's mind. Wasn't Gaius castrated? And wasn't he estranged from mother? To mock him now would prove my devotion to her and win her favor in return. Mother would surely reciprocate that love. Thus Gaius, propped up and frail, became Orson's first target. He feigned shock, hand flying to his mouth. Oh. Good heavens. Lord Gaius, how are you? What has befallen you? Gaius forced a brittle smile. Of course, I am quite well. I merely answered Lady Martell's invitation to attend this banquet. In truth Gaius had no desire to attend any such gathering. After all, wasn't Quentin's daughter trained at the Royal Academy of Arcanum? He sought Quentin's favor not for wine or wit but to learn if magic could restore severed limbs. He needed her help. For no one in his house dared leave the Empire, none dared journey to that forbidden mysterious land. His only hope lay with old friend Quentin. But Orson would not let Gaius slip away. Since you're here, why not drink? Leaning in he murmured, now that your manhood is gone you'll have no bastards left to assassinate me, will you? By the way, when you urinate do you do so as a man or as a woman? Gaius's face flushed crimson, yet catching Lady Martell's faint smiling gaze from afar he swallowed his fury whole. You wish to know? Then cut yourself and see for yourself. Ha ha ha. Our Empire's Viscount possesses quite the wit. Orson's laughter drew every eye in the hall. In an instant all gazes converged upon them. Yet Orson did not flinch, he thrived under scrutiny. Hey! Shall we all raise a toast to Lord Gaius? Surely he won't rush off to relieve himself after one sip. No rebuke followed his words, only quiet suppressed chuckles. Even Gaius's bitterest rivals refused to intervene openly. Only Orson, bound by no convention, unshackled by restraint. Come. Gentlemen, raise your glasses. Let us wish Lord Gaius a swift recovery, and that he may one day become a true man. Remos, please fetch me a cup of wine. Thank you. Orson knew his mother rarely permitted him wine, but if Remos handed it to him she might turn a blind eye. Remos grew increasingly impatient. Nobles were endlessly demanding, yet he'd already pledged his aid to Orson and Orson had delivered those monstrous limbs. Fetching a single cup cost little. Remos didn't bother walking far. He reached for the nearest goblet on the dais, and as he lifted it a raven swept across the roof overhead. A sudden chill gripped him, ill omen. Here Orson, your wine. Orson accepted the goblet, then noticed Remos's hands remained empty, no drink for himself. Slightly annoyed he asked. Remos. Won't you join me? Don't you wish Lord Gaius a full recovery? Remos shook his head. I do not drink by day, and lately I've felt unwell. Still, if you wish my company I could take a small sip. No, never mind. If you're unwell spare yourself. Wine waits for no one. Once mother grants full permission I'll drink with you daily, and gift you beautiful slave girls. Though mildly displeased that his friend declined to drink, Orson gave it little further thought. Come, let us sincerely wish Lord Gaius prosperity and many heirs. Gaius stared at Orson, his expression darkening. He understood if no one rose to defend him tonight he would be discarded, abandoned. Forever cast aside in the ruthless game of power. As the wine touched his tongue Orson grimaced, the sharp sour tang flooded his mouth. Why, he wondered bitterly, did adults adore this poison? Still he drained the cup in one defiant motion, and directly before Gaius's coal-black glare inverted the vessel, letting the final drop fall, leaving not a trace behind. Orson had no intention of sparing Gaius. He waited, expecting his mother to intervene. But the moment he opened his mouth, a foreign weight seized his throat, silencing him mid-breath. All around faces froze in alarm, eyes locked onto Orson with unnerving intensity. Black veins erupted across his deathly pale skin, spreading like ink spilled across parchment. Lady Martell rushed forward, arms outstretched to cradle her son. Orson strained fingers stabbing toward Remos, his voice a ragged desperate gasp, "Save me." Then, his eyes vanished beneath thick swirling blackness as though cursed, just as Christine had died. No difference at all. "Orson, what's wrong with you?" Lady Martell clutched him tight, tears bursting forth, her cry sent the crowd recoiling, instinctively clearing a wide trembling circle. "Remos. Save. With what?" He understood nothing, this affliction defied reason. Just like the assassin he'd captured days ago, who'd perished the same way. Dazed Remos looked up, nobles stood rigid, wary. Lady Martell held Orson close, her tear-streaked eyes now sharpened with accusation. Was she blaming him? Did her silence scream guilt? Her gaze spoke volumes, accusing him of handing that fatal cup to Orson. Ramos's expression hardened instantly. His left hand slid behind his back, sharp obsidian nails lengthening, gleaming faintly. Martell gritted her teeth. "You murderer. Lady Martell, you speak recklessly. If I wished Orson dead, why did I save him that day?" Remos defended himself, silently urging the crowd to retreat before violence became inevitable. This was not yet the point of no return. He wished no war with the Imperial Guard, and he had no idea what contingencies Duke Albert might have hidden within the Empire. To strike now would mean facing Albert and Aurelia Azura and countless others unnamed, unseen, or lurking in shadow. He knew with absolute certainty that Orson's death bore no connection to him. Nor would he gamble on whether unseen forces here could subdue him. He refused to be used as another's weapon. This world's powers remained beyond his comprehension, the cryptic passages in ancient texts had already tormented him enough. What if this was a curse? And what if he could not withstand it? At that precise moment he caught Quentin shaking his head, discreetly, urgently. Then Duke Albert stepped forward, voice low and grave. "This is heretic poison." He turned his gaze upon Remos and asked strangely, "Are you truly Quentin Carthane's son?" Remos inclined his head, "Yes. Your Grace, I am no heretic. And I never intended Orson harm. We were friends." Albert glanced at Martell, still mute, drowning in grief, and frowned. "This complicates matters greatly. Traditionally the chef and all kitchen slaves would be executed, but this toxin bears no mark of imperial origin." Quentin stepped forward, gently placing a calming hand on Martell's shoulder. "My lady, how could Remos be responsible? Had he meant harm, he would not have saved Orson?" But Martell heard nothing, her voice fractured, unhinged. "Silence. No, I refuse to accept this. When justice falters in uncertainty, I invoke the right of legal duel." Madame Martell could not bear Oswald's death, and descended into madness. Worse still, Albert had actually consented to her initiating a trial by law. Remos, of course, was not imprisoned, but confined to a single chamber. He did not expect, however, that his first visitor would be Aurelia. "Hello, little brother. You may not enjoy much freedom these next 3 days." Aurelia casually pulled up a chair and sat before Remos, studying this half-brother, wondering whether he would tremble with fear. Or perhaps unease. Alas, Remos remained utterly serene. "I am well, sister," he replied calmly. "Even if Madame Martell initiates the trial by law, I shall not lose, though I do not yet know its terms." "The terms?" she asked with a knowing smile. "Do you mean the consequences of victory or defeat?" "Father has already spoken to me and instructed me to reassure you. Win and you depart the imperial capital for a remote island. Lose and you face execution." "Oh, how delightfully intriguing!" Remos grinned wryly. "Execution. Truly bold of them to even imagine it. Still, you need not fret, death is utterly impossible." Aurelia leaned back in her chair. "Father has decreed it so. Hector will represent you in the trial by law. He would never allow his cherished son to suffer harm." Remos felt no dread of execution. Such an outcome was simply inconceivable. At worst he would unleash slaughter and flee. But now, alone with Aurelia, he chose instead to inquire about the world beyond. "I hear the world outside is extraordinary. Might I ever walk its paths?" "Perhaps. Father asked me the same question. This land grows increasingly inhospitable. In our tongue we say it is fit only for the dead." Remos paused, baffled. What does fit for the dead mean? Once dead, one ceases to exist. How then can one survive? He dismissed Aurelia's phrasing as mere error and pressed directly, "Tell me. How may I reach your world? Or at least describe it to me. The Empire holds no texts on such matters." "Our world?" Aurelia blinked, surprised. This half-brother wished to leave the Empire after all. "Is life here not comfortable enough? Fine food, fine lodgings. Though admittedly less splendid than ours." She withdrew from her robes a rhomboid crystal, a currency from her realm called a crystal coin capable of purchasing wonders beyond imagination. such as orcs or elves, even grimoires brimming with arcane lore. To cross over you must first secure a guide. A guide? Remos asked. Aurelia furrowed her brow pondering. Though language was shared, certain words held no equivalent in the Empire. After a moment she clarified: a guide directs your path through the Mistwood Forest. It may take the form of a key, a map, or even a pocket watch. Its shape is fluid, unbound. It will lead you past the forest's veil, then pierce the invisible barrier, opening passage to our side. Does that make sense? Could you take me there yourself? Remos asked without expectation, yet hoping just in case he might seize the opportunity. Aurelia smiled faintly. I'm afraid not. My guide serves only myself or others within our academy's inner circle, for it is tied to a compact teleportation array. If you seek one, I'll offer a hint: overseas merchants frequent the Empire. You may chance upon one among them. Yours works only for you. Seeing Remos's confusion, Aurelia patiently added: some guides are universal, but mine is bound exclusively to our kin. Were it possible to escort you across, I would not object, not for any personal cost. Rather, it is you who risks everything. Without patronage, survival beyond is perilous. You could perish namelessly in some alley. At last Remos grasped the truth: he must find that accursed guide, or remain trapped. Otherwise I'd surely lose myself in that damned forest. Yet, if the world is round, might I circumvent it entirely? By sea. Remos posed his final question. Shoo. Aurelia swiftly raised a finger to her lips. To utter that phrase in our realm invites trouble from extremists. You must never declare the world round, and above all avoid the sea. What dwells beneath its waves defies mortal comprehension. Only reckless merchants and adventurers dare sail those waters. Remos opened his mouth, but Aurelia silenced him instantly. Do not ask. Nor will I tell. Merely naming those entities risks drawing their notice. Very well. After Aurelia departed, Remos lay upon a wooden cot absorbing all he had learned. He had resided in the imperial capital for a full year. No monstrous limbs littered the streets, nothing at all. No grand auctions offered rare treasures. Reality bore no resemblance to his expectations. Nor did imperial archives contain even a single account of lands beyond. Desperate, he considered risking his life, storming the northern frontier to confront the Mistwood Forest firsthand. Yet, what if he became hopelessly lost? As dusk fell, the scent of roasting meat roused him from his wooden plank. This time Quentin himself delivered the meal, still that nauseating roasted peacock. Truth be told, Remos disliked it, but options here were scarce. Son, you'll regain your freedom in 2 days, but first I have matters to discuss. Quentin seated himself casually before Remos, mirroring Aurelia's posture. There's something I've long meant to tell you. I wished you to leave the imperial capital. Then Oswald died and Madame Martell unraveled. And so I seized this very pretext to send you away. Remos feigned appropriate astonishment. Why? Father, do you fear Madame Martell? But Oswald's death was not my doing. I know, Quentin said, raising a hand to still Remos. Listen carefully. Duke Albert nears his end. Once he perishes, chaos will erupt. My counsel: depart with Gaius for a northern isle near the frontier. 200 guards shall ensure your safety, and attend to every need. Duke Albert is dying. Remos truly recoiled. Yet today he appeared hale. Ah, life is fickle, Quentin sighed. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. This pretext makes your departure timely, and now comes what truly matters. Remos straightened, slightly alert and curious. If you encounter overseas merchants abroad, procure whatever they sell. Should I write no letter summoning you home within 3 years, vanish into obscurity, or seek Aurelia on the other side? She will aid you. As for crossing over, Gaius will know the way. Enough said on that. 3 days hence the trial by law unfolds, and Madame Martell will fall. Upon your release, pack immediately and depart without delay. Do not linger in the imperial capital. Albert's death shatters the balance. 7 great houses will tear each other apart. Do not assume your sister will shield me. The Empire is far more treacherous than it seems. This land encased in steel towers is nothing but a slaughterhouse. Quentin spoke swiftly, and departed just as abruptly, casting Remos one reassuring glance before vanishing. The empty chamber reeked of roasted meat and Remos's own frustration. He seethed inwardly. Why must these people speak in riddles? Like the ancient texts he read, their descriptions of strange powers remained maddeningly vague. Fragments echoed in his memory. Beneath Shadow's veil does the companion beside you remain the soul you once knew. Limbs long stilled in Everest town slowly rise, returning figures cloaked in familiar flesh. Flickering flames bear divine omens, their glow conceals tomorrow's answers. Step boldly into the churning mistwood, part the serpentine vines entwined with fate. What did it all mean? Remos clutched his temples, head pounding. What nonsense is this? It feels like being watched by rats skulking in some dark burrow. On the eve of his trial, two distinguished guests came to the room where Remos was temporarily held. Gaia. What are you doing here? Remos sat cross-legged on the wooden bed regarding the woman with whom he had shared a romantic past, his face filled with curiosity. Gaia gently sat on the edge of the bed, placing a hand over Lemos's. To be honest, I don't want you to leave here. Alson's death has nothing to do with you, it's just that my mother is heartbroken and has acted irrationally. Lemos replied indifferently, I know I will forgive Lady Ma dear. But I never expected you to come see me given that we have no public relationship, do we? MMH. Gaia leaned forward, resting her head on Lemos's shoulder. Publicly there is no relationship, but in my heart I wish you would marry me. I also wish the Fei Luante family and the Ka Er Sayan family could form a marriage alliance. My heart tells me that I truly like you. Unfortunately you are not a real noble, or else I would have asked my mother to betroth me to you. The fragrance of the girl's hair drifted over from time to time, but Lemos felt no stir in his heart. He only found the woman a bit annoying. Ever since he had arrived in the Empire, this woman had been hot and cold toward him, always throwing inexplicable little tantrums. In truth, he did not love Gaia, nor would he ever truly form a marriage alliance with her. He only occasionally entertained the thought of some dalliance. Then Gaia continued, but there will always be a way. After you leave the Empire, Kuan-Ting will surely find a way for you to earn merit. Besides, you can train gladiators. I believe you are very capable in combat. Once you earn merit and return to the Imperial Center, Kuan-Ting can find a way to make you a true noble. Then our two families can form a marriage alliance, okay? Lemos suddenly felt like laughing. Was this woman serious? A marriage alliance with her? He had a golden finger, perhaps he could achieve immortality in the future. Why would he hang himself from a single tree? He had yet to see the outside world. He would never stay here forever. Lemos put his arm around Gaia's shoulder and said insincerely, of course. After I leave the Empire I will atone for my guilt as a convict. I am deeply sorry for Alson's death. He was your brother and also my brother. After I leave I hope you live well. I will find a way to replace Luosi and suppress the rebels, win honor and return to the Imperial Center. Then I will formally become a noble and our two families will form a marriage alliance. Gaia smiled with satisfaction, lightly kissed Lemos on the cheek and finally left with reluctant eyes. The second distinguished guest was Ikatua Er, the gladiator who would represent Lemos in the trial tomorrow and also Lemos's publicly acknowledged elder brother. I know Alson's death may have nothing to do with you. But now you might have become a pawn in some power game. Deep down I don't want to represent you in the law trial. But father's words leave me no choice. He is a noble and our father. I don't know why, but I have never liked you. I always feel that you have some unspeakable secret. Lemos raised his eyes. Listen, Ikatua Er. I don't need you to represent me in any damn trial by combat. I also don't care if Kuan-Ting's influence has made me a pawn in a power game. What I want to say is, please don't flatter yourself. Since father told you to do it, just do it. So you came to see me tonight just to say this? Or do you think you can't stand me and will deliberately throw the fight tomorrow? Just to let this absurd rule judge me? Ikatua Er frowned, feeling that this younger brother seemed rather hostile. He might not like him, but he couldn't articulate a reason for hating Lemos. If he had to say something, it was that Lemos's usual behavior was indeed repulsive. But his father and other nobles had done the same and he hated them too. Yet compared to Lemos, when it came to equally detestable acts, he hated Lemos even more. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Lemos stared straight into Ikatua Er's frowning eyes. When you encounter a difficult question you just clam up. Ikatua Er pondered for a while before speaking. I admit I have a prejudice against you, though I don't know why. Tomorrow's trial will proceed as normal, you won't be in danger and I won't throw away my life for you. I came here just to see what it is about you that makes father so partial. To be honest, my feeling about you is, you are very fond of lying. Hey. Interesting. I'm fond of lying. Lemos said with a grin. Then give me an example. Where have I lied? Have I done anything to wrong the nobles since I arrived in the Empire? As for your claim that I would harm commoners or slaves, which noble hasn't done that? Is it because I'm not a real noble that you find my actions so repulsive? If that's the case, then please keep your disgust. I don't mind. Ikatua Er took a deep breath. Fine. Then let me ask you, earlier you said that on father's private island you encountered the rebels and escaped from them while father's other bastards and slaves were all slaughtered. I sent people to that private island. They found no living souls, only some remains. What? Are you a spy sent by the rebels? Why don't you ask the rebels about that? Why ask me? Lemos was too lazy to answer Ikatua Er's questions anymore. He had already decided that this man was insane, and seriously so. He actually pitted the slaves and couldn't tell his own stance. Lemos simply closed his eyes, letting whatever would happen tomorrow take its course. After all, Lemos felt that he had already given these people a chance to live. Whether they could withstand the army or some strange things he didn't know. But if he got angry, then tomorrow some people would surely die. Seeing that Lemos was no longer willing to answer, Hikatuaer felt there was no point in staying. On the eve of the battle, he truly wanted to see if someone like Lemos would be afraid. Also, the story of his escape from the rebels was full of doubts. Kuan-Ting had sent people to investigate. From his understanding of the rebels, they usually didn't kill slaves or civilians. Unless that day a very powerful group of pirates had come. With this thought, he left the room where Lemos was temporarily held, carrying his greatsword and wandering aimlessly. Caw! Caw! Two crow calls caught Hikatuaer's attention. He looked at the crow, tilting its head, feeling a surreal sensation. Was this crow trying to tell him something? Then he lowered his head and snorted twice. He was amused by his own foolish thought. How could a crow speak? On the day of Lemos's trial, not many people came. At least no commoners, only some nobles watching the spectacle. Madame Matir, perhaps because she had lost her only son, appeared somewhat pale in complexion. What surprised Lemosi was that Madame Matir had not sent Taigu, whom he usually taught, to participate in this legal duel. The one sent was merely a thin, shriveled old man. It seemed that Matir might just be going through the motions. Guy Wusi, without anyone noticing, had come behind Lemosi and was watching this meaningless legal duel with him through the gaps in the iron bars. I think so too. I feel that being locked up for 3 days without reason is completely unnecessary, and I can't understand why these people always love to do meaningless things. Like that old man in the arena who probably hasn't even had dinner. Perhaps something happened at home forcing him to accept certain conditions from Madame Matir, coming here to entertain everyone with his life. Lemosi's words did not seem like a reply to Guy Wusi, but rather a commentary on this duel. He was criticizing those nobles who like to do useless work to show off their existence. But things always have a twist, and perhaps the gods the nobles spoke of did not want this legal duel to be so boring, so they added a little drama to this unremarkable fight. Then Hikatuaer shouted loudly at the nobles on the platform, I had no intention of participating in this legal duel, but out of respect for my father's face I was forced to fight for my half-brother. But you have sent an old man who can't even hold a sword. What is the meaning of such an unfair duel? My brother is innocent. Now pronounce the verdict directly. As soon as the words fell, a burst of scattered whispers immediately arose in the arena. Kuan-Ting heard these murmurs and his face instantly darkened. Behind the iron gate, Lemosi was also momentarily stunned, never expecting Hikatuaer to say such things. Wind and sand swept across the arena, and Lemosi felt a wave of foolishness rushing toward him. Just an old man. He openly defied the nobles for an old man. Is killing that old man on the arena such a difficult thing? With Hikatuaer's physique and strength, he could even crush the old man to death without drawing his sword, and this farce should end. Why suddenly come out to cause trouble? To show off his chivalry. Does Hikatuaer think he is righteous by doing this? Many words of complaint instantly filled Lemosi's mind, but more than that, he was speechless. Sometimes he felt that people could really be interesting, different people always doing different things. Lemosi could understand not wanting to step into the arena for him, but Hikatuaer's open defiance of the nobles' arranged entertainment was incomprehensible. This would only embarrass Kuan-Ting. Did Hikatuaer think that by doing this Madame Matir would replace him with a more vicious opponent? Then Hikatuaer could strike. Fuck. Lemosi slapped the iron bar, then turned to complain to Guy Wusi, who had come to watch the excitement at some unknown time. Don't you think this half-brother of mine has a problem with his head? Guy Wusi nodded expressionlessly yes. But you have to think about the education your brother received before. Not bullying the weak is one of the principles. Kuan-Ting could no longer contain his inner agitation and shouted sternly, Hikatuaer, do you know what you are doing? Do you think we are bored? Playing with you here. Now pick up your weapon and immediately finish off your enemy. Once the legal trial begins, no one can refuse. This is the fairest trial. Fair. Hikatuaer retorted, at least you should find someone who can hold a sword, don't you think? Madame Matir. You want to judge my brother and you find such an old man. Just going through the motions. Matir remained silent throughout, but Kuan-Ting spoke first. Please pick up your weapon and take this duel seriously. I will not repeat this. If you think you are merciful, I think you will understand the next day that your kindness will cause many deaths. Like some families that still have no bread to eat. As soon as Kuan-Ting finished speaking, the thin old man slowly raised his short sword and pointed it at Hikatuaer, the tip trembling, his entire arm shaking uncontrollably. Hikatuaer looked into the old man's eyes, and with a single glance he understood that the gaze was nearly filled with suffocating despair and pleading. Hikatuaer knew what to do, but he absolutely did not want to do it. He had slain many bandits, but never an old man who could not even hold a sword steady. At this moment both advance and retreat were abysses. Ha! The old man mustered his last breath and thrust the sword at Hikatuaer, but it could not be aimed at any vital part. He only wanted to finish the task quickly so that his family could have clean water, bread and gold coins. This was what the big shots had promised him. The withered head flew up and rolled onto the yellow sand. The whole arena was dead silent, no cheers, no applause. It was like going through the motions waiting for the verdict of the known outcome. Although Madame Matir was the loser of the legal duel, there was no ripple on her face. Coenting's expression only slightly eased, showing no trace of joy either. Only behind the iron gate that pair of gloomy eyes quietly watched he could Tuair's deadened expression. He found it very interesting. Mila. How is that child? Duke Albert reclined on a chaise lounge, appearing on the verge of sleep, yet the tone of his inquiry remained as spirited as ever. Mila replied respectfully, you mean that illegitimate child of the Carson family? Nothing of concern. Lady Mathilde has kept her promise and the outcome of the legal duel was exactly as you anticipated. Albert let out a scoff. That wasn't anticipation. Quentin would never abandon his child. I'm merely curious what other deal the two of them made behind my back. Mila did not respond, standing silently before the Duke's desk awaiting his further instructions. The room fell into a long silence, so prolonged that only the sound of their breathing could be heard before Albert finally spoke, his voice still calm. Mila. How long have you been with me? The nearly 50-year-old slightly plump black woman folded her hands quietly on her skirt. After a moment of thought, her voice came as softly as a breeze turning pages. I don't know. I only remember that you took me out of the slums. Back then the Duke was still young and many noble ladies were smitten with you. Thanks to you I received many gifts as well. Later you went far, far away, and when you returned, I saw that one of your arms had already changed. From that day on I have always followed behind you. Albert replied, still resting with eyes closed, his tone as light as water, devoid of any master-servant distance. The name Mila is quite common in the slums, isn't it? It was before and it is now. I could even find several girls named Mila in the slums. Mila's eyes curved slightly, her smile so faint it was almost invisible. Perhaps. They are all versions of me that never grew up, all dreaming that a young, handsome and kind Duke might come and take them out of the slums. The elderly Albert let out a low chuckle, mimicking Mila's gentle, wistful tone. You're right, Mila, but only one part is right. Do you know what it is? It is that the handsome Duke is not kind. But to Mila the Duke is kind. He is like the sun once illuminating that alley so dark that its end could not be seen. Albert slowly opened his eyes, still carrying a drowsy weariness in his gaze. Mila, I want to ask you a question. Mila responded along with the Duke's words. Albert pondered for a moment. Do you think? After all these years have I been wrong? Or perhaps from the very beginning were those people wrong? Should I have opened this place, brought in magical knowledge or some supernatural power into this land or this country? Could there still be a glimmer of hope? Why waste resources on meaningless peace and meaningless protection? Mila's hands remained gently folded on her skirt, her voice sincere, tinged with the steadiness of years. I think you are probably tired, Duke. How could you think that? If those powers not meant for humans were to flood into this country, how could this land maintain its current form? In the end it would only stir up endless slaughter and many would die. Is that so? Albert gazed at the ceiling by the firelight, his eyes heavy, murmuring to himself, even if we seal this place to death within this country, powers beyond mortal men still lurk. Take the child named Remos for instance. From the first moment I saw him I sensed that astonishingly vigorous life force within him. He must have trained in physical arts, a power that can face 100 alone. The Duke paused, then continued, I have been there and I have learned. I know better than anyone. So before the legal duel I specifically signaled Mathilde not to push things too far. That child was wronged. There was no need. And in my view that child is worth nurturing. Without a teacher, to have forged his body to such a level on his own is already remarkable. It's just a pity. His experience is too shallow, too raw. Albert seemed to find the topic somewhat heavy, gently pulling back his thoughts to return to the earlier subject. Mila. Do you think the child still doesn't know that I saw through the power beyond ordinary men hidden within him? But that young body's life force is truly captivating. If I had the chance I would trade for a heart of steel and have a good bout with that child. Perhaps I could even personally instruct him a little. As he spoke Albert drifted off to sleep without a sound. Mila as always gently tucked the blanket around him, quietly wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She knew in her heart that this old man might not have much time left. The cawing of crows circled over the imperial center. Hector, troubled by the day's events, sat by the bedside unable to sleep for a long time. Suddenly a girl in slave attire silently stepped into his room. Hector instantly became alert, reaching for the greatsword beside him, and demanded coldly, who are you? The girl looked at Hector, who was full of vigilance and still gripping his sword, and spoke softly, perhaps. You and I are siblings. Siblings. A sister. How utterly alien these words were to Hecator. How could he possibly have a sister? Unless it was yet another illegitimate child of his father.
The unfamiliar words and the unfamiliar person stirred Hecator into a state of heightened vigilance.
But the young girl spoke again. You need not be tense.
I bear no ill intent, nor should you feel guilt for killing a stranger. Whether you drew your blade or not, that old man was doomed from the start.
Seeing that Hecator did not respond, the girl added, am I wrong? This is the truth. Would that old man have survived because of your mercy? I think that is impossible.
Since the end is already sealed, simply play your part as a passerby.
Who are you really? If you do not tell me the truth, I will summon the guards to arrest you.
Hecator remained wary of the strange girl, unwilling to accept everything she said as fact. Yet the expression on the girl's face betrayed no fear at his words. Instead, she stepped directly before him. My former name was Wendy, but I had no surname.
If I must attach one, it would be Wendy Kair Cyan.
What I am called now does not matter. Perhaps tomorrow I could become Hecator or any servant in this cold palace.
Hecator still could not fathom why this strange girl had sought him out in the dead of night. Could it be another of his father's illegitimate children? Come to claim something. And then what? Even if you are of the Kair Cyan family, what next? What do you wish to say to me?
Faced with Hecator's interrogation, Wendy continued her own narrative. First, hear me tell a story.
After you listen, you may find your answer.
There was a small island with a pair of peculiar siblings. They also had a promiscuous father. Besides those two, there were many other children bearing the father's bloodline, but they were never valued. Only that pair of siblings received the father's constant favor. The elder brother was lecherous and a heavy drinker, quickly ruining his health with carnal pleasures. The sister spent her days lost in impractical fantasies, believing herself to be righteous. She even grew disgusted with her father and brother. But strangely, one day the elder brother seemed to suddenly have an epiphany. He became remarkably astute, even helping his father govern the isolated island. How peculiar. Then even stranger things happened. After their philandering father left the island, the elder brother's physique suddenly became formidable. Even gladiators could not match him. He was nothing like the man who would gasp for breath after walking a few steps just years earlier. Until one day, when the rebel army arrived, the sister saw her brother become something less than human. He began to slaughter all around him, annihilating the entire rebel army. Of course, he did not spare the island's inhabitants either, cutting a path of destruction that no one could stop. Perhaps only those who fled by chance survived. As for the sister, her brother nearly shattered her skull with a single pebble. Barring any miracle, as night fell, she would never awaken. Seeing the girl suddenly fall silent, Hecator furrowed his brow and pressed, and then, what are you trying to say? Wendy bent down, her eyes locked onto Hecator's. After that, the sister, who could not even hold a sword, now stands before you. The brother is still in the arena today, watching you participate in the law duel on his behalf. He is still mocking your foolishness. Mocking your ignorance. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm going to detain you now. With that, Hecator abruptly rose to his feet. Whether the girl's words were true or not, he had resolved to imprison her. As he reached out a hand, he also opened his mouth to call for guards. But before the sound could fade, a fruity fragrance unexpectedly invaded his nostrils, saturating his breath. The scene before him became veiled as if by a watery mist. In but a fleeting moment, the dizziness receded and he opened his eyes again. Where was the girl? The room now held only him, along with the faint elusive fruity scent and the absurd tale lingering in his mind. Damn it! Hecator suppressed the impulse to summon the guards, instead collapsing back onto the edge of the bed. He took deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He began to replay the bizarre scene in his mind. Why had she come to him to utter such absurdities? She said her name was Wendy. According to the story's context, could it be Kuan Ting? Kuan Ting indeed owned a private island. He knew this. He just never cared. If she spoke the truth, then fitting the story's framework, Wendy would be the sister on the island. And the brother. Could it be Remos? According to her, her head was nearly smashed. Then why did her face show not a single scar? And could Remos really have massacred everyone? Regardless of whether the girl's tale was true, Hecator decided to seek out his father tomorrow and ask, then go to Remos. After all, the world was full of strange occurrences. The common folk might not know, but he, born of nobility, certainly did. But if such an extraordinary event had truly happened within his family, what should he do? According to what the girl named Wendy said, Remos would become less than human, capable of slaughtering the rebel army. The entire island nearly butchered. That was truly terrifying. Father, I wish to ask you a question. Hector arrived early in the morning at Quentin's chamber, where the air still lingered with the scent of last night's wine and perfumed ointment. His face darkened as he beheld two slave girls, their garments disheveled, slumbering soundly in Quentin's embrace beside the bed.
Before Quentin could reply, Hector spoke first. Mother has arrived in the imperial capital today. She went straight to visit grandfather. And yet here you are indulging like this. Quentin waved drowsily, murmuring for the maidens to withdraw. Once only father and son remained. He rose slowly, leaning against the edge of the bed, his head still fogged with intoxication as he shook it clear before fixing his gaze upon Hector. What? Ludia has arrived. Then let us dine together tonight, celebrating Aurelia and Remos's departure, for they shall soon leave this place. Ah, what was it you wished to ask me? Or do you mean to blame me for permitting your participation in the trial by law, and then inform mother? Hector shook his head. Suddenly it struck him as absurd, foolish, to inquire whether his father had other illegitimate children. Would a man like father even care? Whether the girl's words were true or false mattered little now. He would seek Remos directly instead. If her account proved truthful, he might indeed detain Remos and reveal the truth to his father, for he abhorred the senseless slaughter of the innocent. Especially certain nobles. Dinner is unnecessary. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. My apologies for disturbing your morning repose. Hector's tone carried slight severity, yet such was the prevailing ethos among the aristocracy, a reality he could not reshape, only uphold his own integrity within its confines. Should rebellion truly march upon these walls one day, Hector found himself uncertain, truly uncertain, whether he would draw his sword. Damn it! Remos pointed at a crude map, complaining to Gaius, who would accompany him. You mean to say we shall depart with 100 men for an island called Iron Isle? I am exiled, but why must you follow me? Could you not remain in the imperial capital feasting and reveling? What then could I possibly accomplish there? To be mocked. I possess no authority, not even the dignity of manhood itself. Gaius's tone held self-mockery, yet beneath it simmered resentment. He gestured toward his groin. Only beyond the capital's borders, among smugglers from foreign lands, might I find those miraculous elixirs my sister spoke of, restoring me to true humanity. Remos regarded Gaius, the man who was no longer quite a man, and curled his lip in cold disdain. Then tell me, what purpose brings 100 men to Iron Isle? You seek vengeance against Lady Mathilde, and seize chaos to crown yourself. Damn you! Gaius nearly shouted, his voice sharp, piercing, as he locked eyes with Remos. Your father commanded me to watch over you. He paused, his voice softening to the droning murmur of summer mosquitoes. And Aurelia told me you wish to leave the Empire, don't you? Remos's expression tightened. Yes, he longed to depart, though not urgently, yet hearing it voiced by Gaius stirred quiet irritation. Gaius ignored Remos's unease, tapping the rough map. See. This chart covers only imperial lands and waters. To escape requires something ordinary folk cannot access, something hidden. You need it, and I know where to obtain it. We stand on the same side. Within 3 years I will secure your passage beyond these borders. Why 100 men? Because Iron Isle teems with lawlessness and pirates. What if we encounter rebels en route? Remos's gaze turned icy as he reassessed the pale, portly man before him. No man acts out of pure benevolence. You could seek elsewhere, don't hide behind Quentin's name. That excuse suits children, not me. Gaius spread his hands wide. I have no choice, I cannot command 100 men. I lack the skill to lead them. Quentin himself praised your talent. You escaped the rebels unscathed, and you managed a small island for him. Your ability is proven. I fear the rebels. Let this be a bargain between us, 3 years. Regardless of whether I succeed in finding that limb-regenerating elixir, I will devise a way for you to leave the Empire and step into the wider world. But for those 3 years, you must ensure my safety. Remos felt no stir of conviction, so he posed a question. Should Gaius's answer fail to satisfy him, the latter might well perish mid-journey, slain by rebels or bandits before ever locating the elixir. How can you guarantee my departure in 3 years? Gaius lowered his voice further. To exit the Empire you must cross the Mistwood Forest, where besides losing your way you'll strike invisible barriers. Yet I know of an artifact within the Empire, one that nullifies such arcane forces, guiding you unerringly to any destination you desire. Remos remained skeptical. Why believe traveling with me ensures your safety, or that our alliance will yield what you seek? Because Iron Isle lies near the northern marches, beyond which lies the Empire's outer wall. That revelation stirred Remos. He did not rush, but neither would he remain idle forever. He refused to waste his golden opportunity in this capricious, resource-starved land, where seasons shifted without reason. In that fleeting moment of resolve, Remos accepted Gaius's proposal. As for Gaius's claim that Quentin entrusted him with Remos's care, not a single word would he believe. Nor did he trust his own strength fully, if he truly possessed the power to shatter a city with one palm. The Mistwood Forest. Lost direction. I'll fell every tree myself. Gaius said it would take nearly 30 sunrises to reach the destination, a considerable journey, especially given they had to escort 100 souls who could barely be called soldiers, let alone slaves. This was all of Gaius's assets, which naturally included Quentin's sponsorship. On the eve of departure, Quentin had also invited Remus to share a final dinner. Aside from a few words of concern, the rest was silence. Remus also encountered Lady Ladivia, who had never been fond of him from the start. Her expression however seemed rather troubled. She lacked the sharp aggressive demeanor she had shown during their first meeting, appearing utterly drained. Later he learned the reason: Duke Albert was truly on his deathbed. Considering this, leaving the imperial capital now might actually prove beneficial rather than detrimental. The following day as they prepared to depart, Remos donned his leather armor. He carried no sword, he had no need for such weapons. Today it was Gia he was seeing off, not Quentin's family. She wore a simple white dress, her long hair loosely gathered at the back. There were no love letters or pretense this time, nor the formal greeting from their first encounter. They exchanged only quiet pleasantries before she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, "If you ever return, will you marry me?" Remos replied softly, ensuring only she could hear, "Of course, if I ever have the chance to return here." But those were empty words, and Gia might have taken them seriously. For everyone knew that Albert was dying, and once the Duke passed, the entire empire would likely descend into chaos. She feared her mother might bargain her away to a stranger in pursuit of power. Remos at least appeared acceptable, whereas being wed to some fat or barbarian would be unbearable. To make matters worse, she had fallen out with Alicia, and their once close friendship had grown distant over trivial matters. Too much had happened recently. Farewell, Gia. After a brief parting, Remos mounted his horse and rode with the main group toward the place of exile. Only after the main party had vanished from the imperial capital did Gaius quietly catch up to Remos, speaking with puzzlement. "Hey. You, that girl from the Farron family, what's your relationship with her? Have you been intimate with her? If Lady Mathilde finds out, she'll be furious. You talk too much, you pale fat sow. Listen, if anything happened between Gia and me, so what? Do you think I'd ever have children with her?" Remos stared at Gaius in speechless exasperation, wondering if pickling someone would actually whiten and improve their skin. Perhaps he'd find an unsuspecting fool to test this theory someday. It would satisfy his curiosity after all. He was heading to a place rumored to be harsh, and his mood was already sour. With Gaius prattling on, Remos decided to mess with him by the way. "Gaius, do you have any children? If not, and you were to adopt some someday, would they call you father or mother?" As he spoke, his gaze drifted to Gaius's chest. "I'd say mother suits you better, you've got the figure for it. Grow your hair long and I'll call you Lady Gaius from then on." He immediately slapped his forehead. "Oh heavens. How could I forget, you can't grow hair. Or a beard for that matter." Gaius fell silent. "We've reached the harbor ahead, Remos. Let's rest here and set out tomorrow, we've been walking all day." Though Gaius himself wasn't as exhausted as the slaves, he couldn't afford to lose any of them. Each one represented gold, and when funds ran low, people could be sold. Remos frowned slightly. "Can't we rest on the ship? You're all so tedious." After grumbling a bit, he turned to leave. "I'll take a walk, clear my head." Gaius called after him, "Where are you going? There are no women here, only men. Don't mind if they see your poor little bird." Remos shot Gaius a glare and rode off in the opposite direction without looking back. "Hector, why have you been following us this whole time? It couldn't possibly be to see off his younger brother, could it?" After confirming no one was nearby, Remos called out to the path. Hoofbeats echoed and a towering figure emerged, blocking the setting sun. "Nothing. I just have some questions for you." "What is it? Are you afraid this illegitimate son will one day seize your inheritance?" "But I'm already leaving the imperial capital, my friend." Remos gazed calmly at his elder brother, taller by a head, utterly baffled as to why he had trailed him all the way. Hector swung down from his horse, the steed stamped restlessly at the ground. Remos dismounted in turn, tossed the reins aside and fixed his brother with a sullen glacial stare. "I don't care about wealth, I want to know. I've heard you killed many people. Is it true? On Father's Island. Countless innocents perished by your hand." "Ha ha." Remos let out a hollow chuckle. "Oh dear brother Hector. What nonsense are you spouting? Since when have you grown so witty? What gain could murder possibly bring me? Just answer, yes or no." Hector's expression was grave, starkly contrasting Ramos's mocking grin, yet now Remos dropped the mask and the air thickened with icy stillness. "So what if I did, or didn't? What can you possibly do to me?" Hector unslung the massive greatsword from his back and slammed it onto the earth with a thunderous crash. "If it's true, then you won't be leaving the imperial capital, not yet. I'll take you back. Back to Father to reveal the truth. You claimed the rebels did it, but I've long doubted that. Rebels don't operate this way, they target corrupt nobles, never harming commoners." At Hector's words, Remos froze dumbfounded. "No. But isn't he a noble? Why defend the rebels? Is Quentin's blood truly born with rebellion in its veins? Have you lost your wits? Hector. Isn't your duty to protect the nobility? Then why confront me, asking whether I've spilled blood? Does it even matter? Or, are you like Lady Ludia, convinced my mere presence threatens the family fortune?" Remos raised both hands. Enough. Stop this nonsense, Hector.
I want no gold from the estate, just ride home quietly now. I sail at dawn tomorrow. I have no time for your chivalric charades. Hector remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering. You still refuse to answer directly, so the truth is clear: you slaughtered many. Come back with me, you must seek father's forgiveness and I'll secure you a trial by judicial duel.
He paused, then added, as for the estate, I've never cared for it.
Alas, no stool stood nearby, otherwise Remos would surely have sat, hands cupping his nose, lost in thought.
Why? Ward law.
Finally Remos asked, almost against his will. Suppose father dies, what would you do with the inheritance? Hector replied without hesitation, give it to those who need it more than I.
Remos exhaled deeply, a wave of sheer staggering foolishness washing over him. So you came solely to drag me back? Remos issued his final internal ultimatum. What would you have done if I hadn't noticed you on the road?
Hector, I'd have seized you in the dead of night before asking this very question.
Remos surrendered. Fine. Then come and take me. At Ramos's candor, Hector frowned. No need.
Just follow behind me, since you never denied the killings in the first place.
So you're still honest?
The words barely left his lips when Remos lunged forward. Instinctively Hector reached for his sword, but the figure before him vanished. In the next instant Hector looked down, to see a grotesque gaping wound torn open in his chest. A cold voice whispered in his ear.
Rip out the heart.
Hector staggered backward, blood soaking his tunic, his eyes locked on the monstrous claw clutching his still beating heart. You! A sickening spurt, his heart crushed in that grip. Hector's gaze lifted, fading toward the twilight sky.
10 simulation points. The horse sensed its master's death, let out a mournful shriek, rearing wildly. Remos showed no mercy, a brutal kick shattered its skull. Silence fell. Beneath the dying sun's amber glow, splattered blood stained the earth with an eerie alien hue.
Your scent reeks of blood, Remos. Gaius wrinkled his nose as Remos returned from relieving himself, still mounted, still drenched in gore. His tone held no concern.
What's it to you? Couldn't I have just fallen off my horse? Remos glanced left and right, feigning nonchalance. No women in camp, don't you fear the dark?
Gaius scowled, barely containing his fury. Get lost.
Not happening, ever. Ignoring the jab, Remos sat squarely across from him. Hey. Tell me, what do we do when we reach Iron Isle? They say it's barren.
3 years there.
Revolting. Gaius replied absently.
3 years. First we must negotiate with the pirates holding the island. Though it's imperial soil, remember, pirates remain pirates. What does General Ruthless do?
Can't the rebels handle them? Can't even pirates manage it?
Remos spread his hands. Did he drink too much Elysian milk and go soft in the head?
Gaius tapped his temple. Think before you act. How do imperial slaves come to be? Through trafficking, plain and simple.
Some nobles evade taxes, so pirates and raiders serve their purpose. So we'll bow and scrape once we land.
Ramos's face darkened.
Gaius patted the sack beside him. Don't fret, they want coin, not your life.
Better avoid conflict entirely. We number only 200, and if a few vanish en route you'll need to train replacements while guarding against rebel ambushes. Should rebels strike, we might even ally with the pirates.
Remos sneered at Gaius's words.
Just leave me be, that's all I ask. If provoked, eliminate them all at once.
If left alone, then wait 3 years until Gaius grants me passage out of the Empire, and I'll deliberately provoke the island's rabble to earn more simulation points. After all, killing pirates is merely doing the realm a favor.
Woo! Hector!
Lydia lay her head against the cold stone bed while Quentin stood behind her. Unlike her, he did not weep, his brows were drawn tight in a grim knot. His gaze fixed mercilessly on Hector's lifeless face. According to the patrolling soldiers, Hector had died on the road and was abandoned there along with his horse.
Aurelia! Do you think your elder brother's death is connected to that vampire who invaded the Empire? Quentin's gloomy voice seemed to drop the temperature of the stone chamber a few degrees. Aurelia's brows were also furrowed tightly.
I find it rather strange.
Perhaps it is not the vampire's doing. Perhaps there are other creatures invading the Empire. Azura cut in directly. What's strange about that?
She eats her fill and drinks her fill and occasionally tortures and kills humans. That's perfectly normal. As Azura's words fell, a chill swept through the entire stone chamber, rising from the base of everyone's spines to the crown of their heads.
Only Lydia showed no fear.
Instead she raised a loud raucous cry, her voice hoarse and vicious. What bloody vampire?
If she has any courage, let her stand before me.
I don't care what she is, I will peel her skin off layer by layer.
Perhaps anger had stripped Lydia of her reason. Her eyes, red and bloodshot, turned sharply toward Quentin.
Her voice was sharper than before, yet laced with a crumbling accusation. What on earth are you thinking?
Your son is dead. He is dead. And you stand here like a wooden post. She panted heavily and shoved Quentin hard, speaking almost madly. Oh. That's it. I understand. Ha! You have another illegitimate son. Hector died on the path your bastard son walked. But why is only Hector's heart missing? What are you doing, Lydia? Quentin was instantly enraged. Hector is dead. Do you think I'm not sad? What am I supposed to do right now? Tell me. What should I do? Should I lie on this stone bed like you, weeping and saying, "Oh my son, please don't leave me, please don't embrace the goddess of death"? Ah. Lydia's legs gave way and she collapsed weakly onto the cold stone floor. Tears mingled with despair as she pointed at Quentin, her voice shrill and agonized. You're partial. My own father is near death and you only care about your senate. Even when you grow old you'll still be thinking about your illegitimate son. Enough. Lydia. My mood is already terrible. Do not try to provoke me. Quentin was fed up. He began to loathe this wife who had been by his side for so long, always crying, always complaining. Seeing the couple begin to quarrel, Aurelia stepped forward quickly and reached out to help her mother up. Mother. Don't do this. Your brother is gone but you still have me. Oh right. And you have her too. Lydia seemed to grasp the last lifeline, clutching Aurelia's arm with desperate strength. Your brother is dead but you learned magic out there. There must be a way to save him, right? The books say magic can bring the dead back to life. You can do it, can't you? Aurelia couldn't bear to crush her mother's hopes. She hated this place, but for her brother she didn't necessarily hate it, she simply felt nothing. But Lydia was different. In her childhood Lydia had doted on her the most. Every night before sleep it was never the servant who told her stories to lull her to rest. It was always mother. But bringing the dead back to life was impossible. She might have a way to make Hector rise again, but that would no longer be Hector, perhaps merely a figure cloaked in Hector's appearance. Yet she truly could not bring herself to refuse her mother. For the sake of those childhood nights when her mother read to her, Aurelia bit her lip and nodded firmly. Get up first. Let me try, mother. Quentin's expression darkened instantly. Before Aurelia could speak another word he grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the stone chamber's exit. Are you mad? How can the dead possibly return to life? Are you deceiving your mother? Do you know that shattering someone's hope is the most desperate thing of all? Aurelia stared into her father's face. I do have a way to make Hector stand again. Are you serious? Quentin's Adam's apple bobbed. If he stands up, will he still be Hector? As he spoke, Quentin's voice grew quieter and he appeared visibly older. I haven't been to your side, but I've heard your grandfather say that the dead rising is never a good thing. Whether he is the real brother or not has already become irrelevant. Aurelia met her father's gaze once more and replied calmly, what matters is that our mother, who was lying broken on the ground, can stand up again. Isn't that what's truly important? Quentin lowered his head, his voice heavy. The Empire explicitly forbids supernatural powers. Only your grandfather was granted an exception. Aurelia abruptly interrupted him. Who cares about his rules? She lowered her voice and gripped Quentin's hands tightly. After grandfather is gone, will the Empire remain as it was? Quentin fell silent and Aurelia continued, Father, I am about to leave the Empire. I am deeply grateful that you sent me out to see the world beyond. Regardless of whether what rises is truly Hector. At the very least he will not harm mother or you, and he will also give you an additional safeguard within the Empire. Quentin knew that after this parting his daughter might never return to this place. This might be the last stretch of time they would share as father and daughter. He did not know what the future held for one who should have remained eternally at rest. But he trusted that his daughter would never harm her parents. Quentin's silence signified acquiescence. After the crowd had withdrawn, Aurelia approached Hector's corpse, gently caressing her brother's face. Do you intend to use black magic? If discovered by the Academy, what do you think will happen to you? Azura interrupted Aurelia's reverie, or perhaps a certain memory. What do you want then? Aurelia expressed displeasure at Azura's tendency to speak recklessly. In her eyes, people like him deserved to be fodder for magical beasts. But Azura did not think so. Instead he said, just give me one chance. Then I won't report to the mentor about your use of black magic. Get lost. Aurelia roared angrily, if you truly cannot speak properly I will seal your lips forever. Azura raised his hand. Sorry. Just kidding. I'll still help you. Besides, I've always thought black magic is more powerful. But the question is, do you have the materials? The principle of magic is always equivalent exchange. Of course. Aurelia's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, her fingertips lightly brushing the magic pouch at her waist. Though the pouch appeared small, it concealed a miniature space. Soon a violet heart the size of a fist appeared in her palm. What is this? Azura's pupils contracted. The fool's heart. Aurelia explained, that fool I encountered in the arena the other day, after he died I cut out his heart. Listen to my voice. Aurelia whispered softly, her hands that had been holding the violet heart slowly releasing. The heart did not fall. Instead it hovered steadily in midair. She closed her eyes and from between her teeth began to flow an obscure incomprehensible incantation, like a murmur from afar or from the abyss. The previously lifeless heart suddenly gave a faint beat. Then. Thump. 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 The heart grew stronger and stronger. Guided by the incantation it began to descend slowly, inching closer to Hector's chest. The moment the violet heart fully aligned with the cavity in his chest, the beating heart stopped. Failed? Azura asked with a frown. After a moment of silence Aurelia instructed Azura, sew up his chest first. I don't know if it will work. After all, this material is excellent. When we get back we can write a report on whether the fool's heart can be used in magic potions, just be careful to avoid sensitive topics about black magic. Azura complied. After sewing up Hector there was still no sign of awakening. So Azura also pulled from his magic pouch a worm with the head of a young bird. The noise was too loud, so Aurelia cast a silence spell on him. A screaming worm. Grows in Necropolis, good heavens. Are you also collecting black magic materials? Aurelia glared at Azura. Azura gave a dry laugh, hee. Actually I've been interested in black magic for a while. As for this worm, I was curious why it can wake the dead to do work. I stole it from a necromancer apprentice. As he spoke he began to insert the worm with the young bird's head into Hector's ear. After a long while, Hector still showed no sign of opening his eyes. It seems we've wasted some materials. Your brother shows no signs of waking. First let me record this. And I must correct you, the one who wakes can no longer be my brother. Oh. Then let's wait a little longer. After waiting for about an hourglass's duration Hector's face began to turn purple, followed by thick black blood seeping from his nostrils and ear canals. In moments, the entire corpse turned an iron color and his face began to rot slowly, first the eyelids then the cheeks. Oh. I know. Aurelia shouted sharply, Azura. Quick. Take a cloth and wrap his entire head. Immediately. Azura did not dare delay. He quickly pulled a piece of iron-colored linen cloth imprinted with runes from his magic pouch and muffled Hector's head. Tie it tight. Sew the neck and that damned burial cloth together. Aurelia urged sharply while also pulling out coldly gleaming nails from her waist. Azura's hands moved swiftly, clearly no stranger to handling corpses. The coarse thread rasped as he tightly sewed the burial cloth around Hector's neck, stitching it airtight. The next second Aurelia unhesitatingly drove the nails into Hector's corpse, the temples, the top of the head, both cheeks. After finishing with the nails Aurelia rapidly formed hand seals before her chest and once again that obscure incantation flowed from her lips. But Azura found it strangely familiar. Not long after Aurelia finished chanting. My God. Azura stared intently at Aurelia. You actually know black magic. If I'm not mistaken that's Hymn of the Dead, right? Where did you learn it? That's none of your business, darling. Aurelia glanced at Azura. Since you recognize Hymn of the Dead, don't tell me you've never studied it. Azura stiffened for a moment, then let out a dry awkward laugh, his eyes shifting, hee. Just a little curious, that's all. Then he lowered his voice and said excitedly to Aurelia, looks like I'm not the only one who snuck into the necromancer's lair when the mentor dueled him last time. Who else? Was your good sister there too? Aurelia did not answer Azura's boring question directly. Instead she lowered her head and whispered a few words into Hector's ear. Seeing Aurelia ignore him, Azura did not press further but said dryly, all right. Whether this experiment succeeds or not, I think we need to leave. Leave this material here. I understand. After I say goodbye to my father we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Aurelia shot Azura a glare and continued whispering into Hector's ear regardless of whether he would actually wake up. But the real Hector will never hear what Aurelia is saying. Aurelia, aren't you going to bid farewell to your father? What business do you have with me? Matilda sat on the cold iron throne, her face indifferent, her eyes devoid of any ripple, only gazing heavily at Aurelia below the steps. Strictly speaking, someone of Aurelia's status even in the Empire would be treated with courtesy by the Senate. Yet Aurelia did not mind Matilda's attitude toward her. Who would provoke a madwoman who has already lost her husband and son? Naturally. A deal that will keep you firmly on the Iron Throne. After all, who knows what might happen in the future? What do you think? Lady Matilda naturally knew what Aurelia was referring to. Once Duke Albert falls, who knows who will speak in the Senate? And as for the Iron Throne, no one knows who will control the military power. How will you help me? Many old fellows are not so easy to deal with. Matilda probed.
Aurelia stepped closer until they were a step apart, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. The Duke relies on power not of this land, and I will forge for you a puppet capable of standing against any formidable foe. As for the military power, I think my father will help you. The condition is an alliance between our two families. You sit on your iron throne and my father shall become the head of the Senate. Matilda was tempted. This was exactly what she wanted. Now all she had to do was wait for Duke Albert's death. After that, wouldn't this land be hers to command? 2 days later. May you be safe, Aurelia. Quentin stepped forward to embrace his daughter. Aurelia looked left and right but never saw her mother appear. However, she saw Gaia standing on the high city wall watching her. They had played together as children, but after growing up they went their separate ways. As for childhood, let that memory be buried in this land. Where is mother? Aurelia finally voiced the doubt in her heart. Sigh. Quentin sighed and said she has been guarding Hector. There's nothing I can do about it. Aurelia nodded, showing understanding. I'm leaving, father. Take care of mother. Will you ever return? Probably not. The distant lands are far too splendid. Lullaby on the moon. Baby, sleep now. Dream and laugh. Ludia lay on Hector's chest, gently patting him, always hoping a miracle would happen. Quentin tried to pull Ludia away, but she wouldn't listen. She believed it was her lack of piety that caused Hector to never awaken. Enough, Ludia. Our daughter has left the Empire today and you are still here. Have you forgotten your daughter? She may never return. Ludia, deaf to Quentin's words, still lay beside Hector, gently stroking his chest as if she could feel the faint heartbeat from childhood. In the end, Quentin just shook his head and left a single word. Hopeless. Cough, cough. Your Grace, it's time for your medicine. Mira placed a bowl of dark, murky herbal medicine beside Albert. Albert simply closed his eyes, unwilling even to look. I won't take it. I'm dying. Don't say that. Mira said anxiously. I think your Grace is just a little tired. It's getting cold. I'd like some meat soup, Mira. Albert said with his eyes closed. Very well. I'll go right away. Mira left a word and quietly exited the room. As she walked, her eyes involuntarily reddened, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. Mira only knew that the Duke wanted meat soup. That was a good thing. Suddenly, a cold small hand covered Myra's mouth. A fruity fragrance invaded her nostrils and her consciousness was swallowed like a tide. The last words she heard were, tonight. I'll deliver the Duke's meat soup for you. After a long time. Creak. The wooden door let out a dry, soft sound. The old man still lay slanted in his chair. Your Grace. Your meat soup is here. Albert slowly opened his eyes, moved his body with sluggish movements, raised his hand to lightly rest on the bowl's edge and carefully felt the warmth of the soup. Your Grace. Drink it now or the soup will get cold later. Mira urged. Isn't it already very late? Albert replied weakly. This venison soup is really good, it even has a fruity fragrance. You noticed? Mira was surprised. Stop using my maid's face. Albert's breath was faint, yet his anger could still be felt. Mira gave up the pretense. She raised her hand to her chin and gently pulled, the disguise covering it fell away with a soft sound, revealing a young girl's face. How did you know I wasn't your maid? Wendy asked curiously. Albert did not answer directly but said slowly, the thousand-faced cult. I dealt with them when I was 40. A bunch of self-righteous madmen. Ah. What have you done to Mira? Wendy slowly sat down before Duke Albert. Nothing much. At least she won't die. I won't kill someone who has done no wrong. Wrong. Albert couldn't help but laugh at this. Ha. Wrong. What kind of good person are you? Coming in the dead of night to kill an old man on the verge of death. Wendy shook her head, then nodded. You're right. I'm not a good person. So after I die there will be no place to take me in. I'll just have to go find my friends. You don't need to kill me. I don't have long to live. Albert was relieved to know Mira was safe. But living 1 day counts as a day, living 2 days counts as living. The raven told me your face. The gods like it very much. Wendy looked seriously at Albert. Ha! A grudge-holding raven. Albert let out a faint laugh, his breath shallow. After I die, let me guess. You plan to assassinate Matilda. What a pity. If you had come earlier I would have beaten you into a pulp. Makes sense. Wendy said indifferently. I really can't do anything against a duke who can stand up. Don't go too far, you thousand-faced ones.
If you kill indiscriminately you won't last long either. Facing Albert's warning, Wendy just smiled faintly. Don't worry. I won't kill randomly. The ones I kill are always those steeped in evil. After a long pause. Your Grace, the meat soup is getting cold. Wendy reminded. Albert raised his hand slightly, trying to lift the bowl of venison soup, but his movements were feeble and weak. Wendy quickly stepped forward and steadied the bowl. Come. Let me feed you. At least tonight I'm still wearing your maid's uniform. With that, Wendy gently picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of warm venison soup and brought it to Albert's lips. You must have been a gentle person once to treat your commoner maid so well. Albert slowly swallowed the spoonful of venison soup, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. His voice was hoarse. Yes. Mira said I was a gentle person, but I know myself, at least I'm not. Wendy calmly scooped another spoonful of venison soup and brought it to his lips, feeding him spoonful by spoonful until only one piece of meat remained in the bowl. She set down the spoon and whispered softly in Albert's ear. Your maid is just asleep. You should sleep too. Good night, Duke of the Empire. The clouds hung low in the air, which had been merely cool moments before instantly turned bitingly cold, making one shiver uncontrollably. The people in the square instinctively pulled their garments tighter, while the shield and sword held high by the mounted warrior on the statue grew even more frigid as the chill enveloped them. Lydia stared blankly at the marble sarcophagus. She had lost her son not long ago, and now her father was gone as well. Yet she could not weep now. Perhaps she had cried too much for her son, or perhaps she did not love her father enough, at least not as much as her father's maid, who mourned him with far more tears. Her father was not a lecherous man, that was evident from his maid Mira, who was by no means attractive. In Lydia's eyes she was even somewhat ugly. Yet this dark-skinned maid who had no surname grieved far more deeply than his own daughter. It was said that on the night the Duke died, Mira claimed she had no idea how she fell asleep. When she awoke and rushed to the Duke's chamber, she found him already gone. Strangely, no one sought to investigate whether the Duke had died naturally or been murdered. Everyone remained silent. But the funeral rites proceeded as usual, the eulogy in the square, the recounting of his military exploits, virtues and family honors, none were omitted. The square was left with only a few scattered torches. Lady Matir naturally attended the Duke's funeral. To be honest, she had a decent relationship with the Duke, at least on the surface. She was the last to leave the funeral. Instead of returning directly to her bedchamber, she climbed the cold, endless steps and ascended to the iron throne that now belonged to her. Without hesitation she slowly sat down, sinking into the cold, hard iron throne. Matir wearily raised a hand to rub her temples and murmured to herself, what should I do now? The Empire's true leader is gone, and the transfer of power is a blank slate. I am merely a queen in name. How could those old fools in the Senate ever obey me? Unless Kuntang replaces Abot. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she recalled Aeruilia's words. She hastily rose from the iron throne and hurried to the room where Hikitar's body lay. Heavens! Call for help. Lady Matir urgently ordered her guards. The moment she entered she saw Lydia lying on the floor, which terrified her. Lydia's face was pale, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. A faint fruity scent lingered in the room. The clash of weapons echoed through the corridor. Matir's whole body tensed. What happened? Lydia! Is she still alive? Hurry! Call a physician. Quickly! After the guards scrambled to carry the unconscious Lydia away, the room returned to deathly silence. Matir calmed her racing heart and looked at Hikitar, whose head was completely wrapped in cloth. Her gaze was complex, but she did not linger a moment longer. The door closed softly and footsteps faded away. Moments later, in the utter stillness, Hikitar's index finger twitched almost imperceptibly. Fuck! What the hell is going on? Matir was too frightened to sleep that night. She ordered the guards not to leave her sight, intending to wait until daylight to rest. But by midnight, Matir, half reclining on the bed, was overwhelmed by waves of drowsiness. Her eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Yet seeing the two guards she felt a slight reassurance. Suddenly. Caw! Caw! Two raven cries jolted the half-asleep Matir into a shudder. She called out, guards. After a pause she wearily ordered, summon more servants. Since the Duke's death most of the servants had been reassigned by Kuntang. Now only a few guards remained, and there was no one to even pour tea, a state of affairs she found rather unsettling. Seeing the two guards standing rigidly without responding, Matir frowned and called again, hey! I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Thud. Two dull thuds came almost simultaneously. The two guards outside the door collapsed stiffly without even a groan. The bedchamber fell into instant silence. Matir trembled, her pupils contracting sharply, her hair standing on end as a piercing chill shot through her. She wanted to scream, to call for help, but she could not produce a single sound. Hello? Is that Lady Matir?
A mocking voice rang out in the chamber. Matir stared fixedly at the sudden black figure. The dark hood shadowed the eyes and covered most of the face, revealing only the chin. In the right hand a slender sword was held steadily, advancing toward her unhurriedly. It was only when she saw the blood from the necks of the fallen guards spreading across the floor that Lady Matir's last defenses crumbled. She was usually arrogant, but when death stood before her only sheer terror remained. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and no matter how hard she tried she could not utter a sound. Wendy watched Matir collapsed on the bed, finding it amusing. So this woman really was afraid of death. She had infiltrated and observed Matir for a long time, finding her quite difficult to get along with. She was always prone to inexplicable anger or making things difficult for others. Who would have thought she had a cowardly side? But Wendy did not want to waste words. She raised her sword, ready to end the current empress of the empire. Death was imminent. Matir could only watch helplessly as the slender sword lunged viciously toward her neck. Just as the sword tip was about to reach Matir's neck, a hand of a grayish withered hue grabbed the sharp blade. Wendy stared in disbelief at the sudden gray hand. When did? Only then did Lady Matir by the flickering torchlight see who it was. A mere young girl, how dare she attempt to assassinate her in the empire? Then she looked at Heketer, whose head was covered in sackcloth. The next second a wave of intense shame rushed to her cheeks. She had been terrified into weakness by a little girl. Unable to move, Matir snapped back to reality and let out a piercing scream. Guards! Catch the assassin! Wendy's eyes turned cold. She stepped on Heketer's body and using the leverage yanked her sword free. Matir did not know what this gift Aruilia had claimed to give her actually was. Nevertheless she attempted to command Heketer. Catch her! Heketer! Wendy looked incredulously at the person whose head was shrouded in sackcloth. She knew it was Heketer. But when she had poisoned Lydia, Heketer was already dead. He had no heartbeat. Yet how could he be standing? And she could feel that Heketer's body was extremely hard. Through the feedback from her sword it felt as if she had been cutting into a stone. Heketer moved. He clumsily swung a fist at Wendy, who dodged nimbly. The floor immediately cracked into a web of fine lines. Hearing footsteps outside, Wendy decided not to linger. She dashed straight for the door. Tonight's assassination had failed. Hurried footsteps and the clash of weapons filled the air. Dense shadows flooded the bedchamber until a mass of dark guards fully appeared in Matir's sight. Only then did she step out from behind the towering figure. Her legs were still weak. Supported by the guards she slowly walked out of the bedchamber. The assassin had vanished. Matir looked up at the night sky where fine snowflakes drifted languidly from the pitch-black heavens. Fuck! Why has the Empire become even colder than before? Fatty, this place has always had abnormal seasons. Does this sudden cold affect you? Haven't we always been in this bitter cold land? Chaosite, you say that so easily. We can't even feed Cassandra's 3 dragons. Now that we've left the Empire, where can we find food in such a cold place? Chaosite glanced at the fatty. Come on. With your build you won't starve in a few days. But our rebel army really needs these 3 dragons right now. Without them, relying solely on the witch's prophecies to hide and flee will be annihilated by the Imperial soldiers sooner or later. Because of the cold, the fatty kept rubbing his thick palms together. Fuck. The problem is we can't hunt any food now, Chaosite. If we drag this out any longer the dragons won't even have grown, and I think the brothers will starve to death. Chaosite's brow was deeply furrowed and exhaustion lurked in his eyes. I know. Luo Meng is under immense pressure too. Rustling. A faint eerie sound suddenly came from the snow-covered dense forest ahead. Wait. Chaosite quickly grabbed the fatty and they stumbled behind a thick tree trunk. A deer. It's a deer. Chaosite poked his head out, staring at the deer head emerging from the forest with confusion. This deer was stranger than any he had seen before. Its eyes were a pale shallow blue. A deer. The fatty's tension instantly dissolved, replaced by excitement. That's great. Let's kill it quietly. Tonight I'm having venison no matter what. But the next second both their faces stiffened. The deer with pale blue eyes slowly emerged from the deep snow, revealing its entire body. It was far from a plump beast. Half of its body still hung with tattered deer hide, while the other half was nothing but bare white bone. With each step of the bone the snow crunched softly. The pale blue deer eyes remained hollow and bewildered, staring fixedly ahead. What the hell is that? Oh heavens. You're so soft. A rugged-looking woman was holding another woman, kissing her repeatedly. Soon an inappropriate sound interrupted this damned revelry. Sister. I heard that a noble is about to set foot on our turf. Hearing this, the rugged-looking woman instantly flew into a rage.
She instinctively touched her left eye which was covered by an eye patch and said in a fit of rage, "Fuck. Who is it?" "Ross. That bastard blinded one of my eyes and I haven't settled the score with him yet." "What? Does he want to taste my broadsword? I'll cut off his head and use it as a chamber pot." The man whose face was sprayed with saliva simply wiped his face casually and hurriedly explained, "No. Ross doesn't have time to bother with us pirates now. I heard it's an exiled noble and a disenfranchised viscount." The woman's eyes widened in shock. "Ha! Do you know what you're saying? Jones. Exiled nobles and counts coming to our chaotic place. That means they have an army, right?" Jones quickly shook his head. "Not sure yet, but I heard they are mostly slaves, about 100 or two, and they have little combat capability." "Are you sure?" the woman asked again. "Don't know." The woman fell into deep thought and she waved her hand to dismiss the woman she had been holding. As the woman passed by Jones, she also drew Jones's gaze. Cough, cough. A cough pulled Jones's gaze back. "What? You like her?" Jones felt a bit creeped out by his sister's gaze and quickly apologized. "Sorry. I wouldn't dare to steal your woman. To be honest, I still prefer noble ladies from the Empire. Of course, if you could kidnap them for me, that would be even better." As he said this, his eyes began to turn lecherous and his mind started to conjure up images. "Ha ha. Interesting," the woman laughed. "Don't you forget. Who am I? I am the ruler of these waters. Anyone here trembles at the name of she-wolf Sabrina." As she spoke, she patted Jones on the shoulder. "Listen, little brother. I think you should grow up too. You need a woman. Of course not these slaves, but a fallen noble. After all, our grandfather was also born a noble. He was exiled here for making mistakes. But it doesn't matter now. At least in these waters we have become the new kings." Jones was naturally happy to hear his sister's promise because every time his sister went raiding, whenever she saw a beautiful female slave, she would take her as her own exclusive concubine. While he could only secretly watch from outside the tent. "All right, Jones. Be patient. You go to Iron Island first and see what that noble is all about. If it's not a big problem, we'll go extort him. If you come across a beautiful female slave on the noble's side, I allow you to take her. After all, you need to become a man," Sabrina said earnestly. "Okay, sister," Jones replied happily. To be honest, he was a virgin, too curious about the matters between men and women. But his sister didn't allow him to go to brothels. Her standards were a bit high. Fortunately, she relented, which undoubtedly made him happy for a while. He would definitely meet that noble from afar. The noble's female slaves must be very beautiful, right? After all, he was still an immature man. Thinking about those things, he walked with a spring in his step. Seeing scattered stones on the roadside in a good mood, he directly kicked one out. Ah! Wah! A boy struck a girl on the forehead with a stone. Seeing this, several other boys joined in. They threw mud and stones at the girl, continuously surrounding her and laughing. "Stop holding your grandmother. She's already dead. Hurry up and throw her into the sea. Then grow up quickly and go work at the brothel." Mira was a dark-skinned girl. Her mother indeed had a bad reputation, so she had always been bullied by many peers. "Grandma didn't get up today. They said Grandma was dead." Mira knew, but this was her only relative. Her mother had been bought away long ago, completely far from Iron Island. Only Grandma and her depended on each other, but Grandma never woke up this morning. Soon the boys also found it boring. In their eyes, Mira was stupid and cowardly, only holding her grandmother's cold body and crying over and over again without even resisting. Actually, Mira had resisted before, but every time she was severely beaten. Later she got used to it. From afar came the sound of adults calling for dinner. The boys also left a few contemptuous remarks and then dispersed in twos and threes. As they left, they laughed and said, "I heard a noble is coming to our place. Haha, must be another one who made mistakes. Our she-wolf Sabrina will teach him a lesson. I heard nobles have a lot of gold coins. We'll steal some. Speaking of gold coins, hee. My father and the others will take them. When that noble sets foot on the island, he'll definitely be extorted. Then we'll have meat and bread." "What do you mean extortion?" "This is a tribute to the subjects of our she-wolf." "What the fuck?" "Gaius. When will we arrive?" Gaius was startled but quickly comforted him. "Don't worry. Remos, do you see? Ahead is Iron Island." Gaius dared not provoke Remos now. This guy was extremely irritable. He remembered a young man who had defied him. He kicked him directly into the sea. There was almost a riot on the ship, but all the rebels were beheaded by Remos. Now looking back at the slaves on the ship, they were obviously much more obedient. "I can't stand it anymore, you know." "Gaius." Gaius quickly nodded. I know.
But I think we need to use our brains when doing things. Don't resort to violence right from the start.
When we get on the island we might suffer losses. Those people are not good. Amid Remos' complaints the ship finally docked steadily at the shore of Iron Island.
The moment the mooring rope was firmly tied to the reef, Remos leaped ashore, his leather boots thudding heavily onto the damp coarse sea sand, producing a muffled sound unique to wet sand. The salty fishy sea wind blew in his face, carrying a rancid stench mixed with feces and urine. Remos furrowed his brow tightly and muttered in disdain, "Holy shit.
Remos. Return at once, do not set foot on the island alone." Gaius stamped furiously aboard the ship, then barked down at the slaves below.
"What are you fools still doing here?
Send a few men after him." Several slaves exchanged hesitant glances before reluctantly abandoning their tasks and trailing the formidable man.
This desolate isle had long since been devoured by foul corruption. Its inhabitants were ragged and unkempt, yet strangely all radiated unnatural vigor.
"Damn it!" A sharp brittle crunch echoed beneath his boot. Remos grimaced, "Oh hell. I've just stepped on frozen excrement."
At that moment children's shrill laughter erupted, piercing, mocking, as if jeering at the foreigner who'd barely crossed the shore before disgracing himself.
That laughter only deepened Remos' simmering irritation, a winter wildfire flaring instantly in his chest.
One boy pointed directly at him from afar.
"Hey! Look, could that be a nobleman? Is he truly alone?
His cloak, it's magnificent."
"Indeed.
Our elders always say the long winter approaches, but we own no such cloaks."
"I bet he carries gold coins. Shall we send someone to lift one?" "Brilliant idea."
Remos remained unaware of being watched by those children, but he sensed the islanders' gaze was anything but welcoming. Were they fixated on the purse at his waist or on that cloak worth more than diamonds? Yet the thought of their predatory stares stirred only quiet amusement within him. Since he had come to this island it belonged to him, not to its native dwellers. Just then a grime-coated boy clad in tattered rags sauntered up with a grin and leaned boldly against Remos. Not far behind several similarly disheveled boys huddled together, pretending to chase one another, yet eyes locked on the nobleman's purse. They'd feign panic, stammer an apology, "Forgive me, sir," and surely earn meat for dinner that night. But these children hadn't reckoned with a noble who played no part.
"Get away!"
Remos lashed out with a brutal kick, the boy soared like a severed kite.
Simulation point 1. The islanders who'd been watching him with hungry intensity froze.
The air turned thick and silent for one breathless instant. Then the islanders erupted.
"What in blazes are you doing?"
A burly man seized his tool and with several others swiftly encircled Remos. His roar summoned the rest of the crowd. Meanwhile the slaves who'd secretly followed Remos dared not advance, instead they spun around and hurried back to report to the seemingly reasonable nobleman.
As for that savage brute on sight, better dead.
That was their unspoken wish, though none dared utter it aloud.
"Me? You're asking what I'm doing?" Remos glanced left and right, then tapped his own chest. "Yes, I'm asking what you're doing."
"You strike a child, do you even call yourself human?" The leader glared at Remos with venomous contempt.
"Oh. And what would you have me do?" Remos shrugged, utterly indifferent. "What would you have me do?" "You'll pay handsomely."
"That boy lies broken from your blow, alive or dead who knows." His words betrayed no concern for the boy's fate. Remos adopted a petulant tone, dragging each syllable.
"Oh. So you want gold?"
"But which I saw me kick a child."
The man jabbed two fingers toward his eyes, index and middle finger pointing left and right. "Both. Friend. Without recompense you won't leave this island alive. All nobles who arrive here are exiles, banished forever from the empire. We know this well."
"Hoof." Remos sneered and stabbed both fingers forward with lightning speed into the man's eyes.
"Aff."
A shriek tore through the sky. "There, you're blind now, aren't you?"
Remos spread his palms wide as if he'd merely flicked away dust. "Kill him. Dare you raise hands on Iron Isle?"
Someone shouted, and the crowd surged, brandishing tools ready to beat, torture and execute the outsider.
Alas.
These were mere bullies, crude swaggering thugs less formidable than the rebels who'd first ambushed Remos.
Instantly a cold prompt chimed in his mind. Simulation point 5. Simulation point 3. Simulation point 2. Numbers replaced faces, cold precise. Their crude weapons couldn't even pierce Remos' skin, let alone punish him.
Remos dodged occasionally, not from fear but to spare his cloak from scuffs. As for blows to the face or head, they rang like dull metal, ting-ting.
At last terror took hold.
They screamed, "Monster!
Run! Help! Murder!
A nobleman has slaughtered us!"
The cries faded. Gaius arrived with reinforcements only to find bodies strewn across the ground.
He rubbed his eyes fiercely.
Gods above! What in the name of chaos is this, Remos? Treading over fallen islanders, Gaius advanced until he stood before Remos, who stood alone in the open field. Gaius felt no anger, no accusation, only cautious reverence as he approached and whispered. What transpired here? Remos paused, then replied flatly. Have the camp erected. I require rest. These islanders must have grown overexcited at my arrival. Exhilaration leaves one weary after all. Fatigue demands sleep, that's perfectly natural, Gaius. Gaius blinked, dazed, his gaze sweeping the carnage until it caught a dark-skinned girl standing motionless in the distance, watching them intently. He steadied himself, walked toward her, knelt to meet her gaze levelly, and asked gently. What is your name? She answered, I am Mira. Mira. Gaius murmured absently, then added softly, I too once had a daughter, about your age. Her name was Christine. Mira said nothing, only stared unblinking at the stout man. Her father must be near his age, she thought. Yet her father looked far older. Seeing her silence, Gaius wondered, had Remos slain her parents? So where are your parents? Mira showed no emotion, only spoke plainly. They passed long ago. My grandmother died not long before. Gaius's brow furrowed slightly. If Remos hadn't done it, then this girl had been utterly alone for some time. He hesitated, then softened his voice once more. Can you tell me what happened here moments ago? Are you afraid? Mira shook her head faintly. In her otherwise dull eyes a single spark flickered. There is nothing to fear, only a hero arrived. He vanquished many pirates. Gaius blurted, stunned. What? She calls you a hero. And Remos sighed, replying with weary resignation, and listen, Gaius. Whether I am a hero or a fool, this girl's fate has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? And Gaius murmured softly, but if we refuse her shelter, winter will soon descend, and alone she cannot survive. What the hell? Remos rubbed his forehead. So what exactly does her survival have to do with me? If you wish to take her in, then do so, why ask me? Gaius lowered his voice, his tone faltering. After all, we're aboard the same vessel, and pausing as Remos's brooding gaze darkened, he pressed on, steeling himself, and I mean, we must learn to respect one another. Everyone fears you now, and besides, this place is full of men. Having a girl serve tea and water would be rather pleasant, wouldn't it? Nah. Remos scoffed. Men. You count yourself among them. And am I truly so terrifying? Faced with Remos's mockery, Gaius only clenched his teeth, daring not to retort. Seeing this, Remos stepped forward and clapped him lightly on the shoulder, his tone casual and enough. Mate. And I think we ought to scout the grandest manners here. I've no intention of sleeping outdoors indefinitely. As for the girl, handle her as you see fit. You may treat her as your own daughter for all I care. Henceforth such domestic matters are none of my concern. After Remos departed, Gaius exhaled unbidden, a quiet sigh of relief. The man was mercurial, difficult to read, and certainly not easy to bear. Yet there was no choice. Banished and adrift, Remos was the sole anchor left to him. All the slaves here are men, making them hard to control. And he feared collusion between them and islanders should that occur. Could his handful of loyal guards truly protect his life? It was utterly impossible. And he even suspected assassins from rival houses had infiltrated their ranks, feigning ignorance, biding their time to strike when his guard slipped. Woof. 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 Nah, deep resonant bark drew Remos's attention. Frowning, he asked quietly, and what are these hounds doing here? He stood deep within the island, where exiled nobles once dwelled. Ancient stone castles loomed massive and austere, echoing the faded splendor of bygone eras, now crumbling spectral and cold. Upon the arena's stony floor several enormous dogs lounged, plump as islanders had never been, their origins unknown, their keepers unseen. How have they survived so long? And they were pets raised by the she-wolf. And the voice behind him made Remos's brow twitch slightly. Nas, Gaius taking you in. You mean that portly man? Greetings, Lord. My name is Mira. And Remos acknowledged the presence behind him without turning, speaking coolly, and I've been here several days. Tell me about this place. Yes, Lord. Mira's voice carried an unmistakable thrill, not born of hope to survive the winter beside a nobleman, but of reverence. To her he was the sun itself. She hadn't imagined surviving the coming winter, let alone standing in the sun's warmth. She'd believed she'd perish before dawn. And Lord, this island answers to the she-wolf. Most here were once pirates. As for the hounds, they serve as instruments of punishment. Those who disobey are starved for days, then forced to fight them. Remos studied the massive pack, his voice low and grave. And so these beasts feast on human flesh. And who precisely is the she-wolf? My lord. At the name she-wolf a flicker of fear crossed Mira's eyes. Her real name is Sabrina, exiled from the Morton family. Her brother Jones rules beside her. You stand now within their domain, tread carefully. You've slain their people. And careful. Remos turned away from the snarling hounds and fixed his gaze upon the slender dark-skinned girl behind him. Here this land belongs to the Empire, not to them. And since I have arrived, the she-wolf shall soon become the she-dog. Mira dropped instantly to her knees, head bowed low, daring not meet the noble's eyes. To one born in the lowest dust, gazing upon aristocracy was unthinkable. Though the portly man brought her here promising sustenance and safety if she served the Lord well, yet the son is best admired from afar. Proximity is neither necessary nor wise. Look up. Remos commanded, voice stern. And trembling Mira lifted her face. And seeing her gaunt hollow-cheeked visage, Remos felt nothing, only indifference. Let Gaius indulge his mercy, it was no concern of his. Go wash yourself shortly, and fetch clean clothes from the servants' quarters. I abhor filth. Nas, you command, my lord. My lord. You must avenge us. That demon has slaughtered many of our kin. Naaman wept openly, clinging to Jones's thigh. So a single fallen noble defies your entire host. Preposterous. And the man stammered, I know not what sorcery he wields, but steel cannot pierce him. One blow from his fist punches clean through a man. Jones dismissed the man's tale as incompetence. A fist punching through flesh. And merely cowardice disguised as exaggeration, fear of punishment twisting truth into folly. Still, however foolish the account, the description bespoke extraordinary prowess. So Jones resolved to lead an elite detachment to confront him. To seize spoils and feed the hounds neglected for too many days. And he wondered whether they still lived. So this is where the nobles live. Jones looked at these islanders with utter disdain, his gaze as if he were observing dog excrement on the roadside. These incompetents actually managed to blow a man up to the heavens, claiming he was impervious to blades and swords. Sometimes lying in bed at night recalling these foolish words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well then. Today he would see for himself what this man whose skin couldn't be cut by swords really looked like. Would he be like the indescribable monsters in storybooks, or like the bronze statue in the Imperial Center? But when he actually saw the real person, Xiongxi was disappointed. He looked no more than a pretentious noble, utterly lacking in fierceness. In Xiongxi's eyes this fellow seemed more like a pretty boy who enjoyed being fucked by men. So the moment Xiongxi laid eyes on Remos, he placed his feet on the table, left leg crossed over right, and his mud-stained boots immediately soiled Remos's desk. Remos pretended not to notice, leaning back in his chair and adjusting to a comfortable posture. He had also thought that someone from this wretched island would come looking for him. After all, the island had an owner. Spit it out. What do you want? Or why have you come to see me? Just because I killed a few islanders. Remos spoke first, still with a nonchalant air utterly lacking in seriousness. Fuck. You're not afraid of me. Don't you know my sister is the ruler of this island? Xiongxi was also flippant, his eyes darting around as he spoke, scanning the distant nobles to see if they had brought any attractive maids. To his great disappointment, aside from a dark skinny girl whose appearance and demeanor marked her as a native, all the others were men. So it seemed just as he had thought before, this pretty boy liked men. What the fuck are you staring at? Remos had originally intended to beat this fellow into a pulp and feed him to the dogs, but on second thought that would be wasteful. Guy Wuxi had reminded him that he needed some capable hands to do the work. Going it alone was never advisable, the future was unpredictable. For instance, if he wanted to seek transcendence, the armed forces under this island's master were the best choice. I say, you're a noble, why don't you have any maids around you? Xiongxi showed a hint of wariness, afraid of being disgusted by this pretty boy. Oh. You like women. Then didn't you say your sister is the master of this island? Why are you asking me for them? Hearing Remos' words, Xiongxi waved his hand. Fuck. Look at these goods, how can they be any good? Look at the one behind you. I figured since you came from the Empire you'd at least bring something decent to look at, right? Oh right. If you don't have women, at least you have gold coins, right? We have many people to support and the islanders are labor. You've killed quite a few, so shouldn't you give some compensation? After all, we don't want to take action against a foreign noble. Remos stared expressionlessly at this fool, utterly speechless in his heart. Why would anyone be so stupid? He had killed so many islanders and this man wasn't afraid at all. All right. You should tell your sister to come see me. I have no interest in talking to you. My sister. Xiongxi burst out laughing. What the fuck? Do you know what you're saying? I don't want to kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't lay a hand on you. As soon as the words fell, Xiongxi waved his hand. Men. Seize him. I want to see a dog fight him, let's see who's stronger, him or the dog. Chaos erupted. Guy Wuxi and the guards drew their weapons and clashed with Xiongxi's bandits. Enough. Fuck. Remos shouted impatiently, stepping onto the table and charging straight at Xiongxi. Bang. With immense force he pinned Xiongxi to the ground, leaving him dizzy and dazed.
The men Xiongxi had brought without hesitation swung their short swords at Lei Moc's head.
Clang!
The short sword caused no harm to Lei Moc, but the blade was blunted.
Lei Moc immediately ordered Guy Wuxi. Surround them all, don't let anyone escape. No fancy fighting, just a punch through the heart, a kick to the head.
Blood bloomed like flowers winding along the cold walls, taking root in the patterns of the floor. Xiongxi's remaining consciousness watched the figure wreaking havoc and thought to himself, so that's it. They were telling the truth. There really is magic in this world that makes a man impervious to blades and swords. Jones's consciousness was like a shard of chaos laced with a piercing chill forcibly dragging him out of the haze.
He tried to move a finger but couldn't budge, not from weakness but because something held him fast.
A taut pulling sensation spread along his arms and ankles. With effort he rolled his eyes. His vision blurred for a few seconds before clearing, and he realized he was tied to a wooden frame like a cross. The rough ropes bit painfully into his wrists and ankles.
He instinctively looked down.
His gaze swept past his waist and below, his trousers were gone, leaving his bare skin exposed to the cold air.
Jones could no longer hold back.
A stifled sob escaped his throat. Whoa.
Ah. No.
The cry was filled with despair and profound agony. Tears streamed down his cheeks and the strength to struggle dissipated in the overwhelming collapse.
Meanwhile Remos sat before Jones impeccably dressed, holding a silver table knife.
He hummed a little tune as he unhurriedly cut the meat on his plate, his movements smooth and composed.
When he glanced up and saw Jones's shattered, pained expression, he paused the knife. Then he set down the utensils, quickly stood and bowed. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
But as Remos bowed, his shoulders trembled uncontrollably and his lips pressed tightly together, afraid he might accidentally laugh. Just then he met Jones's gaze full of fear and hatred.
The smile on his face instantly faded a little.
He straightened up and waved his hands, hurriedly defending himself. No, don't misunderstand.
I'm not that perverted.
With that he picked up the plate from the table, walked over to Jones and showed him the meat on it. Look. This is just ordinary sausage, not yours. As he explained, Remos glanced downward and put on a very awkward expression.
Man. This is just ordinary sausage.
Jones said nothing, only pursed his lips tightly.
Seeing Jones still silent and in tears, Remos's urgency grew.
He leaned closer, his tone carrying a deliberate sincerity. There are a few big dogs outside. After I cut off your tumor, those dogs snatched it up and ate it. He shook the plate slightly as if to confirm his words. This is just ordinary sausage.
I'm not lying to you. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Remos couldn't hold it in anymore. Laughing, he waved a hand. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
This is hilarious. Brother, you know what? Those dogs actually fought over that little piece of meat. Dog eat dog. Seeing Jones still silent with wet eyes, Remos's laughter instantly subsided. He frowned and asked, fuck. Are you saying my joke isn't funny?
With that, Remos held up 2 fingers in a peace sign, and with a rough touch he forcibly pried open Jones's tightly pursed lips. His tone carried an undeniable command. Smile.
Smile, say it with me, smile. He. That's funny. Jones dared not resist.
He could only force his mouth into a shape following Remos's pressure. The smile was uglier than a cry and tears kept rolling down his cheeks. He cried and smiled at the same time, a picture of utter misery and despair. Remos looked at him, patted his cheek and said, tisk tisk tsk.
Such an obedient boy. Here, have a bite of meat as a reward.
Remos forked the leftover sausage from the plate, personally fed it to Jones, and after Jones swallowed it all he praised. Good.
Is it good? Good. Good. Jones answered quickly. Remos frowned again. God. You're really twisted. You're eating your own flesh. He glanced again at Jones's lower region. Yes. This was Remos's punishment for Jones.
Since Jones had asked for a woman, Remos decided to turn Jones into one himself. That way, from the source, Jones's wish would be fulfilled. Upon hearing Remos's words, Jones's first reaction was to retch. Seeing that he had teased enough, Remos quickly patted his shoulder. Hey.
Just kidding. How could I eat something like that? It's just ordinary wild boar meat. Later I'll have someone untie you and let you take a bath. I've already sent word to your sister. She'll come to redeem you, don't worry.
Jones stopped retching, his eyes hollow, as he watched Remos turn and walk out of the cold, oppressive room. Only when the figure completely disappeared through the door did he slowly lower his head, his gaze falling on where his property used to be. The despair in his eyes was swamped by a deeper, more desolate sorrow. Because it was all gone. He had never had a woman. In his sister's eyes he had only just grown up.
Woof woof woof.
The vicious dog, like a starving wolf, bared its gleaming white fangs and madly lunged at the man before it. If not for the servants desperately pulling back on the ropes holding it back, Jones would have been torn apart alive in an instant.
Trembling all over, he lifted his head in panic, gazing up at the second floor, his voice choked with sobs. "My lord, I beg you, spare me." Ramos, deeming the torment sufficient for the day, waved his hand to have the servants bring him up and also bathe and apply medicine to his wounds. "Yes," they responded. Buckets of ice-cold water were hurled directly onto Jones's head, the biting chill instantly seeping into every limb and bone. Though these people were slaves, they held no mercy in their hearts, letting him shiver uncontrollably from the cold. After roughly drying his body, they took out a pungent, foul-smelling ointment and crudely smeared it over his wounds. Finally, they gave him a thin linen shirt to wear and made him sit alone before an ancient bronze mirror. Ramos walked slowly up behind Jones, and Jones's body trembled violently. It was not the cold wind but fear. Through the flickering firelight, he saw in the mirror that Ramos was holding a gleaming razor blade, waving it back and forth in the wavering candlelight, slowly tracing it against his jaw and neck. Then Ramos raised his other hand, gently placed it on his shoulder and slowly kneaded it, then as if caressing a lover's cheek touched his stubbled face. Ramos slowly bent down, bringing his face close to Jones's ear, and blew a breath. "Huh? Why are you trembling? Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I saw your hair is long and wanted to shave it for you. Don't worry, this is my first time shaving someone, so if it hurts, just bear with it." Ramos straightened up, stared at Jones's fluffy curly hair in the mirror, raised his hand, gripped the cold blade and pressed it directly against the strands, cutting downward. The sharp edge mercilessly sliced off the curls, the movements rough and casual. Jones bit his lip hard, not daring to make a sound, his eyes fixed rigidly on the bronze mirror. The mirror clearly reflected his wretched appearance. The blade had cut into his scalp and thin streaks of blood slowly oozed from the freshly shaved skin, glaringly vivid in the dim firelight. After a moment, several bloody marks were left on his bald scalp. Ramos gently rubbed his fingertips over the stubble on Jones's chin. "Your beard is long too. It's time to shave." As he spoke, he reached out, grabbed Jones's jaw, forced it upward without explanation, and held his face immobile. The blade pressed against the skin of his jaw and slowly descended, beginning to shave off the stubble in a leisurely manner. Hair and beard were gone. Ramos looked down at the figure in the mirror, thinking for the first time that his handiwork seemed a bit poor. He had actually cut the man until he bled. His gaze fell on Jones's pale yellowish eyebrows. Without hesitation, he gripped the cold blade and shaved off both eyebrows as well. Jones sat there blankly, his eyes filled with bewilderment, staring at the completely unrecognizable face in the bronze mirror. No hair, no eyebrows, no trace of his former stubble. He looked like a soulless puppet, a plaything to be manipulated at will. Ramos patted Jones's face. "Well, you worthless piece of trash, are you satisfied with my work?" Seeing Jones silent, Ramos directly slapped his bald head, pressing down hard. Pop! A crisp sound echoed in the silent room. "Ah!" Jones clutched his head in pain. Ramos grabbed the back of Jones's neck and straightened his posture. "Rude fellow. I shaved your head and you don't even say thank you." "Say it, thank you." Jones forced his stiff back upright, swallowed hard and muttered softly, "Thank you." Ramos then pinched his ear. "Why are you acting like a shy little girl?" "Louder." "I didn't hear you." This time Jones, suppressing his fear, shouted, "Thank you." "Good boy." Ramos called to the door. "Mila, come in. Clean up and find a basin of water to wipe this fellow down." "Yes, my lord." Mila replied respectfully. The next morning, Ramos was languid and relaxed, cutting the roast meat on his plate with a small knife, his movements slow and casual, indifferent. One person stood on each side of him. On the right, Mila was holding a copper kettle, her eyes curved in a smile, her expression always light and carefree, as if everything around her were irrelevant. On the left stood Jones, his bald head still bearing the lingering pain, his face expressionless, without eyebrows, utterly lifeless, as if he could die at any moment. But even in the morning, Ramos had no intention of letting him off. He wanted to torment Jones endlessly. After all, the first time they met, Jones had dared to put his feet up on the table. Wouldn't that make him lose face? "What the fuck? What are you standing there like a fool for?" Ramos suddenly shouted at Jones, making him flinch. He couldn't understand why just standing there would suddenly anger that pervert. And when would his sister come to pick him up? He didn't want to live anymore. Trembling, he asked, "What did I do?" Ramos spread his legs a little. "What the fuck? Don't you see the space under my table is empty? What are you waiting for me to ask for a rug or something before you crawl under there?" Jones certainly didn't dare say no. With tears streaming, he slowly crouched down and crawled under Ramos's table. But as soon as his hands touched Ramos's thighs, Ramos kicked him out from under the table and barked sternly, "Fuck! I said I wanted a footrest. Why are you touching my thigh?" "Wah!" Staggered by the kick, Jones fell to the ground, his fear and humiliation finally overwhelming him. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably as silent tears streamed down. Ramos grew a little annoyed and said, "All right. Stop crying. What kind of man cries like that? Did I hit you? I'm just teaching you how to behave." Then he called Mila to bring a processed twig. They were never short of things to whip people with. Holding the twig, he went to a spot and crouched down. "Come here, Jones." Jones obeyed, standing straight in front of Ramos.
Since Jones wasn't allowed to wear shoes, Ramos looked at the top of his foot and said, let's play a game. It's called whack the instep. When I say left you lift your left foot, when I say right you lift your right foot. Otherwise you get whipped. Ramos had barely finished speaking when whack. Ah. A thin red line appeared on Jones's instep. Oh sorry. Ramos apologized. I forgot to say left or right. Let's do it again. Left. Whack. Left. Whack. Right. Whack. Jones couldn't take it anymore. You said right. Why did you still hit my left foot? You sick bastard. If you've got the balls, kill me. Jones finally roared at Ramos, unable to hold back any longer. Ramos's face darkened. What did you say? Bang. In an instant Jones's world began to spin and the colors slowly faded away. Ha! Jonesy suddenly opened his eyes, the colors of the world returning to his sight. He did not see that twisted figure. His body remained tightly bound to the cross. He pursed his lips, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Sobbing uncontrollably, the crying gradually twisted, then suddenly he pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed maniacally. He. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. God. Slap. A sudden slap and the crying stopped. The cold sinister figure had somehow appeared beside Xiongxi. What the fuck? What are you going crazy for in the middle of the night? Remos said viciously, if your sister doesn't come soon I'll kill you. Then I'll feed you to the dogs. Xiongxi couldn't say a word. He just silently lowered his head, not daring to look at Remos. He was scared. This was real fear. Woof woof woof. The next morning Xiongxi was covered in mottled bloodstains, his hands gripping a crude roughly made wooden short sword tightly as he fought desperately against several ferocious dogs that lunged at him. The cowardice of the past was gone, leaving only a near-shattering madness and ferocity in his eyes. He roared as he swung the sword, his voice hoarse and explosive. Come on. Baby. You're not biting hard enough. Come on. Bite here. The dogs barked with fierce savagery, with chips flying, blood splattering his thin clothes. He did not retreat an inch, fighting the vicious dogs with all his might. On the high stone platform Remos stood with arms crossed, overlooking the fight. Watching the fearless Xiongxi, he curled the corner of his mouth and thought, has this guy gone mad? Not sure yet. Let's torment him a bit more. Having a mad dog around is quite amusing. My lord. Your letter. Mila and Guy Wuxi came to Remos' side, paying no attention to the screaming guy below. What? Kuan-Ting wrote to me. Remos took the letter paper indifferently. But Guy Wuxi raised two fingers. There are two pieces of news. First, Duke Albert is dead. Second, Kuan-Ting seems to be helping Lady Mathilde secure the throne. If all goes well, we'll probably return soon. Yo. That interesting. Remos was slightly surprised. So according to you, the Empire is about to have its queen? Guy Wuxi looked thoughtful. Theoretically, yes. But in reality there are internal and external troubles. The rebel forces outside haven't been dealt with. According to reliable information, the northern border has completely fallen. For some reason that useless Ross almost died on the battlefield. The northern border has fallen. Remos turned to look at Guy Wuxi. Isn't this place not far from the northern border? Guy Wuxi nodded. Yes. So we urgently need soldiers. We need to gather these pirates quickly. If things go wrong, we run. Compared to Guy Wuxi's worry, Remos looked completely unconcerned. Back in the Empire, as long as it was one-on-one, he was confident he could take down Albert. But he always maintained a sense of awe towards the power system of this world. Because he didn't understand magic. He feared that Duke Albert might have some backup plan, so he always spoke politely. As for the rebel forces. So what? As long as he wanted to leave, he didn't believe anything could stop him. Remos shook his head. Now was not the time to think about useless things. He took out the letter paper and looked at it for a moment. Indeed, it was a letter from his father. The content was utterly boring. However, one passage caught his interest. It read. Ludia has gone mad. She keeps saying that Hikatuair has come back to life, but what I saw was not Hikatuair at all, it was just a corpse that could walk in the sunlight. Oh my god. Remos. If I didn't know this was your sister's doing, I would have been scared out of my wits. Actually, I'm also very scared, but your sister said this can preserve our power. The letter was mostly about concern. It was estimated that Kuan-Ting planned to collude with Lady Mathilde to purge the disobedient members among the 7 great families. As for the rebel forces, they probably plan to deal with internal matters first before external ones. Not interested. Remos casually tossed the letter to Mila and added, burn it for me. Also call that guy up later. He's been fighting with dogs for so long he must be hungry, right? Take him to wash up, then let him stand beside me while I eat.
Hey. Remos. Guy Wuxi reminded. Don't go too far.
If you kill that guy down there it will be troublesome.
We've received word that his sister is on her way and should arrive tomorrow.
Remos patted Guy Wuxi on the shoulder.
I know he's not dead yet. Oh my gods.
At the sight of her own brother, Sabrina nearly lost her composure. What on earth did she behold? Her brother stood before her clad in coarse linen, his head shaved bare, not a single eyebrow remained, let alone facial hair.
Faint bruises still marred his skin. Why had he been reduced to this state? Was he not merely a feeble nobleman? Could you not even subdue a mere noble?
Was extortion truly so insurmountable?
How had it come to this? Wardfak! What have you done? Sabrina cried out sharply, glaring at Remos seated upon the high-backed chair. Before Remos could utter a word, Jones interjected, voice sharp, tone reprimanding.
Sister! How dare you address a lord so disrespectfully? This is Lord Remos. Remos turned startled, casting a fleeting glance at Jones, his mind recoiling inwardly. FCK. What in blazes was happening?
Last night he'd beaten this man senseless.
Yet today the very same man dared speak for him. Had the blows scrambled his wits? Hadn't he spent days begging for his sister's arrival? Now that she stood before him he hadn't even begun to discipline her, yet this man leapt to her defense.
Does he seek to save her life? FCK. Jones.
Do you grasp the weight of your words? Sabrina stared at her brother, her gaze raw with disbelief, as though seeing him for the first time.
And what manner of voice is that?
Jones shrugged indifferently. Dearest sister, mind your tongue. I am now Lord Ramos's hound.
And I'd rather not bite you. FCK.
Wardfk.
What madness is this?
Sabrina's fury erupted, veins bulging along her neck as she nearly leapt from the floor.
You will return with me now.
Sabrina fixed her blazing eyes upon her brother, then locked them fiercely upon Remos. His utter nonchalance, that careless, unruffled air, it ignited her wrath like kindling.
By the way, I brought 200 men outside.
May I take my brother home without hindrance?
And perhaps you owe me an explanation. An explanation. What explanation? Remos rose and without warning seized Jones's ear. Arg.
Pain surged. Jones dropped to his knees, instinctively clutching Ramos's hand as he pleaded, ah.
My lord, ease your grip. Has my sister offended you?
I'll draw my sword and strike her down this instant.
Or would you have me eat excrement? I'll do it, any of it. And FCK those dogs outside. FCK the dogs outside.
A flicker of genuine confusion crossed Ramos's face.
How exactly do you intend to FCK them? FCK. Sabrina drew her blade. Jones. Wardfk. What has become of you? Ha ha ha. Calm yourself. Gaius strode forward, flanked by guards taking position behind Remos. We've come to negotiate, not to brawl. Silence. You wretched eunuch.
Sabrina leveled her sword at Gaius.
Eunuch. Gaius's face darkened. Your beloved brother stands beside me now, just as I do. Should your foul tongue refuse to close, I shall command the great hounds outside to ravage him.
Sabrina drew 2 deep, steadying breaths, forcing herself into stillness, then retreating inward to recall. She'd been preoccupied raiding merchant vessels, so she'd summoned her brother to extort an obscure noble. Intelligence suggested no significant garrison guarded him. In truth, she'd arrived the day prior, confirmed the noble surrounded himself mostly by household servants, while Jones led warriors she herself had trained and hardened. Then how had it ended thus? She could not comprehend it. Her brother detained.
Reduced to a eunuch. Can we speak plainly now? At that moment Remos released Jones's ear. Sabrina shot Remos a venomous glare, then declared, voice resonant with authority, speak. What precisely is your intention? I've scouted your holdings, you lack the forces to withstand my 200 men. Ah. Remos sighed, weary yet sincere. Truth be told, I harbor no desire to kill.
I am by nature merciful. Consider your brother insulted me on his very first day here.
And yet I spared him.
In the Empire such insolence would have stripped his skin from bone.
That alone proves my clemency.
He raised 2 fingers, continuing, here is my offer.
Kneel before me, your 200 men swear fealty to me as their sovereign. Or choose instead you and every one of them feed the fishes. How does that proposal strike you?
You might yet share supper with your brother tonight, exchange words, savor a quiet meal, rekindle the bond of siblinghood. At that Remos suddenly tapped his temple. Oh, sorry Sabrina. I suppose sibling affection has long since vanished.
But perhaps sisterly affection remains. Madman.
You're utterly deranged.
Sabrina laughed, a brittle incredulous laugh. I've plundered countless realms, met arrogance beyond reckoning.
But you, what are you?
What am I? An intriguing question indeed. Remos grinned broadly. I am your father, Sabrina. Sabrina could not be provoked by such crude taunts from Remos, instead she replied with icy sarcasm. Is that so?
Father. Then your daughter hasn't seen you in quite some time. Come closer, I wish to look upon you to verify whether you truly are my father.
Remos watched calmly as the one-eyed woman descended the dais.
He stepped forward slowly, intending to place a paternal hand upon her head, but before his fingertips brushed her hair, Sabrina whirled and struck with lethal speed. A blade flashed across his throat, its edge pressed firmly against his skin while her voice dripped with languid mockery. Father. My true father died long ago. Since you claim to be him, you ought to die now.
Jones cried out, good heavens, sister, have you lost your mind?
If the master deigns to acknowledge you as his father, it is your supreme honor.
What do you think you're doing? Silence. Sabrina snapped at Jones on the dais. Let me tell you.
I have no brother like you, not even a man worthy of the name.
Sabrina glared venomously at Gaius, and then added, and you too.
If you wish him to live, you know precisely what to do. Gaius merely glanced once, then again, at the indifferent Remos and spread his hands wide.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Go ahead and kill him, if that's what you want. Gaius assumed Remos would not die, not when he believed evil men were always spared. He won't die young.
Nor will he perish by a pirate's hand. Sabrina observed the onlookers, none advanced, none stirred. So what was that bald man's frantic display earlier, with all those men tensed and ready? Was it mere theater staged for her benefit?
To ease the tension.
In truth, Gaius had brought guards not only to signal Remos' standing, but also to shield himself should violence erupt. Sabrina of course remained oblivious to this. So, you intend to let this man die? Sabrina asked Gaius and the others, her tone laced with quiet inquiry. Only Jones wore an expression of raw panic. He scrambled on hands and knees toward Sabrina, and Remos ignored utterly by everyone around. To the pirate's eyes, if Sabrina yielded to such spineless intimidation, she would forfeit her right to lead. To Gaius and his men, Jones ranked no higher than the mangy dogs chained outside. When pleased, they tossed him scraps; when displeased, they buried him unceremoniously by the roadside. Jones knelt, palms pressed together, gazing up at Remos. Master, please forgive my sister.
Shall I call you father from now on? Would that please you? Shut up. Sabrina had never before been rattled until now. Enough, stop this nonsense, Sabrina. Be obedient.
Remos gently nudged the blade aside with a single finger, but Sabrina granted him no reprieve. Without hesitation, her wrist twisted, driving the razor-sharp edge deep into Ramos's throat.
No expected rending of flesh echoed forth.
Instead, a grating screeching friction tore through the air, a harsh metallic shriek as though a dull blade scraped violently against cold-tempered steel. Sabrina's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of disbelief crossed her mind. She refused to accept it. Wrist snapping upward, she channeled every ounce of strength into the thrust, driving the blade's tip straight into Ramos's neck with brutal force. Clang! A sharp ringing metallic impact shattered the silence, sparks erupted violently between the narrow blade and his throat. His neck remained unmarred, impossibly hard, while the violent recoil surged up the blade, numbing Sabrina's palm and sending tremors rippling up her arm. Remos stood motionless, unshaken, unswayed, then turned slowly to regard her futile struggle with serene detachment.
Has my dear daughter played enough?
His voice was tender, like that of a parent coaxing a wayward child. Before Sabrina could react, Remos seized her in a flawless shoulder throw and slammed her onto the floor. Thud! Then he planted his boot squarely atop her head.
Let me make this clear, I gave you your chance. Why do you people never understand plain speech? Am I not human?
Silence filled the chamber, not even Sabrina's own followers dared utter a word, their fingers clenched white-knuckled around sword hilts. Seeing no response, Remos suddenly roared.
Tell me, am I or am I not human?
Sabrina clenched her jaw until her teeth ached, no cry escaped her lips. Pain locked her voice, pinned her body beneath crushing weight, rendering her utterly immobile.
Her followers remained mute, thinking inwardly, a man whose throat cannot be cut by a blade, is he even human?
To break the suffocating stillness, Gaius stepped forward, first his tone soothing. Mate.
Relax, you're certainly human. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jones eagerly chimed in, fervently affirming. Absolutely. You're not just human, you're a good man.
Look, someone as wicked as I am has been redeemed by your grace.
Clearly, master, you possess extraordinary kindness. Please spare my sister.
I'll persuade her.
Jones knelt, palms clasped, posture reverent, desperately attempting to diffuse the tension.
Remos glanced down at Sabrina, writhing silently beneath his foot, and spoke unhurriedly, but your sister disobeys. Fuck.
You know how deeply I despise disobedience. His toe pressed downward slightly harder, making Sabrina's entire frame shudder. So, how will you prove she'll obey? That she'll become virtuous. Jones scrambled beside his sister and whispered urgently. Fuck. Sister, how dare you raise a hand against my master? Even if not for me, think of our brothers outside. Do as I say. In a moment I'll ask master to ease his pressure, then we'll both bark together woof. 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 That's how he'll forgive you. Jones lifted his gaze toward Remos, pleading for mercy, while Remos, assured of his own moral rectitude, felt no contradiction in granting it. He simply lifted his foot, letting the spectacle unfold. Jones bowed profusely, then leaned close to his sister's ear. Do you feel master's mercy? Bark with me, and our brothers will thrive. Perhaps even reach the imperial capital. Sabrina understood Jones's implication instantly. Submit to him. Abdicate her command. Become the monster's dog, feasting at his table, basking in his spoils. Yet she had no alternative. The rebel army drew near. Relocation was inevitable. And after moving they would face the imperial legions. The only viable path forward, just as her brother insisted, was submission to that monster. At least that monster belonged to the empire. Woof. 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 Sabrina closed her eyes and uttered the humiliating cry. Her followers, witnessing their leader's surrender, dropped their weapons and knelt en masse. Within the warm hushed chamber 2 bright watchful eyes gleamed. Myra's. Those pirates who once terrified her now cowered like strays. And that man, truly worthy of her hero worship. My lord, our combat-ready forces number 105 warriors. Mira bowed her head in reverence as Remos idly rolled a gilded imperial coin between his fingertips, listening calmly to her report. Moreover, Lord Gaius has sent word fire rages across the imperial heartland. Roth has already marched his legions back to the capital, purging the hereditary nobility with ruthless efficiency. Remos nodded absently. Understood. Why did Lord Gaius not come himself? Do you even know words? Mira gently shook her head. I cannot read words, but I possess perfect recall. Every syllable Lord Gaius spoke remains etched in my memory. Remos understood at once, though their relationship was one of alliance. Gaius spoke truthfully, yet always with a trace of fear toward him. He let out a low mocking chuckle. In his eyes I am but an unpredictable child, yet one who wields a sword, and that very fact instills dread. No, not dread, Mira insisted, her gaze clear and earnest. The entire island reveres you from the depths of their hearts. To me all others are cowards, paralyzed by crisis, while only you embody true courage. Her candor amused Remos, and he laughed aloud. Ha! Rather intriguing. Come closer. Mira obeyed, stepping forward with quiet grace. Remos studied her closely. Sun-brown skin, a slender frame that lent her cheeks a delicate sharpness, and yet those luminous sparkling eyes and the soft dark curls framing her face. Suddenly she reminded him of Wendy. Had she lived she would likely be about the same age. Alas, she is gone. The chamber felt stifling. Walk with me outside, will you? Mira stepped forward, thoughtfully lifting the chair beside her before following her master through the doorway. Beyond the ruined arena, where only a few greyhounds lingered, lay the long-abandoned gladiatorial training ground. Remos halted before a thick wooden post and without warning drove his fist into it. Crack! Snow dusted from its surface, shaken loose by the impact. A deep, unmistakable imprint sank into the dense timber. Mira, push it. She raised her hands and pressed gently. The post splintered instantly, shards scattering like startled birds. His gaze swept over the weathered, pitted training equipment scattered across the field, and a veil of nostalgia softened his eyes. This extraordinary physique, I forged it through relentless, sleepless devotion. Most vividly I recall nearly perishing at the hands of the rebel army. Watching his somber expression, Myra's heart stirred with compassion, and within that tenderness a fragile hope took root. His strength is not born of fate, it is earned. Then, might I too attain such power? To become your most trusted right hand, your unwavering pillar. Summoning her courage she asked, my lord, will you teach me? Will you make me strong as you are? It matters not, Remos murmured, lightly stroking the crown of her curled hair, but this path demands agony of bone and sinew. I doubt you could endure it. To Mira his guidance was nothing less than destiny's turning point. What were mere pains beside that? A playful glint flickered in Remos's eyes. Before I teach you, however, you must first pass a trial. Empty vows cannot forge a warrior, only proven resolve can. I submit entirely to your command. Remos pointed toward a heavy iron chain encased in frost, suspended above a scattering of jagged wooden spikes. Ascend barehanded, feet never touching ground, 10 full round trips. Only then shall I begin your instruction. Shall we begin now? Of course. Mira glanced down at the scattered spikes, drew a slow steadying breath, and seized the freezing iron chain, hauling herself upward. The frigid metal numbed her fingertips, her skin threatened to fuse with the chain. She clenched her jaw and pressed on. Remos had merely sought diversion amusement at a girl's earnestness. He never imagined she would truly attempt it. He possessed the Wu Daojian Jietu, a profound martial treatise, and from his own mastery of unarmed combat he could deduce the principles behind any weapon. Should he feel inclined, teaching Mira a technique or two cost him nothing. Halfway up her strength gave way, her body plummeted crashing hard onto the wooden spikes. Though their tips were blunt, not sharp, the wounds tore deep into flesh and spirit alike. Remos merely shook his head, turned and walked away without a backward glance. Watching his retreating figure, Mira mistook his silence for disappointment. Ignoring the searing pain, she staggered upright and reached once more for the icy chain, leaving every wound behind her forgotten. Steam rose softly from the hot spring bath, a rare luxury amid winter's bite, though alas no woman shared it. With a thunderous crash the heavy wooden door burst open. Gaius stormed in fury, blazing across his face, his voice taut with suppressed rage. Remos! How could you be so cruel? Remos lifted his eyes slightly from the water, faint surprise in his expression. Gaius swallowed his anger and lowered his tone. Mira is covered in wounds. Her hands are nearly split open. She begged me to teach her martial arts, Remos replied unruffled. Do you forget I once oversaw this arena? Such superficial injuries are trivial. I forced nothing upon her. Gaius frowned in bewilderment. Then why choose a girl? Our fighters need training too. What use is a girl to you? Remos arched a brow. Gaius, are you instructing me? Gaius's throat tightened. He hastily reined in his boldness. No. I merely advise. The Empire burns, rebel forces draw near this island. We cannot remain here long. I intend to wait until stability returns before returning home. Remos closed his eyes again, letting the warm water envelop him. Understood. Purge the useless from our ranks, we require far fewer men. As for the Imperial War, once calm settles I shall accompany you back. And Lady Martel's displeasure. With the Duke gone she may simply bear it. And remember our pact: if 3 years hence you fail to deliver me beyond these shores, I will flay you alive. Lomond! Lomond! Wake up! A hoarse shout shattered his hazy slumber. Lomond forced his eyelids open to find a round plump face looming inches from his own. Bertlin. Bertlin! What's happened? The fat man's face crumpled with unmistakable distress, his voice heavy. Another brother fell ill and didn't make it. Lomond shot upright from the icy wooden cot, shaking his throbbing head vigorously to dispel the clinging fog of fatigue. Where is Cassandra? In the Watchman's Council Hall. Bertlin stood with bowed head, his eyes shadowed by fear. She sent me to fetch you immediately. I understand. Lomond strode toward the door without hesitation. Whenever Cassandra convened the council it was never trivial. Yet no sooner had he taken a few steps than sluggish footsteps trailed behind him. Bertlin hunched his shoulders, visibly trembling with unspoken words. Is there something else? Lomond turned to face him. Bertlin rubbed his calloused palms together, stammering for an age before finally blurting out, we've run out of grain. And you know how it is outside, frost grips the land merciless and deep. Lomond nodded coolly. I understand. He turned and resumed walking, only to pause moments later when Bertlin's voice suddenly surged raw with pent-up courage, fists clenched tight. Lomond. We can no longer sustain the 3 dragons' rations. The men grumble in secret, and they all sent me to ask you how much longer must we skulk like hunted shadows. The Empire's lords tear each other apart in endless civil strife. When do we strike back on our own terms? Lomond halted mid-stride and fell silent, lost in thought. This territory endured eternal winter scarcity, was its ancient curse. Now with Cassandra's 3 fledgling dragons demanding impossible sustenance, the men who followed Lomond had already borne more hardship than any soul should endure. After a long-waited silence his reply remained the same low measured phrase, I understand. He paused, then added quietly but firmly, tell them to prepare. We prepare for war. Whoosh. Outside gales howled like vengeful spirits, yet within the chamber candlelight flickered stubbornly, its amber glow carving out a fragile haven of warmth. Only 4 sat at the council table, including Lomond. Lomond, rebel commander. Cassandra, CRS. Kieran, watchman, formerly a demon slayer. Coster, rebel drillmaster, once a slave warden alongside Remos on the Isle. Lomond broke the silence first. Cassandra, the truth stares us in the face. We will not survive until those 3 dragons reach maturity. Cassandra inclined her head, serene and unruffled. I know. I summoned you today to show you something. As she spoke, Coster stepped aside, moving deliberately to stand beside a massive iron cage shrouded entirely in thick coarse burlap tucked into the hall's far corner. Lomond had noticed the cage the moment he entered, and suspicion had coiled cold and tight in his gut ever since. Coster yanked the burlap away. Roar! A ragged, hollow, lifeless roar exploded through the chamber. Lomond's pupils contracted violently. He launched himself from his wooden chair as if struck by lightning. The creature inside was no longer human. Jutting ribs pierced through parchment-thin desiccated skin. Its face was little more than gray-slack flesh stretched taut over a skull's stark contours, the most chilling feature being its vacant pale blue eyes utterly devoid of life spark. Damn it! What abomination is this? Lomond growled, instinctively gripping the hilt of his short blade. Coster spread his hands wide. I reported it long ago. I said it was wrong. You dismissed me. Cassandra dismissed me. She claimed her visions held no such omen. Only Kieran recognized it instantly. Kieran, however, remained calm, his voice steady, unshaken. It is a ghoul. And I have discovered an entire legion of them. The city walls still hum with residual magic. If not for that ancient ward, the undead host would have overrun us long ago. Lomond's breath caught. Then what do we do? Kieran turned to Cassandra. Ordinary steel cannot harm a necromancer. There are no mages here, no exorcists, no clerics. Only your dragons remain. Their flame alone can incinerate him utterly. A shadow of sorrow crossed Kieran's gaze. Had Duke Albert lived, I might have devised another way. But you've seen it yourself, the nobles care only for land and power. They ignore even your rebellion, locked instead in petty wars over scraps of territory. With that he rose slowly, shook his head and walked out of the hall, leaving behind only a quiet weary sigh. Their vision is narrow. Still, it is not wholly their fault. They have never glimpsed the world beyond these borders. Once Kieran vanished beyond the doorway, Cassandra lifted her eyes to Lomond. What will you do? Me. Lomond echoed softly, his mind churning in chaos. Then he turned to Coster, seeking another perspective. What is your counsel? Coster paused briefly, then unfurled a heavily worn sheepskin map of the Empire across the table. We severed ties with the Imperial elite long ago. Now, while we still hold our breath, we must consolidate our forces, reorganize our troops, and ready ourselves for war. He laid out another battered sheepskin map. Behold, the Empire's cartography. Beyond these shores lies the unknown. For now we liberate the slaves on nearby islands, seizing supplies and strengthening our ranks through battle. Then dispatch an elite detachment, with one dragon, to assault the Imperial capital. Finally converge along the planned route. Cassandra immediately shook her head in firm dissent. We cannot storm the capital directly. She raised a single finger. First, my dragons remain too young. Second, when I sought to divine this path, my visions blurred entirely. A force stronger than my own foresight shields the heart of the Empire. What calamity awaits? Lomond frowned. Cassandra alternated between shaking her head and clutching her temples in agony. I do not know. An unknown overwhelming power blocks my sight, perhaps Duke Albert's final legacy. Even my attempts to foresee the outcome against the ghoul legions yielded only void. I am left to glean fragments of the outside world, through the eyes of small beasts. Lomond pressed further. And if we first secure the surrounding islands, liberate the slaves, expand our domain. Could you glimpse that future? Cassandra rolled her eyes, then convulsed, whispering incantations under her breath. In the next instant, spurt. A spray of crimson blood erupted onto the tabletop. Cassandra. Lomond and Coster lunged forward in unison. Cassandra clutched her chest, terror etching deep lines across her face. No. I feel the gods abandoning me. I see no true future. If we march to claim neighboring lands, I see only a hand blotting out my vision, reaching straight for my face. Cassandra. Are you all right? Remos stepped forward quickly and added an apology. Sorry. Cassandra shook her head gently, her voice weary. Cost, your plan is absolutely impossible. Just now I glimpsed the prophecy again. Attacking the pirates might lead to our failure. But we have no other choice, do we, Cassandra? Cost's remaining single eye was filled with anxiety. Our food is scarce. If we delay any longer, we will starve first. Launching a war now is the only chance to break the deadlock. Just as the meeting room's atmosphere reached its peak of tension with the two locked in stalemate, Remos suddenly spoke, breaking the deadlock. No, Cost. Launching a reckless war now is a foolish move. Two pairs of eyes instantly fell on him. Remos met their gazes calmly, slowly voicing his concerns. First, Cassandra's prophecy shows no future of us attacking the Empire, which means danger is certain. Second, on the island she clearly saw a hand reaching straight for her face. In my guess, the outcome of that scene is most likely that we all died. Cost's single eye widened and he immediately retorted sharply. Nonsense. We have 300 men, most of whom survived the arenas. Our strength far exceeds ordinary people. The overseas islands are merely infested with pirates, and besides we have 3 dragons. Even if the dragons are not yet fully grown and their combat power is limited, we cannot possibly lose to a bunch of pirates. Then do you believe Cassandra's prophecy? Remos paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Cost. Cost, this team has survived to this day only because of Cassandra's prophecies, which helped us avoid deadly situations. And you know in your heart that not all 300 men can fight right now. The wounded, the weak, and the exhausted soldiers without supplies cannot all engage in battle. Cassandra's shoulders slumped, trembling slightly, and the darkness in the meeting room enveloped her in that moment. She could not see the full picture of the battle, only fragments of the future. This helplessness was more devastating than facing the enemy directly. I don't know why either. The images in my prophecy are incomplete. I cannot see the situation of the Empire's central army, but the hand rushing toward us from the overseas islands feels incredibly real. I can sense death. But I still can't figure out why we fully armed would lose to pirates. Maybe that hand has no ill intent, it just wants to gently touch your face. Kost deliberately softened his tone, trying to dispel the oppressive despair in the meeting room. He then raised an eyebrow at Romont, attempting to ease the tense standoff. Kost, that's not funny at all. Cassandra frowned and shot him a cold glare. The smile on Kost's face vanished instantly, his tone turning urgent. Enough. Stop dwelling on vague prophecies. I'll say it again, attacking the pirates, freeing the slaves and expanding our forces is the most direct way out. Otherwise, how can we afford to feed the 3 dragons which consume enormous amounts of food every day? The empty meeting room fell into dead silence, broken only by the hoarse, raspy howls of the corpse demon locked in the corner cage, eerie and chilling. Romont closed his eyes in contemplation for a few seconds. When he opened them again, he spoke in a calm voice. Everyone quiet down and listen to my plan. Our greatest asset is the 3 dragons. They are not yet fully grown and cannot directly engage in frontal combat, but they already possess full flight capabilities. First, we can use the dragon's aerial advantage to scout all the abandoned fishing villages on the periphery of the pirate islands. The dragons can certainly do this. No problem. Cassandra immediately nodded. She could also use animal vision to assist the 3 dragons in completing the reconnaissance. Romont leaned over and pointed to the full map spread on the table, revealing his plan. First step, the entire army evacuates the northern border and occupies the abandoned fishing villages left by the pirates. Such outposts, having been abandoned by pirates, likely have some leftover food stored enough to sustain us through the transition period. Second step, Cassandra uses animal vision to secretly search for the Empire's scattered military grain depots. Now that the Empire's internal factions are in chaos and unable to attend to us, we can quietly plunder supplies without engaging the Empire's main forces directly. Third step, let the young dragons hunt on their own in the mountains. They have already learned to fly, and the wilderness forests will provide enough food for them, greatly reducing the pressure on our army's provisions. Finally, we remain still, patiently lying in wait until the Empire's internal strife completely ends. Then we strike swiftly and overthrow the Senate in one fell swoop. As long as we are fast enough, we can perfectly avoid the calamity in the prophecy. Kost furrowed his brow, hitting the weakest point of the plan. Can you guarantee that the abandoned fishing villages will have food? If we come up empty, what then? Come up empty. It doesn't matter. Romont's tone was unshakable. Then we'll have to send some people to raid the pirates, but we absolutely will not engage in a full-scale battle. But during the process, kill as many of those pirates as possible. His tone shifted, his expression growing more solemn as he added the ultimate crisis that everyone had overlooked. And there is the worst-case scenario. If we cannot find supplies on the mainland or the islands, let the 3 dragons venture deep into the desolate mountains to hunt for food. And we must not only focus on the Empire and the pirates, remember the things lurking outside the city. After we deal with the Empire, we will likely have another war to fight. Then Romont raised a finger, pointing to a neglected island region on the edge of the map. Besides that, there are roving bands of private armies of exiled nobles wandering the outer continent. These troops, mostly composed of soldiers under the command of fallen nobles, should not be underestimated. He pointed to the cage of the howling corpse demon in the corner. We'll take this corpse demon with us. Once the Empire collapses and the mainland's defense line disintegrates, they will be the first to die. At that time, they will have no choice but to willingly submit to us. This crisis concerns the survival of all humans on the entire continent. No one can stand alone. Hound, a burly soldier with a full beard and a hideous scar across his cheek, impatiently poked Bertram beside him and said with a surly tone. Fatty, what did Lord Romont decide? Is he just going to let us starve to death waiting? Bertram rolled his eyes helplessly and corrected him again and again. Fuck. My name is not Fatty, it's Bertram. I call you Fatty, what can you do about it? Hound snorted, his stomach growling with hunger, his anger growing. If this goes on, I won't be able to hold back. I'll roast you and eat you, then shit you out as a fat lump of dung. Seeing the fierce face before him with saliva spraying onto his own, Bertram swallowed instinctively but still gritted his teeth and said. Fuck. Stay away from me. Lord Romont has decided the entire army will evacuate the northern border and rest at the abandoned fishing villages of the pirates. And then? Hound stepped forward, impatient. What food can be found in those deserted villages? Are we supposed to rely on those useless dragons to starve us brothers who fight on the front line? If you ask me, just lead the troops to the islands, go head-to-head with the pirates and grab their resources. We can't fight. Bertram hurriedly explained. The witch Cassandra has already foreseen it. If we directly attack the pirates, the entire army will be wiped out. This battle must not be fought. Fuck. Hound scratched his hair in frustration, his rage having nowhere to go. What is Remos afraid of now?
Has he been drinking too much witch's milk?
Has he become timid?
I think she's just too attached to her 3 precious dragons.
Hound, shut up.
A cold hard voice suddenly rang out.
Cost stepped forward, standing before the restless Hound, his expression serious. Cassandra's prophecies have never been wrong. Going against the prophecy will only doom the entire team. Don't worry about food.
The witch said that after leaving the northern border there will be wine and meat.
Hound was still full of resentment. Fuck. Cost, don't you know about those things outside? We have to fight not only the Empire and the pirates but also those things later. In fact, Hound's thoughts represented the feelings of most of the lower-ranking soldiers.
This rebel army was a patchwork, gladiator slaves and some desperados mixed together, lacking strict discipline, most driven only by hunger and fear. But Cost was powerless.
Now everyone's fate was tied together. One wrong step and all would be lost. No one dared to gamble 300 lives on whether the prophecy was true or false. Cost fully understood Roman's caution. He dared not gamble, and he would not.
Suppressing his helplessness, he softened his tone and patiently calmed the situation.
Calm down. It's hard for everyone. Romont has never made a decision that harms the team's interests. Just wait a little longer, everything will be fine. Hound. You are leaving. Roman. Yes. Kieran. Thank you for having me all this time. Kieran shook his head. No.
You arrived here with 200 men in the beginning. What other choice did I have? An old man and a middle-aged man stood by the city wall gazing at the snowy landscape of the northern border.
Age could not hinder the two from becoming friends.
Kieran sighed. If you had been on the other side of this land in your youth, you would surely have made a name for yourself.
Roman shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps this is all for the best.
At least Cassandra said that the other side is not so pleasant, is it?
Indeed. Kieran agreed. Here, if you are killed, at least you know who your enemy is. On the other side you might not even know who killed you.
Perhaps you are enjoying a delicious breakfast and suddenly a huge fireball falls from the sky.
Well, that would be truly unfortunate.
Roman teased. By the way, Kieran, if many people knew about the outside world, would they choose this place or continue living in the Empire? Although this place is isolated, I want to say that if there truly were a choice, at least all slaves would choose to leave, because there lies infinite possibilities. And if you hadn't appeared, the slaves of the Empire would have ended up working without dignity until they died, wouldn't they? On one hand, you might be killed by a random fireball. On the other hand, your master might wake you up in the middle of the night and say he wants to fuck your ass until you die.
Neither is an easy choice. That's not funny, Karen.
Some of the young men in my group have suffered such treatment.
A trace of pity appeared on Roman's face.
Remembering their experiences, he felt a surge of anger inside.
But that's the reality, isn't it? Kieran retorted. If you succeed, you will surely sit on the Iron Throne. What will you do then? Me. Roman was silent for a moment. If I really sit on the Iron Throne, there will be no more slave trade here. I will open the doors of the world so that everyone can access the supernatural power you and Cassandra speak of. To be honest, even Roman himself felt that such words were unrealistic. Initially he only thought about the abolition of slavery, but who knew the world was so vast? If he hadn't met Cassandra, he would never have known that the world had another side, not confined to just a small place. And humans can actually fly into the sky. Ha! Kieran patted Roman on the shoulder in approval. A great ambition.
But even on that side there are still slaves, only they exist in another form.
Besides, that side is also mostly common people. Not everyone can access the supernatural. Then how do ordinary people live there? Roman asked incredulously.
Rats have many natural enemies and insects have many predators, yet they haven't gone extinct, have they?
Even on that side most are common folk. Few can truly achieve transcendence. Hearing Kieran's explanation, Roman understood. He then said, then let the common people have access too. Can the common people there also access power like yours? Kieran, indeed they can. There are lower districts on that side.
The poor mostly become mutated, become followers of unknown gods, or drink some mutated water from the sewers to gain immense strength.
But there is always a price. Let's end this topic here. I think further discussion is pointless. To be blunt, you cannot accomplish these things alone.
This place, sealed for 1,000 years, will require generations to fully open the gates and merge with the world.
All right. Let's talk about your departure. Did you foresee any good outcome? Roman shook his head after hearing Kieran's words. I'm afraid it's not ideal.
Oh.
How so? Kieran asked curiously. According to Cassandra's prophecy, we cannot see the scene of attacking the Empire. Kieran, I think it's the contingency left by my old friend. Even though he is dead, there should be supernatural protection there. And another thing. Roman paused before saying our plan is to split into two groups. When the Empire's civil war draws to a close, I will go. The others will liberate the slaves on the nearby islands. But in Cassandra's prophecy, we will die on the island when facing the pirates. What are you saying? Kieran felt puzzled. You say you will die at the hands of pirates. Are you kidding? You have 3 dragons. Although they are still young and not fully grown, they can already fly and breathe flames. What pirate could kill you? Roman himself found it strange, but Cassandra would not deceive him. He explained to Kieran some of the visions Cassandra had seen. A hand. And the face of the hand's owner was not seen, but it was known to be a man, and definitely not a rough man like the Hound. Kieran repeated Roman's description in astonishment. He thought of all possibilities. At most it was his old friend Albert's contingency that prevented them from successfully attacking the Empire's heart. But he never expected that they would die on an island, and they even had dragons. Are you sure that if you liberate the slaves on the island and kill the pirates you will die? Will the dragons die too? Kieran asked again. Roman affirmed yes. That is what Cassandra saw. A hand reached out and she fell into darkness, which meant death. If she died, her dragon and our people would also die. We had previously sent people to liberate some small islands. Except for Recton and my spy Sylvia, who could not be found, everyone else succeeded. That island was where Costello had stayed. I asked him, but he said he didn't know. When the fighting started, he ran away and never looked back. This is too strange. Kieran muttered to himself, pondering all possibilities. Could it be a runaway vampire? Impossible. That vampire is no match for 3 dragons. A single breath of flame would burn her to nothing, even if she turned into a swarm of bats. Or a contingency left by the 2 mages from the outer realms. That's impossible too. Those 2 are apprentices. The 3 dragons wouldn't even need to breathe fire to tear them apart. Moreover, dragons are immune to some magical damage. And the undead army hasn't entered yet. So what in the world could kill Cassandra, who has a dragon? Unless Albert was resurrected. That's not right either. According to the description, the owner of the hand should be a young man, not an old man. Once those conclusions are overturned, there is likely a follower of an evil god hidden within the Empire, or a demon wearing human skin. Kieran suppressed his doubts and concerns and instead asked Roman, so what do you plan to do? We will only harass the pirates, not attack them. Our main force will march into the Empire. Cassandra said that although the outcome is unknown, we will not die. All right. Kieran could only offer his blessing. Follow your own plan. I will not participate. Take some of the Night's Watchmen who seem decent and can fight. Leave the serious criminals here to keep me company, an old man. If they die, they are paying for their crimes. Are you sure? You will be alone facing all death row convicts. Roman asked with concern. I have guarded the wall for so many years. What day have I not faced death row convicts? Kieran's expression remained unchanged. Night's Watchmen are never honorable. Then good luck, Kieran. I will set off tomorrow and won't cause you any more trouble. Roman. If you truly succeed, send some men. There is still a war to fight here. Of course. If not, it should be within these 2 years. Once the barrier disappears, the entire empire will change hands. Perhaps we too will become whites, and then we can still stand on the wall chatting so comfortably, just like now. What the FK? You're telling me you got robbed? And you're pirates? At the long conference table, Remos stared at Cybulina and the others in disbelief. Then he burst out again, FK. There were 4 people at the conference table, 3 of whom were spineless. After saying this, Cheongsi and Gaiwusi lowered their heads, first remaining silent. Only Cybulina seemed indifferent. Because she never had any to begin with. She could only let Remos continue his tantrum. Good heavens. Why are the people around me always so stupid? FK. It's like they were born with low intelligence. No. That's because your Excellency's views are inherently brilliant. You're always smarter than most of us. Cheongsi interjected at this moment. Cheongsi. You. Remos closed his eyes in exasperation, as if his mind had short-circuited. Sigh. After a moment he opened his eyes again and said expressionlessly to Cheongsi, go blow on Gaiwusi and see if it can grow back. Gaiwusi, huh? Cheongsi, what? Remos said flatly, I'm not joking, go check and see if it's there. After a brief exchange of glances with Remos, Cheongsi slowly got up. Okay. By the time he reached Gaiwusi still hadn't thought to stand up. Get up. I won't say it twice. Lei Mosi simply gestured with his hand. Guy Wuxi also rose unhurriedly, facing Xiongxi so close that their breaths brushed each other's cheeks.
Saibuli, now witnessing this, let her lips part slightly, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curling upward.
It wasn't schadenfreude but a sense of disbelief or novelty.
Until Xiongxi slowly knelt down. Guy Wuxi put his hands on his hips, took a deep breath and closed his eyes while Xiongxi looked up at him and said, "Man.
It's just a new kind of game, right?" Bang. Lei Mosi slammed the table. "FK hell. Stand up now."
The two fumbled hastily, averted their gazes and returned to their original seats. Lei Mosi stood up and shouted angrily at everyone, "FK.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Every single one of you is mentally deficient. Oh. Dear God.
How pitiful I am, sent to this barren land and this team has to be held together by me alone.
Pirates getting robbed. It's utterly preposterous."
Then he glared fiercely at Guy Wuxi. "You'd better
quickly tell Saibuli Na about the overseas merchant you're looking for, because I absolutely don't want to stay with you idiots.
And at most 3 years, whether it succeeds or not, I'm leaving."
"Oh. No. At most, after the Empire's affairs are settled, I'll take you straight back to the Imperial capital.
Whether it works or not, I believe using the army to help you search might be faster." Having thrown out these words, Lei Mosi turned to leave without looking back. As he reached the door, Saibuli Na called out to him, "Your Excellency.
I'm very sorry about this."
"You're right. But our men say those people seem to know our movements and they could fly." They set fires and then vanished inexplicably.
Sigh. Lei Mosi finally left the meeting room, leaving behind the useless trio.
Only after Lei Mosi had disappeared from sight did Xiongxi slowly speak, "By the way,
Guy Wuxi. I'm normal, I don't have that fetish.
When a person is annoyed enough, they go outside to get some air. In this place with no entertainment." Such was Lei Mosi.
He no longer wanted to stay here.
He would rather go back to the Empire to fight, earn some simulation points, even though there were no magical beasts there. But sooner or later he would surely reach a place full of monsters. Thinking of that, his irritable mood seemed to ease a little. He didn't know what would happen when the Wu Daoxin Jie 2 reached a certain level.
Become a god. Or achieve immortality. None of these were certain.
But if he had his way, it would be to become a god.
Yet what would he do after becoming a god? Endless slaughter. Or do some good deeds.
However, judging by the nature of this golden finger, killing monsters grants rewards and killing ordinary people does too, but killing the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled as well as animals yields nothing. Could it be that the ultimate goal of this golden finger was to make him eliminate certain factors, leaving only unenlightened ordinary people and animals?
Simply put, to destroy all traces of civilization here and return to primitiveness.
The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed.
But why would it do that? Could this golden finger go that far? Destroy civilization, leave only primitiveness. Your Excellency. How do you think I'm doing? A sudden call pulled Lei Mosi's wandering thoughts back to reality.
Mila was twirling 2 Saxon scimitars, a technique Lei Mosi had taught her, derived from another application of his Iron Finger Eagle Claw skill. The main thing was that Mila was too obedient, obeying almost every command. For instance, when Lei Mosi told her to hit Xiongxi or to take a stick and knock him on the head while he slept, the girl never hesitated for a second. If it were Guy Wuxi, he would reason with him. Lei Mosi once tried telling her not to eat for 2 days.
Mila actually did it.
Afterward he asked Mila why she was so obedient.
Mila's answer was always, "Good, Your Excellency would never hurt me. If you told me not to eat, it means the food must be problematic."
Lei Mosi also tried telling Mila to do something not very moral.
Mila's reply was, "What is morality? I can't eat it. Your Excellency is the best."
Those who say Your Excellency has no morality, they must have stolen your morality.
Kill them and the morality will come back. Lei Mosi.
As for what morality was, Lei Mosi couldn't explain it to a girl who couldn't even read the word. In the end, he just taught her some martial skills. He couldn't do everything himself, could he? He could hardly muster the will to fight those weaklings anymore, so he might as well let Mila handle it. If he wanted simulation points, he could just find a place and a reason to get them.
He really missed magical beasts now. Over 800 simulation points were just sitting there unused. You're doing very well.
But go through it once more, let me watch, and I'll give you some guidance. From now on you'll stay by my side.
Mila showed her white teeth and smiled at Lei Mosi. "Okay. Thank you, Your Excellency." Mila always smiled at Lei Mosi, even though she knew she might not be his type.
But she understood that no one wanted to face someone who was always frowning.
After 4 months the snow finally ceased.
In the long stretch of overcast skies a ray of sunlight had at last broken through. The chill that had accumulated through the bitter winter gradually dissipated. Water from the melting snow trickled along the fissures of the frozen earth, soaking the barren plains beyond the city walls. Remos held a letter from the Empire that had just been delivered. The paper rough from the long journey bore creased edges worn by wind and frost along the way. This was news from the Empire after a long silence. All the letters that had come from the Empire before were written by Quentin. But today's letter was not written by Quentin. Remos knew Quentin's handwriting all too well. The messenger had briefly explained his identity in a note appended to the letter. He was an eye planted by Gaius within the Empire, having lurked there for years, rarely contacting the outside world. Unless a catastrophe of the utmost magnitude had occurred, he would never have dared send this secret letter so recklessly. He still remembered the contents of Quentin's last letter written in his own hand. At that time the Empire had just purged all the nobles who opposed Matilda, and the turmoil within the Empire had temporarily subsided. And Matilda had promised that once the matter was settled she would grant Remos an exceptional ennoblement, allowing him to take a seat in the Senate with real authority, sharing in the stability of the times. But a woman's promises were never reliable. Everything she had sworn to do ultimately amounted to empty words. Once the situation stabilized and imperial power was secure, the Empire directly tore up the original agreement, never mentioning the Senate seat again, completely erasing all of Remos's contributions and sacrifices. In a fit of rage, Remos led his followers and departed, completely withdrawing from the Empire's power struggles, leaving behind only devastation, and the dispute ended without resolution. After that, everyone believed the storm had passed and life would gradually return to calm. Quentin had quietly urged Remos in his letter to wait patiently for the right moment and find an opportunity to return to the Empire. The reason was simple: Quentin had no son left in this life, and Lydia had gone mad. As for Remos's older sister, she would likely never return to the heart of the Empire in this lifetime. The vast Empire held no attachments for him anymore. What concerned Remos most was the content of the letter. Quentin was dead, and the rebel army possessed the evil dragon spoken of in the books. Remos began to imagine the unfolding events in his mind following the contents of the letter. Time returns to 3 months earlier. Matilda. If you act this way, Ross will not let it go. Why do you need to break your promise? Quentin looked up, his face showing not a trace of fear as he stared at the woman seated upon the Iron Throne. Matilda sat proudly on the Iron Throne, her arrogance on full display. I think one king is enough. There is absolutely no need for a Senate. As old friends, you should simply be content with your noble title. Stop dreaming about the Senate. At the very least, I won't treat you poorly. Damn it. Quentin pointed at Matilda and roared, do you have any idea what you are doing? Everyone is nearly dead at your hands now. Ross is gone. Do you understand the magnitude of the impact his departure will bring? What if he rebels? Rebel. Matilda couldn't help but laugh at these words. Ha 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 ha. What could he rebel with? Don't we have armies? She then gestured, and immediately a towering figure appeared behind her. You think Ross would rebel? How many chances of victory does he have? This is something your daughter left behind. Don't forget, the one behind me is also your deceased son. Besides, I never intended to wrong Ross in any way. I simply gave him time to think it over. I only abolished the Senate. He remains my Grand General. I said it before. Once he eliminates all the rebels, I will grant him the title of Duke. But the times have changed. We no longer need a Senate. You are utterly reckless, Matilda. Quentin still could not believe Matilda was making such a mad move. An institution that had stood for thousands of years changed overnight. Then, since you claim to be king, let me ask you, if you die, who will inherit your throne? Are you leaving it to Gaia? Matilda merely brushed a strand of hair from her shoulder. Throne. Of course it will go to my descendants. I am still young. I can find several men to bear my children. After saying this, she looked up at Quentin. But if you fear losing your wealth and privilege one day, I suppose I could make a sacrifice and let you produce an heir for me. After all, we are friends, are we not? Although you are a bit old. Ha ha ha. Quentin was so angered by Matilda's words that he laughed. You call me old? Let me tell you, Matilda, what you are doing is nothing short of pushing the Zalulan Empire toward destruction. Destruction? Is there any problem with what I'm doing? I've only abolished the Senate. Matilda felt puzzled. But let me speak plainly, the Senate, apart from Duke Albert, who is genuinely working, what have you good-for-nothings accomplished? At the very least, during times of war we offered counsel together. Quentin forced himself to explain. Counsel? Matilda was even more scornful. What counsel? To scheme ways to exploit the poor. You are all far inferior to Albert. To put it plainly, the entire Senate, apart from Albert, only you and Gaius have any sense. Otherwise we would never have become friends. At least the two of you understand how to maximize the Empire's prosperity. Because both of you are utterly ruthless. I have always admired men like that.
Oh right, Gaius is no longer a man. Perhaps next time we meet I'll call him my sister since I've already moved past what Osborne did.
As she spoke she shook her head in disappointment as if every man in the entire empire was unworthy to be her stepping stone.
Truly.
Among all the men in the empire you are all cowards.
No match for Albert at all.
Suddenly, a series of deep rumbling sounds echoed.
Thrum, thrum, thrum.
Those were the bells of the empire. A guard rushed in frantically.
Your Highness. It's terrible. The rebels have breached the city.
What the fuck? What is this?
Coenting and Madir looked up simultaneously, their pupils constricting sharply.
Above the vast sky 2 colossal dragons were circling back and forth, their massive shadows blotting out most of the royal city's daylight, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Blazing flames gushed and fell from the dragon's maws, slamming into the empire's defensive lines, scorching streets and city walls with patches of crimson scorch marks. Every breath was accompanied by waves of wailing. The castle's high walls blocked the true sight of the streets but could not shut out the surging sounds from outside. The panicked cries, battle roars and clamor of slaughter from the entire capital pierced through the thick stone walls, echoing clearly in the ears of the two.
Fuck. This is absolutely not something I can solve. Madir murmured softly.
These matters were completely beyond her control. Suddenly the earth trembled violently and the entire city swayed and shook continuously. With the central imperial city, the core area where Madir stood, as the origin layers of clear blue light rings slowly rose and rippled, overlapping one another, continuously spreading outward. The cold blue light carrying the Empire's last protective suppression power shot straight into the sky, forcibly enveloping and driving away the twin dragons. Under the gaze of Coenting and Madir, the two enormous beasts continuously shrank and retreated, finally dissolving at the edge of vision, turning into two insignificant black dots on the sky. The dragons' intimidation had faded, but the chaos and slaughter outside the city had not subsided. Instead, they grew more intense. The rebel army without the dragons' aid did not collapse, but instead, leveraging their earlier battlefield advantage, swept through the entire royal city. Madir knew that the defensive line of the city's garrison was on the verge of collapse. She quickly climbed onto the castle terrace and personally lit the beacon flare atop the high platform to call for reinforcements. Rolling white smoke columns shot up into the sky, straight into the clouds. This was the highest level distress signal stipulated by the Empire, only to be used when a city-destroying crisis descended.
I don't know if Luosi will come back after seeing this. Let's go, Coenting, let's check the front. Mom.
What is this situation? At this moment Gaia abruptly appeared with a servant.
Madir looked at her daughter's panicked expression and immediately scolded, "Don't bother. Hide. Coenting, go." Without a moment's hesitation, Coenting followed Madir's steps and stepped out of the castle gate together.
The closer they got to the urban battlefield, the more piercing and deafening the sounds of slaughter and wailing became, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. At this moment the outside of the city had already turned into a bloody purgatory.
Kill. Kill all these dog-born nobles.
Furious battle cries swept through the streets, blood soaked the bluestone pavement, dyeing the entire district red.
Innocent civilians huddled in ruins and corners, trembling in despair under the onslaught of war.
Only the remaining imperial soldiers still held the final line, stubbornly resisting the tide of the rebel army with their flesh and blood. Amid the chaotic slaughter, a warrior clad in gladiator armor suddenly turned his head and shouted a warning to the leader beside him, Luo Meng.
The dragons were driven back by those blue lights. Luo Meng raised his hand, expressionlessly interrupting his subordinate. It doesn't matter.
The battle situation won't change. All troops advance.
Breach the royal city. Today is the end of the empire.
As the order was given, the surrounding rebel soldiers immediately charged at full speed. The fierce and surging offensive instantly tore apart the last formation of the imperial defenders, completely shattering and scattering the thin line. Luo Meng stepped through the blood and debris, leading the rebel army with irresistible momentum, steadily advancing. Through the pervasive smoke and the interweaving figures of slaughter, a familiar figure etched into his bones firmly locked his gaze. He gathered all the strength in his chest and with a voice full of years of hatred roared across the battlefield, "Coenting Ka Ersayan."
The clash of weapons, the roar of the crowd and the wailing of the wounded intertwined into a deafening uproar, yet this call, laden with endless resentment, still reached Coenting's ears clearly and unmistakably.
He paused in his steps and instinctively looked toward the sound, but did not see the speaker.
Fuck. What should I do now?
Where is he, Ketua Air?
Madir's voice stammered.
Facing the complete collapse of the battle and the advancing rebel army, she forced down her panic and hastily spoke in her defense. "Damn.
I can't possibly carry a corpse with me all the time. Am I not afraid?
After purging those damned old fossils, I locked him in the dungeon."
Obviously. This sentence inexplicably ignited Coenting's anger.
He demanded harshly, "Do you have any conscience? No matter what, he is my son. After using him, you locked him in the dungeon."
Madir, driven to emotional turmoil by his rebuke, immediately retorted resentfully, "Then what do you want me to do? I am a woman. You can't expect me to carry a corpse around all the time, can you? Fuck. I am the same as you men. I also need to be served. He is not a corpse. Koan Ting stared at her intently. He is just in a deep sleep. For me he will always be He Kutua Air, the knight who guarded this land. Why are you yelling at me? Ma Dear was anxious and irritable, her voice suddenly rising. Now the rebel army has reached the doorstep and we have no information at all. It's all the fault of you useless idiots. If we had strictly defended, how could we have only known when they reached the doorstep? Fuck. Release He Kutua Air immediately. Koan Ting's tone was unquestionable. Then light the distress beacon again. Luo Si will definitely come back when he sees it. And this has nothing to do with our soldiers. Who would have known that the enemy had dragons? Who would have known that AI Bote could leave behind something to help us stabilize the situation? Ma Dear now did not dare to be as arrogant as before and could only obey the order, lighting the distress beacon again. The smoke column in the sky became denser and more conspicuous. Koan Ting looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Aren't you going to release He Kutua Air? Ma Dear calmed down for a moment before slowly revealing the truth. I didn't place him in the center of the castle but in the underground prison of the city's arena. Hearing this, Koan Ting felt the world spin and his body nearly staggered and lost balance. Fuck. 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 Idiot. The battle situation was ruined and he was powerless to apportion blame. He didn't know if Luo Si would come nor if he would survive today. After a brief moment of daze, Koan Ting suppressed all the despair in his heart. He turned around and ordered the guards to bring him a sword. Then with the remaining guards he directly threw himself into the brutal melee ahead where flesh and blood flew. Fight them to the death. Defend the glory. We are forever the masters of the empire. But Koan Ting was old and even if he weren't he couldn't change the situation. A galloping horse directly broke his ribs without even touching him. He coughed violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Before he could recover he saw a pair of leather boots. Koan Ting lifted his head with difficulty. How familiar that face was. Even though this person had grown from a boy into a man. Long time no see. Koan Ting caught air. Cyan. Ha! Roman, you've grown a beard. Even facing imminent death, Quentin showed no fear at all. With broken ribs he wore an expression of utter nonchalance, daring even to tease Roman. Yet the seemingly manic grin soon faded from his face. He sighed softly as if gazing upon the truth of all things. Everyone dies eventually, don't they, Roman? Just as the two stood locked in tense confrontation, air thick with unspoken violence, the hound's booming voice shattered the silence. Chief! We've got them. This is Queen Matilda. Without anyone noticing, the hound had already dragged Matilda Gaia and the rest of the noble captives before them. He seized Matilda's hair and yanked her head upward with brutal force, then turned to Roman. This woman's temper is fierce, she struggled all the way. How shall we deal with her? In a corner of the square huddled scores of nobles who once held themselves above all others, and countless commoners, lifelong slaves trembling uncontrollably with terror. The surrounding chaos barely registered in Roman's gaze. He swept it aside with a glance and saw only Quentin. Quentin clutched his chest, shuddering violently from pain, yet spoke first. How do you intend to kill me? Will you parade me through the streets for the mob to jeer at, then behead me publicly? Roman shook his head. No. You'll die here on this very street, just like the nameless beggars rotting by the roadside. Unremarkable. Forgotten. Good. Quentin burst into sudden laughter, bitter mocking, but his innate arrogance remained untouched. If not for your sister bearing my child and shielding you with her life, you'd have perished long ago, a low-born gladiator buried in dust. Who could have imagined that wretched survivor would one day topple an empire? To witness such a thing, I die without regret. Those words gave Roman pause. My sister bore you a child. Where is that child now? His surprise was fleeting, no trace of kinship stirred within him. To him the child had never been family, only the shackle that bound his sister's life, the source of every sorrow she endured. Now that his sister was gone, those chains too must be severed forever. He's well, Quentin murmured weakly. Handsome, just like your sister. Soon he'll return, to avenge me. Roman's face betrayed no emotion. Whom? It matters little. Even if he avenges you, who knows whether this empire will still exist tomorrow? Before the last word left his lips, Roman lunged forward, giving Quentin no time to react. He seized his tunic and slammed him hard onto the icy cobblestones. Cough, cough. A violent impact sent a torrent of blood gushing from Quentin's mouth. His body, slick with crimson, lay broken and pitiful, yet not a single plea crossed his lips. His pride remained unbroken. Roman stepped over him, drew the short sword from his belt and gripped Quentin's jaw with iron fingers. Shink.
The razor-sharp blade pierced straight through Quinton's mouth, then ripped outward across his throat in a savage arc followed by a final horizontal slash. In the blink of an eye Roman held aloft a dripping severed head.
20 years of blood-soaked vengeance settled at last.
Matilda and Gaia recoiled, turning away in horror, not daring to look upon the headless corpse lying on the stones.
The hound grinned and stepped forward, clapping Roman on the shoulder. Chief, it's done.
What about the rest, the nobles and the slaves?
Roman waved his hand, voice decisive. Release all the slaves.
Those who wish to follow us may stay.
The rest, let them go home.
His gaze hardened as he added, as for these nobles, tomorrow at dawn parade them through the streets in disgrace, then execute them all.
Yes.
The rebels acted immediately, freeing every slave on the spot. From the crowd a woman approached the hound and asked for a sword.
The hound asked no questions, only caution: hold your blade for now. Wait until the procession ends tomorrow.
She nodded, and accepted the sword.
She strode directly toward Gaia. Once haughty and imperious Gaia now knelt on the ground, palms pressed together, sobbing desperately. Grace. You cannot do this. Without me your father would have sold you to a brothel.
Grace said nothing, ignored her pleas entirely, and brought the sword down in one swift motion, severing both of Gaia's clasped hands at the wrists.
Ah!
A shriek of agony tore through the square.
Oh! No! My daughter! Matilda could only weep helplessly, watching her daughter suffer, utterly powerless to intervene.
At dawn the next day imperial streets teemed with citizens, faces blank, eyes cold, silently observing the noble captives led in chains. Matilda stood stripped bare, her hair hacked unevenly, like grass gnawed by dogs. Rebel orators stood atop raised platforms denouncing the nobles' decades of monstrous crimes to the silent crowd. According to plan, Matilda and her entourage were moments away from execution.
When catastrophe strikes at the final breath.
A gladiator soldier rushed up to Roman, breathless.
Chief!
Enemies are attacking, from outside. It's the former imperial general leading the counteroffensive.
Roman's expression did not waver.
His voice dropped low and steady. Where are our dragons?
Burn them all.
Spare those who surrender. The soldier hesitated, troubled. Chief, the dragon has already flown back.
Roman's eyes darkened instantly.
He issued his command. Then cut down every invader where they stand.
We regroup with Cassandra first, deal with them later.
But events would not unfold so simply.
Hidden among the onlookers were loyalist soldiers disguised as commoners, waiting, biding their time, ready to rescue Matilda. A thunderous boom.
A colossal figure burst through the crowd, barreling straight into the square's heart. It was Hector, the imprisoned giant. Unfeeling, tireless, impossibly strong, no imperial soldier recognized him save for the vague memory of a hooded giant kept near Matilda. Seeing salvation arrive, Matilda, despite her wounds, dragged herself toward Hector with desperate, frantic strength.
There was no doubt it was Ross returning with reinforcements.
Someone had freed Hector from the dungeon.
This was Matilda's last chance to live. The other nobles were not so fortunate. Most were executed on the spot. Amid the chaos, only Matilda and the gravely wounded Gaia survived. Roman assessed the situation, realizing further delay meant losing the initiative, and signaled immediate retreat. Dragons could not enter the imperial core. To engage Ross's forces head-on would mean needless sacrifice and strategic ruin.
So long as he continued expanding his ranks, Ross's army would remain trapped, forever caged within that binding arcane barrier.
Thus Roman no longer cared much for Matilda or the nobles.
After all, he had taken all the slaves. What remained in the imperial capital but hollow walls and dwindling stores?
Given time, starvation would shatter it from within.
All of the above was contained in the imperial letter, exactly as Remos had foreseen.
He released the parchment with a flick of his fingers. It disintegrated into ash.
Gaius.
What is it? Gaius asked, curious. We return to the Empire, immediately. Gaius frowned. Brother, you promised me. Now. Back to the Empire. What about my matter?
Remos replied, do you fear I'll renege? Once we're back I'll deploy my army to find what you seek, that will be faster, won't it?
Gaius now wore a deeply troubled expression, but what could be done?
Plans are always outpaced by change. His friend Quinton was dead. With Quinton gone, Gaius, who had few friends to begin with, was now truly alone. He turned to face Remos, a strange, indescribable emotion stirring within him. Just yesterday they had sat together in the arena watching matches and placing bets, yet all that was now irrevocably past. Gaius thought to himself Remos was merely a grown man with the temperament of a child, even if he now possessed extraordinary power.
So what of it?
He was no commoner, he knew the world beyond these walls. Beyond lay sorcerers who soared through skies and vanished into earth, and monstrous beasts with fangs bared and claws unsheathed. All he hoped was that Remos would not grow too arrogant, lest the house of Carthage vanish from history altogether.
Though he desperately sought a way to restore his body, he refused to live like this forever. There remained hope elsewhere, the Empire. Not the slightest chance. Remos. Gaius murmured softly. I know Quentin's death may have stirred your desire to return to the Empire, but consider carefully once there, what then? Can we truly trust these pirates? Never mind that. When the time comes, I'll deploy the Imperial Army to help you reclaim your manhood. You need only honor your vow. Having spoken so plainly, Gaius naturally fell silent. In truth, upon learning of Quentin's death, Gaius had considered entrusting Remos with the means to escape the Empire, but then he remembered this childish man traveling alone would surely fall prey to disaster. So he abandoned the idea. Let Remos first seek out foreign merchants who might have reached these shores. If none appear, it matters little. For 3 years he would stand in for his departed friend and watch over Remos. At the very least he must learn composure, not presume that some haphazard technique he'd stumbled upon grants him license to scorn all others. The letter also mentioned dragons still roaming with the rebel forces. Though he'd never seen one, Imperial texts contained illustrated depictions. Gaius felt utterly at a loss. Should the Empire truly fall, he would hand over the artifacts to Remos in advance, for a man of his age could never endure the long journey required to flee this place. He only prayed he might regain his manhood before death. Madel, though not yet dead, must surely be in utter ruin. Gaius silently lamented. He held no faith in the Empire's resurgence. What Albert had left behind offered only defense. Given time, the Empire would crumble. According to the letter's account, the Western Lauren Empire would soon fade into dust. My lord. Something's wrong. A young soldier burst in, breathless. Damn it, what is it? Remos glared impatiently at the flustered youth. After all, he was a pirate by origin. Rough manners were inevitable. The soldier stammered, my lord, we're under attack. The rebels have come, and they bring flying monsters. Flying monsters. Remos's first thought was dragons. But hadn't the rebels marched against the Empire? How could they arrive here so swiftly? Could it be they've split their forces? Amid his confusion, Remos followed the soldier's gaze, and far on the horizon something indeed soared through the sky. And as expected, it was almost certainly the dragon described in the letter. Remos himself wondered, could he prevail against it? If not, he could transform, though he loathed the thought of revealing his monstrous form before others. Before he'd assumed the vampire was formidable, yet his skin hadn't even been pierced. Might this dragon prove equally feeble? If he triumphed, he'd gain an entirely new martial art. Just imagining it filled him with delight. Go! Remos issued the command, crisp and decisive. Hearing of the dragon's arrival, Gaius felt only curiosity, not panic, yet he cautioned, I doubt we can defeat it. It flies high above, and seems capable of breathing fire. Can you fly? Then perhaps we should simply sneak Mira back. And if that fails, shall we slip away ourselves? Remos rejected Gaius's proposal outright. Not at all. I believe I can win. Watching Remos's unwavering confidence, Gaius hesitated. Could it be that if Remos truly defeated the dragon, the Empire might yet be saved, and his own chance to reclaim manhood grow stronger? Time rewinds half an hour earlier. Cassandra doubted her own prophecy, her certainty wavered. Yet without verifying its truth, greater uncertainties might unfold. Seizing Roman's absence, his journey to the Empire, she secretly assembled allies and sailed to the island to rescue villagers and test the prophecy's validity. She remained hidden, directing the dragon to assist Roman's 30 retainers, soaring overhead unleashing bursts of draconic flame, while she herself observed the battlefield through enchanted animal sight. Through the animal's eye she quickly saw the pirates ruthlessly harvesting supplies and beating villagers, preparing, it seemed, for a long voyage. Yet the dragon's sudden appearance sent them scattering in terror. Roman's men were no ordinary soldiers, they had once reigned supreme in the arena. Pursuing the pirates posed no difficulty, but she feared the dragon's flames might scorch the innocent. Then she spotted courage rising among humankind. A girl and a woman stepped forward. The woman wielded an axe and charged straight into battle with the rebels. The girl, no timid thing, drew twin curved blades and joined the fray. Cassandra had no choice but to intervene, using arcane means to command the dragon third brother to withhold his fire and descend to strike with brute force alone. One misfired blast could incinerate comrades or civilians. Fortuitously, the dragon appeared to heed her while plunging downward, ignoring arrows scattering the crowd with thunderous impact. Crash! A monster! What in the hells is that? Panic erupted among the pirates. Sabrina struggled to rally them. Steady yourselves, don't panic. I've already sent word to my lord, he'll arrive shortly. Yet inwardly she harbored no such conviction. What use was Remos against such a creature? He likely won't come at all. I'll slip away at the first opportunity. Only Mira stood firm, twin curved blades raised unflinching as she gazed upon the beast, the first of its kind she'd ever beheld. Silently she prayed, don't come, my lord, not now. Arrows couldn't pierce its hide, what then? Her fighting style was unervingly unpredictable, so the rebels instinctively avoided her.
Perhaps they reasoned this fierce girl had survived the arena where women too fought for glory and survival. Thus Mira created a rare gap and the dragon noticed her for the first time, a small being gripping two blades staring up at him unblinking, a gaze that unsettled him deeply. He lunged. Immense force sent Mira crashing to the ground. Crushed beneath his colossal frame, she couldn't even roll aside. Cough, cough, cough. Are my bones broken? Trapped beneath the dragon's claw, Mira felt no fear of death. Only regret. Her redemption had been so fleeting. She hadn't yet mastered the martial arts her lord had taught her. His first command, to guard, had barely begun. As thick viscous saliva dripped from the beast's maw, she sensed only heat, stench, and burning fury. She had nearly found meaning in her life. Raising her blade, she struck the dragon's claw with desperate defiant force under its baffled gaze. Clang! Enraged, the dragon roared open its blood-stained maw. Roar! Within Cassandra's mind a frantic absolute command echoed, do not devour her. By the heavens! Remos slammed down with a single foot. Boom! A thunderous detonation cracked the earth's spiderwebbing fine fissures across the ground. His jet-black silhouette surged forward like a gale hurtling toward the dragon. A devastating diamond leg strike, full force. A radiant swastika sigil blazed beneath Ramos's soul as his leg lashed out, slamming with brutal precision into the dragon's massive skull. Crack! Woo! A pained draconic shriek tore through the air. The colossal beast was hurled backward by the impact, crashing headlong into ruin, shattered stone exploding skyward. Had it not been for the wind stinging their cheeks, the moment would have seemed frozen in time. From afar Cassandra watched through the eyes of her animal familiars, every detail seared into her mind, her heart churning with profound shock. What? A light-affiliated mage? No, impossible. He is a saint. Only saints wield such pure radiant power. Mages never close the distance, they soar, vanish and strike from shadows cowardly and elusive. Yet why would a saint from the sanctuary appear here? Are they forbidden to leave its sacred bounds? Could he be a traitor, hiding in this forsaken corner of the world so remote even malevolent deities refuse to tread? But now urgency overrides all else. Dragon 3 must ascend swiftly. Still but a fledgling, she stands no chance against that saint. If this continues, her young dragon will have her skull shattered before her very eyes. Cassandra's mind screamed inwardly. Go up! The hatchling snarled in bitter defiance, yet that blow had already fractured her cranium. Her skull felt splintered, unstable. With a savage guttural cry, she unleashed a torrent of searing dragonfire straight at Remos. At the last breath of time, Remos swept the fallen Mira into his arms and vanished from the blast zone. When the smoke cleared, only empty sky remained. The dragon was long gone. Damn it! Remos cursed inwardly, but there was no recourse. In this form only his second transformation could grant him the raw strength and unbreakable frame needed to subdue the beast barehanded. Yet shifting would cripple his speed, his human form was already his swiftest state. I despise creatures that fly. This battle left Sabrina utterly speechless. Before her defiance had been silent, now her surrender was absolute, heart and soul alike bowed before him. Who could resist pledging loyalty to a leader wielding such transcendent might? One kick, and a dragon was sent reeling. As for her brother's castration, all she could offer was, sorry little brother, I too seek ascension. She yearns to stand as her master's right hand. Gaius meanwhile had long sensed Remos bore hidden power. After all, his own elder sister was a mage. He simply never imagined such overwhelming strength enough to send that monstrous beast flying like chaff in the wind. And what of the Empire's ban on supernatural power? Then consider that ban nullified. Remos is no commoner. Even were Albert still alive, he would turn a blind eye, then open the other just enough to let opportunity pass. Are you unharmed, Remos? Enough, say nothing. We press on. Follow my plan back to the Empire, now. Understood. Remos scanned the rebel soldiers who had just clashed with his newly conscripted pirates, then issued his command. Who among you will speak of the rebels' movements? Speak and live. Stay silent and become one with this soil. Though terrified by his inhuman power, none feared death more than betrayal. That man kicked Cassandra's dragon into oblivion. What then were they but dust before him? No one stepped forward. All stood rigid, unbending, unyielding. Only short swords raised high, answered Remos. Hoof. Fools. He knew well that torture would yield nothing. Silence meant silence. Then silence shall be your eternal tongue. Setting Mira gently aside, Remos spread his fingers wide, aiming at the nearest rebel. Instantly the man dissolved into shimmering ash. Simulation points 5345. Total 30 individuals contributed 120 simulation points. He now possessed 1081 simulation points. With resources secured, only one question remained: would the dragon choose to join him? Of course she would. Here dragons do not say no. To Remos they answer only yes, I do. Proceed.
Do what must be done.
I demand 30 days, by then we shall reach the Empire's heart.
Yes, Lord. The pirates roared in unison. Gods above, Cassandra. What have you done?
Roman stared disbelief etched deep upon his face at the woman who had shared every night and dawn with him. You claimed the prophecy revealed an invincible foe there.
And yet you sent 30 souls to certain death, just after our first victory. What next?
Cassandra kept her gaze lowered, refusing to meet Roman's eyes.
She knew she had failed.
She should have trusted her own vision.
When the prophetic image turned black, it foretold catastrophe. Yet pride refused to yield. She commanded dragons, 3 in all. Though one now lay grievously wounded.
It was merely unripe, not broken.
Dragons possess immense vitality, their wounds heal with time.
She admitted it. Possessing them had inflated her confidence. With foresight and dragons at her command, shouldn't the Empire crumble to ash?
Empire.
She dismissed even the undead beyond the city walls, mere gnats before a mature dragon's wrath.
That was her certainty. That was her strength. Yet she had encountered a saint and impossibility in these desolate lands. Why did one dwell here so far from sanctuary's light? Cassandra offered her defense. Do not blame me.
If prophecy fails to reveal the future, why not witness it firsthand? And having witnessed it myself, I judged your plan must be delayed. Because you witnessed it, we lost 30 brothers.
This time Roman neither raged nor reproached.
He accepted fault as his own, for leaning too heavily on Cassandra's gift.
Just as during the siege without dragons he faced imperial legions unarmed. Truthfully, blame need not be assigned. Cassandra and Roman spoke as one who.
From the gloom emerged a figure cloaked in shadow, but drawn back to reveal a face startlingly youthful.
Wendy. My name is Wendy. I followed Roman's path for leagues. Followed me.
Roman's hand settled upon his sword hilt. Wendy remained unruffled. Nothing sinister, only alliance.
You cannot kill him alone. Kill whom? Speak plainly. Roman demanded. Remos, Wendy said, turning to Cassandra. He was once my elder brother.
You may verify this with Coster if you doubt me.
I've waited for you both in the imperial capital longer than you know. Cassandra did not fully trust Wendy's words.
She closed her eyes, waited, then slowly opened them again.
Strange. Why do I see no future in you? I do not know.
Perhaps the future walks beneath my own feet.
Wendy met Cassandra's gaze unflinchingly, let her peer inward if she dared. Finally Cassandra murmured, fascinating.
Even in this forgotten corner a devotee of the thousand-faced god endures.
You are nothing but a liar. Matilda Ferrant.
Don't you forget it was I who saved you. If it weren't for me, you and your daughter would have died under the swords of the rebels during your public humiliation that day.
Rose glared furiously at the woman seated on the Iron Throne.
Though she no longer possessed her once beautiful long hair, she now carried an air of authority. Matilda's abilities were not unremarkable. Not long after the rebels breached the Empire, her street at least had regained its former appearance. Some citizens might point fingers at her, but when it truly mattered most still yearned for the Empire's existence. Because the rebels would never treat them well. After all, most of those living in the Imperial Center had once trafficked in slaves. And what were the rebels composed of? Mostly former slaves. I admit it, Matilda spoke softly, but you must understand one thing: rebuilding the Senate is not my decision alone, and I have not killed all 7 families. If you have the ability, I would naturally step aside without issue. But I wish to know, are you loyal to power or to the Shilualan Empire?
I am naturally. Rose paused mid-sentence.
His intention was naturally to join the Senate, but the current situation left the Empire on the verge of collapse.
What good would joining the Senate do?
Moreover, whether he was loyal to power or to the Empire, even he himself had forgotten after so long. Matilda quickly interjected, regardless, what we should first consider is how to deal with the rebels, not anything else.
Do you have any ideas? Ideas. Rose sighed. My dear queen, that is no longer a force that can be countered by human strength. To be honest, you might as well rebuild the Senate.
Even if you have already killed off all those old fossils, I believe there will still be someone capable of stepping up to handle these matters, for wise men will always emerge. For now we are only temporarily safe. Matilda understood the gravity of the situation, but what could she do? The only advantage now was that what Albert had left behind could protect the Imperial Center, but that was all. Given time, every place beyond the Imperial Center would be lost. Once the rebels amassed in number and fought from within the shield, even Rose would not withstand them. Moreover, they were at any moment facing the threat of a food shortage. Think it over carefully. Perhaps it is not appropriate for me to join the Senate now, because you have no one left to fight your wars. With those words, Rose left the grand hall without looking back. The empty hall held only one woman and a dead man who stood motionless.
Matilda murmured to herself, ever since that day I have never dared to cast you back into the dungeon. I know you can carry out my simple commands. You were once a knight who protected the Empire, but now what can you do to help me? The dead Hector could certainly not answer any questions, so Matilda was perhaps a little mad with desperation. Facing the rebels' 3 dragons, how could she prevail? After much deliberation she finally invited the 6 families. Why not 7? Because according to the law she was now the temporary ruler of the Empire. Another point was that she had come to recognize her own mistake: the Empire could not survive without the Senate. Relying on autocratic rule would eventually lead to her death. She would become a sinner in history. On the day of the meeting only 4 families arrived. The Carcine and Eldrek families were absent. Since Quinton's death the Carcine family had been left with virtually no one. As for Eldrek, likewise after Gaius's departure the entire family was scattered like loose sand. The wealth he left behind had become the target of internal strife. They cared nothing for politics nor for who their master was. Simply put, if no leader emerged for the Eldrek and Carcine families, those 2 houses would soon become history. Yet even with those who did come, Matilda still felt helpless. Apart from the familiar Rose Refine, the remaining Morton family sent an old man, Nektoff sent a youth, and Escalot sent a girl. The girl from Escalot spoke first. Your Majesty the Queen. After my grandfather's death you abolished the Senate and later purged the elders of our family. I believe there is nothing left to discuss. The old man from the Morton family said, you know, our family has long been stationed in the Northlands and now that region is riddled with wounds. I have no way to provide resources. The youth from Nektoff said nothing, merely nodding repeatedly. Matilda took a deep breath, rose and bowed deeply. The crown on her head clattered onto the table. I was wrong before. Now we are at a moment of life and death. I want you to convey to the elders of your families that I am willing to rebuild the Senate and in accordance with the old laws if I truly die one day. The rebels will also occupy the Imperial Center. Soon they will reach your families. Will you be able to surrender then? I hope you will consider it carefully. Could the next meeting send a major figure from your family? If you are uneasy you may send soldiers into the Imperial Center. The youth from Nektoff shrugged. If safety can be guaranteed naturally there is no problem. But Lady Matilda, you should show some sincerity, like gold coins. After all, when the rebels attack we cannot fight them alone, especially with 3 legendary dragons on the other side. I believe you understand what I mean. Naturally. The setting sun bled like blood over the Imperial Center, everything silent, not a single sound echoing. The world seemed as it had been in days past, yet Matilda's heart churned with helplessness. She sat alone on the cold iron throne. The dying light only reached halfway across the hall, leaving the rest in deep shadow that wrapped around the throne, imprisoning her in darkness. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out, my lady. It seems you need some help. Remos. How did you get in here? Martil did not ask why Remos was no longer in exile, but had instead returned to the imperial capital. To do so would appear foolish. Even if Remos had returned, what could she possibly offer him now? How did you get in? I entered under the name of the House of Carthane. What, does my absence from exile surprise you, lady? It seems you possess no compassion. Do you know I am but a child who has lost his father? Is it wrong to return to the imperial capital to avenge him? Martil let out a soft self-mocking laugh. Ha! It no longer matters. Let the past remain buried. Since you have returned, then stay. Stay well. Gazing upon this empire on the verge of becoming history. It appears Lady Martil has surrendered, yet how can you be certain I lack the means to confront the rebel army's dragons? Dragons. At the word Martil flinched, visibly shaken. What do you know? Those creatures are beyond mortal resistance. I can oppose them. Remos's voice boomed louder than ever before. With what? Martil asked, bewildered. Do you see the figure beside me? Do you know who he is? He was your own brother, Hector. He is no longer human. Perhaps with his aid I may accomplish much. But tell me, what now? The emergence of dragons has altered everything. Everything. Fuck. Now it was Remos who recoiled in disbelief. How can the dead rise? Your sister Aurelia, from that wondrous realm, declared that the resurrected shall wield immense strength. At Martel's command Hector strode forward to stand before Remos. Behold this being, unyielding in strength, tireless in motion, the undisputed king of slaughter. If even such arcane constructs cannot withstand dragons, what hope do you hold? Or have you forged some new weapon? Hector had towered over Remos in life, and in death he seemed only taller still. Look at him, this colossus you cannot subdue. With what then will you face dragons? Martel's tone carried a hint of mockery, but her words reflected genuine conviction. Fuck. Crack.
Remos delivered a brutal elbow strike. Hector, colossal and unyielding, hurtled backward and shattered a nearby stone pillar. Martel's eyes widened. She shot upright from the iron throne, staring, unblinking, at Remos. "Let me tell you plainly, I wield power equal to Duke Albert himself."
"How could a mortal like you ever comprehend it?"
"You merely command a docile, supernaturally strong corpse."
"What do you want? The Iron Throne?" "Very well. So long as the Empire regains its former glory, all else is yours." Martel's breath quickened. "No.
I demand you restore the Senate immediately and convene the Council of the 7 Great Houses. I shall preside as first senator. You may remain upon your iron throne as you always have. Authority shall forever reside with the Senate."
Remos flatly refused the throne.
His aim was not sovereignty, but the restoration of the Senate, the reclamation of military command, and the mobilization of countless loyal hands.
"Agreed.
I have already summoned the council, but none of the 7 houses stepped forward.
I shall call them again. Yet some decisions lie beyond my authority."
Without hesitation, Martel accepted Remos's terms and pledged herself to rebuilding the Senate. So long as imperial splendor was restored and her own wealth and status secured, she would pay any price.
"As it once was. Is this truly the imperial capital?"
"Then it must have been magnificent once."
Gaius stroked Myra's head. "No. It has always been thus."
"War does not diminish its grandeur, though one day perhaps it shall exist only in memory."
"What are you two speaking of?"
Remos had appeared silently behind them.
Gaius clutched his chest. "Fuck. Can't you make some noise when you walk? It's broad daylight."
"What are you afraid of? That I'll charge headlong into Martel's presence, provoke her wrath, summon her guards, and force a duel with us pirates right here in the capital?"
"That won't happen." Gaius smoothed his tunic.
"We marched in openly with 100 men, proof that defense here rests solely on that fool Ross."
"Is that so?" Remos smiled faintly.
"I recall you groveling before Ross upon our entry, proclaiming your devotion to the Empire.
And now you call him a fool."
"Perhaps without him none of this would exist today."
"Ross can only cower within his invisible dome or flee as a fugitive warlord carving out his own petty kingdom."
"Then he'll die faster." Gaius shrugged. "For a nation demands law and order, not mere numbers.
Without them it remains but a tribe."
"If not for that truth, Ross might sit upon the Iron Throne now, yet even he ultimately chose law over ambition. Martel stands as warning she dared abolish the Senate.
See her fate, nearly beheaded." Well said." Remos nodded in agreement. "Some institutions endure for reason."
"I see no queen, only a woman seated upon iron. Her sole foundation, a walking corpse."
Gaius unconsciously rubbed his arm. "Don't phrase it so unnervingly." "Unnerving. We've already faced dragons. We've met mages too."
"Who doesn't know the world beyond is vast and wondrous? Even sealed away, how long before true power breaches these walls?" At this, Remos lost interest in continuing the conversation with Gaius. This place was never his home. In 3 years, he would depart.
Remos awed Mira. "Now that we're here you ought to wear something finer. Didn't Gaius give you coin?"
"Gaius."
"Fine." Remos tossed a gold coin.
"Go exchange that foul corpse stolen leathers for something decent. There's no battle imminent."
"Thank you, my lord."